Chapter E. The Ordinary Days. Xiao Yuan, come down here, Empress. Oh, Cassie has a request for you, called out Zhou Yuan's father, his voice resonating through his second floor bedroom where Zhou Yuan lay. Descending the stairs, Zhou Yuan found himself in the main storefront of Hyunser Non-Dry's first detective agency in Fichitil Frying. However, those already days thought had passed. Since his elder brother's departure, the agency had been taken over by his father, Zhou Ruyi, and there had been no while since Cathay had received a major case. The agency had also relocated from its former prime location in the central Frying. The Surrey fragments of memory inherited. As a fortunate soul, he had crossed over to his warm family after his sudden demise, experiencing the father's love had never felt before. Somewhat unfortunately, this Zhou Yuan, too, had none of her. The inherited memory included the father taking care of him and an elder brother who never returned after a trip. Opposite at the reception coffee table stood an old lady with blue eyes, her long, curly jinfa slightly dulled, her skin sagging, and supporting herself with a cane. This was MRS. OK Sai, now 2 years old, residing at No. 2 on the opposite Leicester Street. Though physically sturdy, her son's gifted kiting was anything but obedient. She had visited the agency several times, always seeking help to find their cat. The emptiness in her arms indicated that this visit was no exception. Hello, Empress. OK Sai. How's your little arranged to turn away again? Zhou Yuan naturally walked over to the chair beside the coffee table, smiling as she greeted her. He had been here for a month, gradually adapting to his new environment and identity with the help of the original Zhou Yuan's memories. Moreover, he was content with his current life, despite slight illness caused by the absence of mobilephone. Yes, she's always giving me a hard time. Thank you for your help again. You Easterners are so kind-hearted, willing to assist an old lady like me. You wouldn't believe how often I praise you for your generosity in casual conversations after you gave me that discount last time, said MRS. OK Sai, her pearly rings glinting, adorned with various ethereal exquisite items. Her final words were merely habitual praise, as Easterners loved to hear such things and were often generous in return. A single compliment could waive your discount commission, we could make MRS. OK she overjoyed at winning her seat. Although she was short of money, that thriftiness of the older generation of Rhine people was ingrained in their bones. She was a typical local Rhine person, appearing Western and Zhou Yuan sees, while Eastern could also translate this Eastern. Alright, I really know where our little orange cat likes to go. But let me make it clear, Empress. OK Sai, we don't offer discounts for the elderly. Last time, my father gave you a discount, and now the old ladies came to demand that to me, giving me quite a headache, said Zhou Yuan, spreading his hands and casting an unfavorable glance at his father, who promptly cackled embarrassedly and buried his face on Hanno's paper, unable to meet Thiesen's reproachful gaze. Zhou Yuan didn't dwell on the matter, rising tall if he needed to think the orange ate kick to catch up with the lamb meat Fortinary's father would surely start cooking daunting. MRS. Oh Cassie placed tools over cones on the coffee table, murmuring, was it you who sighed, respect the elderly and care for the children, and gave me that discount last time. Zhou Yuan had already left the agency and did the MRS. Oh Cassie's complaint. Otherwise, he would thoroughly refute it, thinking, how could I, a money-loving person, give a discount to a western-faced old lady like you? I twizzle because me digit scary at the way when has flattered. Otherwise, you wouldn't save a single penny from. Stepping outside, the sunlight was bright and cheerful. As she looked around, has a blend of Gothic architecture reminiscent of European buildings with the distinctive hometown features, coexisting in an unexpected harmony. In this month, had gained a preliminary understanding of Viscopensity, Rhine. In brief, around 100 years ago, the Easterners from Mistar came to the feudal empire, helping Rhine people overthrow the monarchy and establish the current New Rhine. Many Easterners stayed in this new country, settling in the capital city of Rhine, where it now comprised a tenth of the local population. Dodging the horse-drawn trams, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but marvel that this world was still somewhat backward. He had chased MRS. Oh Cassie's little orange cat several times and kept a deliberate lookout for it. The little creature was very brave and wouldn't venture too far from home. Its favorite spot was the crooked tree themed off High Street. Zhou Yuan headed straight for themed off Leicester Street. This well-known crooked tree was famous for providing shade to field or leisure in summer. How old the tenderest dense canopy, watching the horse-drawn trams and crowds on the road, enjoying the vibrant energy of Rhine City. Although it was almost autumn, with many leaves falling, the remaining foliage was still enough to conceal a small, fulminant chitin. The tree wasn't tall, especially being crooked. Zhou Yuan easily climbed up the trunk and, indeed, found the slightly overweight little orange cat calmly perched on a branch behind the leaves. Zhou Yuan felt slightly puzzled. Why was this to make Tan afraid of him today? However, he didn't dwell on it, as this was their first encounter, and familiarity was reasonable. Come in, little orange. It'll take you back to Grandma's, Jo-yeon said calmly, slowly working out to thank him. He couldn't help but feel that the kitten, quietly sitting there, was unusually calm, with no trace of emotion in its face. In the sunlight, it seemed like Jo-yeon's eyes were playing tricks on him. At one moment, the kitten in his eyes transformed into an entirely different creature. Its neck twisted 360 degrees, its head hinged in a bizarre inverted position, each shin pointing skyward. Its fur was swollen and wet, as if it had been soaked in water for a long time, along with the spot where it was sitting, dampened below mid-age. Furrows seemed to silently undergo segmentation. Horrified, Jo-yeon slid down his tree trunk. This bizarre and terrifying orange faded inflated body, with a stream of rotten waters in of it. Its claws elongated, fur and flesh peeling off, leaving gauntlet skeletal paws pointing at Jo-yeon. On its disproportionately small head, with its decaying eye sockets, two ears stared at Jo-yeon with pitiful deadness, seeming like accusing humanity with screams. The monstrous creature alone it out Jo-yeon from the tree, its skeletal paws gleaming with a killing light, straight forward. Before Jo-yeon could react, a 虚幻的 sheepskin book appeared out of thin air. The bizarre creature plunged onto the book, emitting an inaudible scream. Its skeletal paws were evaporating. The entire monster seemed like a snowball thrown into a fire, melting inch by inch. Jo-yeon raised his hand for a while, realizing that nothing terrible had happened as expected. He cautiously lowered this arm covering his face, rubbed his eyes, and found the cutely arranged cat sitting there, with no trace of the bizarre scene. Just a hallucination. I guess he needed to rest earlier. It knew stay in Gaplake would cause problems. Jo-yeon got up, looking at the little orange cat sitting in front of him. The kitten's fur was smooth and shiny, with bright and pure eyes, just like he always. After calming down a bit, he said, "Little orange. What are you waiting for here? I guess all real saw a thing for MRS. Okay, Sai. It seems MRS. Oh, Cassie has 20 seasons and you came back by yourself. Ironet sees the trolls over in Sicily. I wonder what expression MRS. Oh, Cassie will have when she finds Suti of been waiting for her here." That miserly old lady. With an insuppressible upturned mouth, Jo-yeon reached out to slowly pick up the kitten, which, unsurprisingly, fled, south not very quickly. He after the little orange cat, not far, until it stopped in front of the house. Jo-yeon followed closely behind. Jo-yeon wrinkled his nose, and then indescribable followed rushed into his nostrils. The kitten had already entered the house. He looked 2 pence away seeing him in Gangsu. No. Her Leicester Street. Chapter 2 The Death of MRS. Okay, Sai. Squeak. The solid wooden door was soon locked, and Jo-yeon easily pushed it open. However, he was puzzled. How did the little orange cat jump inside without him opening his mouth? Gag. Without thinking to make, the overwhelming follow door had to greet him.
Chapter 3 A Father Whoosh, Whoosh, Whoosh. As he entered the precinct of the Rhine Police Department in the Cine district, which was situated within a large area not far from Leicester Street, Jo-yeon was already panting as he raced back to Leicester Street. The office was located across from Leicester Street on Kelsey Street, yet the locals predominantly referred to it as Old Leicester Street. The name Kelsey seldom appeared outside of official documents. At number 44 Old Leicester Street, the premier detective agency of the Rhine, Jo-yeon pressed his hands against the door, gasping for breath. He hesitated to push the door open immediately. A month of companionship had forged profound ties with father, a precious bond formed from the void of absence. He was genuinely fearful that all of this was merely an ephemeral dream. Creak. Back already? The familiar voice of his father resonated, and Jo-yeon stood at the threshold, the waning crimson rays of the sunset casting a long shadow into the room. On the sofa behind the coffee table sat a middle-aged man with black hair and brown eyes, clad in a trench coat and round hat, slightly portly, with legs crossed and a newspaper unfolded in his hands. A steaming cup of red tea rested on the table, and he smiled warmly at Jo-yeon. The gently rounded face, now somewhat plump, was so familiar, yet in the next moment, Jo-yeon's eyes beheld no trace of father. The coffee table stood empty, the newspaper scattered chaotically across the sofa. Jo-yeon shook his head, convinced that this sound was indeed real. He hurried to the coffee table, his voice trembling as he softly inquired, "Father? I'm here." The voice emanated from behind him, and Jo-yeon abruptly turned to discover the figure of his father standing precisely where he had just been. Smiling as he responded to his call, tears filled Jo-yeon's eyes, blurring his vision as his chest heaved with uncontrollable sobs. Father stood at the door, which remained ajar, yet there was no shadow cast upon the ground. A living person stood there, but the light continued to pour into the room, illuminating the floor at his feet. In that moment, Jo-yeon felt on the brink of complete collapse. Was he truly experiencing hysteria? Was all of this merely an illusion? Were all his emotions just a self-indulgent act? Yet in the next instant, Zhou Yuan's tears suddenly ceased. Do not overthink it. You are not mad. I exist, albeit in a different form. The tone of father was indulgent, and with just that one sentence, Zhou Yuan stood frozen in place. Xiao Yuan, or perhaps I should say the unknown outsider. I know you are no longer my Xiao Yuan. In truth, our Zhou family of Ling Yuan cannot have any survivors. All those who share our bloodline must perish simultaneously. To be honest, when I first awakened from the Book of Sheep and discovered your existence, I felt a twinge of anger, for you had usurped my son's body. However, upon further contemplation, Xiao Yuan's death was inevitable and had nothing to do with you. You are merely a weak, pitiable soul thrust into Xiao Yuan's body for reasons unknown. Initially, I intended for you to inhabit Xiao Yuan's form as an extension of his life, but when you lay on the ground, gazing at me and uttering "Father," I had a change of heart. I can sense your emotions. Since I have acknowledged you, you shall bear the last bloodline of the Lin Yuan Zhou family, inheriting our responsibilities and completing what we must accomplish. There is no need for questions or doubts. Your soul is unique. I have never encountered a soul so pristine, like a blank sheet of paper devoid of any marks. So from the moment I acknowledged you, you became a bona fide descendant of the Lin Yuan Zhou family, and an unmatched soul has completed its first imprint. Zhou Yuan's mind was a blank slate when father uttered his first words, but this was reasonable. How could a father, who had spent every day with his son, not perceive the changes in him? Not to mention, he was acutely aware that his son could not possibly survive. He had countless questions, yet when they reached his lips, not a single word was spoken. Father evidently understood, stepping closer to him and continuing, "You should begin to realize that this world is not tranquil, nor is it as simple as it appears. Extraordinary power is the true ruler of this realm. Your brother, Zhou Lin, left the Rhine 10 years ago. Our demise must have originated from him. He ventured the farthest, even reaching a point where I could face danger upon encountering knowledge of it. However, a year ago, I received a response from him that he indicated that his condition was dire, having discovered the shadow of the world, and that he might encounter problems in the future. Thus, he entrusted me with the most important item for safekeeping, a Book of Sheep. You have seen it, and it shall be yours to guard henceforth. That I do not know what it truly is, but the reason I am able to linger in spirit form after my death is that I had previously placed my mental energy within the Book of Sheep. It possesses the power of knowledge, yet our family is associated with the profession of detective, which is relevant but not entirely fitting, thus we cannot fully explore the Book of Sheep. Of course, perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to it as it. I have left you a potion of detective magic. Upon consuming it, you will ascend to the extraordinary profession of detective, which will afford you some protection in this world from here on. It is your own affair. I shall not intervene excessively, nor do I possess the ability to do so, for I have my own future to consider. So, do you have any questions before I depart? Father removed the black round hat from his head and placed it gently upon Zhou Yuan's. The moment he released it, the hat became ethereal and swiftly shattered. Madame Okashi? Why are there two? Zhou Yuan voiced his confusion. He could sense that within the words his father spoke lay deeper secrets of this world, yet he could not comprehend them. His greatest mystery was, paradoxically, the seemingly unrelated death of Madame Okashi. It's quite simple. I commanded her spirit to summon you. As a reward for being under my influence, she will ultimately have a favorable conclusion. I had intended for you to extend a favor, but an unexpected event occurred. Why? Zhou Yuan could only muster those 3 words, yet father effortlessly grasped his meaning. Zhou Yuan was essentially asking, since he had already been acknowledged as son, why should he be entangled in the matter of Madame Okashi's death, which was clearly orchestrated by father? Xiao Yuan, I have said that we possess our own mission. Since you are now the only surviving descendant of the Lin Yuan Zhou family, this is your unavoidable fate. Rather than being passively ensnared and paying a steep price in confusion, it is better to actively pursue it. We cannot evade this. I must take my leave now. May I ask you one last question? Of course, father. Zhou Yuan had not fully accepted this unfamiliar information, but he was certain of one thing. Father remained father. Chapter 4 Rebirth. Child, what is your name? The father inquired softly, his tone at odds with his masculine appearance, as if fearful of wounding Zhou Yuan's spirit. After a cautious pause, he revealed a look of awkward concern. Zhou Yuan replied, yes, my previous name was also Zhou Yuan. However, I hail from a distant land. At least, I have not encountered my homeland in the territories currently explored. Though I possess biological parents, they have never truly cared for me. Zhou Yuan understood that the father's concern stemmed from genuine affection, a sentiment he had never experienced before. It dawned on him that he could indeed matter, that he was not merely an extraneous, detested child. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's response, the father momentarily appeared stunned before transitioning to relief. Perhaps this is destiny, a foreigner named Zhou Yuan inhabiting the body of Zhou Yuan. He grants you a new life, and in return, you bear his fate. Welcome your rebirth, child. Without the black round hat, the father appeared round-faced and amiable. He opened his arms to embrace Zhou Yuan before turning to leave. A guest has arrived, I must take my leave. We shall meet again, not too far off, child. This world is fraught with peril. Remember to anchor your spirit within the Book of Sheep, leaving your imprint. When you achieve a rank of 7 or above, you will have the chance for rebirth. As his words echoed, Zhou Yuan found himself unable to reach out and retain him. The father's silhouette fractured and dissipated in the twilight's glow. Zhou Yuan closed the door and settled back onto the newspaper-laden sofa, lost in contemplation. He had failed to notice the father's mention of a guest. The information he received that night was overwhelming. He had initially believed he had traversed into a relatively primitive medieval realm, armed with a script of technological revolution, and was strategizing on how to leverage his advanced insights to amass wealth. To his astonishment, this was a peculiar world brimming with extraordinary powers and spirits. From the father's words, it seemed he had unwittingly become embroiled in a covert affair. The death of Mrs. O'Kasif was no ordinary homicide. It bore deeper significance. He smacked his thigh in sudden realization. Earlier that afternoon, he had been too tense to think critically, and now, recalling the situation, Mrs. O'Kasif's corpse had begun to emit a foul odor, indicating clear signs of decay. This suggested her death had occurred quite some time ago. Considering the distance from the police station to Leicester Street and the speed of their response, it appeared the alarm had been raised only after he departed the office, with the caller likely being the father. He contemplated how to engage with this incident without placing himself at its epicenter. Being a witness clearly offered a commendable position, marginal yet indispensable. Thus, in the days between Mrs. O'Kasif's demise and his arrival, why had no neighbors reported it? Under normal circumstances, such a stench would have compelled immediate action. This indicated there was some extraordinary force enveloping Mrs. O'Kasif's home, restricting the flow of gases. Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened as he identified the first inconsistency. Just then, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness surged over him, rendering him powerless to resist. He succumbed to sleep in an instant. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes echoed on the floor, and the door had opened and closed without his notice. A man, shrouded in a voluminous black coat with a hood obscuring most of his head, entered. His piercing blue eyes were the sole splash of color on his figure. At that moment, those eyes brimmed with sorrow and rage. He approached the coffee table, closed his eyes, and sat in silence, raising his right hand toward Zhou Yuan, speaking in an ancient and intricate tongue he had never before heard a dream. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes in bewilderment, realizing he had returned to that afternoon, in the upstairs bedroom, where another self sat up in bed. He watched in disbelief as he descended the stairs alone, speaking to the empty coffee table, uttering the name Mrs. O'Kasif. Was this the true version of himself from earlier that day? Zhou Yuan remained still, yet the surrounding environment shifted in tandem with the other self, placing him perpetually at the center of this world. However, what caught Zhou Yuan's attention were the 2 silver coins resting on the coffee table. Indeed, there were 2. Stained with blood, they bore faint, fragmented fingerprints. Regrettably, the scene did not heed his command and vanished in an instant, revealing himself foolishly climbing a crooked tree, reaching out to thin air, before hastily jumping down. His self then seemed to frantically chase something, racing towards number 2 Leicester Street, the stench returning. Through the ajar door, he once more beheld the lifeless form of Mrs. O'Kasif, alongside a small kitten carelessly discarded in a basin, its body bloated from soaking. What Zhou Yuan did not see was the dark-clad man, just entering the office, weeping profusely. He fell to his knees, his long black coat trailing on the ground, tears streaming down his face, each drop plummeting onto the genuine floor beneath him. "Mother," the man murmured silently, laden with anguish and regret. He was none other than Mrs. O'Kasif's pride, her son Wilson, a promising young man employed by the government. In reality, her son was far more remarkable than she had imagined. He was not simply a government clerk. Young Wilson was an official practitioner, a second-tier listener, capable of delving into the minds of his targets to uncover the truths he sought to hear. Over the years, he had procured a wealth of invaluable information for the government, rendering him a significant asset. Just half a month prior, Wilson had assisted a team of practitioners in interrogating a crucial captive, garnering vital intelligence that had nearly completed his collection of materials required for further advancement. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand. His mother had perished quietly at home. Wilson understood this was retribution against him, yet he felt utterly powerless. He could do nothing, out of fear of his impulsiveness. Even his colleagues had concealed the truth of his mother's death from him. An overwhelming sorrow surged within him, his eyes reddening as Zhou Yuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the kitten in the basin. How dare he? How dare he? The chair bore my mother. How could he disregard her and gaze upon a dead cat? He disdains my mother, he scorns my mother, he desecrates her remains, he must die. Wilson's eyes were consumed by a crimson haze, as if his body, existing in a different layer from Zhou Yuan, solidified. A dagger, stained with dark brown blood, materialized in his hand. The sudden absence of the knife caused a shift in balance, causing the corpse on the armchair to stir slightly. Zhou Yuan, puzzled, noticed that the dagger embedded in Mrs. Okasev's chest had vanished. He immediately scanned his surroundings with caution, seeing nothing amiss. Meanwhile, the half-phantasmal Wilson had approached Zhou Yuan from behind, the knife raised high, aimed directly at Zhou Yuan's neck. Chapter 5 of the Professionals. Clang. Zhou Yuan abruptly turned around, only to find that two individuals had suddenly appeared behind him. One was clad in black attire with a hood, wielding a short dagger, his eyes a sinister crimson. The other resembled a middle-aged man, dressed in ordinary clothing that bore no particular distinction. At that moment, with his back to Zhou Yuan, the middle-aged man was bracing himself with his right hand, as the black-clad man's dagger struck fiercely against the middle-aged man's arm, the metallic clash resonating through the air. The dreamlike reality shattered, and Zhou Yuan discovered that he was still reclining on the sofa, facing the black-clad man, who, however, held nothing in his hand. The middle-aged man, with a finger pressed against the black-clad man's forehead, caused the crimson hue in his eyes to swiftly fade. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. This is our oversight that has entangled you in an affair you ought not to be involved in. The middle-aged man's voice was deep and reassuring, his lightly stubbled chin and dark hair with brown eyes providing Zhou Yuan a sense of comfort. Who are you? Zhou Yuan inquired, though a suspicion had already begun to brew within him. His earlier calmness stemmed from his father's words before leaving. There were guests arriving. Clearly, his father had anticipated the arrival of these two individuals, indicating that he was not in danger. The middle-aged man withdrew his finger, while little Wilson slumped despondently into a chair on the opposite side of the coffee table, resembling a lifeless mass. Pardon our intrusion, we are from the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. You witnessed something unusual, did you not? Zhou Yuan nodded and replied naturally, your companion seemed capable of weaving a dream that felt almost real. In that dream, I saw him seize the dagger from Madame Okasev's chest. Had you not intervened, what would have become of me? After speaking, Zhou Yuan instinctively brushed his hand across his neck, as if still feeling a lingering chill. The middle-aged man offered a wry smile before irritably kicking at the despondent little Wilson. Very well, please disregard that incident. After all, nothing transpired, did it? My name is Shurhi, and considering we are both from the Eastern community, could you find it in your heart to forgive him this once? I assure you there will be no repeat occurrence. His current state is a result of immense shock. The deceased Madame Okasia was his mother. I hope for your understanding, as this may significantly lessen his culpability. Zhou Yuan remained silent but eventually provided the most fitting response. Of course, after all, I was not harmed, as long as you can genuinely guarantee that he will not attempt another assault in my dreams. Thank you, young man. Since you have been inadvertently drawn into extraordinary matters, according to our protocol, you must sign a confidentiality agreement. This agreement possesses the power of notarization. Once signed, you will be unable to disclose tonight's events to ordinary people. Are you willing to sign? Shurhi, still warm and amiable, extended a scroll of parchment, yet Zhou Yuan sensed an undeniable compulsion to comply. He realized he had no grounds to refuse. It was no wonder that in a world teeming with extraordinary powers, rumors were scarce. There were methods to silence them. May I inquire what your professions are? Zhou Yuan asked as he pierced the skin of his thumb and pressed it onto the blank space of the parchment. The scroll bore a plethora of unfamiliar script, and the imprint area was already adorned with numerous fingerprints, indicating that this was not a one-time use item, hence Shurhi's constant possession of it. Shurhi looked at him in surprise, not expecting Zhou Yuan to pose the question about professions. Do you possess some knowledge of the extraordinary world? Did you not notice the sign at the entrance? Rhina's first detective agency, though it has fallen from grace, the first once held substantial weight. My brother should be quite renowned, given his accomplishments. How could he not have encountered extraordinary events? Although he is reluctant to share with us, he knows a little. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes at Shurhi, striving to maintain an air of tranquility as he faced the extraordinary events. He had surmised the follow-up actions following the fingerprinting informants. Since professionals needed to keep secrets from civilians, their actions among the populace could not attain maximum convenience. Who would be the most suitable to assist them? Those who had already discovered the extraordinary world and could not divulge information due to their fingerprints. This group would be most fitting as informants or peripheral members. Zhou Yuan speculated that his father's actions were likely motivated by a desire to usher him into the periphery of an official organization, seeking to secure official protection for him. Rhina's first detective agency, that esteemed Detective Zhou Lin, is your elder brother. My goodness, that very detective who gained fame 10 years ago as the foremost detective. That is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that he is your biological brother, and you remain an ordinary person. He initially expressed disbelief, then glanced at the lifeless little Wilson and added with a hint of melancholy, indeed, becoming a professional is not necessarily a blessing. A great being once remarked that we are guardians, yet also pitiful souls perpetually combating danger and madness. There are times when we genuinely wish to remain as blissfully ignorant ordinary folk. Nevertheless, since you are aware of so much and have been drawn into this incident, would you consider becoming an auxiliary member of our organization? This is not a threat. The death of Madame Okasia is far from simple and is by no means concluded. This is merely the first step of their retaliation, and you can no longer extricate yourself. Joining us would be your best option. You could gain. Before sure he could finish his statement, Zhou Yuan interjected eagerly, I will join. His enthusiasm was palpable, as if this were not a perilous situation but rather a long-awaited opportunity. In an instant, sure he comprehended Zhou Yuan's fervor, recognizing the glimmer in his eyes that mirrored his own past, a yearning for extraordinary power, aspirations for the future, and an indomitable will to achieve greatness. Yet, do you truly grasp the cruelty that lies within this unknown realm? Sure he departed with the limp little Wilson, emphasizing the necessity for Zhou Yuan to report to the Iris Security Company on Duke Street within the next 2 days. Once they left, silence enveloped the agency once more. Ultimately, sure he refrained from advising Zhou Yuan against yearning for the world of the extraordinary. Such choices were personal, and he felt no obligation to alter them, respecting each individual's decision. Zhou Yuan approached the corner of the staircase leading to the basement, the entrance to which had left a profound impression in his memory. His father had never allowed him to step foot here, offering an array of bizarre excuses, disregarding logic, and doing everything in his power to prevent Zhou Yuan from exploring. Even in leaving, an exaggerated padlock the thickness of 2 fingers had always hung there. Standing before the basement door, Zhou Yuan noticed that the large lock had long since vanished. With a gentle push, he found it surprisingly immovable. Applying greater force, he was astonished to discover that the door was not merely a faade but solid metal. As if responding to Zhou Yuan's push, a slight steam emanated from the surface of the metallic door, its once dull exterior rapidly gleaming. Steam-powered machinery. Amidst the unique subtle sounds of steam power, the metallic door creaked open on its own. Chapter 5 The Professional's Clang. Zhou Yuan abruptly turned around, only to find that 2 individuals had mysteriously appeared behind him. One was clad in a black cloak, brandishing a dagger with blood-red eyes, while the other resembled a middle-aged man, dressed in unremarkable casual attire. At that moment, the middle-aged man, with his back towards Zhou Yuan, was propping himself up with his right hand, as the dagger of the cloaked figure struck fiercely against the man's arm, producing the metallic clashing sound that had just resonated. The surreal dream shattered, and Zhou Yuan realized he was still reclined on the sofa, facing the dark-clad man, though the weapon he had swung was now absent from his grasp. The middle-aged man, with a finger pressed against the forehead of the cloaked figure, caused the crimson hue in the latter's eyes to fade rapidly. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. It is our negligence that has embroiled you in an incident you ought not to have been involved in. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep, reassuring tone, his jaw adorned with a faint stubble, and his dark hair and brown eyes instilled a sense of calm in Zhou Yuan. And who might you be? Zhou Yuan inquired, though a suspicion had already begun to form in his mind, for he had remained unperturbed, recalling what his father had said before his departure. Guests were arriving. It was evident that his father had anticipated the arrival of these 2, suggesting that he was not in any peril. The middle-aged man withdrew his finger, and little Wilson slumped despondently into the chair opposite the coffee table, resembling a lifeless mass of flesh. I beg your pardon for the spectacle. We are from the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. You witnessed something rather extraordinary, did you not? Zhou Yuan nodded and replied naturally, your companion seems capable of inducing a dream that feels almost real. In that dream, I saw him seize the dagger from Madame Okasia's chest. Had you not intervened, what might have transpired? He instinctively brushed his fingers across his neck, as if still feeling the cold glimmer of danger lingering there. The middle-aged man offered a wry smile, then irritably kicked at the dejected little Wilson. Very well, please do not take offense. After all, nothing untoward transpired, did it? My name is Shurhi. Given that we are both from the East, might you extend your forgiveness to him this once? I assure you there will not be a second occurrence. His current state is a result of immense shock. That deceased Madame Okasia was his mother. I hope you can understand, as this would significantly mitigate his culpability. Zhou Yuan fell into silence but ultimately provided the most fitting response. Of course, as I have not sustained any harm, provided you can genuinely guarantee that he will not assault me in a dream again. Thank you, young man. Since you have been inadvertently entangled in this extraordinary incident, protocol dictates that you must sign a confidentiality agreement. This agreement possesses the weight of notarization. Once signed, you shall be unable to disclose tonight's events to ordinary individuals. Do you consent to this? Sure. He, still warm and gentle, presented a scroll of parchment, yet Zhou Yuan discerned an undertone of inevitability in the offer. He lacked the privilege to refuse. It was no wonder that in a world brimming with extraordinary powers, rumors were scarcely heard. There were indeed means to enforce silence. May I inquire about your professions? Zhou Yuan asked as he punctured the skin of his thumb, pressing his imprint onto the blank space beneath the parchment. The scroll bore an abundance of unfamiliar script, and the imprint area already displayed numerous others, indicating that it was far from a one-time use, which explained why sure he carried it with him. Sure he looked at him in astonishment, not expecting Zhou Yuan to utter the word profession. Do you possess some knowledge of the extraordinary realm? Did you not notice the sign at the door? Rhine's first detective agency, though it has fallen from grace, the term first once held substantial weight. My brother is quite renowned, is he not? With his achievements, how could he have not encountered extraordinary events? Although he is reluctant to disclose much to us, he must know a thing or two. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes at Shurhi, striving to maintain an air of composure in the face of the extraordinary. He had surmised the implications of pressing his thumbprint. Informants, since professionals needed to maintain confidentiality from civilians, their actions in the mundane world lacked the utmost convenience. Who would be most suited to assist them? Individuals who had already uncovered the extraordinary world and, by virtue of their thumbprints, could not divulge any information. This group was ideally positioned to serve as informants or peripheral members. Zhou Yuan speculated that his father's maneuvering was largely aimed at securing his entry into the fringes of an official organization for protection. The Rhine's first detective agency, that esteemed Detective Zhou Lin, is your elder brother? My word, the first detective who has been renowned for a decade, but that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that he is your brother, and you are still an ordinary person? Sure, he first expressed astonishment, then cast a glance at the despondent Wilson, adding with a hint of melancholy, indeed, becoming a professional is not necessarily a blessing. A great being once stated, we are guardians, yet we are also wretched souls perpetually battling against danger and madness. At times, we yearn to be nothing more than oblivious common folk. However, since you are aware of so much and have been drawn into this incident, would you consider becoming an external member of our organization? This is not a threat. The death of Madame Okasia is far from simple and has not concluded. This is merely the first step of their retaliation, and you can no longer extricate yourself. Joining us is the wisest choice. You will gain. Before sure he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yuan interjected eagerly, I will join. His eagerness was palpable, as if this were not a perilous situation but rather a long-awaited opportunity. Sure, he instantly comprehended. The glint in Zhou Yuan's eyes mirrored his own past, an insatiable yearning for extraordinary powers, aspirations for the future, and a resolute desire to thrive. Yet, do you truly grasp the brutality inherent in this unknown domain? Sure, he departed, taking the slumped little Wilson with him, and before leaving, he emphasized the importance of checking in at the Iris Security Company on Duke Street within the next couple of days. Once they were gone, the agency was once again enveloped in silence. In the end, sure, he refrained from advising Zhou Yuan against longing for the world of the extraordinary. Each individual must make their own choice, and he had neither the obligation nor the necessity to alter anything. He respected each person's decision. Zhou Yuan approached the corner of the staircase on the first floor, which served as the entrance to the basement. He held a vivid memory of that door, as his father had never allowed him to step foot within. The reasons given were always bizarre and illogical, but ultimately, his father had gone to great lengths to deter Zhou Yuan from exploring. Even when departing, an exaggerated lock, 2 fingers thick, always hung in place. Standing before the basement door, Zhou Yuan noticed that the large lock had vanished, and with a gentle push, he found it did not budge. After exerting more force, he was astonished to discover that the door was not a mere fade but was crafted from solid metal. As if responding to his push, the surface of the metal door emitted a faint hiss of steam, transforming from dull and lifeless to bright and vibrant. Steam-powered machinery. Amid the unique, subtle sounds of steam power, the metal door swung open of its own accord. Chapter 6, The Potion Creek. Contrary to his expectations of a dark underground chamber, the dimly lit staircase revealed a row of gas lamps on the right that ignited automatically. This left Zhou Yuan questioning whether he had truly entered a primitive alternate world. The self-igniting gas lamps hinted at a semblance of artificial intelligence. Upon entering the basement, he found the space surprisingly spacious. To his left stood several rows of cabinets resembling those used for storing traditional Chinese medicine, occupying a vast area, with nearly all the space allocated to these cabinets, each compartment labeled with cryptic inscriptions: pituitary gland of the Manscon rabbit, skull of the stormflag fish, right eye of the mine giant ape. These were all items Zhou Yuan could not comprehend. The other half of the space was relatively open, featuring a conspicuous bright silver safe, a set of tables and chairs, a plethora of drafting paper, 3 sheets of parchment, and 3 sheets of sheepskin. Beneath the table lay numerous experimental tools of beakers, alcohol lamps, mortars and pestles, suggesting that father had conducted various experiments here. Although the basement was well lit, Zhou Yuan could not shake off a lingering sensation of dimness, as if he were observing everything from the shadows. His father had mentioned leaving behind a detective potion, presumably locked away inside the safe. As he approached, he noticed that the safe had no handle, no keyhole, nor any mechanical lock. Its surfaces were smooth and reflective like a mirror. Considering the steam-powered door at the entrance of the basement, it became apparent that this world was not backward, rather, high-end items were simply not widely accessible, likely crafted using extraordinary abilities. Tentatively, he pressed his right hand against the surface of the safe before he could apply much pressure. A sharp pain shot through his palm. Zhou Yuan instinctively withdrew his hand, only to find 5 wounds appearing on his fingers, as if 5 needles had simultaneously pierced them. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see the blood on the safe beginning to fade. Could this object recognize its owner through blood? While he suspected this was likely some form of security mechanism, he couldn't help but scoff. He was baffled by the difference between pricking 1 finger and 5. Whoosh! A cloud of white steam erupted, causing Zhou Yuan's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. The scene before him defied all expectations. He had anticipated an opening door, but instead, a metallic hand, crafted from an array of components, emerged from the front of the mirrored safe, extending an item towards him. Despite the oddity of the situation, Zhou Yuan's attention was drawn entirely to the metallic palm, within which a dreamlike liquid gently swayed in a vial. A potion. He cautiously lifted the vial to his eyes, where it radiated a mesmerizing purple hue, translucent and resplendent, shimmering under the gas lamps, the liquid within swirling with infinite transformations. Strangely, at the center of the purple liquid floated a small mass of pure black, opaque substance, suspended in the purple liquid, completely enveloped, dividing the vial into 2 distinct layers. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded the potion. It emanated an unsettling aura, evoking both an irresistible urge to drink and a revulsion akin to confronting putrid refuse. The conflicting sensations threatened to overflow from the vial. However, considering this was a gift from his father, he had no reason to harm himself. Ultimately, without hesitation, Zhou Yuan uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. The combination of purple and black viscous liquid was cool upon entry, carrying a fruity fragrance, yet the aftertaste was overwhelmingly complex. With his limited ability to discern flavors, he found himself simultaneously experiencing sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, saltiness, umami, rancidity, and astringency, as if it contained everything. Crack! The vial slipped from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the stone floor, scattering sparkling fragments like stars across the ground. Zhou Yuan knelt, one hand bracing against the floor while the other pressed desperately against his forehead. The potion coursed through him, rapidly spreading throughout his body, predominantly surging to his head, bypassing his stomach entirely. At that moment, his eyes were engulfed by endless runes, while his brain felt as if undergoing a trepanation without anesthesia. The excruciating pain threatened to render him unconscious. His eyes felt as though they were being pressed against a searing iron, and he could distinctly sense them growing hotter, the muscles around his sockets nearing combustion. Fortunately, it seemed he had weathered the most arduous phase. Threads of cool energy began to flow from his limbs, healing his grievously wounded body. Breathing in the scent of his own meat, Zhou Yuan was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading from his temples to the ground. Huff! Huff, huff! His rapid breaths gradually calmed, and just as he felt a flicker of relief, a sudden, indescribable wave of terror surged from within, as if he were being plunged into an unfathomable abyss, enveloped in a boundless state of weightlessness. As he attempted to rise, his knees slammed against the unforgiving stone floor, followed closely by his forehead. Thud! His forehead struck the ground heavily, the rebound causing his head to tilt sideways, resting against the floor. At that moment, through Zhou Yuan's dazed eyes, a soiled sheepskin book hovered ominously above him. It turned out that the book had been there all along, quietly floating above his head, invisible to anyone else. Ugh! After an indeterminate period, a violent reaction in his abdomen compelled him to retch. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, his hands weakly supporting him on the ground as his blurred vision gradually cleared. Before him lay a large pool of black sludge, undoubtedly not his first instance of vomiting. His hands became smeared with the muck, his clothes, trousers, and arms tainted with the filth. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yuan's pupils dilated in horror. This was no mere sludge, it was a mass of tiny black tendrils, each as fine as a hair. They writhed as if alive, intertwining to form this mound of sludge. Zhou Yuan gasped, summoning strength to rise, retreating hastily until he leaned against the wall, seeking a semblance of safety, desperately attempting to distance himself from the bizarre black tendrils. Yet, his efforts were in vain. The moment he stepped back, the abundant sludge began to crawl rapidly towards him, ascending his body at an almost imperceptible speed. Through his clothing, the tendrils infiltrated him, slithering into his body like liquid filling a bottle riddled with gaps, though this bottle was exceedingly reluctant. Ugh! Zhou Yuan retched once more, though this time, only saliva emerged. He lifted his gaze, and an ancient, obviously aged sheepskin book descended slowly, landing in his hands. Staring at the gray-brown stains on the book, Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He was convinced that this was the very sludge he had just expelled. All the peculiar occurrences seemed to stem from this soiled sheepskin book left behind by his father. Chapter 7. The scholar and the contaminated parchment. Gazing at the antiquated parchment in his hands, which was scarcely larger than his palm, Zhou Yuan found it challenging to articulate his current sentiments. He had initially presumed that what his father referred to as a legacy for him was securely ensconced within the depths of a safe in the basement. Thus, upon discovering that the safe was not merely unlocked but had instead presented him with its contents, he surmised that the parchment was likely not housed within it. However, he could never have anticipated that this very tome had been hovering above his head all along. In his recollection, upon arriving in this world, he had opened his eyes clutching this parchment. After crawling from the second-floor bedroom, he had seemingly placed it casually upon a low cabinet beside the bed, and after circling back with his father, he had not encountered it again. Zhou Yuan exerted pressure with his hands, yet it remained obstinately shut. He could glimpse the gaps between the pages from the side, but regardless of his efforts, it refused to yield. Leaning against the wall, having consumed the potion, he was now a bona fide practitioner, yet he had not ascended to the detective status his father had mentioned. The bottle of ethereal, violet-hued liquid was not a detective potion, but rather a first-tier pure knowledge sequence, the scholar. This was entirely at odds with what his father had conveyed, evidently surprising him as well. Zhou Yuan's gaze settled upon the parchment in his grasp. It was the sole remaining possibility. Utilizing the newly acquired ability, Zhou Yuan cautiously directed his spiritual essence, gently touching the stained parchment, careful not to make contact with the soiled areas. V-Room. The parchment quivered and suddenly surged towards Zhou Yuan's head, vanishing from sight. He stood rooted in place as a torrent of information inundated his mind, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced upon his recent elevation. A feeling akin to innate knowledge emerged, granting him a plethora of insights seemingly from thin air, and the name of his vocation materialized, revealing that the potion he had ingested was not that of a detective, but rather that of a scholar. As this sensation washed over him once more, he instantaneously comprehended the tale of the parchment. This tome was titled The Book of Primordial Knowledge, lauded as the End of Knowledge. The Book of Primordial Knowledge chronicled every fragment of knowledge that had ever existed since the inception of this world. All information was meticulously stored within this diminutive parchment. It could not be opened, read, or communicated with. It possessed a form of sentience, yet it would never engage with any living being. Its actions were solely dictated by the nature of knowledge. The information bestowed upon Zhou Yuan was merely what it chose to reveal to him, limited in quantity and depth. Naturally, after gaining a modicum of understanding about this world, he was rather reluctant to acquire an excessive amount of knowledge. Often, merely being aware could spell tremendous peril. The parchment's adherence to Zhou Yuan, its willingness to permit his spiritual touch, and the fragile bond they had formed stemmed from an agreement with a higher entity, as well as its desire for self-preservation. The depths of this connection eluded Zhou Yuan's comprehension, yet he sensed he had stumbled upon a treasure, likely bestowed by that unknown elder brother. It had selected him, transforming what was originally a detective potion destined for the basement safe into the first-tier knowledge pathway vocation of scholar. Knowledge, it should be disseminated. The Book of Primordial Knowledge would respond to the pleas of seekers of knowledge, projecting golden pages. Each golden page would randomly inscribe fragments of knowledge, typically contingent upon luck. Knowledge never dies, it simply fades from memory. Thus, upon entrusting his spirit to the Book of Primordial Knowledge, the information from that moment would be recorded, allowing him to attain resurrection in spirit form after death, as long as there remained any being or object that bore witness to his existence. Everything began to make sense as Zhou Yuan approached the solitary table in the basement, positioned his hands in a gesture of reverence, and bowed his head in prayer. The stained ancient parchment materialized in his grasp, and a single golden-hued, ethereal page floated down from the tome, overlapping with a sheet of paper on the table. The parchment shattered like a soap bubble, and Zhou Yuan, supporting himself with one hand on the table while covering his head with the other, felt the overwhelming expenditure of his spiritual essence from a single invocation. This was still somewhat taxing for him, resulting in significant depletion. The golden sheet on the table remained indistinct, rendering its contents indecipherable. This was due to Zhou Yuan's choice of a subpar medium for the golden page, necessitating time for the knowledge to manifest. Based on the current pace, it appeared unlikely he would discern anything today. Perhaps by the following morning clarity would emerge. Although it seemed Zhou Yuan had done little, this was, in essence, a ritualistic magic. The standard procedures for such rituals were notoriously stringent. Any slight deviation could lead to failure. Zhou Yuan's circumstances were exceptional. A higher entity responding to him was so intimately connected that such casualness was permissible. Indeed, the ritual itself possessed significant stature. With the basement activities concluded, Zhou Yuan dragged his weary body up to the second floor. Upon reaching his bedroom, he unhesitatingly sprawled out on the bed, burying his face in the soft pillow and drifting into a deep slumber. Due to the peculiarities of the potion system, upon ascending any vocation, the related knowledge would automatically surface in his mind, thus he need not explore his newfound abilities. First-tier vocation, Scholar. The most immediate sensation following his elevation was that the world had become remarkably lucid, akin to transitioning from standard definition to high definition, with his cognitive processing speed vastly exceeding previous levels. A thought could materialize and evolve into an elaborate concept in an instant. This was the scholar's most profound enhancement. It transcended mere biological augmentation of the brain, extending into the realm of mysticism. The scholar possesses an exceptional capacity for learning spells. Under the precondition of understanding spell principles and materials, they can replicate the spells documented in tomes. This differentiates the scholar from conventional extraordinary practitioners, allowing for the acquisition of numerous spells applicable in diverse scenarios. Another significant transformation lay in their eyes. The scholar would automatically awaken the ability known as the Eye of Truth. When activated, the scholar's efficiency in acquiring and comprehending extraordinary knowledge would be further amplified, along with a considerable enhancement in observational acuity, enabling them to detect beings with potent spiritual fluctuations within a short span. Zhou Yuan's eyes would shimmer with a cerulean hue. The world, in his perception, became crystal clear, revealing deeper layers of information beneath the tranquil facade. The ability to wield one's spiritual essence immediately upon ascension was not a privilege granted to all vocations. Practitioners within the knowledge framework were indeed the strongest in terms of total spiritual capacity, with few capable of as finely controlling their spiritual essence as a scholar. The scholar is not a vocation inclined toward combat. Naturally, they would not wield their pen against another's firearms. The intellect is the scholar's true advantage. Chapter 8. The sudden commission. On the following morning, Zhou Yuan clumsily rose from his slumber, having overslept by a full hour. He hastily brushed his teeth with a boar-bristled toothbrush and, in the kitchen, sliced 2 pieces of coarse bread. This bread, crafted from barley and other grains, was exceedingly dry and hard, with a tendency to irritate the throat. However, it excelled in its longevity and affordability, making it the preferred choice for the majority of the common folk. Of course, Zhou Yuan had never been accustomed to such fare. On ordinary days, he would typically coat it in egg batter and fry it, yet, today, time was of the essence. After cutting the bread, the sound of a bell echoed from the first floor. Guests had arrived. Zhou Yuan could only hastily clutch a piece of bread in his mouth and descend the stairs. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a lady he did not recognize. Before him stood a woman of approximately 45, with golden hair and azure eyes, her complexion impeccably maintained. She wore an exquisitely detailed gown, and the gestures of her hands and the adornments upon her ears bespoke of her refined stature. Not far from the entrance, a beautifully carved private carriage awaited. As the door to the office swung open, the woman removed her sun hat, revealing a weary expression tinged with despair. "Please, come in, madam," Zhou Yuan said, swallowing the morsel of bread hastily. He had initially assumed it was a familiar face, hence he had not been mindful of his appearance. However, it seemed that this encounter could potentially lead to a significant opportunity. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize a lucrative business deal due to his unkempt state. "Hello, detective. You are even younger than I had imagined, though that is of little consequence. I am here with a commission that I implore you to assist me with." The middle-aged woman followed Zhou Yuan to a side of the coffee table, taking her seat as she spoke, reaching into her handbag to retrieve 5 banknotes. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. 5 notes of 10 Sirkin each of the currency system of Rhine included gold, silver, and copper coins alongside Sirkin paper notes, the latter meaning portable. Silver and copper coins were typically used for everyday transactions, while gold coins had become scarce in the market. Large transactions predominantly utilized Sirkin, with 1 Sirkin being equivalent to 1 gold coin. However, the paper notes were clearly more convenient. The 3 forms of currency were not made from precious metals, having long been replaced with more economical materials, though their anti-counterfeiting measures were commendable, thus maintaining their credibility. Zhou Yuan had previously compared the purchasing power of this world's currency to that of his past life. Though not precise, he estimated that 1 copper coin equated to 20, 1 silver coin to 100, and 1 gold coin to 1,000. In essence, this woman had just presented him with a sum of 50 Sirkin, and they had yet to discuss the commission. "Here are 50 Sirkin, which I offer as a retainer. You may claim it upon accepting the commission, and should any leads arise that facilitate its completion, I shall pay additional sums. I am Hughes Georgia, a descendant of the Duke of Georgia. Though that title is a relic of the past and the Rhine no longer recognizes nobility, our wealth endures. My great-great-grandmother made a wise choice in aiding the establishment of the new Rhine. My daughter, in the prime of her youth, was on the cusp of a blissful marriage, yet she vanished mere days ago. Right from our courtyard. Only minutes before her disappearance, she had been conversing with me about the floral arrangements, yet in the brief interval I took to fetch a snack, she simply vanished upon my return. Initially, I presumed she had left in haste for some urgent matter, but as dusk approached without her return, I realized there was cause for concern. Her fiancé, Weibo, arrived post-haste, and together with our servants, we scoured the entire estate to no avail. Today marks the 6th day of her absence, and I find myself utterly powerless. Thus, I commenced visiting every detective agency in Rhine this morning, extending the same commission to each detective, pleading for assistance in locating my daughter, the sole heiress of Georgia, Qin Georgia. Zhou Yuan fell into a contemplative silence, refraining from immediately accepting the 50 sirkin. Instead, he pressed for more information. What of the police? What did they have to say? Surely you reported this to them. Indeed, I exhausted every conceivable avenue, naturally reporting the matter to the police. But do you know how they responded upon learning of my daughter's disappearance? Those rats in uniform dismissed me, citing current disappearances and a surge in homicides, far too numerous to address. They claimed they could not allocate sufficient resources to our plight, those wretched scoundrels. How has the Rhine Police Department descended to such a state? Mrs. Hughes's tone grew increasingly agitated, her chest heaving with each breath, clearly incensed by the police's apparent indifference to her daughter's safety. Disappearing, a surge in homicides, too many to manage? Could this not be indicative of a serial abduction and murder case? Zhou Yuan inquired, puzzled. Mrs. Hughes had risen from her seat, taking a moment to steady her emotions and regain her composure. Whether or not it constitutes a serial case is of no consequence to me. I merely wish to find my daughter, detective. I must proceed to the next agency, even if you decline my request or choose not to pursue the matter further. I insist you accept this 50 sirkin as a token of goodwill. Should you uncover any relevant information, I would be profoundly grateful if you could notify the Georgia estate on the outskirts of the new art district at your earliest convenience. Zhou Yuan promptly stood to escort her out, having discerned that the Lady of Georgia had reached a desperate juncture in her search for Miss Qin. Her approach was straightforward, casting a wide net in her quest. The expense she was willing to incur was not something the average person could bear. To offer 50 sirkin upon their first meeting spoke volumes of her wealth. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Hughes, Zhou Yuan slipped the 5 10 sirkin notes into his pocket. Why refuse such an offer? He was no fool. His instincts suggested that this matter was far from simple, involving the sole heir to a once great duke's vast fortune, likely entangled in deeper machinations. He preferred to remain on the periphery, fishing for small gains rather than diving into murky waters. As he chewed on another piece of bread, swallowing it down with some water, Zhou Yuan hastily made his way to the basement. Time was of the essence. The golden page should have congealed by now. Amidst the whir of steam machinery, he hastened to the table, where a shimmering golden page awaited him. Zhou Yuan carefully lifted the golden page, his eyes gleaming with an ethereal light as streams of information flowed through him. Activating the eye of truth, his senses began to simmer with heightened awareness. Air gun, sanctified silver dagger, on the application of spiritual contact in combat, the necessity of stench. This golden page contained 4 entries of knowledge, 2 spells and 2 articles akin to essays, each representing knowledge that had once been authentically recorded. Even if they had been lost to the annals of history, the original book would eternally preserve and document them. Zhou Yuan regarded the knowledge inscribed upon the golden page with a peculiar expression. He distinctly recalled that upon acquiring the original book, he was informed that the knowledge it bestowed was entirely random. If it were indeed random, then 105 methods of preparing excrement could theoretically qualify as knowledge. In this context, given the vast reservoir of knowledge contained within the original book, the probability of obtaining a directly applicable spell was alarmingly low, let alone the likelihood of acquiring 4 that held practical potential. Chapter 9. The 4 types of knowledge. Zhou Yuan's eccentricity focused intently on the parchment floating within the recesses of his mind. Whether it was an illusion or not, it seemed as though the entity within the parchment desired him to grow stronger with urgency. Regardless of its intentions, this was a fortuitous circumstance for Zhou Yuan. The knowledge bestowed by the golden page, devoid of randomness, could only be described as a dreamlike artifact for a scholar. Zhou Yuan immersed himself in the study of the 4 types of knowledge. Air gun, : Sequence 9 sorcery materials required: 10 g of hollow vortex lizard's abdominal cavity powder, 3 dawnflowers, 20 g of agar, 50 milliliters of distilled water. Advanced version: 10 g of hollow vortex lizard's abdominal cavity powder, 1 whisker from the night moon spirit cat, 3 dawnflowers, 20 g of agar, 50 milliliters of distilled water. Note: the advanced version features an improved formula that enhances potency by 20 at night and prolongs the shelf life of the finished product by 3 hours. Usage method: combine the powder of the hollow vortex lizard with heated agar. Crush the 3 dawnflowers, separating the stamens, and introduce them into the melted agar solution. Before use, apply the solidified agar block to the fingers. The contact between the extracted stamens and the solid reagent on the fingers will trigger the emission of air bullets through spiritual stimulation. In its solid agar form, it can be preserved for 7 days. Once the agar block contacts the dawnflower stamens, it must be utilized within 1 hour, or its energy will dissipate entirely. The improved formula extends this to 2 hours, and 4 hours at night. Sanctified Silver Dagger, Sequence 9 Ritual magic materials required a silver dagger. By employing spiritual energy in the manner described, the silver dagger can be sanctified. The sanctified dagger facilitates the construction of a spiritual wall and other simple rituals, enhancing the wielder's command over spiritual energies. As Zhou Yuan first perused the knowledge pertaining to the 2 sorceries, finding them exceedingly satisfactory in their practicality. Particularly upon encountering the air gun, he felt an overwhelming urge to rummage through the adjacent cabinet, fully aware that these expansive rows of cabinets housed the extraordinary materials collected by his father. Indeed, in the bottommost section of the first row, he discovered a compartment labeled Hollow Vortex Lizard's Abdominal Cavity, while the dawnflowers were located nearby, seemingly of the same grade of materials. Agar, on the other hand, was not an extraordinary item, but rather a common substance, easily procurable. He had already conceived a plan. Since the final prepared agar blocks could be stored for a week, he could commission a satchel from the tailor to be slung over his shoulder, featuring small slots to hold various materials in flat glass vials, allowing for convenient transport. It resembled the satchel from an animated series in his past life, where Lopez carried 12 sealed talismans on his back. Just as Zhou Yuan rose, he was startled to find that the label on the very first drawer of the shelf read agar. It appeared that without any special powers, the agar, which could melt and solidify, was indeed suitable as a foundational carrying material. It was evident that his father had conducted numerous experiments here. Without delay, Zhou Yuan commenced his work, retrieving the mortar from beneath the table, contemplating whether to clean it thoroughly upstairs first. Fortunately, the basement was equipped with nearly all common instruments, sparing him the need for procurement. He ground the Hollow Vortex Lizard's abdominal cavity. The creature was diminutive, merely the size of half a palm, and had been dried, rendering it particularly light. He found 3 specimens in the drawer but opted to grind just one this time. Carefully extracting the stamens from 3 dawnflowers, he stored them in a small cloth bag, then ignited an alcohol lamp, placing it beneath a beaker to dissolve the freshly distilled water with agar. Gradually, he added the Hollow Vortex Lizard's abdominal cavity powder and the dawnflower powder, turning off the alcohol lamp and awaiting the agar solution to solidify. Once the solidified agar was poured out, Zhou Yuan noted its light weight, forming a thin, circular shape. He divided the prepared agar material into 8 portions, sealing them in small glass vials to carry with him. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan selected a portion, wedging it between his right index and middle fingers, adhering to the description of applying it to his fingers. This certainly counted as application, did it not? He placed a dawnflower stamen in his palm and pressed his thumb against the gap between his index finger. Instantly, he felt an unusual sensation coursing through his hand. The previously tranquil energy surged with vitality, seemingly reaching a critical threshold, akin to the tumultuous waves beneath a calm sea, fearsome yet concealed. Aiming towards the ground, Zhou Yuan channeled the power of his right hand through spiritual guidance. Boom! The quietly opened eye of truth unveiled all details, revealing a compact white energy sphere shooting forth from his fingertip at an alarming speed, striking the stone slab beneath him. The unidentified stone surface shattered under the impact, leaving behind a deep hole measuring a full finger's width. The walls of the hole were smooth, without cracks, indicating that the force was exceptionally concentrated and its penetrating power formidable. If this had struck a person, Zhou Yuan returned the fragment of agar to the small glass vial, and the eye of truth immediately captured the changes occurring to this small piece. The agar, previously less than half a millimeter, had thinned by approximately 1/6, suggesting that a single fragment of agar could support him in firing 7 rounds with the air gun. As for why it was 7 rounds, some residue still clung to his fingers, akin to an application. Surveying his surroundings, Zhou Yuan's gaze settled on the metallic safe beside the table, preparing to unleash an airgun shot. Suddenly, he perceived that the safe seemed to tremble slightly. Zhou Yuan's eyelids flickered, and as he raised his hand to aim at the metal safe, there was no further change, nor did it exhibit any signs of trembling and fear. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan abandoned the notion of testing it with a shot, concluding that nothing had transpired as he departed the basement. In addition to the 2 sorceress techniques, the Golden Page also contained 2 scholarly articles, both brief yet intriguing. The first was titled, On the Application of Spiritual Contact in Combat, featuring methods regarding the use of spiritual energy against foes, particularly beneficial for a first-tier scholar with a substantial total of spiritual energy. The described spiritual collision proved highly useful for Zhou Yuan. This method involved condensing spiritual energy into a pointed form, thrusting it towards the enemy, resulting in a collision of spiritual forces, potentially yielding remarkable effects in dire situations. However, this tactic was perilous. Should one's spiritual energy sustain damage, the repercussions would be grave, possibly leading to lasting harm, rendering its use inadvisable unless absolutely necessary. The other article, titled, The Necessity of Stench, was more of a humorous piece. It appeared that the author was inclined towards playful experimentation, as the title suggested a study on the most repugnant odors in existence. It detailed dozens of formulas, rating the odors they produced. According to the findings, the top 25 formulas could incapacitate an average adult male with their foulness. Out of curiosity, Zhou Yuan rummaged through the materials shelf and managed to gather one such formula, ranked 42nd by the author, consisting of a powder derived from the odor glands of a duck-footed skunk. As for its effectiveness, despite Zhou Yuan deliberately retreating to the washroom and ensuring his hand remained within a sealed bag during preparation, even the slightest exposure to the powder convinced him that he would prefer to avoid the washroom for several days. Chapter 10 Iris Security Company. Zhou Yuan hung the closed sign at the entrance of the office and locked the door before departing along Leicester Street. He distinctly recalled that he had mentioned reporting here in the next couple of days. Securing the protection of an official professional was indeed a substantial advantage. Although Zhou Yuan had a penchant for wealth, he was also aware of the gravity of the situation and would not recklessly abandon everything to rush to the Georgia mansion, rummaging through clues alongside an array of detectives. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring 50 Sirkin without any effort was akin to receiving a windfall of 50,000, which buoyed Zhou Yuan's spirits immensely. Passing by a vendor, he indulged himself with 2 sizzling, oil-dripping meat pies, a rather extravagant purchase at 2 silver coins, especially in these unstable times when meat prices soared beyond the average person's imagination. Wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, he adjusted his attire, a sharp black suit, polished leather shoes, and a matching black bowler hat, complementing his striking features that rendered him a rather dashing figure reminiscent of a seasoned detective. However, beneath the mature facade and the small hat lay a mere 19-year-old youth. Ding Dong. Iris Security Company welcomes you, sir. May I inquire if you have a security commission? As Zhou Yuan entered the Iris Security Company located on Duke Street, he was greeted by a young and attractive woman, who inquired with enthusiasm. No, I had arranged with Captain He that I would come by in the next few days, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Guided by the woman, he traversed past the outer reception area and ascended to the second floor, where she paused at the staircase, seemingly indicating that he should proceed alone. Ascending the spiral staircase at a leisurely pace, Zhou Yuan took in the decor around him. The ceiling sparkled with numerous glistening crystals, and the abundance of bright-colored furnishings lent the room an inviting luminosity, devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. Upon stepping onto the second floor, Zhou Yuan's intuition immediately reacted, as if he had passed through a bubble barrier into a relatively isolated realm. Wilson, can't you be quiet for once? Grace, I wasn't addressing you too. I am truly at my wit's end here, with an endless stream of work. Grace, don't you realize that your outbursts will tear your clothes apart? Why must you always wear formal attire when fighting? That suit costs 44 Sirkin. Even though our security company is somewhat profitable, it cannot withstand your extravagant consumption. This marks the 3rd formal suit you've ruined this month. If there is another incident, I shall drag your little wife into a conversation, and you can spend your evenings with your 5th mistress. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Zhou Yuan felt as though he could see the undulating sound waves. Not far off, at a side desk, sat a striking young woman in her 20s, her golden hair appearing slightly disheveled from agitation, her bright blue eyes simmering with anger, and her ample bosom heaving dramatically. She was perched on a chair, one foot resting atop it, pointing at a few individuals nearby. Among them were He and young Wilson, with He leisurely seated on a sofa facing the staircase, engrossed in reading a newspaper, seemingly unfazed by the woman's outburst. Young Wilson, however, was isolated within a deeper room, visible from the direction the woman faced. His door was secured with iron bars, akin to a confined prisoner. As he leaned against the wall, monotonously tapping a small hammer against the bars, the sound echoing through the air. On the sofa, following the direction of the woman's finger, a burly man with a full beard, clad in a tank top that showcased his formidable muscles, was lifting a daunting pair of dumbbells with one hand, engrossed in his workout. From the description, this must be Grace, while the man seated in the corner opposite the woman ought to be Moore. Moore, can't you submit all the expenses for your pets at once? One moment it's a bag of dog food, the next a birdcage, 2 boxes of honey. My heavens, do you have any idea how tedious the reimbursement process is? Moore was a rather gaunt figure, even within the confines of the office, shrouded beneath a hood that concealed his face. His posture and position indicated a pronounced introversion, likely a person of few words. With a golden retriever resting at his feet, his gaze remained fixated on the dog, his responses terse and stilted, suggesting he was ill at ease in social interactions. I merely accepted Jean Doe. Purchases must be made. I The blonde woman was momentarily speechless. Was the act of purchasing the crux of the matter? No one was forbidding him from buying, yet his habit of buying one item at a time and submitting for reimbursement each time only served to increase her workload. At that moment, he noticed Zhou Yuan ascending the stairs and smiled, setting down his newspaper. "All right, Jenny, let's welcome our new friend, the great detective Zhou Yuan." All eyes turned to Zhou Yuan, who smiled and removed his black bowler hat, playfully quipping, "Great detective? Then I shall take that as Captain He's blessing. Thank you for your kind words, Captain Shi." As he applauded and stepped forward, he introduced Zhou Yuan to the others. "This is Zhou Yuan, whom I mentioned to you last night. Young Wilson here is the one who instigated the incident, but thankfully Zhou Yuan, in his magnanimity, chose not to pursue Wilson's accountability, otherwise, it would not have merely been a matter of internal detention. This fiery lady is Miss Jenny, who, like you, is an ordinary person. She was once embroiled in an incident involving professionals and ultimately remained with our team to provide logistical support." Jenny initially shot an indignant glare at Shuri, but upon turning to regard Zhou Yuan, a handsome young man, she quickly smoothed her slightly disheveled hair and attire, speaking in a soft, endearing tone. "Captain, how could you introduce me like that? I have a lovely temperament, please don't tarnish my reputation in front of the newcomer." Grace, still lifting weights with one hand, trembled slightly, staring incredulously at Jenny with wide eyes, instinctively exclaiming, "Who are you? Get off Jenny this instant." Jenny's cheerful demeanor swiftly darkened, her left eyelid twitching, and her anger visibly escalating. Her acting skills were evidently lacking. Grace recoiled, then turned to Zhou Yuan, introducing herself. "I am Grace, a second-tier butcher, a hybrid professional of the aberrant Crimson Pathway. My wife is also an Easterner, she's very gentle, and you two should have plenty to discuss when you meet." When Grace mentioned his wife, his fierce visage softened, revealing a side that would inspire conversations even on the bustling streets. Of course, what intrigued Zhou Yuan the most was the phrase butcher, hybrid aberrant Crimson Pathway professional, which revealed much and shattered his preconceived notions about pathways. His own ascension as a scholar was purely knowledge-oriented. He had assumed all pathways would follow this pure trajectory, yet Grace's implication that strength pathways could indeed intermingle, such as aberrant and crimson, was enlightening. He seamlessly took over the conversation. "Should you choose to join our professional team, even as an auxiliary member, we will share some experimental insights with you. After all, once you witness the extraordinary facets of this world, the urge to explore is irresistible. Rather than laboriously seeking information indirectly and risking missteps, it would be prudent for us to provide you with certain information right away. So, no need to rush, we have ample time to discuss later. First, let us get acquainted with your colleagues, Moore." For the first time, Moore, seated on the sofa, diverted his attention from the golden retriever Jean Doe, the bees flitting around his fingertips, and the red-eyed mouse in his pocket. With a hint of aloofness, he stated, "Moore, second-tier rancher, a hybrid professional of the Crimson Order, these animals are my companions, so do not provoke them." He pinched the bridge of his nose, fully aware that Moore would respond this way, his demeanor towards humans being notoriously cold. Initially, his motivation for joining the professional team was something most would never consider. He sought reimbursement for his expenditures on animals. Thus, Captain He of the Duke Street Division had, with some dog food, honey, and chew sticks, acquired a second-tier professional willing to fight fiercely. Chapter 10 Iris Security Company. Zhou Yuan hung a closed sign on the door of the office and locked it before departing along Leicester Street. He distinctly remembered that he had mentioned reporting in over the next couple of days. Gaining the official protection of a professional was the real prize. Even though Zhou Yuan had a penchant for wealth, he was well aware of priorities. He could not afford to abandon everything to rush to the Gilgia residence, digging for clues alongside a throng of detectives. However, the prospect of pocketing 50 sirkin without lifting a finger felt rather fortunate, which buoyed Zhou Yuan's spirits as he walked. Passing by a vendor, he even indulged himself by purchasing 2 sizzling meat pies, their aroma wafting through the air, a rather lavish treat at 2 silver coins apiece. In these unstable times, the price of meat far exceeded the average person's expectations. Wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, he adjusted his attire, a fitted black suit, polished leather shoes, and a matching black bowler hat. With his well-defined features, he presented himself as quite the dapper detective, yet, beneath the sophisticated exterior, he was merely a 19-year-old youth. "Ding Dong Iris Security Company welcomes you, sir. May I inquire if you have a security commission?" Upon entering the Iris Security Company located on Duke Street, Zhou Yuan was greeted by a young and attractive woman, who inquired warmly. "No, I had arranged with Captain Shi to come by in the next couple of days." Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, and under the woman's guidance, he traversed the outer reception area and ascended to the second floor. The woman paused at the staircase, seemingly indicating that he should proceed alone. Ascending the spiral staircase, Zhou Yuan took in the decor. The ceiling sparkled with numerous dazzling crystals, and the abundance of light-colored furnishings imbued the space with brightness, dispelling any sense of oppression. As he stepped onto the second floor, his intuition immediately responded, as if he had crossed an ethereal barrier into a relatively isolated realm.
"Wilson, can't you keep it down?" Grace exclaimed. "Mueller, I wasn't referring to you too."
"I swear, being left here is a daily trial. There's always work that never ends. Grace, do you not realize that your frenzy will tear your clothes apart? Why must you always wear formal attire while fighting?"
"That suit costs 44 Sirkin. Even if our security company is somewhat profitable, we cannot sustain your level of consumption. This is the third formal suit you've ruined this month. If there's another incident, I shall certainly pay a visit to your little wife and chat, leaving you to entertain your 5 mistresses at night." Perhaps it was an illusion, but Zhou Yuan fancied he could see the rippling sound waves in the air. Not far away, at a desk turned sideways, sat a stunning young lady in her 20s. Her golden hair appeared slightly disheveled from agitation, her bright blue eyes ablaze with fury, and her ample bosom heaving with indignation. She was perched on a chair, pointing at a few individuals nearby. Zhou Yuan recognized He among them, and Wilson was also present. He was seated on a sofa facing the staircase, leisurely reading a newspaper, seemingly unfazed by the lady's outburst. Wilson, however, was isolated in a more secluded room, visible to the lady, with the door barred by iron grating, akin to a prisoner in confinement. He leaned against the wall, idly tapping a small wooden hammer against the bars, producing a series of resonant clinks. On the sofa in front of the lady, following the direction of her finger, sat a brawny man with a thick beard, clad in a tank top that revealed his intimidating muscles. He was single-handedly lifting a formidable set of dumbbells, engrossed in his workout. From the description, this must be Grace, while the gentleman seated in the corner opposite the lady was likely Mueller. "Mueller, can't you submit all the expenses for your pets at once? One moment it's a bag of dog food, the next a birdcage, and then 2 boxes of honey. My heavens, do you not know how tedious the reimbursement process is?"
Mueller was a gaunt figure, even within the confines of the room, cloaked in a hood that obscured his face. His posture and position suggested a marked introversion. He was likely not one for conversation. With a golden retriever lying at his feet, Mueller's gaze remained fixated on the dog, his responses brief and stilted, betraying his discomfort in social interactions.
"I just adopted Golden Bean. Items must be purchased. The
blonde lady was momentarily taken aback. Was the necessity of purchasing the crux of the issue? No one was forbidding him from buying, but his habit of purchasing one item at a time and seeking reimbursement for each was undoubtedly a deliberate burden on her workload.
Just then, he noticed Zhou Yuan's assent and smiled, setting down the newspaper.
"All right, Jenny, come and welcome our new friend, the great detective Zhou Yuan."
All eyes turned to Zhou Yuan, who smiled and removed his black bowler hat, playfully retorting, "Great detective?
I shall take that as Captain He's kind blessing. Thank you for your gracious words, Captain He." As He applauded and stepped forward to stand beside Zhou Yuan, he introduced him to the others. "This is Zhou Yuan, whom I mentioned to you last night. Wilson here is the one who caused the ruckus, but thankfully Zhou Yuan is magnanimous and did not pursue any responsibility against him. Otherwise, it would not have merely been a matter of confinement within the team.
This fiery lady is Miss Jenny. Like you, she is an ordinary person who was once embroiled in a professional incident, ultimately remaining with our team to provide logistical support."
Jenny shot a defiant glare at Shuri, but upon turning to face Zhou Yuan, a notably handsome young man, she hastily smoothed her slightly disheveled hair and attire, adopting a softer tone.
"Captain, how can you introduce me like that? I have a splendid temperament, please do not malign me before the newcomer."
Grace, who had been lifting weights with one hand, suddenly jolted, wide-eyed with disbelief as he stared at Jenny and blurted out, "Who are you?"
"Get off Jenny this instant."
Jenny's charming face darkened immediately, her left eyelid twitching as her anger visibly rose. Her acting skills were lacking. Grace recoiled slightly and turned to Zhou Yuan, introducing himself. "I am Grace, a second-tier butcher, a hybrid path professional of the Aberrant Crimson. My wife is also an Easterner. She is very gentle, and you two should find plenty to discuss." When Grace mentioned his wife, his fierce demeanor softened, revealing a gentleness that belied his intimidating presence. Of course, what intrigued Zhou Yuan most was the phrase butcher, hybrid path professional, which hinted at much information and shattered his preconceived notions about the paths. He had assumed that his own ascension as a scholar was purely a pursuit of knowledge, believing all paths to be similarly unadulterated. Yet, Grace's words clearly indicated that the path of strength could indeed be intermingled, such as with the Aberrant and Crimson. He seamlessly continued the conversation. "As long as you choose to join the professional team, even as an auxiliary member, we will share some experimental insights with you. After all, once you witness the extraordinary facets of this world, one cannot help but explore further rather than laboring tirelessly to glean information through indirect means. It is far wiser for us to impart certain knowledge at the outset.
So, do not rush. We have ample time to discuss later. For now, let us become acquainted with our colleagues, Mueller.
For the first time, Mueller, seated on the sofa, diverted his gaze from his golden retriever, Jean Doe, and the bees flitting around his fingers, as well as the red-eyed mouse in his pocket. With a somewhat cold demeanor, he stated, "Mueller, a second-tier rancher, a hybrid path professional of the Crimson Order, these animals are my companions, please do not disturb them." Sure, he rubbed his forehead, knowing full well that Mueller would respond in such a manner, exhibiting a chilling indifference to humanity. His initial reason for joining the professional team was not something most would consider. He simply sought reimbursement for the expenses incurred in caring for animals. Thus, the captain of the Duke Street Division, Mr. Sure, he managed to procure a second-tier professional willing to exert himself, all for the price of some dog food, honey, and chew sticks. Chapter 11. The clear cards. Come sit over here. Sure, he guided Zhou Yuan to the long sofa where he had just been reading the newspaper. Jenny, ever attentive, graciously offered a pink cup and personally poured tea for Zhou Yuan from a kettle that had been boiling on the gas stove. As she leaned down, her ample curves almost uncontainable in that position, leaving little to the imagination. The captain observed Jenny's peacock-like display, choosing not to intervene, but instead scrutinizing Zhou Yuan with keen interest. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded at Jenny, his gaze distinctly different, unabashedly appraising her as she moved, his eyes roaming over her from head to toe, finally resting on her youthful, beautiful face. The form-fitting skirt accentuated her figure, and her bare, snow-white arms complemented her striking looks, all of which Zhou Yuan admired openly. However, when she deliberately leaned closer, he averted his gaze, refraining from glancing at her chest, which was tantalizingly near. In the presence of the astute scholar, even without activating the eye of truth, Zhou Yuan missed no detail. This included the lip prints on the seemingly clean pink cup, the subtleties in Jenny's eyes, and certain irreversible physiological changes. Observing Zhou Yuan's demeanor, Jenny let out a soft giggle, sitting sideways on the small table in front of the sofa, her bright yellow skirt revealing her long, white legs intertwined. Playfully, she extended her right hand, attempting to lift Zhou Yuan's chin with her fingers. Zhou Yuan instinctively leaned back, avoiding her touch, as the tea leaves in the cup swirled in response to the pouring water.
With a smile, he remarked, "Aunt Jenny, do you not have a boyfriend yet? I heard that in the Rhine region, it's customary to marry early. Have you not found someone suitable?"
Aunt, these words echoed in Jenny's mind, disbelief flashing across her face as she froze momentarily, only to deflate like a punctured balloon, confronted by the very issue she dreaded most. She was no longer the 20-year-old girl she once was. For various reasons, her appearance had remained static over the years, while her actual age had surpassed 35. Throughout those years, she had easily garnered favors from men, playing the role of the young daughter, and had indulged in a series of relationships with men of various styles, leveraging her youthful allure. Thus, Zhou Yuan's reference to her as aunt shattered her facade, forcing her to confront the reality she had long evaded. "Aunt Jenny, only your skin is preserved, your bones, organs, and metabolic levels are all functioning normally. Perhaps you may never develop wrinkles, but your organs will eventually fail," Zhou Yuan calmly responded to His scrutiny, making his intentions clear. Grace was taken aback, and more raised his head, ceasing to play with the small mouse in his hand, astonished by Zhou Yuan's insight, a secret that had taken them much longer to uncover. How had this newcomer discerned it so quickly? Clap, clap, clap. Sure, he applauded, exclaiming, "Impressive, it seems young Zhou is quite extraordinary." No wonder he was unfazed by the professionals last night, he too is a practitioner.
Might you share your classification?
A first-level scholar, purely through knowledge. I have not lied. My father and brother have shared very little information with me, and I am unfamiliar with much of the basic knowledge. They did not wish for me to enter this world, but I found my own path. Thus, I am not a detective, but a scholar, Zhou Yuan declared with resolute eyes, embodying the image of a young aspirant yearning for power, filled with endless fantasies about the extraordinary world. What a delightful surprise! You are already a practitioner and have obtained a potion through pure means. Where did you acquire such a thing? Purely sourced organisms are exceedingly rare. Oh, I may have spoken out of turn. We are allowed to keep our secrets, as long as you do not overstep. However, since you are already a practitioner, have you considered joining us, becoming a member of the Rhine law enforcement team? Zhou Yuan had carefully contemplated revealing his hand, and he had long since arrived at an answer to this inevitable question.
"Captain, formal members must adhere to the regulations and report daily to the Iris Security Company, correct?"
Sure, he, surprised by the counter-question, paused momentarily before nodding. He instinctively raised his right hand, rubbing his rough finger against the stubble that had grown over the past 2 days. You know, I have my own detective agency, although it's not particularly lucrative, it is a legacy. I cannot let my brother's efforts go to waste. Zhou Yuan spread his hands, the phrase go to waste translated directly from Eastern language, which left the Rhine members somewhat puzzled, as Eastern languages often contain countless unique expressions. Only Grace appeared contemplative, placing the dumbbell on the ground and retrieving a worn, brown notebook from his back pocket, clearly having used it for years. Sure, he rubbed his chin, glancing at Zhou Yuan with inexplicable scrutiny. Zhou Yuan met his gaze with a confident smile. Jenny had retreated to her desk, covering her face in embarrassment, while Moore remained absorbed in his whimsical interaction with the dog and a bee, enveloped in an odd silence. The large Grace suddenly exclaimed, breaking the peculiar atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh, I found it! Winter once mentioned this special phrase, go to waste, which metaphorically refers to lost hopes and squandered achievements, as if swept away by flowing water. I know that the terrain in the east is different from ours, with high to the west and low to the east, causing water to flow eastward. I took notes on it, ha ha ha. Put. Zhou Yuan could not contain himself and laughed, envisioning the comical image of the towering Grace, delicately poring over a tiny notebook, carefully searching for a phrase his wife had casually mentioned. The sight was simply too amusing. In fact, he was not alone in his laughter, sure he shared a knowing smile, and the two of them felt the atmosphere lighten. You make a valid point. It would indeed be a shame for that esteemed detective's agency to languish. This is a form of legacy. After all, how about this? You can take up an auxiliary position, but I will also grant you a badge representing formal membership, facilitating your actions. You can simply declare yourself a member of the law enforcement team to outsiders, and should anyone within the team question your identity, I will address it. How does that sound? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He understood that gaining entry into the practitioner team was no simple feat, yet it was not rigidly enforced either. Sure, his remark about allowing the retention of one's secrets implied much. As long as one did not cross a line, the official stance was to absorb individuals dedicated to maintaining the city's stability. Thus, he felt confident in presenting an excuse, subtly indicating, we are on the same side. I am willing to contribute to the stability of the Rhine, yet I prefer not to be overly constrained by the practitioner team. Zhou Yuan was certain he was neither the first nor the last to encounter such a situation. The Rhine officials must have faced numerous similar cases. He felt assured that no issues would arise, with the worst outcome merely being a choose one or the other scenario. Chapter 12 of The Essence of Potions. What truly astonished Zhou Yuan was that sure he would make such a remarkable concession. His objective had merely been to follow a small team in an unofficial capacity, yet sure his actions almost explicitly conveyed, you are now a formal member, free from the constraints imposed on regular team members. Captain? Are you serious? Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as his mind raced, swiftly eliminating a plethora of possibilities. Sure, he chuckled as he raised his teacup and took a sip. This is fine tea imported from East, and I received only a meager portion, merely a few grams I managed to acquire from a few of those old fellows. It's quite precious. Zhou Yuan refrained from responding directly, continuing instead, such treatment should be exceedingly rare, or perhaps even virtually unheard of. Otherwise, there would surely be more than just a handful of individuals present here. What merits do I possess to warrant such an exception from the captain? Perhaps you could elucidate a bit, even if it's just to placate my concerns. Sure, he set down his cup with a grin, playfully patting Zhou Yuan on the shoulder as he jested. Are you truly this cautious? In an official team of professionals, who could possibly wish you harm, if you insist on a reason, I would have to confess my admiration for your elder brother. I can say I have grown up basking in the glow of his illustrious deeds. At times, we might act impulsively for our idols, and since you mentioned upholding the legacy of the great detective, I certainly wouldn't want the agency of my idol to be dissolved due to my actions. Moreover, this matter is not particularly grave and lies within my capabilities. So, how does that reason sit with you? Zhou Yuan laughed in response, expressing his satisfaction, and in that instant, the atmosphere between the two shifted to one of profound camaraderie, akin to long-lost friends reuniting, brimming with endless topics to discuss. As their casual conversation continued, a mere few exchanges transformed them into brothers, reveling in their newfound kinship. Brother, sure, I always knew we were destined to connect. Look at us, our thoughts align perfectly. I was just saying that those fishnet stockings worn by dancers are rather unappealing. Wouldn't it be better to opt for more delicate silk stockings? Good thinking, little brother, please, continue. I believe those black silk stockings you mentioned would indeed enhance a woman's allure. How about we reach out to a workshop to produce a few pairs? I happen to know one. Meanwhile, Muir had quietly departed, retreating to his own room on the second floor, in the innermost chamber. Grace resumed his weightlifting routine, utterly perplexed by the swift rapport developing between the two Eastlanders. Just moments ago, these two had been squinting at each other in confrontation, and now they were addressing one another as brothers. He could only conclude that this was a peculiar trait of the Eastlanders and resolved to inquire with his wife if she possessed a similar ability. Jenny rested her chin on the table, watching as He and Zhou Yuan entered He's office, her mind occupied by a singular thought. The cunning fox in their midst was about to double in number, that she had initially intended to tease this new handsome recruit, who appeared to be no older than 20 and seemed easily swayed. If things went well, a bit of playful flirtation wouldn't be out of the question. However, she quickly discovered that this young detective was a genuine little fox, possessing considerable prowess. A few exchanges had extinguished any thoughts of flirting with him. Instead, her desire had shifted to keeping her distance from Zhou Yuan, wary of this clever little creature. Inside the office, he closed the door, and the two sat across from each other at the tea table, savoring their tea as Zhou Yuan keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. Not a whisper of outside noise penetrated the room, likely due to a fixed ceremonial magic that was easily activated, and naturally, he did not believe He's claims about idolization. Such talk was mere nonsense. While some might genuinely feel that way, such individuals could never ascend to the role of a team leader tasked with safeguarding their domain. Zhou Yuan had scant information to rely upon, but he surmised that the most plausible explanation was that father had orchestrated certain arrangements, and he was certainly not carelessly abandoned here to flounder like a headless fly. Look at this tea. It's exquisite, a rare treasure indeed. His tea set was remarkably refined, the green, translucent vessels resembling gemstones, each containing a cup of clear tea. May I inquire about what Grace and Nier meant by mixed pathways? Zhou Yuan took a sip, tasting a blend of bitterness and a hint of sweetness. Although he was no connoisseur of tea, he sensed it was of high quality. Well, this encompasses a great deal. The study of potions is still evolving, and humanity's exploration of this field remains quite limited. Allow me to provide a brief overview. We categorize all extraordinary powers into 10 essential forces: knowledge, secrecy, distortion, sacredness, elemental, fate, abyss, crimson, order. The prevailing consensus is that the professional abilities of all practitioners are composed of a blend of these essential forces. For instance, a detective might be constituted of 3 parts knowledge and 2 parts fate. Most professions emerge from combinations of these essential forces. Grace's profession as a butcher comprises 3 parts distortion and 2 parts crimson, which explains why he referred to it as the distortion-crimson mixed pathway. Nier's role as a rancher consists of 4 parts crimson and 1 part order. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. So, practitioners were a combination of certain essential forces? Wait a moment, you're just telling me this directly? You can even disclose the ratios? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, astonished. It was only his first day, and yet he trusted him so implicitly. This was the alchemical formula. He smiled, gesturing for Zhou Yuan to remain calm before continuing. There is no need for such astonishment. The ratios of essential forces have never been a secret. The real challenge in potion making lies elsewhere. Firstly, the materials for potions must be extracted from extraordinary beings, but the vast majority of these beings also contain multiple essential forces, and you cannot ascertain their specific proportions. Most of the time, the extraordinary materials you acquire consist of 0. 1 parts crimson, 0. 2 parts secretive essence, and 0. 7 parts elemental force. The intrinsic power cannot be extricated, at least as far as we know. The undesirable forces cannot be separated from the materials. Therefore, when it comes to practical application, the requirements for extraordinary materials are exceedingly stringent. It is often imperative to confine oneself to extraordinary beings that possess only the desired pathways of power, and among these beings, the proportions of power vary. Moreover, one must achieve precise ratios through a myriad of extraordinary materials to concoct a potion, a process that is indeed arduous. The second issue is that even with the potion in hand, consuming it does not guarantee an ascension to the ranks of professionals. It may instead lead to an immediate and catastrophic explosion. At this juncture, hesitated, casting a peculiar glance at Zhou Yuan, who could not restrain himself from inquiring, why? I am uncertain whether to marvel at your good fortune or to commend your fearless naivete. Have you ever contemplated that within extraordinary beings, there might reside multiple intrinsic powers? Even after reproduction, these forces may persist. And what of humanity? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. He had indeed never considered this. If extraordinary beings possess such traits, might those who have once wielded extraordinary power have descendants who retain such forces as well? Chapter 13. There are 10 types of fundamental powers, he began, and the answer is that the descendants of professionals will undoubtedly bear marks of their lineage. If their ancestors belong to the sacred sequence, then upon birth, their offspring will be imprinted with a divine mark. Should the parents possess sufficient strength, the child may even emerge as a professional from birth. If not, they will still carry the traces of that sequence. And now, imagine if this child, by some stroke of fate, ingests a potion related to the abyssal sequence, what do you think would transpire? Boom, while potion sequences can indeed be mixed, not all combinations are permissible. The upright sacred and the inverted abyss represent two utterly opposing paths, and this child would meet a tragic demise at the very moment of consuming the potion due to the ensuing conflict. After such an extensive passage of time, can you be certain that your forebears were all professionals of those sequences? Thus, the primary threshold to becoming a professional is, in fact, luck. Zhou Yuan listened in astonishment, as he had never contemplated that luck constituted the foremost barrier for all extraordinary individuals, and it seemed almost entirely devoid of rationale.
Is there no method to test this? Zhou Yuan inquired.
Sure, he shrugged his shoulders, naturally countering, every major organization possesses such methods, but what purpose do they serve? Those of you who are not part of an organization and strive to become extraordinary on your own truly require this functionality. The core members within organizations have their paths predetermined from birth. As for our small team, we primarily recruit those who have already become professionals.
Zhou Yuan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing.
Sure, he was correct. Such methods could not be widely disseminated, as they resided solely within a handful of organizations that had no need for deliberate application, finding it far more convenient to recruit individuals who had already attained professional status, without the need to provide potions. Those who lacked this, like Zhou Yuan in the past, had only a limited understanding upon acquiring a potion, and naively consumed it without fear, surviving only due to sheer luck, while those unfortunate enough faced death at the very first step. As Zhou Yuan pondered, sure, he suddenly clapped his hands, causing Zhou Yuan to realize that the surrounding objects dissipated like bubbles. The room remained the same, yet sure, he was now seated behind his desk, engrossed in paperwork, while Zhou Yuan stood at the door, the entrance behind him never having been closed. 2 teacups lay overturned on the coffee table, and the teapot contained not a single drop of water.
A dream?
Zhou Yuan voiced his confusion. As one of the most perceptive professionals, now a scholar, he had failed to recognize that he had been conversing with He within a dream all along. He looked up with a knowing smile and remarked, "Brother, do not rely too heavily on your abilities, nor should you assume that your perceptions equate to reality.
Heed this, what you hear may be deceptive, and what you see might also be illusory. Even your sensations can be false."
Zhou Yuan felt a jolt of awareness as he understood that he was subtly guiding him. He had become overly reliant on the insights provided by his scholar title, neglecting his own subjective analysis, a rather poor habit. Upon entering the room, he had sensed a disturbance. It was likely at that moment that he had drawn him into the dream. He had skillfully distorted Zhou Yuan's perceptions, causing the sensation of entering the dream to mirror the experience of crossing a threshold from the first floor to the second. Lacking careful self-analysis, Zhou Yuan instinctively conflated the two similar sensations. Thus, the feeling of entering the dream was entirely overlooked. In Zhou Yuan's perspective, the closed door, the sensation of crossing a barrier, and the potential emergence of sensitive topics intertwined, luring him into a self-constructed logical loop.
People seldom question their own reasoning.
"Thank you for your guidance, Captain. I now comprehend." Zhou Yuan sincerely bowed in gratitude. He stood and walked out from behind his desk, leading Zhou Yuan out of the room. During their exit, he inquired, "Do you have any lingering questions regarding today's knowledge? We must go meet the remaining team member." Zhou Yuan wasted no time and directly posed his query. "Earlier in the dream, you mentioned that there are 10 types of fundamental powers. Knowledge, secrecy, distortion, sacred, elemental, fate, abyss, crimson, and order. However, that only accounts for 9. What is the final one?" He nodded, clearly unperturbed by Zhou Yuan's question, as a diligent scholar would naturally not overlook any aspect. "Indeed, that is the question. I refrained from elaborating because we covered an abundance of information today. In the realm of the extraordinary, absorbing excessive knowledge all at once is not advisable. I will briefly touch upon it now and delve deeper next time.
The 10th type is not a singular power but rather a collective entity.
Each of the aforementioned 9 powers manifests differently across various inclinations. For instance, both the Butcher and the Rancher embody the Crimson power, yet, the manifestation of the Crimson power in the Butcher is characterized by self-healing, frenzy, and vitality, while in the Rancher, such enhancements are minimal, nearly negligible, primarily reflecting the attributes of Mother. The Rancher, drawing upon the essence of Mother, can interact with living beings, coexist with animals, and bestow special states and powers upon them, achieving goals through the augmentation of animals, while their own enhancement remains weak.
This characteristic is not unique to Crimson. All 9 fundamental powers possess such qualities, akin to the concepts of omniscience and omnipotence within the realm of knowledge.
The 10th fundamental power is a collective term for all lower-tier fundamental powers that exhibit a singular fixed manifestation, distinct from the 9 higher-tier powers.
Their sum is defined as the 10th type.
All the lower-tier fundamental powers combined, Zhou Yuan murmured. He chuckled playfully. "All right, Sherlock, let's not put that sharp mind of yours to work. This conclusion was not derived by just one or two individuals. It is the cumulative wisdom of humanity, forged through countless painful lessons across generations. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, you would rarely encounter lower-tier fundamental powers, hence there is no pyramid shape where the lower levels are more numerous. Consider this. The principle of survival of the fittest prevails. Higher-tier fundamental powers overwhelmingly dominate. Apart from a few concentrated combinations, you are unlikely to encounter such professionals in your lifetime, as they are simply too weak and have long been eliminated. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement with Shi He's perspective. It made sense. In a ruthless competitive landscape, frail professions could not endure, and those he encountered now were all victors selected by nature, each possessing their own formidable prowess. Now, we must go see young Wilson. He still owes you a formal apology. With that, the two exited Shi He's office, heading towards the only room with iron bars that Zhou Yuan had noticed while ascending the stairs. Zhou Yuan distinctly remembered that from the moment he entered the second floor, little Wilson had been monotonously tapping the iron bars with a small wooden mallet, leaning against the wall, showing no signs of change. Even Jenny's furious shouts had failed to elicit any response from him. The most reasonable explanation was that he could neither see nor hear anything from the outside. Chapter 14. A glimpse of omniscience indeed. Upon raising his right hand and gently tapping the iron bars several times, a certain barrier was sealed, perhaps a remnant of past experiences. Zhou Yuan conducted a meticulous sensory analysis, repeatedly confirming that this was indeed the closure of a barrier, rather than a distorted perception of dreams. Captain, I understand now. My mother's death is my fault. It is because of me. The series of disappearances and the murder cases were merely a facade. My mother's demise has no fundamental connection to the missing persons case. Who was the person I was summoned to the headquarters to interrogate? Who is he? It must be him. It must be his vengeance. Captain, let us go to headquarters and inquire. Upon discovering the barrier's closure, young Wilson rushed to the bars, gripping two of them with his hands and shouting fervently. Zhou Yuan noticed that merely a night had elapsed, yet young Wilson appeared considerably haggard, his cheeks gaunt. Hearing young Wilson's words, Zhou Yuan observed a grave expression for the first time on Shi He's face, accompanied by a hint of indignation. Shi He took a slight deep breath, which did not escape Zhou Yuan's notice. It seemed he had composed himself before speaking to comfort young Wilson. Young Wilson, I comprehend your distress. I will promptly proceed to the headquarters for an investigation. Today, you and the others shall remain at the branch. Please trust me, this matter will not conclude here, and we shall pursue it to the end. However, you must apologize for your impulsive actions yesterday. You should be grateful to Mr. Zhou Yuan for not seeking retribution, and of course, from this moment on, he is also one of us. A look of anguish crossed young Wilson's face. His mother's death had plunged him into a torment of the soul. Over 5 days had passed since her death, and he was unaware, learning of it only through outsiders. Yet he was a remarkable protector of the Rhine, safeguarding citizens from danger, stationed merely 2 streets away, being reassigned to headquarters to interrogate a key figure. Even after he had signed the memory seal, his mother had still suffered persecution. And he, powerless to intervene, found this to be the most critical factor that could shatter him. He even began to question whether his actions over the years had truly aided the populace in evading peril, or if it was all in vain. Young Wilson, Shi He's admonition yanked young Wilson briefly from his despondency and self-doubt, restoring a modicum of spirit. Yes, Captain, Mr. Zhou Yuan, I sincerely apologize for almost harming you last night. I am now clear-headed and wish to express my deepest regrets. I possess no valuable possessions. This knife has accompanied me for many years, so I shall gift it to you. Young Wilson's voice was hoarse as he extended a hand through the iron bars, his sleeve fluttering to reveal a petite dagger sliding into his right hand, the hilt facing Zhou Yuan. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the dagger being offered, a profound sense of fate washed over him. He vividly recalled interpreting the knowledge of the golden page that morning. The condition for the sanctified silver dagger was indeed the possession of a silver dagger. He could surmise without even taking it that this dagger must contain silver. Reflecting on Shi He's earlier mention of the knowledge's properties, omniscience and omnipotence, was this the power of a superior knowledge system? Shi He nodded gently, and Zhou Yuan comprehended. Accepting the dagger, this act now symbolized forgiveness, at least alleviating his heart somewhat. It matters not, after all, I have not been harmed, and I can understand your emotions. Thus, I shall accept this dagger. We are now colleagues, and I pledge to assist you in investigating the cause of Mrs. O'Cassie's death. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, young Wilson's state was unstable, and signs of losing control were a highly sensitive issue in the extraordinary world. Thus, Zhou Yuan made his stance clear, expressing his willingness to help him pursue this matter. Of course, the primary effort would come from Shi He as Zhou Yuan examined the dagger in his hand. It was merely the length of a palm, with a short, slender hilt, the blade encased in a sheath crafted from brown leather, measuring approximately 20 centimeters. The blade was straight, with a slight upward curve at the very tip, representing a small single-edged dagger.
As spiritual energy infused the dagger, a faint silver glow emanated, confirming it contains silver, the most suitable metal for spiritual attachment. Then let us conclude for today. I shall promptly visit headquarters, and upon my return, we will formulate a preliminary action plan. We must set aside all external matters for the moment. We must address the death of Mrs. O'Casey. It is an affront to us, and to remain unresponsive would be utterly disgraceful. Shirley's expression darkened. In truth, he was not as composed regarding this matter as he appeared before young Wilson. He departed first, knowing that the information in young Wilson's words could only be corroborated at headquarters. However, Zhou Yuan, with his keen observational skills, sensed a hint of discomfort from Shirley, as if he had already anticipated the outcome of this endeavor, lacking even a shred of hope. Following Shirley's instructions before leaving, Zhou Yuan approached Jenny to collect his squad badge before departing, intending to return the next morning for a meeting on the forthcoming operations. In the outer hall on the second floor, before Jenny's desk, Zhou Yuan, adorned in a black round hat and a formal black attire, elicited a slight blush from her. The embarrassment of having been caught in her attempt to attract someone younger resurfaced, as she fidgeted with her cuffs and covered the lower half of her face with her hands, stammering, "Hello, what would you like to reimburse?" "Ah, no, what can I assist you with?" Regretting her words as soon as they left her lips, Jenny realized she had been muddled by more and Grace. After all, Zhou Yuan was merely reporting for duty on his first day. How could he possibly have anything to reimburse? "Do not be anxious, Miss Jenny, the captain sent me to collect a squad badge from you," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. "Oh, miss, why do you no longer call me auntie?" Jenny asked, lowering her hands from her face, retrieving a badge from her drawer to hand to Zhou Yuan, her curiosity piqued. It is different, regardless of your age, in our eyes, you shall forever embody the image of that youthful, vibrant maiden. Upon reflection, calling you auntie pales in comparison to miss. After all, no one in the presence of beauty would inquire, "How old is it?" Appreciating beauty is, at the very least, a trait I believe all normal individuals possess, and Miss Jenny certainly deserves such an epithet of beauty. Really? The effect of Zhou Yuan's words was strikingly apparent. Although Jenny posed it as a question, her visible happiness betrayed her delight. Indeed, no woman could resist being praised for her beauty. "Of course, I must take my leave now, until tomorrow, beautiful Mississippi." With a slight lift of his black round hat, Zhou Yuan executed an elegant bow. Though he felt slightly awkward, the people of Rhine undeniably appreciated such gestures. After Zhou Yuan departed, Jenny retrieved her makeup mirror and an entire set of skincare products, applying a deeper shade of lipstick to enhance her lips. Her confidence restored. Grace, the large and foolish onlooker, stood agape throughout the entire scene. Exiting the Iris Flower Security Company on Duke Street, Zhou Yuan toyed with the exquisite badge in his hand, contemplating the forthcoming actions. The badge measured approximately the length of a thumb, shaped as a regular diamond. At its center stood a sword embedded in a city wall, its hilt adorned with a tattered ribbon, half-burnt eye. In the upper right corner, a blazing sun shone brightly. Interpreting it literally, the significance of this badge seemed to convey, under the blazing sun's guidance, ignite oneself and wield the sword to vanquish all invading foes. Chapter 15. The Jurgen family. As Zhou Yuan had not officially joined the team and had not undergone the oath-taking process for the badge, his interpretation remained incomplete and lacking in depth, limited to superficial meanings. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Zhou Yuan. With this small trinket in hand, his safety within the confines of Rhine City was assured, for no faction would dare to offend the local official organization. With no pressing matters at hand today, Zhou Yuan began contemplating whether to visit Mrs. Hughes' Jurgen estate. Frankly, he found the Jurgen family rather peculiar, despite having had little interaction with them thus far. At 2 in the afternoon, after enjoying lunch, Zhou Yuan arrived at the Jurgen residence, located at the outskirts of the new art district. The final straw that compelled him was the haunting phrase, "serial disappearances and homicides," which echoed in his mind. He had heard it twice today, once in the morning, when Mrs. Hughes mentioned that the police department was stretched thin due to the numerous disappearance cases, and the second time from young Wilson, who claimed that the disappearance cases were merely a fade, unrelated to the death of Mrs. O'Casey. From the latter statement, Zhou Yuan deduced that the professional team and the police had classified Mrs. O'Casey's death as intertwined with the serial disappearances and homicides of Zhou Yuan, aware that Mrs. O'Casey's demise was far from simple and involved both professionals and extraordinary forces. Having heard father claim he had commanded Mrs. O'Casey's spirit, was certain that father would not have killed her solely for this reason, nor would he have allowed her body to decompose for days before Zhou Yuan discovered it. This implied that Mrs. O'Casey likely perished due to some extraordinary force, her spirit having been severed, and father had only then exerted control over her spirit. Thus, whether the serial disappearances and homicides were related to Mrs. O'Casey's death remained to be seen. If in the events surrounding other missing persons, human or animal remains were discovered with severed spirits, it would establish a connection,
the disappearance of Qin Jurgen might also be a part of the serial disappearances and homicides. This afternoon, with some free time, he resolved to investigate in accordance with Mrs. Hughes' commission, which was both reasonable and an opportunity to seek clues regarding the serial disappearances. Of course, it would be preferable to directly engage the Relying solely on the small badge in his possession, he was uncertain about the extent of support he could garner. If confidentiality was excessively stringent, he could very well be dismissed as a fool. Pausing his musings, Zhou Yuan surveyed the imposing structure before him. The Jurgen estate sprawled across a vast expanse, featuring a main residence, a winding stream, a horse stable, and an abundance of flower beds and arboreal enclaves. The most striking design of the estate was the artificial river that traversed the property from south to north, equipped with special filtration nets at its upper reaches, rendering the water remarkably clear and visually appealing. This facilitated the gardeners in watering the plants, while the horses at the stable were regularly led to the riverbank for a drink. The grand entrance of the Jurgen estate stood wide open, with a servant stationed at the threshold. The hurriedly passing individuals bore a striking resemblance to one another. They were all detectives from Rhine City. The generous Mrs. Hughes had offered a staggering reward of 1,500 Swerken for the return of her daughter, Qin Jurgen, sending the detectives of Rhine City into a frenzy, hastily abandoning their tasks to flock to the Jurgen estate, each hoping to partake in the lucrative bounty. Zhou Yuan, arriving at 2 in the afternoon, was the last to arrive. Mr. Zhou Yuan, the detective from Leicester Street. Very well, your identity has been verified. Please, come in. But do remember not to ascend to the 3rd floor of the estate, as that is the lady's resting area, and is unrelated to this incident. She is quite fatigued, so please do not disturb her. I wish you success. The servant returned Zhou Yuan's badge from the Rhine's foremost detective agency, a token used to affirm one's identity, and respectfully ushered him inside while gently advising him. Of course, I would not dream of disturbing Mrs. Hughes, Zhou Yuan assured. Upon entering the estate, he was greeted by a grand flowerbed featuring a monumental stone sculpture of a robust woman, wielding a long sword with a determined gaze, as if preparing to confront an adversary, clad in elegant female armor, a striking figure. Naturally, Zhou Yuan had conducted his research prior to his visit. This woman was the Jurgen Duchess from a century ago, the only female duke in Old Rhine. To this day, the Jurgen lineage continued to designate women as heirs, with men adopting the Jurgen name through marriage, though not all offspring bore the Jurgen surname. Boys took their father's name while girls inherited the Jurgen name. Hence, for many traditionalists, marrying into the Jurgen family was not entirely unacceptable. Within traditional beliefs, particularly among the Easterners, there was a compelling need for a male descendant to inherit the family name, making it relatively easier to accept daughters changing their surnames. Although Zhou Yuan was tempted to scoff at the notion that the feudal era had long since passed, he recognized the futility of attempting to alter the deeply entrenched beliefs of others. As Zhou Yuan gazed up at the valiant woman, he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind, followed by a somewhat sharp voice. What's this? I don't see your carriage. Did you walk here? I wonder which agency's esteemed detective you are. It seems you're running low on funds. Instead of diligently accepting small commissions, you've chosen to waste your time here seeking handouts? Coming here was a foolish choice indeed. Zhou Yuan turned to face the speaker, a stocky man, barely 5 feet 6 inches tall, with a round belly that was nearly as wide as he was tall, whom he dubbed the Ball Man. He held a black briefcase in his right hand, his large face adorned with rolls of flesh, with small eyes barely visible through the folds of fat, his head held high in arrogant disdain, as if he were peering down his nose at Zhou Yuan. Though unfamiliar with the man, Zhou Yuan could surmise that he had assumed Zhou Yuan's lack of a carriage indicated financial ruin, and he was attempting to belittle him, perhaps hoping to eliminate a competitor. The man's contradictory gesture of shaking his briefcase to attract attention only to halt midway was rather peculiar. What could be inside? A glance at the badge on the man's chest quickly extinguished Zhou Yuan's interest. The Ildo Detective Agency from the factory district on Mark Street. While Zhou Yuan was not well acquainted with many of his peers, he was aware of the notorious reputation of this particular detective, who specialized in matters of mistresses, lovers, and ethics, known for catching cheating spouses. His reputation was abysmal, yet his efficiency in exposing infidelity was unparalleled, always managing to gather irrefutable evidence of marital betrayal. What had truly propelled him to notoriety was the unsettling discovery that he would often arrange for a woman or a handsome man to seduce the spouse of his clients, achieving a remarkably high success rate. Consequently, it was concluded that out of 10 cases he handled, 9.5 ended in successful infidelity expos, with even the faithful being ensnared by his agents, forcing clients to pay for the full fee of the successful catch, leaving them with no logical rebuttal. As for the remaining half, there were inevitably individuals who were not attracted to either gender, or perhaps to both. Ildo, the butt detective Ildo? Zhou Yuan scoffed, the moniker derived from the detective's infamous saying that as long as the payment was right, he would not hesitate to sell his own backside to test a client's husband.
Thus, the epithet "but detective" had become his enduring legacy. Chapter 16 The Lost Horse and Saddle. You don't even wear your detective badge, yet here you are making a ruckus. Scurry away, don't let me see you again. Ilda pinched his nose as he circled past Zhou Yuan, his right hand waving theatrically at his nose as if to avoid something foul. Zhou Yuan squinted, ignoring him. This was merely a trifling interruption, unworthy of his deliberate attention. It would be a grave waste of time. However, if an opportunity arose later to exploit his misfortune, Zhou Yuan would take great pleasure in doing so. After all, he was no saint. In truth, he bore grudges, considering that not wearing a detective badge had led to. But detective, looking down on him, Zhou Yuan silently affixed the badge of the Rhine's premier detective agency to his chest. As the saying goes, a starving camel is larger than a horse. Having once truly been the foremost detective agency in the Rhine, he could count on a measure of respect from his peers, especially from the seasoned detectives who had interacted with his brother. Observing the swaying ball ahead, Zhou Yuan could easily deduce its destination. The small river that traversed the estate was surely crowded with detectives from across the Rhine. Upon closer inspection, the riverbank was littered with footprints, yielding no valuable information. From what Zhou Yuan had gathered, the Gilgia estate maintained stringent entry and exit protocols. Even the little princess, Miss Qin Gilgia, the sole heir, faced considerable difficulty when attempting to venture outside. This strictness stemmed from the late Duke Gilgia's family rules, which aimed to minimize contact between the Gilgia family and the outside world. To Zhou Yuan, it resembled a policy of self-imposed isolation, in stark contrast to the practices of the burgeoning aristocracy, who seemed to indulge in salons and balls. The servants of the estate enjoyed a modicum of freedom, but it was merely relative. The front and back gates of the Gilgia estate opened infrequently, and interactions among the nobility were almost non-existent. Having been raised in such a confined environment, Miss Qin was perpetually curious about the outside world, often contemplating sneaking out. This led to stringent oversight of both gates, necessitating thorough inspections of any containers that could conceal her, for the little princess had even attempted to disguise herself in a bag and hide in a refuse bin just to frolic outside for a few hours. Consequently, her disappearance could hardly have occurred through either of the main gates, as the periphery was surrounded by 4-meter-high walls and guarded by fierce dogs, and there would have been barking if anything amiss had taken place. After careful consideration, the most plausible escape route was undoubtedly the little river that wound through the estate, explaining why Zhou Yuan was certain that the detectives were congregated there. As Zhou Yuan meandered through the Gilgia estate, he did not rush to the riverbank. Instead, he drifted towards a more secluded corner, where the air was pungent with the distinct odor of horse manure. The estate stables. Zhou Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The stables were quite spacious, capable of housing at least 40 to 50 horses. Given the high price of a fine horse in the Rhine, this represented a substantial fortune. Each year, the estate stables generated a net income of several 100,000 sirlins for the Gilgia family, a veritable golden goose. A servant was busy clearing the manure with a wheelbarrow, and no detectives from outside were present. After all, they had likely conducted their inquiries in the morning. Before Zhou Yuan could pose a question, the servant pointed to a board on the wall. Zhou Yuan chuckled. It turned out that many detectives had come to inquire, and since their questions were largely similar, the servants had grown weary and decided to post their testimony on the board. Zhou Yuan smiled, indicating that he had no further questions and allowing the servant to continue with his tasks. As he perused the information, the board presented a question and answer format, clearly articulated. Has anything unusual or strange occurred at the stables? No, nothing strange has happened. We merely lost a horse in the past few days. Was the loss of horses a frequent occurrence? Certainly not. It is generally impossible for us to misplace a horse, as they are the master's property. However, this time it was an accident. Why was this time considered an accident? Miss Qin has gone missing, and the lady of the house searched every corner of the estate, including the stables. However, to search the stables, we had to drive all the horses out to the flat ground outside the back gate. At that time, the scene became chaotic, and perhaps one was quietly led away. We have already reported this to the lady. She is a kind mistress and has not pursued responsibility against us. Zhou Yuan noticed the absence of one horse in the stables, his eyes narrowing as he hastily caught up with the servant, politely interrupting his actions. Apologies, may I ask a few more questions? The information on the wall is not comprehensive. The servant was taken aback. Typically, when detectives discovered that only a horse had gone missing with no other leads, they would depart, as it bore no relevance to the case. He hadn't expected this seemingly young detective to persist in his inquiries. Of course, the lady has already informed us to cooperate with the detective's investigation. Please proceed, detective. Zhou Yuan organized his thoughts and began to probe further. Was only one horse lost here? No, a complete set of saddle and tack was also missing. I am unsure when it was lost, but upon checking the items, we indeed found one set missing.
Zhou Yuan contemplated this, his eyes momentarily lighting up before quickly calming. Given the oversight at the Giljia estate, it was implausible for Miss Qin to have stealthily taken a saddle and ridden away.
That notion was utterly absurd. What lies beyond the back gate of the estate?
The back gate is seldom opened, as the horses can drink water within the estate. This year, it was opened only because, a few days ago, the water in the little river suddenly became murky, with solid waste appearing, likely due to the filtration layer in the upper stream being washed away. We did not want the horses drinking such water, so we requested the key to the back gate, allowing us to take the horses out there in the evenings. Not far from there is another clean little river, fed by mountain springs, which is not contaminated by city runoff. In the past, we would ensure that many of us kept watch over the horses from all directions, making it impossible for any issues to arise, but on the day Miss Qin went missing, the lady ordered a search of the stables. Since the horses had to be driven out, I requested permission from the lady to allow them to drink an hour early. She consented, but most of the staff were searching for Miss Qin, leaving me to watch over the herd alone. I simply could not keep an eye on all the horses, which led to one going missing. However, I assure you, none of the horses were wearing saddles or tack. If they had been, it would have been conspicuous, and I am certain I did not make a mistake. Everything was normal during that process, and the guards at the back gate can vouch for me. The servant became increasingly agitated as he spoke of the back gate, revealing that he was indeed the one responsible for losing a horse, mistakenly thinking Zhou Yuan's inquiry sought to place the blame upon him. Chapter 16 of The Missing Horse and Saddle. You dare to come here without your detective badge, making such a ruckus? Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Ilda pinched his nose, maneuvering around Zhou Yuan, his right hand theatrically wafting at his nostrils as if repelled by refuse.
Zhou Yuan squinted, ignoring him. This was merely a trifling interruption, unworthy of his deliberate attention, a grievous waste of time. However, should the opportunity arise to discreetly undermine him later, Zhou Yuan would eagerly embrace the chance.
After all, he was no saint. In truth, he harbored a certain grudging resentment, considering that his lack of a detective badge had led to being scorned as the but detective. Zhou Yuan silently affixed the badge of the Rhine's foremost detective agency to his chest. As the saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Once a genuine paragon of the Rhine's preeminent detective bureau, he could still command a modicum of respect from peers, especially those seasoned detectives who had long been in service and had interacted with his brother. Observing the swaying ball ahead, Zhou Yuan could surmise its destination with ease. The narrow stream that traversed the estate was undoubtedly teeming with detectives from across the Rhine. A glance now would reveal a multitude of footprints by the water's edge, yielding no substantial information. From what Zhou Yuan had gathered, the Giljia estate maintained stringent entry and exit protocols. Even the Solaris, Miss Qin Giljia, faced considerable obstacles when attempting to venture outside. This was due to the house rules instituted by Duke Giljia, aimed at minimizing the family's contact with the outside world, a posture that Zhou Yuan perceived as nearly akin to self-imposed isolation, in stark contrast to the revelries of the new aristocracy, who seemed to revel in salons and balls. While the estate's servants enjoyed a degree of freedom, it was merely relative. The gates of the Giljia estate seldom opened, and interactions among the nobility were nearly non-existent. Miss Qin, having been sheltered within her confined surroundings, harbored an insatiable curiosity about the outside world and often contemplated escaping clandestinely. Consequently, the security at both entrances was exceedingly stringent, necessitating thorough inspections of any potential hiding places, as the young princess had even attempted to disguise herself in a sack and hide in a refuse bin, merely to indulge in a few hours of outdoor play. Thus, her disappearance could scarcely have occurred through either of the main gates, as the perimeter boasted 4-meter-high walls and ferocious guard dogs. Any disturbances would surely have been met with barking. After thorough investigation, the most probable point of egress was undoubtedly the small stream that meandered through the estate, which explained Zhou Yuan's certainty that the great detectives would congregate there. As Zhou Yuan strolled through the Giljia estate, he took his time before heading towards the stream, opting instead to wander to a more secluded corner, where the air was pungent with the unmistakable odor of horse manure. This was the estate's stable. Zhou Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The stable was substantial, capable of housing at least 40 to 50 horses to eye in the Rhine. The price of a good horse was exorbitant, representing a considerable fortune. The estate's equestrian facilities yielded a net profit of several 100,000 Serlin annually, a veritable golden goose. As a stable attendant busily cleared manure with a cart, Zhou Yuan noted that no detectives from outside were present, likely having completed their inquiries earlier in the day. Before Zhou Yuan could pose a question, the attendant pointed to a board on the wall. Zhou Yuan chuckled. It appeared that many detectives had come to inquire, and due to the repetitive nature of the questions, the attendants had grown weary and decided to post the testimony on the board. Zhou Yuan smiled, assuring the attendant that he had no further questions and could peruse the information at his leisure. The board displayed a question-and-answer format, written clearly. Has anything unusual or strange occurred at the stable? No, no strange occurrences, only that we've lost a horse in recent days.
Is it common for horses to go missing? Not at all.
Generally, it is nearly impossible for us to lose a horse, as they are the master's property. However, this time it was an accident.
Why was this an accident?
Miss Cheen has gone missing, and the lady of the house searched every corner of the estate, including the stable. However, searching the stable requires herding all the horses out into the open space behind the estate. At that moment, the scene became quite chaotic, and it is possible that someone discreetly led a horse away. We have already informed the lady. She is a kind mistress and did not hold us accountable. Zhou Yuan observed the stable and noted the absence of one horse. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly caught up with the attendant, politely interrupting his actions. My apologies, may I ask a few more questions?
The inquiries on the board are not comprehensive.
The attendant paused, surprised. Typically, detectives would leave upon learning that only one horse had gone missing, having found no further leads, as it bore no relevance to the case. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful detective would wish to persist in his questioning. Of course, the lady has long instructed us to cooperate with the detective's investigation. Please, ask away, detective.
Zhou Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to inquire, did you only lose one horse here?
No, along with it, a complete set of saddlery. I cannot say when it was lost, but it was indeed missing during the inventory check. Zhou Yuan contemplated, his eyes momentarily brightening before settling into a calm demeanor. Given the stringent oversight of the Giljia estate, it was implausible that Miss Cheen had absconded with a saddle and tack on her own.
That notion was utterly absurd. What lies beyond the back door of the estate?
The back door of the estate is rarely opened, as the horses can access water within the estate. This year, it was opened due to the sudden murkiness of the stream's water and the appearance of solid waste, likely because the upstream filtration system was compromised. We did not want the horses to drink such water, so we obtained the key to the back door and, each evening, herded the horses outside. A short distance from there is another clean stream, fed by mountain springs, untainted by urban pollution. In the past, we would ensure that all directions were monitored, preventing any issues. Yet, it was the day Miss Cheen went missing that the lady requested to search the stable. Since the horses had to be herded out anyway, I requested permission from the lady to water the horses an hour earlier. She consented, but since most of the staff were searching for Miss Cheen, I was left to oversee the horses alone. It proved impossible for me to keep an eye on them all, which led to the loss of one horse. However, I assure you, none of the horses were saddled. If they had been, it would have been conspicuous. I am certain I did not err. Throughout this process, everything was normal, and the guards at the back door can attest to my. He had assumed that Zhou Yuan's inquiries were aimed at placing the blame for the lost horse squarely on his shoulders. Chapter 16, The Lost Horse and Saddle. You, without your detective badge, where do you get the audacity to create a commotion here?
Be gone, I don't want to see you again.
Ilda pinched his nose as he maneuvered around Zhou Yuan, his right hand fanning his nostrils in an exaggerated manner as if to distance himself from some foul refuse. Zhou Yuan squinted slightly, disregarding him. This was merely a trivial interruption, not worth his attention, as it would be a grievous waste of time. However, should the opportunity arise to turn the tables and ensnare him later, Zhou Yuan would relish the chance. After all, he was no saint and harbored a tendency to hold grudges, considering that his lack of a detective badge had prompted detective but to look down upon him. Zhou Yuan silently affixed the badge of the Rhine's premier detective agency to his chest. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse, and being a former illustrious member of the Rhine's foremost detective agency, he knew that at the very least, his peers would afford him some respect, especially the seasoned detectives who had long been in the field and had interacted with his brother.
Observing the swaying ball ahead, Zhou Yuan could easily surmise its destination. The small river that traversed the estate was undoubtedly swarming with detectives from across the Rhine. Upon inspection, the riverbank would be littered with footprints, yielding no actionable information.
From what Zhou Yuan had gathered, the Giljia estate maintained stringent entry and exit protocols. Even the sole heiress, Miss Cheen Giljia, faced considerable difficulty when attempting to venture outside. This was a consequence of the family rules established by Duke Giljia, which aimed to minimize the Giljia family's contact with the outside world, a stance that Zhou Yuan perceived as akin to seclusion, entirely contrary to the practices of the newly affluent nobility. Did not the aristocrats spend their days idly engaged in salons and balls? The estate's servants enjoyed a modicum of freedom, yet it was merely relative. Typically, the front and back gates of the Giljia estate rarely opened, and interactions among the nobility were almost non-existent. Having been sheltered within her confined world, Miss Cheen had developed an insatiable curiosity for the outside realm, often scheming to sneak out. This had resulted in stringent surveillance of both gates, with an imperative to inspect every conceivable hiding place, as the little princess had even attempted to conceal herself in a sack, hiding in a refuse bin just to play outside for a few hours. Thus, her disappearance could hardly have occurred through either of the main gates. The surrounding walls stood a formidable 4 meters high, patrolled by ferocious dogs whose barking would have alerted anyone to trouble. After thorough investigations, the most plausible exit point was undoubtedly the small river that ran through the estate, which explained why Zhou Yuan was certain that the great detectives would be congregating there. As Zhou Yuan meandered within the Giljie estate, he did not hasten to the riverbank. Instead, he drifted towards a more secluded corner, where the air was pungent with the unmistakable odor of horse manure. This was the Giljie estate stable. Surveying his surroundings, Zhou Yuan noted that the stable was quite expansive, capable of housing at least 40 to 50 horses. On the Rhine, a fine horse commanded a staggering price, representing a considerable fortune. The estate's equestrian facilities generated substantial annual profits, amounting to hundreds of thousands of sulcan, serving as a veritable golden goose. A stable attendant was diligently clearing away the manure with a small cart, and there were no detectives from outside in sight. They had likely completed their inquiries earlier that morning. Before Zhou Yuan could pose a question, the attendant gestured towards a board affixed to the wall, prompting Zhou Yuan to chuckle. It appeared that, due to numerous detectives having inquired about the same issues, the attendants had grown weary and had taken the initiative to post a statement on the board. Zhou Yuan, smiling, indicated that he had no further questions and encouraged the attendant to continue his work, as he could peruse the information on his own. The board displayed a question and answer format, written clearly. Has anything unusual or peculiar occurred at the stable? No peculiar occurrences, we merely lost a horse in recent days. Is losing a horse a frequent occurrence? In fact, it is nearly impossible for us to misplace a horse, as they are the estate's property. However, this incident was an accident. Why was this an accident? Miss Qin has gone missing, and the lady of the house searched every nook and cranny of the estate, including the stable. However, searching the stable required us to drive all the horses out into the flat ground outside the back gate. At that moment, the scene was chaotic, and it is possible that one was stealthily led away. We have already informed the lady, who is a kind mistress and did not hold us accountable. Zhou Yuan observed the stable and noted the absence of a horse, narrowing his eyes as he quickly caught up to the attendant, interrupting him apologetically. Excuse me, may I ask a few more questions? The inquiries on the wall do not cover everything. The attendant paused, surprised. Typically, when detectives discovered only a single lost horse with no other clues, they would depart, deeming it unrelated to the case. He hadn't expected this seemingly youthful detective to continue pressing for information. Of course, the lady has instructed us to cooperate with the detective's investigations, so please, ask away, detective. Zhou Yuan organized his thoughts succinctly and began to press further. Did you only lose one horse here? No, along with it, a complete set of saddles and harnesses went missing as well. I am uncertain when it was lost, but during our inventory check, we indeed noted the absence of a set. Zhou Yuan contemplated this revelation, his eyes momentarily brightening before settling into a calm demeanor. Given the stringent oversight at the Giljie estate, it was highly improbable that Miss Qin had stealthily taken a saddle and ridden away. Such a notion was absurd. What lies beyond the back gate of the estate? The back gate is seldom opened. The horses within the stable have access to water inside the estate this year. It was opened due to the sudden muddiness of the river's water a few days ago, along with the appearance of solid waste. It seems the filtration layer upstream has collapsed. We did not wish for the horses to drink such water, so we applied for the key to the back gate and began leading the horses out there each evening. Not far from there is another clean stream, fed by mountain springs, untainted by urban pollution. In the past, we would all watch over the horses together, ensuring that someone was observing them from every direction, so no issues should have arisen. Yet, on the very day Miss Qin went missing, the lady ordered a search of the stable. Since the horses needed to be driven out anyway, I requested permission to water them an hour early, which the lady granted. However, most of the staff were engaged in searching for Miss Qin, and I alone was left to oversee the horses. It was simply impossible to keep an eye on all of them, which is how one went missing. But I assure you, none of the horses were wearing saddles or harnesses. If they had been, it would have been conspicuous. I am confident that I did not err in my observation. Everything was normal during that process, and the guards at the back gate can corroborate my account. The attendant became increasingly animated as he spoke of the back gate, revealing that he was indeed the individual responsible for the lost horse. He had feared that Zhou Yuan's inquiry was an attempt to place the blame squarely upon him. Chapter 17. An abrupt conclusion. Zhou Yuan departed from the horse stable, his acquisition of information rather scant, leaving him unable to weave together a crucial logical chain. Casting a glance at his surroundings, he noted that the stable was in close proximity to a small river. After some contemplation, he decided to head toward the river, albeit not to the downstream area teeming with detectives, but rather to the upstream, where the terrain was elevated. Logically, water flows downhill, therefore, if one were to follow the river downstream, it would be the most plausible location to uncover clues, yet, Zhou Yuan was particularly intrigued by the horse stable attendant's casual mention of the river becoming murky a few days prior. As previously noted, he had discovered that the upstream section of the small river by the Georgia residence was obstructed. With multiple layers of filtration nets, sand, and other materials, the potential debris had been intercepted before it could reach the Georgia estate, resulting in a slow-flowing and remarkably clear stream within the residence. The distance from the horse farm to the upstream was not considerable, and along the way, Zhou Yuan observed numerous detectives, their heads bowed as they scanned the ground, all hoping to uncover traces of a drowning. As he ascended, Zhou Yuan came to realize that the small river, spanning over 6 meters in width, was shallower than he had initially imagined, its deepest point barely reaching his shoulders. However, the distance from the riverbank to its deepest point was considerable, and the shallow water buffer was unmistakable. If someone had indeed traversed downstream, it would be illogical for them to leave no trace behind. Following the investigative methods of Mrs. Hughes, the first target would undoubtedly be this small river. If Miss Jean had truly been abducted from the river, how could there be no evidence? Contrary to Zhou Yuan's expectations, the river was not as crystal clear as he had imagined. A few pieces of solid waste occasionally floated by, remnants of domestic refuse from Rhine City that had inevitably found their way into the water. Upon reaching the river's terminus, he noticed several individuals standing nearby. Zhou Yuan kept a discreet distance, squinting to observe. This area was originally the location of the last filtration net, while the majority of the other nets and gravel filtration walls were situated on the opposite side of the Georgia estate's wall. The innermost filtration net had already suffered a significant breach, and it was evident that the outer ones had likely collapsed as well. Zhou Yuan adjusted his position and discreetly activated his Eye of Truth. His eyes shimmered with a cerulean hue, rendering the world before him strikingly clear, with every detail laid bare. As he focused his gaze through the Eye of Truth, Zhou Yuan felt a subtle surge of vitality within him, greatly enhancing his observational prowess. From several meters away, he immediately spotted the unnatural damage on the cross-section of the broken filtration net. Despite some attempts at disguise, several of the cut edges were too precise, suggesting they had been severed with a blade through the shallow water. His gaze fell upon the pebbles scattered across the riverbed, many of which had been eroded by mud. This was not the appearance pebbles should have under sunlight at the bottom of the river. Those pebbles had originated from the other side of the wall, piled together for filtration purposes. Their presence here indicated that they had been deliberately introduced, meaning the damage to the upstream filtration layer was not a consequence of rising water levels but rather a calculated act by someone. Zhou Yuan reflected on the tone of the horse stable attendant's words. His nonchalance about such incidents implied that similar events had occurred before. It was reasonable to suspect that rising water had previously led to such issues. Having rained a few days prior, the water levels had risen, rendering repairs to the filtration layer impractical at this moment. This individual displayed considerable shrewdness. To breach the filtration net with such confidence, assured that they would not draw excessive attention, Zhou Yuan had reason to suspect that this person possessed a profound understanding of the Georgia estate's interior. This was a significant piece of information. Zhou Yuan turned to leave. As there were no further insights to be gleaned from the filtration layer. Deep in thought, he resolved to investigate the back entrance, necessitating a return downstream along the river. The back entrance of the Georgia estate was not far from the river's end, where most detectives had congregated. As Zhou Yuan approached, he noticed them engaged in animated discussion, with some expressing their regrets and sighs of disappointment. "I knew it had to be from the river. The filtration layer of the estate was washed away by the rising water after the rain a few days ago. Miss Jean may have accidentally slipped and been swept away. Indeed, there are no other plausible scenarios." According to Mrs. Hughes, she and Miss Jean were discussing plant cultivation and floral arrangements in a pavilion not far from the riverbank. It is possible that while fetching some snacks, Miss Jean curiously approached the river and lost her footing. "We should have been searching along the river all along." Who would have thought that detective would stumble upon such a significant lead? He went back to fetch a paddle and a small boat, following the breach downstream, and miraculously found it. Zhou Yuan frowned. Found it? How could that be? He had dismissed the possibility of a mere accident at the first opportunity. If it were truly an accidental fall, Mrs. Hughes would have discovered clear traces on the riverbank upon her return, and there would have been no need for a grand mobilization of the estate staff. With so many eyes present, Zhou Yuan refrained from directly activating his Eye of Truth, opting instead to alter his course toward the furthest downstream area, where he could now vaguely see the breached obstruction net. He squinted, struggling to discern the specifics beneath the water. However, it was evident that the metal netting, once intact, had been torn apart, rendering the entire downstream stretch of the river virtually unguarded, allowing for easy ingress and egress from the estate. "Come along, it's been reported that Mrs. Hughes has already confirmed it. The fortunate detective has brought back clothing that has been verified to belong to Miss Q. and it is highly probable that she has met with foul play, and Mrs. Hughes is set to announce the results in the main hall of the estate shortly. A few detectives huddled together, already making their way toward the main residence. Zhou Yuan hastened to catch up, greeting them with a smile. "Hello, I just arrived. I overheard you mention that Mrs. Hughes's commission has been completed. Could you share the details?" One detective, with dark hair and brown eyes, noted Zhou Yuan's presence and felt an immediate affinity. Without hesitation, he replied, "Join us. I am Li Mingyu from the Qingyang Detective Agency on Central 2nd Street. It's a rare pleasure to meet a detective from the East. As for the commission, you are indeed a bit late. That infamous detective, Ildu, known for his knack for catching cheaters, has just followed the river downstream and found Miss Qin's clothing, confirming that she slipped and was swept away." Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. No wonder there were detectives arriving after him. It turned out Ildu had followed the river downstream, retrieved the clothing, and returned. Did that mean the black briefcase he was carrying contained Qin Zhijia's garments? Had he mistakenly judged him? It appeared that his previous remarks were not merely intended to belittle an obscure detective but rather stemmed from a desire to boast about his findings after uncovering a clue without a proper audience to share it with. In that moment, he must have wished fervently for Zhou Yuan to engage with him, allowing him to continue his narrative about having completed the commission. Zhou Yuan joined the small group of detectives, making a total of 4. A cursory glance at their badges revealed they all hailed from Central 2nd Street, and 3 of them belonged to the same agency, a rarity indeed, as only larger firms could boast such a composition. Chapter 18 of the Duke of Giljia. Splendid. As you mentioned, Lady Hughes is about to announce the results, and we certainly must head to the main hall. It would be even better to go together, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile, walking alongside the 3 companions. Li Mingyu, a person of remarkable openness, quickly garnered Zhou Yuan's admiration after a brief conversation. "Let us proceed, and we shall discuss further on the way," Li Mingyu said, pulling Zhou Yuan along with palpable enthusiasm. Zhou Yuan candidly expressed his doubts. "However, do you not find anything peculiar?" The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Li Mingyu spoke up. "What you mention resonates with our own uncertainties. It should not be the case. Have you observed the riverbank's current? Essentially, the small river that traverses the estate is entirely man-made, and it does not lead directly into deep waters. For the safety of the horses when they drink, this river is designed to be gradually deepening. The initial 1 or 2 meters should gently slope into the depths. By all accounts, even if one were to accidentally fall in, there should be an opportunity to recover, as the water is shallow there. Moreover, should someone fall in, it would undoubtedly leave conspicuous traces. Yet, neither Lady Hughes nor any of the household servants have noticed anything amiss, leading us to initially dismiss the possibility of a fall." But Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, affirming that this aligned with his own speculations. He continued, "But, ultimately, Ildu found Miss Qin's clothing downstream, which indicates a discrepancy in the information." Li Mingyu sighed softly, adding, "Indeed, there is a mismatch in the information. Either there exists another individual, apart from Lady Hughes, who possesses the strength to incapacitate Miss Qin and cast her into the river," or Li Mingyu hesitated, leaving the thought unspoken, yet Zhou Yuan already surmised what remained unsaid. "Or perhaps, Lady Hughes is lying. The obstruction downstream?" Zhou Yuan inquired, as he had not had the chance to observe closely, but Li Mingyu, having spent the entire morning in the vicinity, would not overlook the detail. Li Mingyu's expression darkened as he murmured, "It was intentionally severed. That obstruction was interwoven with metal wire, necessitating a heavy-duty wire cutter. However, the original break is no longer visible, as someone suggested completely dismantling the obstruction downstream this morning, leading to the current state where the servants have actively cut it." Another act of human interference? This evidently substantiates one thing: Miss Qin's disappearance is far from a mere accident, it is premeditated. "Is it Ildu?" Zhou Yuan asked, furrowing his brow. Li Mingyu, taken aback, replied, "How did you know? Do you suspect him?" Zhou Yuan fell silent, choosing not to elaborate further. The 2 detectives accompanying Li Mingyu exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the discourse between the 2. Sensing a palpable tension in the atmosphere, Li Mingyu's gaze lingered for a moment on the detective badge affixed to Zhou Yuan's chest before jokingly remarking, "The Rhine's foremost detective agency? Have you made a comeback? It seems I must have a serious discussion with my mentor about how to retain my livelihood amidst your resurgence." Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, recognizing the jest in Li Mingyu's words. Ever since his elder brother's departure, their father had taken over the agency, yet he was rather lackadaisical, accepting only trivial cases and barely scraping by to keep the agency from closing down. This state of affairs had persisted for a decade, leading to a consensus in the Rhine detective community to humorously label the Rhine's foremost agency as reclusive. This also explained why Li Mingyu used the term comeback, as it was indeed the first time in 10 years that the agency's detectives had accepted a significant case. Of course, the current situation was that the employer seemed disinclined to continue the investigation, intending instead to conclude that Miss Jean had perished due to an accidental fall. Of the foremost agency had not only received a major case for the first time in a decade, but they had also coincidentally arrived just as the employer was preparing to announce the conclusion. What an absurdity! Spare me your jests. The Rhine's foremost detective agency has long since fallen from grace. Now, it is merely I, a novice detective with no credentials, holding the fort, tucked away in the New Art District.
Are you, a detective from the Grand Central Street, truly intimidated by a mere novice? Zhou Yuan retorted with a chuckle as they approached the main residence of the Gilgia estate.
As the attendant opened the grand door, the golden light nearly blinded Zhou Yuan's eyes. This was his first genuine experience of what it meant to be resplendent. Entering the main residence revealed a vast foyer of no less than 500 square meters, with a ceiling soaring to 9 meters high, supported by 14 colossal columns. Golden chains adorned with massive glass lamps hung from above. The walls of the lamps appeared to have been specially treated, casting a golden light that illuminated the entire magnificent hall with unparalleled brilliance. At the heart of the foyer stood a statue, still depicting the Duke of Gilgia, yet this 6-meter-tall effigy bore a different form. It did not wield a sword and wear armor. Instead, it was draped in a simple long dress, with a gentle countenance, cradling a child in her right arm while using a fan to cool the child with her left hand, a portrayal of maternal tenderness. Aside from the central statue, the most striking features were the lengthy, grand murals adorning either side. Each mural depicted scenes of the Duke strolling on the lawn with a child, and another showing the Duke pointing towards a young girl beside him. In the subsequent image, the girl, now adorned in elaborate ducal attire, was revealed to be the one inheriting the title. In the artwork, the young woman sat upon a seat symbolizing the Duke title, with Gilgia inscribed above her head, while the boy exited the manor, his name crossed out above him. Zhou Yuan scrutinized each mural, pondering whether this illustrated the operational dynamics of the Gilgia family. It appeared to starkly contrast with conventional societal norms, establishing the woman as the matriarch while the man departed from the estate.
What are you observing? The murals? Li Mingyu patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Zhou Yuan, intrigued, inquired, has the Gilgia family always been matriarchal? Li Mingyu, upon hearing the question, expressed his sentiments, revealing a deeper understanding of the Gilgia family.
To be candid, this commission was something I actively sought alongside my mentor. Since my childhood, I have been captivated by the tales of the Duke of Gilgia and her remarkable spirit. Regrettably, the Gilgia estate is under stringent supervision and is rarely open to the public, let alone for one to pay homage to the historical Duke of Gilgia. I have delved into the exploits of the Duke of Gilgia. She existed during a highly tumultuous period. A century ago, our ancestors journeyed from the east, bringing forth revolutionary ideas that influenced many oppressed individuals among the old Rhine population. However, it had little impact on the elite, who were, after all, the ones being overthrown. The old Rhine's enlightenment efforts for the nobility were, well, it was almost a form of brainwashing. Zhou Yuan nodded, understanding that this was a tactic employed by the upper echelons of society to solidify their rule, uniting the nobility in oppression and exploitation of the lower classes, effectively placing all aristocrats on the same front.
Nonetheless, as far as I am aware, the Duke of Gilgia ultimately aided the uprising and seemingly made significant contributions, Li Mingyu noted.
Indeed, that is the aspect I admire about her, Zhou Yuan replied. Chapter 19 The sole heir of the Empress. The Duke of Gilgia emerged from a state akin to brainwashing, awakening to the suffering of the populace. The progressive thoughts emanating from the east stirred her consciousness, ultimately leading her to the decision to overthrow the grotesque old Rhine. However, it is essential to recognize that many habits are inextricable. The clash between antiquated ideologies and the burgeoning thoughts of a new era culminated in the final form of the Duke of Gilgia. Observe how she was audacious in her desire for transformation, aspiring to elevate the status and rights of women, yet her constrained mindset prevented her from making rational choices. Her resolution was that in the Gilgia lineage, the master could only be a woman. Ironically, she possessed a level of rationality, seemingly aware that this was fundamentally unreasonable, yet she was unable to escape the inertia of her thoughts. Thus, even with immense influence, the Duke of Gilgia refrained from advocating any matters in society, confining her ideas solely within the walls of her family. It was akin to Zhou Yuan's side, quietly articulating a rather harsh conclusion, a testing ground indeed. The Duke of Gilgia feared that the new Rhine would continue along the path of its predecessor, rife with corruption, greed, oppression, and suffering. Yet, she lacked confidence in the correctness of her choices, fearing that her actions might inadvertently yield detrimental effects. Consequently, this Duke established the Gilgia family rules with great ambition, imposing stringent restrictions on the behavior of her kin, transforming the Georgia household into a laboratory for the experiments born from her mind. Li Mingyu interjected, reflecting on the audacity of the Duke, as she sought to validate a system through the rise and fall of her own lineage, all for the benefit of future generations. It is crucial to understand that should any issues arise, a thriving ducal lineage could face obliteration in the blink of an eye. Is she attempting to validate the concept of the sole heir of the Empress? Zhou Yuan inquired with a glimmer of understanding. Indeed, Li Mingyu affirmed, it is precisely the notion of the sole heir of the Empress. At that moment, a multitude of ideas coalesced in Zhou Yuan's mind, and he comprehended the significance of the mural. The so-called sole heir of the Empress represents an idealized solution to the difficulties faced by male emperors in controlling their desires, which leads to numerous heirs and internal strife that ultimately depletes the dynasty. A woman as the sovereign, with the throne passed exclusively to her descendants, women, in contrast to men, cannot escape the unavoidable challenge of the agony of childbirth. In this era, childbirth is akin to traversing a perilous threshold, fraught with both pain and risk. Should women possess the freedom to choose, few would willingly endure the experience a second time. From this perspective, women have valid reasons to refuse motherhood. When a woman ascends to the throne and gives birth to a daughter, most would not contemplate facing that harrowing journey again, particularly as the risks increase with age. Hence, in this vision, the matriarch would cease to procreate after delivering her first daughter, designating her sole daughter as the heir, while males would not inherit the Georgia surname, thus ensuring the sole inheritance by the empress. This approach aimed to curtail internal depletion and meticulously cultivate the princess from a young age, equipping her to assume her responsibilities. However, this system harbors an evident flaw as stability. The royal family traditionally bears numerous offspring to safeguard the continuity of their bloodline, but the exclusive succession is fraught with potential complications. You must have surmised the inevitable dilemma of exclusive succession. Even if the Duke enacts the most stringent, almost isolationist measures, restricting the heir's movements to mitigate potential dangers, unforeseen events can still arise. What if the sole heir meets with an untimely demise? The Duke of Georgia's solution was adoption, unable to guarantee that her firstborn would be a daughter, and with males branching out into other families, the bloodline persists externally. Should an unfortunate incident befall the primary heir while the matriarch is unable to bear children, she would select the youngest female relative from the extended Georgia family, nurturing her from childhood. Zhou Yuan nodded, recognizing this as the sole method, yet it inevitably raises another concern. The transfer of power. A stepdaughter remains a stepdaughter. Many individuals hesitate to bestow authority upon even their biological daughters prematurely. How can one ensure that the matriarch will entrust the vast wealth of the Georgia family to a stepdaughter? At this juncture, Li Mingyu abruptly pointed to a mural, prompting Zhou Yuan to follow his gaze. The mural depicted a young woman clad in a gown reminiscent of the Duke's, entwined in flowers with a faceless man, while an older woman sat in the background, bearing witness to the reverence of the two newcomers. In the far corner, an even older man observed the scene, adorned with a pendant resembling a menacing sword. This illustrates the transfer of power within the Georgia family. When a girl holds her wedding, it signifies the abdication of the previous matriarch, while the man at the back is referred to as the overseer. The overseer will be selected from among the most respected men of the Georgia family, ensuring the proper transition of power to the newcomers. Thus, her envisioned system has been realized. What are your thoughts? Li Mingyu turned his gaze to Zhou Yuan, inquiring softly. Zhou Yuan sighed, adding, it is overly idealistic. Indeed, this was Zhou Yuan's ultimate assessment. Overly idealistic. The core of the Duke of Georgia's thinking was rooted in the hope of demonstrating that under the sole heir system, a high-ranking power holder could forge a profound emotional bond with their progeny. What she truly sought to prove was that familial ties could withstand the temptations of power. She is truly a paradoxical figure. Having personally dismantled the old Rhine, she nonetheless yearns to affirm the viability of the monarchy. Li Mingyu, too, felt a tinge of melancholy, harboring a sense of admiration for the Duke of Georgia. Zhou Yuan, however, did not share in Li Mingyu's reflections. Instead, his gaze narrowed, fixating on the seemingly inconspicuous older man in the final mural, the overseer. A jumble of chaotic logic began to coalesce in his mind, yet it remained far from clear, with many questions still lingering. However, a portion of the clouds had begun to part. At that moment, the once boisterous hall fell into silence. Zhou Yuan and Li Mingyu simultaneously turned, discovering that Mrs. Hughes had silently appeared beneath the statue, her countenance haggard and her mental state evidently frail, with Ilda standing beside her. Dear detectives, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in the search for my missing daughter. Detective Ildu has located her clothing downstream, and we have essentially confirmed that my beloved daughter has indeed departed. This commission is hereby concluded, and the fee will be rendered to Detective Ildu tomorrow. Gentlemen, you may take your leave. Shortly, the Georgia estate will close its doors, as we will be holding a funeral for my daughter within the premises, along with subsequent adoption arrangements. These matters pertain solely to the Georgia family, and I shall not trouble you further. Mrs. Hughes strained to mask her agony, her voice choked with emotion. Zhou Yuan perceptibly detected a hint of regret and self-reproach within her words, likely stemming from her inability to keep Miss Qin safe. Chapter 20. Malice. The detectives were all aware that the matter had reached a conclusion. Mrs. Hughes's words about not disturbing were, in fact, directed at the detectives present, although some detectives still felt perplexed, believing there were lingering doubts, and Miss Qin had not been located in the end. The employer had made a decisive call. Naturally, the hired detectives had no reason to continue the investigation and began to leave in quick succession. Zhou Yuan did not rush to depart. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Mingyu, he approached a maid stationed at the door.
Good day, may I take a piece of pastry? Zhou Yuan smiled, gesturing towards the tray in the maid's hands.
The maid, whose freckled face bore a certain charm and who appeared to be in her 30s, had likely served in the household for many years. Of course, detective, please help yourself, she replied. Zhou Yuan took a crispy pastry, consuming 2 pieces in quick succession. Feeling that his veracity might be impolite, he engaged in casual conversation. This pastry is exquisitely made. By the way, do you know what characteristics Miss Qin possessed in her lifetime?
Characteristics? The maid hesitated before responding. Miss Qin was always a kind-hearted person, full of vivacity, seemingly curious about everything beyond the walls. She often dreamed of escaping to play outside, and she had done so before. In fact, the reason Mrs. Hughes reported her missing on the 3rd day was that Miss Qin had previously escaped and always returned on her own by the 3rd day. However, as her escapades continued, the household's surveillance tightened, making it nearly impossible for her to venture out again. It has been 6 months since Miss Qin last escaped, and each time she returned, Mrs. Hughes would be particularly furious. When caught, Miss Qin would argue with her, as Mrs. Hughes was genuinely concerned for her safety. Yet, one cannot help but feel pity for Miss Qin. This residence was her entire world, and that was undeniably cruel. She longed to grow up quickly, for once married, she would inherit the estate, allowing her the freedom to come and go as she pleased. Little did she anticipate that my poor mistress, although already engaged, would never see that day arrive. Zhou Yuan listened intently to the maid's narrative, then inquired further. So, one might say that Mrs. Hughes and Miss Qin did not have a particularly good relationship?
The maid appeared conflicted, glancing at the busy Mrs. Hughes in the distance before softly admitting, well, Miss Qin was quite dissatisfied with the restrictions imposed by Mrs. Hughes, resulting in a rather delicate relationship, neither good nor exceedingly bad. Ultimately, Mrs. Hughes does care for her.
Just one more question, if I may. With such splendid meals at the Georgia household, is it possible that Miss Qin has indulged to the point of gaining weight?
Sir, you jest. Miss Qin is quite diligent in managing her figure. The household even provides her with some shaping classes, keeping her weight around 100 pounds, a most graceful figure. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile, once again praising the chef's remarkable culinary skills before turning to leave. By this time, the hall was nearly emptied. He returned to the spot where Li Mingyu and the others had originally stood. The other 2 Rhine detectives had already departed, leaving only Li Mingyu to wait for Zhou Yuan.
What did you inquire about? Zhou Yuan did not conceal his curiosity. I asked the maid about Miss Qin's relationship with Mrs.
Hughes, Li Mingyu replied with a frown. Do you suspect this involves Mrs. Hughes? That seems unlikely. To my knowledge, Miss Qin's father, Mrs. Hughes's husband, was also an Easterner, a truly refined scholar. My master knew him and held him in high regard. Though this esteemed Mr. Cui passed away in a car accident a few years ago, I believe his children and their spouses would not engage in such vile actions, a belief my master shares. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, explaining, no, I merely found some information that did not align, leading to a few thoughts. It would be best if this were not the case, but the abrupt conclusion of this matter, without further investigation, leaves me somewhat perplexed, as it contradicts Mrs. Hughes's apparent anxiety. As they approached the exit, 2 familiar figures appeared before them. They were not entirely acquaintances, but rather individuals they had encountered previously, Officer Harvey and Clerk Burke, who had taken their statements at the police station the day before.
Both were taken aback upon seeing Zhou Yuan.
Harvey frowned slightly upon realizing both were Easterners before averting his gaze. However, Clerk Burke could not suppress his curiosity and asked pointedly, is that you? I recall your name is Zhou Yuan. Have you had the chance to visit the psychological clinic at 22, Leicester Street? Zhou Yuan had a favorable impression of the clerk and returned a smile, responding casually, actually, it's nothing much.
Yesterday was just a peculiar circumstance. I recovered quickly, thank you for your concern. Then do take care of yourself, it's best to recuperate before returning to work, Harvey added. To Harvey's surprise, Burke suddenly interjected with a sharp remark, are you truly fine? I recall you were quite hysterical yesterday, nearly unable to distinguish reality from illusion, even shouting about seeing your deceased father from a month ago? Zhou Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he sensed Burke's malice. This fellow had intentionally brought up the topic of his deceased father to provoke him. Since when have the police at the station become so rude, simply because of their uniforms? Li Mingyu interjected, firmly grasping Zhou Yuan's arm, seemingly accustomed to such situations. There's no need to worry, Mr. Burke, is it, since you are aware of my hysteria, are you not also aware that the House of Commons has just passed a law protecting the rights of hysterical individuals? If my condition were to flare up and I were to strike you, you would have no grounds for arrest. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, not concealing his desire to retaliate. You hysterical Eastern waste, humph, I have no need to engage with you, the hypocrites from the East will soon be expelled from the Rhine. Harvey, mind your manners, apologies, my colleague has been misled before and is a bit sensitive regarding Easterners at the moment. I extend my apologies to both of you. Burke pulled Harvey back and turned to repeatedly apologize to Zhou Yuan and Li Mingyu. Neither Zhou Yuan nor Li Mingyu reacted impulsively, they chose to defuse the situation. After moving a short distance away, Li Mingyu explained, please don't take it to heart or become angry, this isn't just directed at you, it's a sentiment aimed at all Easterners. You may not be aware, but I have felt it quite acutely around Central Street. The atmosphere has been somewhat off lately, perhaps it is due to the upcoming elections and the political machinations involved. Recently, a faction of younger local Rhine residents has been incited, claiming that Easterners have encroached upon their living space, suggesting that the Rhine people would fare better without Easterners. This officer is likely one of those incited individuals. There is no need to be angry with such people, as they are simply looking for a reason to provoke. Chapter 21. Hoofprince having adjusted his mindset, Zhou Yuan still sensed that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. It seemed, perhaps, a bit too extreme? Come on, after encountering that unfortunate policeman today, I shall treat you to a foot bath at the foot spa on Central Street. Let us wash away our misfortunes, Li Mingyu said, intertwining his fingers behind his head and swaying in an exaggerated manner. Is there really a foot spa in Rhine? Zhou Yuan's eyelid twitched. The sudden emergence of a foot spa in this world steeped in a medieval Western ambience felt somewhat peculiar. Hey, didn't they crack down on streetwalkers last year? Some legislators claimed the streetwalker trade was too chaotic, failing to effectively protect citizens' rights and detracting from the city's appearance. Thus, the foot spa was established, catering to those wishing to wash their feet and those seeking more indulgent pleasures. Oftentimes, systematically trained professionals are superior. Come on, let me treat you. Zhou Yuan felt his face twitch uncontrollably, quickening his pace as he silently mocked, aren't you afraid of catching something? I want to go. I'd prefer to take a detour and check outside the back gate of the Georgia residence for clues, Li Mingyu replied, catching up to him with a puzzled expression. Why, the commission has already concluded. What are you still investigating? Even if you found Miss Chen's body now, it would be futile. The Georgia family would not pay you a single silver coin. Zhou Yuan couldn't very well tell him that he was searching for any extraordinary elements involved in this incident, or whether it was connected to the murderer of Madame Okasif. Finally, he could only explain with irritation, this is my first case, I can't help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. Even if there is no monetary reward, I still want to give it a shot. After all, it's not like I have anything better to do. Would I really follow you to a foot spa instead? Noticing Zhou Yuan's irritable tone, Li Mingyu scratched his head and instinctively inquired, what is wrong with washing feet? Can a man wash his feet? You're not still. As he mentioned the back gate, a strange smile crept across Li Mingyu's face. Shut it, I see you have a wife now. Can you be as carefree as before? Zhou Yuan nearly kicked him but restrained himself at the last moment. Li Mingyu was quite the character, associating with him often drew one closer without realizing it. Despite having known each other for only a short while, their connection felt as if it had deepened significantly. Indeed, a man who invites you for a foot bath inevitably elicits a certain fondness. Are you going? If we are, we must hurry, nightfall approaches. Let us go take a look, though night falling isn't a big deal, today is Sunday, and it won't be dark. As they walked, they circled the immense Georgia residence, taking an hour to reach the back gate. The sun was now but a fading glow, casting red light across the sky. This was not the rosy hue of sunset, but rather the it won't be dark that Li Mingyu referred to. In this world, a week still comprised 7 days, yet their reckoning of time was not marked by the rising sun on Monday,
but rather by the setting sun on Sunday. After 7 days, a crimson moon would rise at night. Zhou Yuan and Li Mingyu halted, gazing upward at the crimson moon ascending, its boundless red cascading upon the earth, tinting the world a deep crimson, as if to submerge it in blood. Li Mingyu reveled in the moment, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide. In this world, crimson was not defined as terrifying or eerie, but was viewed as a symbol of hope, rebirth, and life. Sunday came to an end, and the time remaining until the sun rose the next morning was referred to as the Crimson Night. The Rhine people would unleash their true nature on this night, indulging in their reproductive desires. Though this was not enforced, it resembled more of a custom. Li Mingyu remarked, "Look, it's the Crimson Night. I told you we should have gone to the foot spa tonight. Now, if we head to the foot spa, there won't be any place left. I should have known better than to follow you." While others are enjoying the warmth and softness of a woman's belly, we're left shivering in the cold wind. Zhou Yuan ignored his complaints, crouching down to examine the deep and shallow hoofprints that had appeared on the ground. Lowering his head, he activated his Eye of Truth. Fortunately, with the crimson light illuminating the world, his gaze remained inconspicuous. The hoofprints were analyzed, and a wealth of information flooded back to him. By assessing the moisture, depth, and dryness of the soil, Zhou Yuan could estimate the time of the hoofprints imprinting. There were traces from 8 days ago up to today, nothing particularly significant. Yet he remained unsatisfied, bending down to scrutinize the hoofprints further. Li Mingyu continued to grumble, failing to see what was so captivating about this place. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan knelt on one knee, deactivating his Eye of Truth. "This hoofprint was amiss. What's wrong? Why have you stopped?" Li Mingyu inquired, hastily closing the distance with 2 steps and gasping curiously. "Who goes there? What business do you have at the Georgia residence?" Since they were near the back gate of the Georgia estate, Zhou Yuan's quiet mutterings had been tolerable, but his sudden exclamation startled the guards stationed at the gate. Zhou Yuan cursed under his breath, casting a sidelong glare at Li Mingyu, who sheepishly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Through the iron gate, a guard emerged from the guardhouse, raising his firearm towards the two. "Don't be alarmed. We are detectives from Rhine, clearly displaying our badges. We sense something unusual about today's events and wish to gather further evidence. We are not villains. We are not villains." Zhou Yuan raised his hands to indicate he posed no threat. The guard, seemingly recognizing their attire, lowered his weapon, coldly commanding, "Leave immediately. Madame Hughes has already stated that the commission has concluded, and you are not required to continue your investigation." Zhou Yuan quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Understood, understood. We shall depart at once and will not disturb you further." As they walked a little farther away, Li Mingyu curiously asked, "What did you discover? Was there something different about that hoofprint?" Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him on the head. How had this clumsy oaf become a detective? Encountering you has been my misfortune. I followed the hoofprints and deduced that the horses raised within the Georgia estate should be of the same breed, and under nearly identical rearing conditions, their weights would not deviate significantly from an average value. By analyzing the dryness of the soil, I inferred that approximately 6 days ago, a notably deeper hoofprint suddenly appeared, and more crucially, I have only seen this particular hoofprint once. It extended from the Georgia residence outward, appearing only once without any returning prints. Furthermore, prior to this evening, no horse had ever left such a deep imprint, indicating that within the Georgia estate, there is a horse that has gained at least 70 pounds overnight. Chapter 21. The hoofprints having adjusted his mindset, Zhou Yuan still harbored a vague sense that the situation was far from simple. It felt somewhat extreme. "Come on, after encountering that ill-fated policeman today, I'll treat you to a foot bath at the foot spa on Central Street. Let us wash away our misfortunes," Li Mingyu said, his hands clasped behind his head, swaying as he spoke. "Is there really a foot spa in Rhine?" Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched. An assemblyman claimed that the streetwalker trade was too chaotic, failing to effectively protect citizens' rights and harming the city's appearance. Hence, the foot spas emerged, allowing those who wish to wash their feet to do so, while others seeking indulgence can enjoy themselves as well. You know, oftentimes, systematically trained techniques yield better results. Come on, let me treat you to a foot bath. Zhou Yuan's face twitched, and he quickened his pace, silently grumbling, "Aren't you afraid of catching something? I'm not going. I want to take a detour to the back entrance of the Georgia residence and look for some clues." Li Mingyu followed, puzzled. "But the commission has already concluded. What are you still investigating? Even if you find Miss Chen's body now, it won't matter. The Georgia family won't pay you a single silver coin." Zhou Yuan couldn't very well confess that he was searching for any extraordinary elements involved in this incident, or whether it was connected to the murderer of Lady Okasiva. In the end, he could only explain with irritation, "This is my first case. I can't help but feel a bit unwilling. Even if there is no reward, I still want to give it a try."
After all, I have nothing better to do unless you expect me to really accompany you to a foot spa? Hearing the annoyance in Zhou Yuan's tone, Li Mingyu scratched his head and instinctively asked, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with a foot bath? Can't men enjoy a foot bath? You're not still." As they approached the back entrance, a strange smile crept across Li Mingyu's face. "Get lost. I see you have a wife now, you can't be as carefree as before." Zhou Yuan nearly kicked him but ultimately restrained himself. Li Mingyu was quite adept. Being around him inadvertently drew Zhou Yuan closer, despite their brief acquaintance, merely connected by the identity of fellow townsmen. In a short time, this guy almost made Zhou Yuan believe they were already on friendly terms. After all, a man who would invite you to a foot bath would naturally elicit some fondness. "Are you going? If so, we must hurry, it's getting dark." Let us go. But it won't matter if it gets dark, it's Sunday tonight, it won't be too dim. The two strolled along, circling the massive Giljia residence for an hour until they reached the back entrance. The sun had dwindled to its last rays, painting the entire sky with a crimson glow. This wasn't the sunset glow but rather what Li Mingyu referred to as not darkening. In this world, a week still consisted of 7 days, yet their reckoning of time did not begin with the rising sun on Monday but rather with the setting sun on Sunday. For after 7 days, a crimson moon would rise in the night sky. Zhou Yuan and Li Mingyu paused, gazing up at the ascendant crimson moon, as endless red spilled across the land, enveloping the world in a sanguine hue, as if to immerse in blood. Li Mingyu, reveling in the moment, closed his eyes and spread his arms. In this world, crimson was not defined as terrifying or eerie, they viewed it as a symbol of hope, rebirth, and life. With Sunday drawing to a close, the time remaining until the sun rose However, this was not compulsory but rather akin to a tradition. Li Mingyu lamented, "Look, it's the crimson night, I told you we should have gone for a foot bath tonight. If we go to the foot spa now, there won't be any place left. Sigh, had I known, I wouldn't have followed you." While others are enjoying the warmth and softness of a woman's belly, we're left shivering in the cold wind. Zhou Yuan paid no heed to his complaints. He crouched down, for he had discovered deep and shallow hoofprints on the ground. Leaning over, Zhou Yuan activated his eye of truth. Fortunately, with the crimson light washing over the world, his gaze remained inconspicuous. The hoofprints were analyzed, and a wealth of information flooded back to him. From the humidity, depth, and dryness of the soil, Zhou Yuan could deduce the approximate time of the hoofprints imprinting. There were traces from 8 days ago up to today, nothing particularly unusual, yet he remained undeterred, bending lower to closely observe the hoofprints. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu continued his grumbling, unable to discern anything of interest in this location. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan knelt on one knee, deactivating his eye of truth, his brow furrowing as his right finger pressed against a peculiar hoofprint. This hoofprint was amiss. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Li Mingyu hurriedly approached, breathlessly inquiring. "Who goes there? What brings you to the Giljia residence?" Since they were near the back entrance of the Giljia residence, Zhou Yuan's earlier mutterings had gone unnoticed, but now his sudden exclamation startled the guards stationed at the back entrance. Zhou Yuan cursed silently and shot a sidelong glance at Li Mingyu, who scratched his head, looking embarrassed. From beyond the iron gate, a guard emerged from the guardhouse, raising his rifle to aim at the two. "Don't be alarmed. We are detectives from Rhine, with our badges on display. We sensed something amiss today and wish to gather further evidence. We are not criminals, we are not criminals." Zhou Yuan raised his hands to indicate he posed no threat. The guard, seemingly recognizing their attire, lowered his weapon, coldly stating, "Leave immediately, Madam Hughes has already declared that the commission has concluded, and you are not needed to continue the investigation." Zhou Yuan quickly bowed his head, nodding, "Understood, understood. We'll take our leave at once and won't disturb you." As they walked a bit further away, Li Mingyu curiously asked, "What exactly did you discover? What was so different about that hoofprint?" Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to smack him on the head. How had this bumbling fool become a detective? "Sigh, running into you is my misfortune. I followed the hoofprints and deduced that the horses raised within the Giljia estate must belong to the same breed. Under nearly identical conditions, their weights would not deviate significantly from an average value. Based on the dryness of the soil, I estimated that approximately 6 days ago, a notably deeper hoofprint appeared, and more crucially, I have only seen it extended outward from the Giljia residence, appearing only once without any returning prints. Moreover, prior to this night, no horse had ever left such a deep imprint, which suggests that within the Giljia estate, there exists a horse that gained at least 70 pounds overnight." Chapter 22. The sudden pursuit. 70 pounds overnight, are you certain? Can you truly deduce the day a hoofprint was made solely by the dryness of the soil? Li Mingyu gazed at Zhou Yuan with a look of skepticism, still struggling to accept the latter's assertion. "How did you even become a detective?" Didn't your mentor teach you this? Isn't this the fundamental knowledge required to be a detective? Zhou Yuan's confident retort left Li Mingyu bewildered, scratching his chin in confusion. Could it be that his mentor had withheld such essential teachings? Was this common knowledge among all? Let's move, don't you feel that Lady Hughes is indeed acting strangely?
Zhou Yuan urged, displaying no concern that his words might cast suspicion upon him. Theoretically, his eye of truth merely magnified details. It did not imply that ordinary individuals could not achieve some level of deduction. A skilled person with meticulous study could estimate the timing of a hoof print, though perhaps with less clarity and precision.
Indeed, I sensed something off during the day.
Her urgency seemed excessive, and now, to explicitly notify the guards to drive away the pursuing detectives is rather excessive and unreasonable, Li Mingyu pondered aloud. At this juncture, the two had gradually traversed from the somewhat desolate outskirts of the new art district towards the city center. The gas lamps along the roadside flickered to life, dispelling a hint of the crimson moonlight. Li Mingyu swayed slightly, about to turn his head when Zhou Yuan swiftly grabbed him.
What's the matter?
I merely wanted to stretch my neck, Li Mingyu replied, puzzled by Zhou Yuan's sudden intervention.
Surely, you don't intend to monitor my every move?
Don't look back, just walk normally, there's someone trailing us.
Zhou Yuan exclaimed playfully, casually draping his right arm over Li Mingyu's shoulder, resembling two close friends engaged in light-hearted banter.
Li Mingyu remained vigilant. After all, he too was a detective, equipped with the necessary caution and instinctive counter-surveillance skills, yet, he had failed to notice that they were being followed. This alone posed a significant question. Detectives who frequently pursue others tend to subconsciously observe whether they themselves are being followed. So, who could most easily evade such instinctual counter-surveillance? Naturally, it would be a detective deliberately on the hunt.
Is the person behind us also a detective?
Li Mingyu whispered, somewhat astonished that Zhou Yuan had detected the following presence before him, especially considering Zhou Yuan's earlier observations regarding the hoof prints. He began to wonder if the Rhine First Detective Agency truly possessed some extraordinary legacy, as every detective emerging from there seemed so adept. Listen carefully, the individual behind us is no lightweight. Although they are trying to synchronize their footsteps with ours to mask their own, the diminished sound due to distance allows them to remain hidden in the shadows. Most would indeed fail to notice them. However, this fool is overly confident, closing the distance far too much, showing a blatant disregard for us.
The dimly lit street, already on the fringe, was predominantly inhabited by elderly residents who had long since retired for the night.
The youth, under the crimson sky, had already begun their revelries, leaving the streets eerily desolate, devoid of life. In the labyrinthine alleys, a shadowy figure clad in black raised an eyebrow at the sight of the two men casually draped over one another. Despite the darkness enveloping the alley, the distinctive physique made it easy for anyone familiar with him to recognize him instantly. Short and rotund, almost spherical in shape, it was none other than the recently successful detective, Ildu, who had just secured an exorbitant commission from Lady Hughes. Observing the two from a distance, Ildu retrieved a pink handkerchief from his pocket, gently stroking his plump face. This pink handkerchief was the cornerstone of his existence, a unique item imbued with extraordinary power. How was it that he consistently caused the spouses of his clients to stray? It was all thanks to this handkerchief. As long as he had touched his face with it and maintained his gaze on a particular individual within 20 meters, that person would become overtaken with an insatiable desire akin to consuming an abundance of aphrodisiacs.
Don't investigate what you shouldn't.
I've already informed you that the commission has concluded, so why pursue it any further? There's no remuneration involved, so you might as well attend to your own affairs. It would save you from becoming restless with excess energy.
Alas, it's a pity there aren't many people around tonight. If there were more on the streets, it would be quite entertaining. The detective agency of Qingyang engaging in illicit activities with male companions in public. Central Street Detective Agency? I would relish seeing your reputation tarnished. Malice brimmed in Ildu's beady eyes as he felt envy towards the Qingyang detective agencies standing on Central Street. Just a short distance ahead, Zhou Yuan and Li Mingyu had made some progress when Zhou Yuan began to contemplate why they were being followed and the intentions behind it, when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Li Mingyu, who had been walking beside him, began to gasp heavily, the warmth of his breath growing increasingly frantic. Zhou Yuan turned to find that, unbeknownst to him, Li Mingyu's face had turned a deep shade of red, with hints of crimson appearing in his eyes. Zhou Yuan cursed inwardly, sensing the impending danger. He instinctively sidestepped to create distance just as Li Mingyu surged forward, his gaze fixated on Zhou Yuan with a fervor that sent chills down Zhou Yuan's spine. Get a grip. No response came.
Li Mingyu, in a frenzy, began tugging at the collar of his formal attire, transitioning from mere pulling to tearing. Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched, realizing the gravity of the situation. He wasted no time. As Li Mingyu continued to rend his clothing, Zhou Yuan planted his left foot firmly on the ground and executed a powerful sidekick, striking Li Mingyu's right side with tremendous force. The impact sent Li Mingyu crashing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. He should be grateful that the scholar offered no enhancements to physical prowess. Zhou Yuan's displayed strength was merely that of an ordinary individual with training. Otherwise, the outcome could have been far graver. After briefly incapacitating Li Mingyu, Zhou Yuan recognized from the vacant expression in his eyes that he would soon become a creature driven solely by primal desires, incapable of feeling pain. Cursing under his breath, Zhou Yuan distanced himself and sprinted towards the alley where Ildu lingered. Zhou Yuan's footsteps could not be concealed from him. He had already locked onto Ildu's position through the sound. In such a scenario where his teammate was compromised, Zhou Yuan deemed the most effective course of action was to confront the mastermind directly. As he ran, Zhou Yuan discreetly slipped his right hand into his pocket, retrieving a piece of agar material, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. With his left hand, he pulled a stamen of the Qiming flower from a small pouch, unhesitatingly placing it within his palm to make contact with the agar. The spell, air gun, was now ready for activation. It was evident that the enemy was no ordinary individual, and Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief that the extraordinary power had been directed towards Li Mingyu rather than himself. Should danger arise, Zhou Yuan would not hesitate to unleash the air gun, aiming to pierce through the enemy's skull. Chapter 23 of the Anomaly. How is that possible? Ildu, concealed in the shadows of the corner, gazed in disbelief as Zhou Yuan charged directly toward him. He believed he had successfully hidden himself, having made no missteps along the way. How could he be discovered? With no time to ponder further, Ildu immediately fled deeper into the dimly lit alleyway. In no time, Zhou Yuan reached the entrance of the alley where Ildu was hiding, his eyes radiating a bluish glow. Even the darkness could not obscure Zhou Yuan's vision, yet he hesitated in shock upon recognizing his pursuer. Detective Ildu, how could it be him? They had only met once, and although there was mutual disdain, it had never escalated to the point of pursuing one another with malicious intent. Then it dawned on him, who was coming mattered little. What mattered was that someone did not wish for him and Li Mingyu to continue their investigation. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes as Ildu sprinted ahead, while behind him, Li Mingyu, driven by primal instincts, got back on his feet. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan steadied himself at the alley's mouth, retracting his pinky and ring fingers while extending the other three, forming a child's imitation of a gun. Assisted by the Eye of Truth, he raised his hand and shot in one fluid motion. Bang! The air compressed at his fingertips, forming a visible white sphere that shot forth, spiraling with a swirling current. In an instant, it reached Ildu's rear, effortlessly piercing through his knee, splattering blood as it burrowed into the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. Thud! Ah! Ildu, already lacking in coordination, collapsed upon impact, struggling to curl up and clutch his knee, howling in agony upon the alley's floor. Zhou Yuan swiftly executed a sidekick, delivering a forceful blow to Li Mingyu's soft abdomen, sending him tumbling. As Ildu continued to wail, Zhou Yuan knew he needed to extract crucial information immediately. Delaying would allow the residents of the neighboring homes to emerge and complicate matters. He had barely taken 2 hurried steps when he abruptly halted, a primal instinct screaming warnings within him. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan chose to trust his instincts, pushing off the ground with his feet and throwing himself backward. Meow, meow. The shrill, raspy cries echoed in Zhou Yuan's ears, chilling and haunting, akin to a vengeful spirit calling for retribution. He was certain his eardrums were undisturbed. The sound resonated directly within his consciousness. The Eye of Truth surged to full power, a stark contrast to previous instances where he merely relied on its observational and auxiliary capabilities. This time, he concentrated all spiritual energy into his eyes as Zhou Yuan's spiritual essence began to boil, surging forth with heightened vitality and sensitivity. Though it drained rapidly, under such conditions, he could endure no more than 10 minutes without action. Within that time frame, the battle must conclude. The fully powered Eye of Truth significantly enhanced Zhou Yuan's perception of spiritual entities, allowing him to see what was normally invisible, such as spirits, in the depths of its inverted eyes fixated on Zhou Yuan, its skeletal claws twitching as if rehearsing the act of rending him apart. Damn it, this was the scene he had witnessed beneath the crooked tree yesterday. He had thought it a mere figment of his imagination, but this was the true form of that little cat, the small orange tabby that Mrs. Okasif had drowned in the basin. How could it be here, and why was it attacking him? There was no time to contemplate, as the spectral cat lunged at him, its bony claws aimed at his eyes as Zhou Yuan raised his hand, firing a second air bullet, yet the white orb passed straight through its ethereal form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Cursing under his breath, he executed a clumsy roll to evade the attack. He realized that merely dodging was futile. His ordinary human physique could not outlast the tireless spirit. Hiss! Zhou Yuan gasped, ultimately a moment too late. Despite reacting promptly with the aid of the Eye of Truth, he could not escape the horrific feline's assault. One claw grazed his back, slicing from his right shoulder across to the left side of his chest, leaving no visible mark on his body. Yet an indescribable pain surged through him, nearly clouding his mind. This claw had torn into his spiritual essence. Clenching his teeth, Zhou Yuan felt he had no other choice. From within the sleeve of his tailored suit, a small knife with a leather sheath slid into his hand. He swiftly unsheathed it, revealing the blade of the dagger with his left hand. He aligned his index and middle fingers, sliding them upward along the side of the knife, causing the dagger to emit a faint silvery glow. Sanctified, Zhou Yuan's control over his spiritual essence intensified, condensing it into a non-corporeal spear according to the method he had deciphered from that golden page. This was a desperate spiritual attack. Since air bullets and physical strikes were ineffective against the cat, he would confront it with spiritual force. Even a spirit could not be immune to direct spiritual assaults. Zhou Yuan's gaze hardened as he allowed the menacing cat to assault him. He had noted its movements were rather rigid, nearly pouncing with speed, timing it just right. As the cat inflicted another shallow wound on his spiritual form, Zhou Yuan seized the opportunity as the creature landed awkwardly, launching his counterattack. Meow! The mournful cry resonated within Zhou Yuan's consciousness, inflicting immense psychological strain upon him. Yet the greater agony was experienced by the spectral cat, as Zhou Yuan's spiritual spear pierced through its heart, tearing a gaping hole that nearly obliterated the entire structure of its spirit. Zhou Yuan clutched his head, feeling immense sorrow, as if struck by a massive hammer, his head throbbing painfully, the world around him blurring and dimming. Struggling to steady himself, Zhou Yuan's cerulean eyes locked onto the spirit cat, witnessing it fragment into scintillating motes of light, drifting toward Ildu's waist. Li Mingyu, his eyes reddened, approached Zhou Yuan once more. He had already torn apart the upper half of his suit, exposing his entire chest, arms wide open as if to embrace Zhou Yuan. Whether it was due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy or the aftermath of the cat's attack on his essence, Zhou Yuan felt an unusual agitation. The azure glow in his eyes faded, replaced by a dark, profound abyss that quietly enveloped his gaze. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this darkness was not illusory, rather, it was a mass of minuscule, writhing tendrils, interlaced and filling his pupils. Alongside this, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a slight, unsettling smile, an eerie grin tinged with madness. Viscous saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, glistening in the crimson moonlight like blood. As Li Mingyu approached with a dazed smile, Zhou Yuan instinctively raised his right hand, aiming it at his head. Chapter 23 Mutation. How is this possible? Ildu, concealed within the shadows of the corner, stared in disbelief as Zhou Yuan charged directly towards him. But he believed he had successfully hidden himself, having encountered no issues along the way. How could he possibly be discovered? With no time to ponder further, Ildu immediately bolted deeper into the dimly lit alleyway. Not far behind, Zhou Yuan swiftly reached the entrance of the alley where Ildu was located, his eyes glowing with an eerie azure light. The darkness could not obscure Zhou Yuan's vision, yet he was momentarily taken aback when he recognized the pursuer, the detective Ildu. How could it be him? They had only met once, and although there was mutual disdain, it certainly had not escalated to the point of pursuing one another with malicious intent. Then it dawned on him, who approached was of little consequence. What mattered was that someone wished to impede his and Li Mingyu's investigation. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, as Ildu fled in panic before him, and Li Mingyu, seemingly in a frenzy, scrambled to his feet behind. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan halted at the mouth of the alley, stabilizing himself. He retracted his pinky and ring fingers, extending the remaining three as if forming a child's pistol, and, aided by the Eye of Truth, raised his hand to fire in one fluid motion. Bang! The air compressed at his fingertips, coalescing into a visible white sphere that shot forth with a swirling, flowing air blast. In an instant, it reached Ildu from behind, effortlessly piercing through his knee, splattering blood as it burrowed into the ground, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Thud! Ildu, whose already poor coordination had worsened, collapsed to the ground upon impact. He struggled to curl up, clutching his knee, howling in agony on the alley floor. Zhou Yuan pivoted sharply, delivering a forceful kick to Li Mingyu's soft abdomen, sending him tumbling. While Ildu continued to wail, Zhou Yuan knew he must urgently extract the information he sought before the residents of the nearby buildings emerged, complicating matters further. He had just dashed a couple of steps when he abruptly halted, his instincts screaming warnings at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan chose to trust his instincts, pushing off the ground with his feet and throwing himself backward. Meow, meow. A hoarse, piercing cry, reminiscent of vengeful spirits, echoed in Zhou. He was certain his eardrums felt no vibrations. The sound resonated directly within his consciousness, the Eye of Truth activated at full power, unlike previous instances where he had relied merely on its observational and assisting capabilities. This time, it concentrated all spiritual energy into his eyes as Zhou Yuan's spiritual energy surged, boiling within him, enhancing both vitality and sensitivity, yet it drained rapidly. Under such conditions, he could not endure for more than 10 minutes without action. Within that time frame, the battle must conclude. At full power, the Eye of Truth significantly amplified Zhou Yuan's perception of spiritual entities, allowing him to see what was normally invisible, such as spiritual bodies. In the depths of his pure azure eyes, he beheld the spot where he had just stood a grotesque cat spirit, swollen and grotesque, its fur nearly peeling away, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and its forepaws stripped, its inverted eyes fixed intently on Zhou Yuan, its bony claws twitching, as if rehearsing how to shred him to pieces. Damn it, this was the scene he had witnessed beneath the gnarled tree yesterday. He had thought he had merely imagined it. This was the true form of that little cat, the small orange cat that had been drowned in the basin by Madame Okasif. How had it come to be here? And why was it attacking him? There was no time for contemplation. The spiritual cat charged forward, its bony claws aimed directly at his eyes as Zhou Yuan raised his hand to shoot, releasing a second air blast, but the white sphere passed right through its body, inflicting no harm. Cursing under his breath, Zhou Yuan executed a desperate roll to evade the assault. He understood that merely dodging was futile. He was but an ordinary human, unable to outlast the relentless spirit. Hiss! Zhou Yuan inhaled sharply, ultimately a moment too late. Even with the assistance of the Eye of Truth, he had failed to evade the terrifying cat's onslaught. A bony claw raked across his back, from his right shoulder to the left side of his chest, leaving no visible mark. Yet an indescribable agony surged through him, nearly clouding his mind. This claw had torn through the spiritual entity. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yuan realized he had no other option. From within the sleeve of his suit, a small knife sheathed in leather slid into his hand. He swiftly unsheathed the dagger, revealing its gleaming blade. With his left index and middle fingers aligned, he traced the side of the knife upwards, causing the dagger to emanate a faint silvery glow. His sacred silver dagger was complete. Zhou Yuan's control over his spiritual energy intensified, condensing it into an ethereal, non-corporeal spear, a desperate spiritual attack. If air blasts and physical strikes could not reach this cat, then he would confront it with spiritual force. Even a spiritual entity could not be immune to direct spiritual assault. Zhou Yuan's gaze hardened, allowing the menacing cat to advance. He had observed that the creature's movements were rather rigid, merely relying on speed to pounce. Calculating the timing, he permitted the cat to make another shallow incision on his right shoulder, seizing the opportunity as it landed without leverage. Meow! The anguished cry resonated within Zhou Yuan's consciousness, inflicting immense psychological pressure upon him. Yet, even more tragic was the fate of the spiritual cat, as Zhou Yuan's spiritual spear pierced directly into its heart, tearing a gaping hole and nearly obliterating the structure of its spirit. Clutching his head, Zhou Yuan felt a profound sorrow wash over him, akin to having a massive hammer struck upon his skull at close range. His head throbbed, the world around him blurring into obscurity. Struggling to regain composure, Zhou Yuan's pure azure eyes locked onto the spiritual cat, witnessing it wail and gradually disintegrate into countless flickering lights. Soaring towards Ildu's waist. Li Mingyu, with bloodshot eyes, advanced towards Zhou Yuan once more, having torn apart the upper half of his suit, exposing his entire chest, arms outstretched as though to embrace him. Whether due to the excessive drain of spiritual energy or the lingering effects of the cat's assault on his spirit, Zhou Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. The azure light in his eyes faded, replaced by a dark, profound abyss, silently enveloping his gaze. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this darkness was not an illusion, but rather an array of minuscule, writhing tendrils, intertwining and filling his pupils. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a slight, unsettling smile, a veneer of madness glimmering in his expression. Viscous saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth, glistening crimson under the moonlight, resembling spilled blood. As Li Mingyu approached with a dazed smile, Zhou Yuan instinctively raised his right hand, aiming it at his head. Chapter 24. A farewell to the silver coinbang. The air gun discharged, propelling the air pellet at great speed. Instead of the horrifying spectacle of a shattered skull, Zhou Yuan raised his hand 2 inches at the last moment, allowing the pellet to graze the top of Li Mingyu's head, piercing through the lamppost behind him and disappearing into the night. Zhou Yuan's face contorted, an irrepressible murderous intent surging from within him. Yet what drove him to madness was not merely this desire to kill, but the insatiable hunger emanating from his abdomen. It felt as though he had never consumed a morsel of food in his life. His ravenous belly compelled him to devour everything before him, including this person. Slap! Just moments ago, he had moved with a speed far surpassing that of an ordinary human, positioning himself precisely before Li Mingyu, a mere inch separating them, before delivering the strike. Zhou Yuan clutched his head, delivering 2 punishing blows to himself, causing his vision to blur and the darkness in his eyes to gradually recede. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath.
At this moment, he was acutely aware that something was amiss. In that brief span of time, he was certain that he had not harnessed even a fraction of the scholar's power. Yet what was this overpowering, violent force that brought with it an unending hunger? It had augmented his physical prowess to a terrifying degree, seemingly granting him other abilities that remained unexploited. This power was in direct conflict with the scholar, rendering them mutually exclusive. Its overwhelming nature had severely impacted his psyche, and in that instant, he had nearly taken Li Mingyu's life. In that moment, Zhou Yuan's mind raced back to the scene of him drinking the potion, the dreamlike interior of the viscous purple elixir, suspended within it a pitch-black liquid. Awakening to expel a copious amount of black mire from his mouth, the terror of being cornered, as countless writhing black tendrils forced their way into his body through every pore. What he had consumed was not merely the scholar potion. Within the scholar potion, the black liquid was a concoction of another profession. Ah! The piercing screams pulled Zhou Yuan back to reality. The lights of the residences flanking the alley had begun to flicker on, and he noticed more than one pair of eyes peering at him from behind the curtains. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan rise, they quickly extinguished the lights. No one emerged. Ildu had been screaming for some time, but Zhou Yuan had been so intensely focused that he had overlooked the usual cries of distress. However, it was now clear that he needed to address Ildu's predicament first. Zhou Yuan staggered the mere few meters toward Ildu, the excruciating pain in his head persisting unabated. "Ah, my knee." "Sir, who is it?" As Zhou Yuan's question escaped his lips, he sensed something was amiss. From the bloodied embrace of the wailing Ildu, a pink handkerchief began to writhe and emerge. Zhou Yuan immediately withdrew, having developed a nascent understanding of the strangeness and peril inherent in this world. A thin pink handkerchief, extricating itself from Ildu's putrid flesh, curled and crept toward his neck. Zhou Yuan instantly recognized the impending danger, yet the lack of information rendered him hesitant to intervene rashly. Indeed, the pink handkerchief crawled up Ildu's flabby visage, covering his mouth and nose, enveloping his face in the area he had previously wiped. Ugh! With his airway obstructed, Ildu struggled for breath, desperately clawing at the handkerchief with his bloodied hands. It was of no avail. Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched violently as he witnessed the bizarre handkerchief morph into the maw of a terrifying beast, inch by inch, corrupting and dissolving Ildu's head, akin to a creature's corrosive tongue licking his face. The screams ceased. Ildu's head had vanished entirely, leaving an empty neck that bled not a drop, every ounce of blood consumed by the pink handkerchief. Fizzle! Under Zhou Yuan's gaze, the now empty pink handkerchief ignited in the crimson light of the moon, releasing a delicate plume of pink smoke, leaving behind only a small mound of black ash. Zhou Yuan allowed the handkerchief's actions to unfold, uncertain of how to intervene. Sensing the residual energy in his right-handed airgun, he knew he had enough for 4 more shots. There was little time for hesitation. Despite Ildu's decapitation, Zhou Yuan prudently aimed at his heart, spleen, and an intact knee, firing 3 shots. He left 1 bullet for contingencies on his return journey. Ildu's body bore 3 new holes, yet there was no change. Zhou Yuan cautiously approached, his hand reaching toward Ildu's waist. He recalled having seen clearly that the spirit cat had charged in this direction. As his hand groped about, he abruptly froze, his pupils narrowing in shocked eye. In his grasp lay a blood-stained silver coin. Zhou Yuan rubbed his thumb over the bloodstains. The marks showed no signs of fading, having seeped into the coin, merging with it. He recognized this object. Where had he seen it? He was certain he had encountered it before. However, as a mere ordinary person before becoming the scholar, his memory was limited, preventing him from recalling exactly where he had seen it. Zhou Yuan's expression grew grave. Calculating the time, he surmised that someone must have reported the incident by now, but he wished to avoid further complications and deemed it prudent to leave immediately. Securing the bloodied coin, Zhou Yuan retraced his steps to the alley's entrance, hoisting Li Mingyu, and slowly exiting the secluded passage. Tomorrow, he would visit the Iris Security Company on Duke Street, allowing young Wilson to assist him in reviewing the true past, which would lead him to the clues regarding the bloodied silver coin. He harbored a faint suspicion, though it was not certain. This information was crucial, especially for Wilson. If Mrs. Okasif's cat had been imprisoned within the coin, what of the simultaneously deceased Mrs. Okasif? He distinctly remembered that when Mrs. Okasif visited the office yesterday, the payment she offered was precisely 2 silver coins, the bloodied coin, the spirit of Mrs. Okasif driven by father, the malevolent cat spirit ensnared within the coin. Silver coin, silver coin, silver coin. Father had no motive to slay Mrs. Okasif. He was most likely in possession of the means to capture her spirit. This indicated that on that fateful night, some practitioner had killed Mrs. Okasif, separating her deceased spirit from the cat's, sealing them within 2 silver coins. This was not merely about acquiring an extraordinary item, it was an affront. Father had ensnared Zhou Yuan in the affair of Mrs. Okasif through the silver coins. the medium was undoubtedly the coins themselves. Thus, the silver coins ought to have been within Zhou Yuan's office, yet now, they had manifested on Ildu, and the missing link in this chain of events was the key to unraveling the mystery. Chapter 25 of The Daughter of the Overseer. Ah, what in the world have you done to me? On Leicester Street, at the Rhine Detective Agency, in the cozy confines of the second-floor bedroom, Zhou Yuan was roused from his slumber by the piercing scream from next door. A glance at the clock revealed it was only 5 in the morning, too early even for the roosters to crow. What's all this commotion? Zhou Yuan grumbled, kicking open the door that once belonged to his father's bedroom. He was met with the sight of Li Mingyu, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, clutching his chest as if to shield himself from some unseen horror. In his 20s, this new generation detective sported short brown hair, a physique that was just the right balance of muscle, and a handsome visage, a quintessentially charming young man. Yet now, in this disarray, he appeared rather peculiar. What on earth did you do? Li Mingyu questioned, though his voice was considerably subdued, lacking the confidence it once had of fragments of memories from before his unconsciousness flitted through his mind. Zhou Yuan, battling heavy eyelids and placing his hands firmly on his hips, nearly shouted, "What did I do? Shouldn't you be asking yourself what you did? I should have left you out on the street to freeze all night. Have you lost your mind wanting to wash your feet?" Well, was everything that happened last night real? Did I tear my own clothes, and did I actually have thoughts about you? Zhou Yuan shot him a glare with one eye wide open while the other twitched uncontrollably, and in a fit of frustration, he grabbed a broom and hurled it at Li Mingyu's face. After a moment, Li Mingyu, now dressed in Zhou Yuan's clothes, made his way to the dining room on the first floor, while Zhou Yuan hastily returned with a simple breakfast. Upon entering, he found Li Mingyu leaning against the staircase railing, retching violently. Seeing Zhou Yuan return, Li Mingyu, speaking without thinking, exclaimed, "Zhou Yuan, your agency's washroom exploded. It's absolutely rancid. I nearly fainted while trying to use the toilet." Just as Zhou Yuan was about to explode in anger, a realization struck him. He had indeed concocted the notorious stench powder number 42 in the washroom yesterday. Had it really taken a whole day for the odor to dissipate, this made him reconsider the potency of the number 42 formula. It seemed to possess an exceptionally strong adherence. "Don't worry about it, I'll call someone to fix it. The real issue at hand is that you're wearing my clothes, staying in my home, and I'm buying you breakfast. Don't you think that's a bit embarrassing?" It does seem a bit so. How about I pay you?" Li Mingyu awkwardly scratched his face, tentatively proposing. Upon hearing the words pay, Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened ever so slightly, and he nodded calmly, encouraging Li Mingyu to continue. "Well, I feel quite guilty about this. I have no idea why I ended up like that. Here, I didn't bring much money with me, but I can give you this. I'll keep just enough for a carriage fare." Li Mingyu pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, extracted a bill, and left the rest on the coffee table. Zhou Yuan's gaze remained fixed. "I believe last night's events were a plea for help, and I intend to report back to my master immediately. As for breakfast, I'll take it with me. You must trust me, I have no interest in men. I prefer sisters with luscious waves, truly." As Li Mingyu bid farewell, he still felt the need to justify his sexual orientation. Zhou Yuan understood that he had been influenced by some extraordinary force, hence he never doubted him. If he had any alternative thoughts, they would surely not escape the keen eyes of a scholar. In truth, Zhou Yuan's focus remained on the bills on the coffee table, and he quickly calculated their worth: 93 surgeons. What a fortune! For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated calling out to Li Mingyu as he left, "My good sir, do come again next time." Fortunately, his sense of shame ultimately triumphed over his desire for a little money, perhaps also because Li Mingyu genuinely had little left on him, which restrained his greed. To be honest, after an entire night of nothing, 90,000 surgeons, how tempting. Zhou Yuan nonchalantly tucked the bills into his pocket. He was determined to forge a friendship with Li Mingyu. Zhou Yuan often exhibited a mentality typical of a small character, especially evident when confronted with money. For those of modest means, money is often directly linked to a sense of security. Although the world had changed, he had yet to fully rid himself of this mindset. After a simple breakfast, Zhou Yuan rubbed his temples. The aftereffects of last night lingered. His spirit had suffered a significant blow, and he resolved to refrain from seeking the golden page. This disruption in his rhythm was unwelcome. Had it not been for last night's attack, following his plan to request a golden page from the sheepskin book each night, he could have amassed knowledge at an unprecedented rate, far surpassing other scholars. Coupled with the myriad materials left by his father, primarily first-tier resources, he could have wielded various means at this foundational level, ensuring greater safety. Donning a small black hat,
Zhou Yuan exited Leicester Street. As he crossed the intersection, he chanced upon a butcher skillfully butchering half a cow. The butcher's knife danced adeptly, transforming the large piece of meat into neatly divided cuts. A sudden pang of hunger gripped Zhou Yuan's stomach. Despite having just eaten, it felt hollow and desolate, as saliva pooled in his mouth. Could he truly be yearning for that massive chunk of raw meat? Slapping himself to regain composure, Zhou Yuan suppressed the strange hunger and approached the butcher's stall, pointing to two exceptionally fresh cuts of beef, smiling as he said, "Boss, please wrap these two up for me."
"I'll take them."
The butcher, grinning, wiped the blood from his knife and began to weigh the meat for Zhou Yuan.
"For 5 silver, sir, please take this." Zhou Yuan winced at the expense.
The price of the meat was indeed exorbitant, with 2 pieces of beef shank amounting to a staggering 450. Moreover, these 2 pieces were rather small, and nevertheless, selling meat was not his primary purpose for being here.
"Boss, what percentage of the total weight of livestock, such as cattle, sheep, pigs, and horses, does offal typically constitute? I see you handle this often, so you should know, right?"
The butcher scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Hey, I'm not boasting, sir, but if you were to ask the average person, they might not have a clue. I've weighed specifically, depending on the weight, offal generally amounts to around 35 to 50 pounds. Most livestock's intestines and other offal aren't particularly heavy. Why do you ask?" Zhou Yuan accepted the beef shank, which was wrapped in a coarse cloth bag with a layer of butcher paper beneath to prevent any blood from leaking out.
"Oh, it's nothing.
I was just curious and asked casually. I'll be on my way."
"Hey, take care."
Zhou Yuan walked along, his mind racing as he struggled to suppress his hunger while contemplating matters at hand, which proved to be quite taxing. He could only hope that the Iris Flower Security Company still had some breakfast available.
30 pounds of offal, that's just about right.
Extra, it has come to our attention that Miss Qin from the Georgian family has met with an unfortunate incident. The youngest child of the collateral branch, a newborn girl from the Borg family, has been adopted, and Mrs. Hughes has named her Danis.
Zhou Yuan abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the newsboy.
An adopted girl, whose child, the Borgs, Harriman Borg, he recognized that name. Harriman Borg was none other than the current overseer of the Georgian family. Among the collateral branches of the Georgian family, the youngest girl was, astonishingly, a descendant of the overseer? Was this not an extraordinary coincidence? Chapter 26 Documents from the archives. The Gilegia family places great emphasis on emotions, while the Duke seeks to demonstrate that feelings can transcend power. The appointed overseer ultimately serves as a testament to her insecurities, as she remains a stabilizing force within the established order.
However, the sole heir of the Gilegia family has just announced an untimely misfortune, coinciding with the recent birth of a daughter in the overseer's lineage, ensuring that this child is the youngest.
Is it not an extraordinary coincidence? Zhou Yuan harbors suspicions about this overseer, for he possesses the authority to manage the entire estate's succession should his progeny ultimately inherit the entirety of the Gilegia estate. He could guarantee that his descendants receive their rightful claims, rendering Lady Hughes unable to maintain her grip on power under the overseer's watchful eye. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan refrains from further pinpointing his suspicions, as he finds himself contemplating how to ensure that his own lineage remains the youngest among all collateral branches. This is crucial, given that the Gilegia family traditionally adopts only the youngest daughters for meticulous upbringing.
A newspaper boy's shout sparks a realization. What if he were to arrange for his granddaughter to become pregnant ahead of time, and during the interval before his great-granddaughter's birth, orchestrate the disappearance of the family heir?
Although numerous details remain incongruent, such as how a nearly 70-year-old man could breach barriers, his motives allow Zhou Yuan to tentatively identify the individual in question. A surge of excitement courses through Zhou Yuan as he strides into the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. Adorning his chest is the squad badge he received yesterday, and no one impedes his passage as he crosses the ceremonial barrier, making his way to the second floor.
"Good morning, Miss Jenny.
You appear particularly radiant today. Is there good news?" Upon ascending, he immediately spots Jenny at her desk in the hall, positioned to keep an eye on young Wilson.
Out of control is indeed a rather sensitive term.
Jenny's makeup today is striking, accentuating her short skirt and bold red lips, with large swaths of pristine skin on display. Good morning, Detective Zhou Yuan. Just a personal matter, a private affair, actually. I have a date this afternoon. Oh, you arrived just in time. The captain returned last night and instructed me to hand this document to you. It should be your official appointment letter.
Jenny retrieves a parcel made of brown paper from her drawer, sealed with wax.
It is not thick, yet possesses a substantial feel in his hand. This way, I'll take you to the archives. The captain mentioned that you are now nominally the squad's archivist, and all archival information will henceforth be under your purview. I previously handled this task, but I detest such tedious work. the classification and organization are simply unbearable for me, especially since I dropped out of school ages ago and find it impossible to concentrate on these books.
For me, sorting books is sheer torment. Following Jenny's lead, Zhou Yuan walks towards the other side, where the offices of various members are located on the left, including young Wilson's cell, which is actually his converted office.
To the right lies the archives, Jenny's office, a heavy pure copper door, and several unmarked doors.
Have the captain and the others not arrived yet? Zhou Yuan casually inquires as they enter the archives.
Jenny wears an expression of utter disillusionment, her face filled with melancholy as she responds, "Please, take a look at the time. It's not yet 7 in the morning. Aside from us working dogs left behind to keep vigil, who else would come to work this early?" Zhou Yuan glances at Jenny with a puzzled expression, then surveys young Wilson's office. With only Jenny present, if Wilson were to truly lose control, it would be a straightforward consequence.
Was it Grace or Moore who was on duty last night? Zhou Yuan asks.
It was Grace and her wife, Miss Mu Donger. Though referring to her as Miss seems somewhat inappropriate now, her sweet and natural demeanor continues to evoke my envy even post-marriage. I have known her for a long time, having watched her grow into adulthood before Grace, that pig, claimed her. If Grace weren't so decent and honest, I would genuinely feel she deserves better. She is worthy of the finest man. Jenny's words are laced with complexity, yet Zhou Yuan discerns her genuine envy. It appears that Jenny holds a high regard for Grace's wife. Here, this key will be entrusted to you from now on. I am finally free from the mountain of books. Jenny, with a palpable sense of relief, hands a set of keys to Zhou Yuan. With a resounding click, the solid wooden door swings open, revealing the rich aromas of books and ink. The space within is considerable, measuring approximately 10 meters in length and 8 meters in width, with most of the area occupied by towering bookshelves reaching 3 meters high. The majority of the shelves are laden with books, and at one end, large letters are carved for categorization and retrieval. At the far left of the archive stands a broad desk, upon which several documents lay, likely left unread. Zhou Yuan narrows his eyes. The book is open, several passages underlined with a fountain pen. C notes, the Koya sect. The Koya sect originated 6 centuries ago, formed by a group of practitioners who rejected the worship of deities, choosing nature as their faith. The Koya sect is loosely organized, with practitioners lacking a cohesive system. Under minimal supervision, they pose no threat. C notes, the transformation of the Koya sect as the Rhine Empire crumbled and the new Rhine emerged, the previously loose Koya sect unified under the leadership of Anastasia Wallace, who claimed to be the mother of nature. It transformed from a disorganized group into an assembly of dozens of extraordinary practitioners with formidable combat and destructive capabilities. In the second year of the new Rhine calendar, the Duke of Jilegia ventured alone to the Koya sect's headquarters for a candid discussion with Anastasia Dai. In the third year of the new Rhine calendar, the Koya sect issued the Natural Will Decree, advocating for harmony with the laws of nature and the restraint of desires as their creed. The practitioners of the Koya sect began to distance themselves from urban life, retreating into the Royal Mountain Range. Conflict, the new faction of the Koya sect. In the 34th year of the new Rhine calendar, the self-denying Natural Will Code led some internal practitioners to rebel, weary of life within the mountains. A faction split from the Koya sect, maintaining their belief in nature while asserting that human nature is also a part of it. In stark contrast to the conservatives, they advocated for the liberation of one's innate desires as a means of aligning with nature. Following the emergence of this new faction, they became active within the city of Rhine, indulging their desires and inevitably engaging in unlawful activities. Case summary, the Central Street conflict. In the 52nd year of the new Rhine calendar, William Esther of the Koya new faction massacred a wealthy family on Central Street, seizing all their assets. The following month, the Rhine Arbitration Court sentenced William Esther to immediate execution, but the Koya new faction exerted pressure, warning that his death could lead to severe repercussions. The court hesitated, concerned that a conflict among extraordinary beings could wreak unimaginable havoc upon Rhine, forcing them to weigh the warning from an extraordinary organization. That evening, the elderly Duke of Jilegia wielded the Duke's sword to sever William's head. The next day, he executed the leader of the new faction, Lawrence, plunging the Koya new faction into decades of silence. Chapter 26, The Documents of the Archives. The Gilgia family places great emphasis on emotions, while the Duke seeks to demonstrate that feelings can transcend power. Ultimately, the appointed overseer stands as a testament to her insecurities, yet she still occupies a role that maintains stability within the family.
However, the only heir of the Gilgia family has just announced an unforeseen event, coinciding perfectly with the birth of a daughter to the overseer's lineage, ensuring that this child is the youngest.
Is it not too coincidental? Zhou Yuan harbors suspicions regarding this overseer, as he possesses the authority to oversee the transfer of power within the estate. Should his progeny inherit everything from the Gilgia estate, he could guarantee that his descendants receive their rightful claims, thereby rendering Mrs. Hughes unable to continue monopolizing power under the watchful eyes of the overseer. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan refrains from further pinpointing his suspicions, as he is preoccupied with how to assure that his heir will indeed be the youngest among the collateral branches. This is because the Gilgia family only adopts the youngest daughters for nurturing. A call from the newsboy sparks an epiphany. What if he were to impregnate his granddaughter ahead of time and, during the interval before the birth of his great-granddaughter, orchestrate the disappearance of the family heir? Despite numerous inconsistencies, such as how a nearly 70-year-old man could breach the filtering layers, the motive alone allows Zhou Yuan to tentatively identify this individual. A surge of excitement courses through Zhou Yuan as he strides into the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. Pinning the squad badge he received yesterday to his chest, he faces no obstruction as he passes through the ceremonial barrier and ascends to the second floor. "Good morning, Miss Jenny, you appear exceptionally radiant today. Is there good news?" Upon ascending, his gaze immediately falls upon Jenny at her desk in the hall, positioned deliberately to observe young Wilson. Out of control, indeed, is a particularly sensitive term. Jenny's makeup today is striking, with a short skirt and bold red lips, revealing swaths of her snow-white skin. Good morning, Detective Zhou Yuan, just a private matter, I have a date this afternoon. Oh, you arrived just in time. The captain returned last night and instructed me to give you this document, which should be your formal appointment letter. Jenny retrieves a parcel wrapped in brown paper from her drawer, sealed with wax, thin yet substantial in hand. Over here, let me take you to the archives. The captain mentioned that you are now nominally the archivist for the squad, and all archival information will be under your purview. I previously handled this task, but I found it tedious and detested sorting and organizing. You know, I dropped out of school long ago. I simply cannot absorb these books. Categorizing literature feels like torment to me. Following Jenny's lead, Zhou Yuan walks towards the other side, with offices of various members to his left, including young Wilson's cell, which is an adaptation of his own office. To the right lies the archives, Jenny's office, a heavy pure copper door, and several doors without signs. Are the captain and the others not here yet? Zhou Yuan inquires casually as they enter the archives. Jenny, wearing an expression of utter despondency, responds with a hint of bitterness. Please, could you glance at the time? It's not even 7 in the morning. Who besides us, the working dogs left on night duty, would arrive at such an early hour? Zhou Yuan looks at Jenny with confusion, then glances at the room occupied by young Wilson. If Wilson were truly out of control, it would be a pure white matter. Was it Grace or Moore who was on night duty last night? Zhou Yuan questions. It was Grace and her wife, Miss Mudonger. Although referring to Mudonger as Miss seems somewhat inappropriate now, her sweet demeanor remains enviable even post-marriage. I instinctively perceive her as still a youthful maiden. I have known her for quite some time, having seen her mature and then become involved with Grace, that pig. Were it not for Grace's relative decency, I would genuinely feel sorry for her. She deserves the best of men. Jenny's words are laced with complex emotions, yet Zhou Yuan discerns her genuine envy. It seems that Jenny holds a high opinion of Grace's wife. Here, from now on, this key is in your possession. I am finally free from the mountain of books. Jenny, visibly relieved, places a ring of keys into Zhou Yuan's hands. Click. The solid wooden door swings open, revealing the rich aroma of books and ink. The space is quite expansive, approximately 10 meters in length and 8 meters in width, predominantly filled with towering bookshelves reaching 3 meters high. Most shelves are laden with books, with large uppercase. To the far left of the archive sits a spacious desk, upon which several documents lie, likely left unread. Zhou Yuan squints. The book is open, with several passages marked in ink. See miscellaneous. The Koya sect. The Koya sect originated 600 years ago as a collective of practitioners who rejected the worship of deities, instead placing their faith in nature. The Koya sect is loosely organized, with a diverse array of practitioners, posing little threat under minimal supervision. See miscellaneous. The reformation of the Koya sect. With the collapse of the Rhine Empire and the birth of New Rhine, the loosely knit Koya sect unified under the leadership of Anastasia Wallace, who proclaimed herself Mother Nature. The organization transformed from a disorganized collective into one comprising dozens of extraordinary practitioners, boasting formidable combat and destructive capabilities. In the second year of the New Rhine era, the Duke of Gilgia ventured alone to the Koya sect's headquarters for an open dialogue with Anastasia. In the third year of the New Rhine era, the Koya sect issued the Will of Nature decree, adopting the principle of conforming to the laws of nature and beat conflict. The new faction of the Koya sect. In the 34th year of the New Rhine era, the self-disciplined Will of Nature code met resistance from certain internal practitioners, who grew weary of life within the mountains. A faction split from the Koya sect, continuing to revere nature while asserting that human nature is also a part of it. In stark contrast to the conservatives, they advocated for the liberation of one's true nature as the essence of aligning with nature.
Following the birth of this new faction, they became active within the city of Rhine, indulging their desires and inevitably engaging in unlawful activities. Beat case summary: Central Street conflict in the 52nd year of the following month. The Rhine Arbitration Court condemned William Esther to immediate execution. The Koyanu faction exerted pressure, claiming that his death could lead to dire consequences. The court hesitated, aware that a conflict among extraordinary practitioners could inflict unimaginable damage upon Rhine, necessitating careful consideration of the warnings from an extraordinary organization. That evening, the aging Duke of Gilgia wielded the Duke's sword, severing William's head. The next day, he executed the leader of the new faction, Lawrence, plunging the Koyanu faction into decades of silence. Chapter 26. The documents in the archive. The Gilgia family places great importance on emotions, while the Duke seeks to demonstrate that feelings can transcend power. Ultimately, the appointed overseer embodies her insecurities, yet she still plays a pivotal role in establishing a stable situation. However, the sole heir of the Gilgia family has just announced an unforeseen calamity, coincidentally just as the overseer's descendant has welcomed a young girl, guaranteeing that this child is the youngest. Is this not an extraordinary coincidence? Zhou Yuan harbors suspicions regarding this overseer, for he possesses the authority to manage the entire estate's succession. Should his progeny eventually inherit everything from the Gilgia estate, he could ensure that his descendants receive their rightful place, leaving Mrs. Hughes unable to maintain her grip on power under the overseer's watchful eye. Yet, Zhou Yuan refrains from definitively pinpointing his suspicions, as he is preoccupied with contemplating how he can guarantee that his own descendants will indeed be the youngest among all collateral branches. This is crucial since the Gilgia family traditionally adopts only the youngest daughters for upbringing. A newspaper boy's cry suddenly illuminates part of his thoughts. What if he were to ensure his granddaughter's pregnancy ahead of time, and then, during the interval before the birth of his great-granddaughter, orchestrate the disappearance of the main heir? Although many pieces of information remain incongruent, such as how a nearly 70-year-old man could breach the filtering layer, the motives alone suffice for Zhou Yuan to tentatively identify this individual. A surge of excitement stirs within Zhou Yuan as he strides into the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. With the squad badge he received yesterday pinned to his chest, he faces no opposition as he passes through the ceremonial barrier and ascends to the second floor. "Good morning, Miss Jenny. You appear particularly radiant today. Is there a cause for celebration?" Upon reaching the top of the stairs, his gaze immediately lands on Jenny at her desk in the hall, strategically positioned to observe young Wilson. Out of control is indeed a rather sensitive term. Jenny's makeup today is striking, with a short skirt and bold red lips, her fair skin prominently displayed. Good morning, Detective Zhou Yuan. Just a personal matter. I have a date this afternoon." "Oh, you arrived just in time. The captain hurried back last night and instructed me to hand this document to you. It should be your formal appointment letter." Jenny retrieves a brown paper package from her drawer, sealed with wax, thin yet substantial in hand. "Right this way, I shall escort you to the archive. The captain mentioned that you are now nominally the archivist of the squad, and all archival information will henceforth be your responsibility. I previously handled this task, but I find such tedious work quite unappealing, especially the categorization and organization. You know, I dropped out of school long ago. I can hardly absorb these texts. Sorting through books is sheer torment for me." Following Jenny's lead, Zhou Yuan walks towards the other side, where to his left are the offices of various members, including the cell of young Wilson, which is a repurposed version of his own office. To his right lies the archive room, Jenny's office, a heavy pure copper door, and several unmarked doors. "Are the captain and the others not here yet?" Zhou Yuan casually inquires as he steps into the archive room. Jenny, appearing utterly disenchanted, responds with a hint of sorrow, "Please, do take a glance at the time. It's barely 7 in the morning. Who besides us working dogs left behind to pull the night shift would arrive at such an hour?" Zhou Yuan glances curiously at Jenny and then at the room occupied by young Wilson. If he truly lost control, it would implicate a clear breach. "Was it Grace or Moore who was on duty last night?" Zhou Yuan asks. "It was Grace and her lady, Miss Mu Donger. Though it seems somewhat inappropriate to still refer to her as Miss, her sweet and natural demeanor is such that I find myself envious, as she remains captivating even post-marriage. I've known her for quite some time, having watched her mature only to be taken by Grace, that rascal. If Grace were not so decent, I would genuinely feel sorry for her. She deserves the best of men." The complexity of Jenny's emotions is evident, yet Zhou Yuan discerns her genuine admiration for Grace's wife. It appears Jenny holds a high opinion of Grace's spouse. "Here, this key is now entrusted to you. I am finally free from the mountain of books," Jenny exclaims, relief flooding her voice as she thrusts a set of keys into Zhou Yuan's hands. Click. The solid wooden door swings open, filling the air with the rich scent of books and ink.
The space is quite expansive, stretching approximately 10 meters in length and 8 meters in width, dominated by towering bookshelves 3 meters high. Most of the shelves are brimming with books, with one end inscribed with capital letters for class of. To the far left of the archive room stands a large desk, cluttered with documents that appear to have been left unread. Zhou Yuan squints. The book lies open, with several passages marked in ink. See miscellaneous. The Koya sect. The Koya sect originated 6 centuries ago, formed by a group of practitioners who rejected deities and embraced nature as their faith. The Koya sect is loosely organized, with its practitioners varied and lacking a coherent system. They pose no significant threat under minimal supervision. See miscellaneous. Reformation of the Koya sect. As the Rhine Empire crumbled and the new Rhine emerged, the once disparate Koya sect unified under the leadership of Anastasia Wallace, who proclaimed herself the Mother of Nature. The organization transformed from a scattered assembly into a formidable collective of dozens of extraordinary practitioners, possessing significant combat and destructive capabilities. In the second year of the new Rhine era, the Duke of Georgia ventured alone to the Koya sect's headquarters for an earnest dialogue with Anastasia Dai. In the third year of the new Rhine era, the Koya sect issued the Natural Will Decree, advocating for the alignment with the laws of nature and the restraint of desires. The practitioners of the Koya sect began to withdraw from urban life, retreating into the Roya Mountains. Beat conflict. The Koya sect new faction. In the 34th year of the new Rhine era, the self-disciplined Natural Will Code met with resistance from some internal practitioners, who grew weary of life within the mountains. A faction split from the Koya sect, maintaining their faith in nature but asserting that human nature is also a part of it. In stark contrast to the conservatives, they advocate for the release of one's true nature as a means of conforming to nature. Following the emergence of the new faction, they became active within Rhine City, indulging their desires and inevitably committing acts contrary to the law. Case summary. The Central Street conflict case. In the 52nd year of the new Rhine era, William Esther of the Koya new faction slaughtered an affluent family on Central Street and absconded with their wealth. The following month, the Rhine Arbitration Court sentenced William Esther to immediate execution. The Koya new faction applied pressure, warning that his death could result in dire consequences. The arbitration court hesitated, recognizing that a skirmish among extraordinary beings could wreak unimaginable havoc on Rhine. They needed to weigh the warning from an extraordinary organization. That night, the aged Duke of Georgia wielded the Duke's sword, severing William's head. The next day, he executed the leader of the new faction, Lawrence, plunging the Koya new faction into decades of silence. Chapter 27 of the Koya Nu sect. The terms Koya sect and Koya Nu sect were deftly captured by Zhou Yuan. In the archives, Jenny found the books overwhelming, clearly not of her own discovery. Could it be related to Shuri? The Koya Nu sect seemed to be at odds with the Rhine authorities, which brought to mind young Wilson's words from yesterday. The series of disappearances and the murder case are merely a facade. I was involved in. He must know something, and it was highly likely that it pertained to this Koya Nu sect he was hearing about for the first time. Faint sounds filtered through the walls into Zhou Yuan's ears. Someone had returned to the living room. Good morning, Miss Jenny. I smell a familiar aroma. Was Grace on duty last night? It seems Miss Donger kept him company for another night. Their romance is truly delightful. Oh, what is for breakfast this morning? As Zhou Yuan stepped out of the archives, he chanced upon Shuri seated behind the sofa, cradling a warm cup of tea. After just one night apart, Shuri's stubble had grown considerably, and he bore an air of muted gloom hidden beneath his smile. Good morning, brother Shur. Is the archives now under my care? Zhou Yuan sat opposite him, pouring himself a cup from the kettle still filled with hot water. He glanced at him, taking a sip of tea, feeling the warmth envelop him before responding. Well, technically, I am over a decade your senior, so calling me uncle wouldn't be inappropriate. As for the archives, Jenny doesn't favor them, but for a scholar, this is indeed a splendid place. Learning is always the foremost duty of a scholar. While my understanding is limited, I can surmise that in order to master potions, one must inevitably delve into the written word. Moreover, our team's archives are rather extraordinary, but do remember not to consume too much knowledge at once. Knowledge and power inherently carry a certain danger. He emphasized the word extraordinary with great weight, and Zhou Yuan immediately grasped his implication. The archives contained extraordinary knowledge. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to share his experiences from the previous night regarding the investigation into the Gilgia family and the attack, footsteps echoed from the staircase, interrupting him. A woman of graceful stature, adorned in a pale yellow gown, with a gentle and delicate countenance, her lips perpetually curved into a faint smile, approached. She carried 2 neatly woven baskets, commonly used in the Rhine for transporting meals. Upon seeing her, both Jenny and Shuri broke into smiles, with Jenny even hurrying a few steps to take the baskets from her. Hello, Uncle Shur, I prepared breakfast downstairs, knowing you would come. I've made you some soup. Is Grace still asleep? Ha, it's always you, little Donger, who understands me. This cursed place, Rhine, becomes a veritable roller coaster of temperatures come autumn, and there is nothing quite like a warm bowl of soup in the morning. Sure, he, for once, set aside his ever-present cup of tea. The woman, with cascading black hair and a demeanor both gentle and gracious, was none other than Grace's wife. Jo Yuan felt a flicker of surprise. After all, Grace was a towering figure at 2 meters tall, with a physique like a powerhouse. Meanwhile, Mu Dong'er was a quintessential Eastern beauty, standing around 1.70 meters, radiating warmth. No matter how Jo Yuan viewed this couple, it felt peculiar how had Grace found such a virtuous wife. "Hello, I heard Grace mention you last night, Detective Jo Yuan. Your profession is truly enviable. The life of a detective must be exhilarating. I prepared breakfast for 5, come join us." Mu Dong'er smiled warmly at Jo Yuan, and he began to understand why both he and Jenny regarded her with such fondness. Even under Jo Yuan's scholarly scrutiny, the gentle lady's eyes sparkled with sincerity. There was no one who could resist the charm of such a genuine friend. Jo Yuan quickly rose to accept the basket Mu Dong'er offered, which contained a small ceramic pot and a steamer filled with delicate dumplings or sweet bean buns. Under the warmth of Mu Dong'er's sincere smile, Jo Yuan felt a twinge of guilt for having scrutinized her so critically. He had never encountered someone so pure, in either his past life or the present. "Be careful. The soup was simmered over low heat, and the pot is quite hot. Watch out for burns. You all enjoy while I go wake Grace. I one tea hold back, only you could rouse Grace from slumber. This fellow has a notorious temper upon waking, he even dares to strike me when I call him." Sure, he couldn't help but jest, placing a hand on his chest as if recalling a past trauma. Clearly, there was a story behind that remark, and it was likely that Grace had delivered a rather hefty blow. "Ha, that's just how he is at Uncle. Sure, don't take it to heart. He truly overstepped that time, didn't he? I once intervene on your behalf. You mentioned you'd let it go," Mu Dong'er teased, effortlessly brushing past the subject. As she entered Grace's office, Jo Yuan lifted the lid of the ceramic pot and turned to Sure. "Does this count as family? Can I speak freely?" Sure, unperturbed by the heat, lifted the lid and took a bite from a small lamb chop before replying, "We're practically family, feel free to speak your mind. What you can access isn't a great secret, no need for concealment, plus, little Dong'er has signed a contract, so you needn't worry." Jo Yuan nodded, realizing there was no need for hesitation, and thus spoke candidly. "Oh, chew, I was attacked last night by an ordinary man, but he possessed a... I was injured." "Pfft, what, you were attacked? By someone wielding extraordinary items?" Sure, mid-sip of his soup, spewed it all out upon hearing Jo Yuan's revelation. Jo Yuan wiped the splattered soup from half his face, feeling utterly exasperated. He observed the subtle changes in Shure's expression, from shock to a slight tremor in his facial muscles. Every detail was crystal clear to him, yet, the scholar's physical constitution was woefully inadequate. He could only anticipate the impending spray but could not fully evade it. Cough, cough, cough. "I apologize, are you serious? You've become embroiled in an extraordinary event again?" Jo Yuan sighed and nodded. "I had not anticipated being drawn into... However, it's a positive sign, at least it indicates my direction is not misguided." Sure, had wiped the corners of his mouth and, brow furrowed, said earnestly, "Do elaborate. How is it that you encounter such matters immediately upon joining the team? This shouldn't be happening." Jo Yuan narrowed his eyes. Immediately upon joining the team, and shouldn't be suggested that perhaps only those who had been with the team longer were likely to face such events. Why, suddenly, he recalled the information he had seen in the archives regarding the conflict between the Koyanu sect and the Rhine authorities. Chapter 28, The Closed Loop and the Soul Shepherd. Do elaborate on what exactly you did to become embroiled in yet another extraordinary event. "It has only been a day," Sure, remarked, his brow furrowed, sensitive to Jo Yuan's propensity for attracting trouble. Jo Yuan, however, remained composed, sipping his soup while casually engaging in gossip at the dining table. "Did you not mention yesterday that you were preparing to investigate the series of mysterious disappearances in the Rhine? In fact, prior to reporting to the team, I had already received a commission from Mrs. Hughes of the Gilded family. She dispatched requests to every detective agency in the Rhine, generously offering 50 sirlins to each, essentially handing out free money." Shure's expression darkened, interrupting, "Get to the point. Do not let your eyes be clouded by the allure of wealth." All right, Jo Yuan conceded. "The crux of the matter is that Miss Qin, the sole heir of the Gilded family, has gone missing. After Mrs. Hughes reported it to the police, they were unable to uncover anything or allocate sufficient manpower to assist her. In her desperation, she resorted to commissioning all the detectives in the Rhine at great expense. Initially, I had no intention of getting involved, but your earlier remarks about pursuing missing persons coincided with Miss Qin's disappearance, which likely forms part of the same enigma. Thus, under the guise of a detective, I gained entry into the Gilded estate that afternoon." Upon investigation, I found numerous discrepancies. However, at that moment, a detective named Ildu, notorious for his poor reputation, discovered Miss Jean's torn clothing. Lacking any other evidence, Mrs. Hughes hastily announced the termination of the commission. I sensed something was amiss when I met with Detective Li Mingyu from Central Street outside the back of the Gilded Estate on that crimson night. He was unceremoniously spotted by the guards after a loud shout. Oddly enough, Mrs. Hughes instructed the guards to deny any investigation. Despite her apparent concern for her daughter's whereabouts, her demeanor was markedly resistant, a stark contrast to her earlier anxiety. She seemed almost like a different person. On our way back, Li Mingyu and I fell victim to an extraordinary attack, perpetrated by none other than the very detective who had completed the commission. He possessed two extraordinary items. Initially, he employed a pink handkerchief that induced a state of frenzy in Li Mingyu, rendering him a spectacle of embarrassment. Ildu merely trailed us at first, inciting Li Mingyu's agitation without any overtly aggressive intent, yet his pursuit was impossible to conceal from me. I could not remedy Li Mingyu's predicament, so my best course of action was to confront Ildu directly, at least to divert his attention from tormenting Li Mingyu further. At that juncture, he resorted to using another extraordinary item, a blood-stained silver coin, which contained a sealed malevolent spirit cat. I had only recently become a scholar, but fortunately, as a scholar, I could directly assault the spirit with my spiritual force, injuring it. Had I been a physical class, well, you'd simply not see me here. Are you suggesting that last night's attack is connected to Mrs. Hughes of the Gilded family? Sure. He put down his breakfast, his brow knitted in consternation. In truth, I possess further conjectures, Zhou Yuan replied, his eyes gleaming with confidence in his deductions. The validation of the Undertaker. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. It all began to make sense. Rising to his feet, Zhou Yuan began to pace before hastening to the archive room, where he had casually stored some beef purchased from the butcher. Holding the beef aloft, Zhou Yuan addressed Shurhi. This beef was procured from the butcher this morning. The meat itself is inconsequential. The salient point is that I intended to inquire about the weight of the internal organs of livestock. He informed me it is approximately 30 pounds, which aligns with my findings. I inquired at the Gilded Estate stable and learned that a horse had gone missing recently, along with a set of saddlery. I later observed the area behind the watering trough at night, activating my scholar ability to deduce that one of the Gilded family's horses inexplicably gained 70 pounds overnight. Initially, I had inquired about Miss Jean's weight to estimate the potential distance she might have drifted in water, but upon discovering the horse's weight gain, the two pieces of information intertwined. The missing saddle and tack were merely a ruse. Someone sought to obfuscate the truth, leading others to believe the horse had been ridden away. However, if Miss Jean were incapacitated and concealed within the hollowed carcass of a horse, the body could then brazenly exit the back. The quintessential ability of the soul shepherd is to herd the souls of the deceased, utilizing their grievances to forge malevolent spirits, like that cat which attacked you. Zhou Yuan hesitated, but after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. You must have heard that I was commissioned directly by Mrs. Oka to assist in locating her cat, which led to the subsequent events. I have encountered the malevolent spirit cat within the silver coin, found at Mrs. Oka's residence, drowned in a footbath. Zhou Yuan refrained from elaborating further. As long as he did not inquire, he would not disclose why he had accepted Mrs. Oka's commission or how he had fortuitously become entangled in this affair. Regarding matters related to father, he chose silence. Ah, I know. When we arrived, both Mrs. Oka and the kitten's body were devoid of any lingering spirit, leaving no trace behind. I explored every conceivable avenue and ultimately pinpointed the soul shepherd as the culprit, which aligns with your deductions. The Gilded family's disappearance case is intrinsically linked to the assassination of Mrs. Oka. It is conceivable that the same individual or organization is responsible for both. Broadening the scope, it may very well be that the current series of mysterious disappearances plaguing the Rhine is also their doing. Sure, he clenched his jaw, a tempest of fury simmering within him, with no outlet for release. Captain, I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my subsequent conjecture, but I feel compelled to mention it. If what I previously articulated can be deemed deduction, then what follows must be classified as speculation. I harbor grave doubts regarding Mrs. Hughes's state. She emanates an odd aura, and her behavioral logic is fraught with contradictions. Moreover, as I previously noted, Ildu initially displayed no desire for aggression. He seemed intent only on creating disturbances to thwart our investigation into the Gilded disappearance. However, if Ildu was indeed aligned with Mrs. Hughes, why would she obstruct inquiries into Miss Jean's whereabouts? She is the one most desperate for answers. To assume Mrs. Hughes as the perpetrator behind Miss Jean's disappearance is patently absurd. She lacks motive. From the information I have gathered, the individual with the greatest motive appears to be Harriman Bog, the current overseer of the Gilded estate, yet Harriman Bog is an elderly man. He lacks the capability to execute such a scheme. The gilded disappearance case resembles a tangled mess, akin to a lake disturbed by tumultuous waters.
Chapter 29 of the Crumbling Belief. I understand now.
The Gilgia family has been marked as a key target for investigation. Our first stop should be the police station. Since this is all part of a chain of missing persons and murders, we ought to retrieve the recent case files. Sure, he rubbed his temples, biting into a lamb chop with fervor, chewing vigorously before Zhou Yuan chose not to elaborate further. The information he possessed allowed him to draw only these conclusions. In truth, he yearned to directly inquire with Sure He about his peculiar experience from the previous night, the repugnant black insect, the dark liquid within the scholar's potion, and the intermittent hunger pangs that had plagued him since then. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his concerns, as reason dictated that it was best to keep his peculiarities concealed from others. This power was evidently not positive.
Good morning, everyone. I could smell the delightful aroma early on. Is there lamb chop soup?
The resounding voice echoed through the corridor, and Zhou Yuan could easily discern its owner without needing to look. It was the boisterous giant, Grace Dai, in the front hall. The one Zhou Yuan and Sure He occupied still had ample space between them. The other table was nearly monopolized by Grace, who sat alone, while Mudonger took a seat beside him. At that moment, Jenny, having just finished her meal, vacated her spot, offering it to the young couple. As she passed by, she playfully winked at Mudonger, though her demeanor toward Grace was markedly less cordial. From the outset, Jenny had not uttered a single word, whether regarding the string of disappearances or the matters concerning the Gilgia family. Even when Zhou Yuan mentioned his recent assault, she remained silent. It was only upon hearing of Zhou Yuan's attack that concern flickered across her face. However, once assured that he was at least visibly unharmed, she buried herself in her meal, keeping a respectful distance from all matters pertaining to extraordinary powers. Zhou Yuan noted Jenny's behavior, igniting a flicker of curiosity about her backstory, yet he could surmise that it was unlikely to be a pleasant tale. He knew that if Jenny chose to remain silent, he would not pry into her wounds. Although he had only recently entered the realm of the extraordinary, it seemed that anyone associated with him who had dabbled in the extraordinary faced a rather unfortunate fate. Grace, undeterred by the lack of attention, cheerfully indulged in his special breakfast, which consisted of 3 tiers equivalent to the meals of 8 individuals, including Mudonger's 5 servings. Surprisingly, Mudonger did not eat from her own plate but instead glanced toward Shuri, gesturing towards the room housing young Wilson. Shuri sighed, advising, "Little Donger, please eat, do not bring anything for young Wilson. By all accounts, he is currently a prisoner, undergoing a period of reflection. Having something to eat is already a luxury, there is no need to share your own with him." The girl in the pale yellow dress merely smiled gently, not uttering a word. "I knew it," Shuri remarked as he rose and walked toward young Wilson's door.
Inside, young Wilson lay on his bed, still covered by the blanket, seemingly yet to awaken.
Zzz. Zhou Yuan's sensitivity registered a response. A certain barrier had been lifted. He had experienced this sensation before, yet this time, his perception felt markedly dulled, an aftereffect of his diminished sensitivity. As a second-tier listener, Sure He possessed a far stronger perception than Zhou Yuan, the scholar. The moment the barrier dissolved, young Wilson sat up immediately, eyes fixed on the door. Sure He placed a basket filled with provisions into the holding room. Zhou Yuan observed clearly, young Wilson's eyes were bloodshot, not a sign of merely waking up, but rather an indication that he had not slept at all. "Mr. Wilson, do have a bite, the breakfast from the eastern wind is quite delectable."
"Thank you for the breakfast."
"Has the captain received any further updates?" young Wilson rasped, acknowledging Mudonger's kindness with a brief response, while his latter query was directed toward Sure He. Sure He shook his head, refraining from mentioning Zhou Yuan's hypothesis regarding the potential involvement of Lady Ocasio's death with the shepherd. He feared that young Wilson might struggle to accept the grim reality that even in death, his mother's spirit found no peace, yet, within that fleeting moment, Zhou Yuan sensed a hint of unnaturalness. Young Wilson concealed his emotions adeptly, and even Zhou Yuan, as a scholar, could not discern his plight. However, he overlooked a crucial detail, or perhaps lacked the energy to consider it. Upon the barrier's removal, his gaze instinctively fell upon Miss Mudonger and responded immediately. How could he have known that it was she who had offered him this breakfast? The one standing at the door with the basket was sure it was utterly illogical. Zhou Yuan instinctively reached for the silver dagger concealed within his sleeve, a parting gift from young Wilson during their last meeting. "Young Wilson, you need not concern yourself with anything at present. Your sole focus should be on stabilizing your condition, striving to return to the team as soon as possible, preferably to investigate this matter personally." Sure, he endeavored to keep young Wilson grounded, yet he remained deeply concerned about his state. For extraordinary individuals, a single brush with instability could cast a long shadow of chaos, requiring constant vigilance.
"Did you go to headquarters? Were you able to ascertain who it was that I interrogated that day?" Or did headquarters refuse your inquiry? Young Wilson pressed, unwilling to relent. Yes, I visited yesterday. Headquarters did not provide me with a clear response and instructed me to wait. Sure, he did not speak the whole truth. In reality, the information he received was even more cruel for young Wilson. The headquarters had not merely told him to wait for a notification but had bluntly stated, "Do not pursue this matter further." Just as Zhou Yuan had surmised previously, sure, he had been aware that he would not glean any information before visiting headquarters. The individual young Wilson had interrogated must have been a figure of considerable stature, a prominent member of the Kainu faction. This was the source of his dejection. Even if he could identify this organization, he could not act unilaterally. The records detailing the conflicts between the Kainu faction and the official body were not mere decorations. In fact, relations between the Rhine authorities and the Kainu faction had reached a freezing point. A slight misstep could ignite a conflagration between two extraordinary organizations. Sure, he understood that he must never become the scapegoat in this scenario. Should a conflict arise with insufficient preparation, it could lead to widespread civilian casualties. Upon hearing Shuri's response, young Wilson exhibited no surprise. After years of service, he could infer certain truths. Silence enveloped the room, marking his final struggle. Shuri, too, was silent, and the absence of conversation rendered Grace's loud chewing particularly pronounced. It was only then that he became aware of the atmosphere, bewilderedly surveying the room. "Captain, may I ask, what is the purpose of our struggle against madness and delusion, leading us to the seemingly glorious but actually pitiable state?" "Initially, the lofty belief that sustained me was guardianship. As you once told me, we are the honorable protectors, shielding the vulnerable from the encroachment of extraordinary powers, yet, I could not even protect my own mother. Chapter 30. Behind the solid copper door, the voice of young Wilson conveyed an endless depth of pain and struggle. After his hoarse words fell silent, he activated the internal barrier, rendering himself invisible to the onlookers outside. Zhou Yuan observed clearly as a solitary tear slipped down the cheek of this resilient middle-aged man. Sure, he merely had time to part his lips, but Wilson had already sealed the barrier, leaving his words unheard. Although he could reopen it, that would be of little consequence. Alas, young Wilson must navigate this predicament on his own and seek his own meaning. This is beyond our capacity to assist. "Zhou Yuan, come, accompany me." Sure, he abruptly turned to Zhou Yuan, leading him through the foyer towards another area. Unexpectedly, they did not pause at the archive room but continued onward for a short distance. Zhou Yuan came to a halt before the solid copper door he had noticed earlier. You should be aware that in the realm of mysticism, silver is regarded as the metal most compatible with spirituality. However, pure copper also holds a significant position in mysticism as the finest metal for suppression, widely employed in sealing, restraining, and isolating. Can you fathom what lies behind this door? Sure, he stood before the door, not rushing to open it, as his right hand caressed the intricate patterns etched into the solid copper surface, inquiring of Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan thoughtfully rubbed his chin before spreading his hands in response. With terms like sealing, restraining, and isolating, your ease suggests that what lies within is not meant to confine some bizarre entity. It is likely intended to suppress the activity of certain objects or to isolate items that exert a range of influence. Given that our team is not far from headquarters, it would be more appropriate for the headquarters to manage the suppression of certain items, which leads me to deduce what may be contained inside extraordinary items with area of effect capabilities? Sure, he pressed his hand against the copper door with slight force, causing the once dim patterns to glow with a mysterious. Amidst the heavy sound of metal shifting, the door creaked open. Ah, how dull! I find it most tedious to engage with you scholars and detectives. It's truly tiresome. Well, beyond this door lies the extraordinary items acquired by our team. You have that silver coin on you, correct? Be aware that these extraordinary items come with negative effects. Do not assume they are all benign. The use of any power demands a price. It is certain that each extraordinary item carries its own adverse effects, be it a cascade of misfortune, potential insanity, or the attention of certain hidden entities lurking in the shadows. You should deposit that silver coin here, as you cannot make use of it. Of course, this is not a mere surrender. In addition to the unknown negative effects yet to be tested, our team possesses some safer extraordinary items which you may take with you. With little hesitation, Zhou Yuan produced the bloodstained coin. He had begun to suspect that the intermittent hunger he felt from last night to this morning might be partly attributed to it. He had two theories. First, that the negative effect of the coin merely induced sporadic hunger, but that should have manifested more intensely during its use, yet Yerdu had not exhibited such symptoms last night. The more plausible theory was that it amplified or triggered pre-existing negative effects. A shiver ran through Zhou Yuan as he recalled his strange state from last night, the insatiable hunger that nearly drove him to consume Li Mingyu. With that thought, he hastily tossed the coin to Shuri as if shaking off a bad omen. He cast a puzzled glance at him but said nothing as he stepped through the door.
The interior was not particularly spacious, devoid of windows, a fully enclosed area where the open door served as the sole source of illumination. Every inch of the room was adorned with pure copper wallpaper. Within the purplish-red space, 9 neatly arranged small coffins were distributed evenly across the room. Sure, he walked directly to the 5th copper coffin, forcefully pushing it open to place the silver coin inside. Zhou Yuan watched intently as Sure he closed the lid, tapping each of the 4 corners with his hand while simultaneously uttering words in a language Zhou Yuan had never heard before. Extraordinary items are quite rare and their formation is particularly stringent. Generally, dangerous items are sent to headquarters for containment. We are merely storing a few that are safe for use, sufficient for temporary confinement tasks, which is why there are not many suppression copper coffins at the village. Sure, he clapped his hands together and began explaining to Zhou Yuan. What was that language you just spoke? Sure, he slapped his forehead in disbelief. You truly don't know? Are you mocking me? Zhou Yuan's face fell, for he had no interest in such banter. Merely observing Zhou Yuan's expression, Sure he discerned his genuine lack of knowledge and thus elaborated with curiosity. That was Gus language, a language imbued with power, utilized to activate preset spiritual barriers, traps, and to channel one's abilities. For instance, elemental mages often chant spells in Gus language. How could you possibly be unaware? Even if you ascended to extraordinary status on your own, surely your elders must have imparted this knowledge to you. As a scholar, this should be considered professional knowledge. To my knowledge, any practitioner who has traversed the knowledge path should receive some form of Gus language inheritance upon their initial ascension, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency. How could you, a scholar exclusively of the knowledge path, not possess any understanding of Gus language? It defies logic. Sure, he furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance at Zhou Yuan, even questioning whether Zhou Yuan was truly a scholar. Impossible. A scholar could not possibly be entirely ignorant of Gus language unless, Sure, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan closely, pausing briefly before continuing, unless you are not a scholar, or not a purely scholar. Zhou Yuan froze, the implication of not being a purely scholar sent a chill down his spine. The final syllables of Sure he's statement were particularly pronounced, a shiver of dread creeping from Zhou Yuan's toes to the crown of his head, as an overwhelming aura of pressure filled the dimly lit room. In such close proximity to a being of higher extraordinary rank, Zhou Yuan found it difficult to breathe. Within moments, beads of cold sweat had completely drenched his back. This was his first clear encounter with an extraordinary being of a higher level. It dawned on him that being a first-tier practitioner merely positioned one at the very bottom of the extraordinary world, merely a footstep into this enigmatic realm, and for many entities, it bore no distinction from an ordinary person. Given the anomalies of the previous night, he had originally intended to investigate on his own, uncertain if Sure he and the official practitioner's attitudes towards such forces. He had not anticipated that his integrity would come under suspicion so swiftly. Chapter 31 A sealed objects. Without granting Zhou Yuan further time for contemplation, the terrifying sense of oppression dissipated in an instant. Sure, he patted him on the shoulder, transforming his previously solemn and scrutinizing demeanor into a cheerful smile, saying, I've long told you, we are not rigid machines. Each of us, myself, Jenny, and more, joined the team harboring secrets. We have encountered extraordinary events and even become professionals. Who among us lacks a hidden cipher? Yet, we all thrive. I do not comprehend Gus's language, nor shall I delve deeper into it. That remains your secret. As long as our overarching goals align, we shall forever be comrades. Relax, I am quite agreeable. Zhou Yuan paused, gazing into Sure He's eyes, sensing the sincerity in his words. He believed that Sure he would indeed uphold this trust and harbor no doubts regarding the matter. However, a more vivid perception emerged. Despite his spiritual affliction, the throbbing of his head, and dulled senses, Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming threat emanating from Sure he. Yes, although Sure he bore the visage of a somewhat withered middle-aged man smiling with squinted eyes, Zhou Yuan was utterly convinced that, should he truly harbor ulterior motives or stray from the righteous path, Sure he would most assuredly rend him apart in the most brutal manner. This was no subtle warning. With his breathing steady and pressure alleviated, Zhou Yuan seized the moment to explain. As for the Gus language, I genuinely do not know it. My profession has not equipped me with such knowledge, and I cannot fathom why. However, upon consuming the potion, the title conferred upon me was indeed merely scholar. Moreover, aside from the Gus language, I possess all the capabilities of a scholar. Sure he, his hand resting on Zhou Yuan's shoulder, gave it a gentle squeeze, interrupting his discourse. I shan't listen. I shan't listen. As I mentioned, I am unconcerned with such matters. This is your own power. Speak to me only when you believe you cannot fully grasp your abilities. Extraordinary powers are the foundation of every professional's existence. I can assist you in developing your skills or enhancing your personal ability framework, but I cannot compel you under duress, otherwise, it may foster resentment and distance elements that easily dismantle a team. Zhou Yuan met his gaze and exhaled deeply, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing not to broach the subject of the dark sludge again.
Well, did I not tell you not to overthink? I mean no other harm. By the way, did I not mention that I wouldn't let you part with this extraordinary item for naught? Allow me to enlighten you about extraordinary objects. They can be divided into two categories. One is a result of the extraordinary traits extracted from a professional after their demise, fusing with an object. Such items are formed under stringent conditions and are irreplicable. We refer to them as sealed objects. These extraordinary items possess formidable capabilities. When fully harnessed, they can significantly enhance a professional's prowess. Often, they can function as an additional ally, providing a considerable advantage in battle. However, these sealed objects generally carry severe negative repercussions. Should one exercise caution or exceed the safe duration without appropriate sealing, it may lead to dire consequences. The user might face death or loss of control, and in extreme cases, widespread casualties could ensue. Historically, there was a sealed object formed from the death of a 6th-tier Storm Priest, designated as Sealed Object 1-31, the sailing sail of the Storm Priest. When the coastal city of St. Rocha was struck by turmoil, the local church employed this sealed object to quell the raging waves, safeguarding the populace. Yet, due to exceeding the planned safe usage time by 15 minutes without sealing it in the unyielding vessel, the entire St. Rocha vanished amidst the storm and tumult, leaving no vestige. An entire coastal city of 220,000 souls, with none surviving. This exemplifies the terror of sealed objects. Oftentimes, sealed items of equivalent rank may surpass their creators in power. They are devoid of concern for danger, untroubled by fear, and need not worry about the backlash of overexertion or loss of control, allowing them to wield their authority with reckless abandon. The other category comprises the more familiar extraordinary objects, crafted by extraordinary beings. These items cannot self-replenish. Their extraordinary powers rely on the creator's imposition during manufacture. They have a limited usage lifespan. For instance, the silver coin I mentioned earlier is a quintessential man-made extraordinary object. A soul shepherd transformed a cat into a malevolent spirit, binding it within the coin. Each utilization of this coin depletes the spirit's lifespan, rendering it impossible for infinite use. The creation of such extraordinary items is, in fact, quite complex. They are not easily produced, or they would be ubiquitous by now. Our team possesses 6 minor extraordinary objects with slight negative effects, one being with more, known as the 1000. However, the downside is that prolonged use of the 1000 threads puppet may plunge the user into a state of potential psychosis. Another item with me is the Sunfire Flask, which is this very object at my waist. Within the sealing chamber, apart from the bloodied silver coin just placed inside, there are 4 other extraordinary items. As sure he spoke, he approached the first small copper coffin, gently pushing it open, and continued explaining to Zhou Yuan. In addition to sealed objects and man-made extraordinary items, we categorize all extraordinary objects into several tiers, denoted by the sealed objects numbering. Level 0, Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Levels 1 through 3 correspond to natural disaster level, significant danger level, and danger level, respectively. The vast majority of extraordinary items we encounter are Level 3 or barely possess extraordinary traits at Level 4. The silver coin, in fact, has not yet met the Level 3 standard, which is why you were able to return safely last night. Level 3 signifies a capability at least equivalent to that of a first or second tier professional's attack. Typically, man-made extraordinary items can only reach Level 4, with only select high-quality items breaching the threshold of Level 3. Observe, the extraordinary items our team has collected are all bona fide Level 3 items, thus even with usage restrictions and maximum lifespans, they remain exceedingly precious. The first item, the Staff of Lethargy, crafted by a 3rd-tier nightmare, can cast a sleep-inducing spell on targets at a mid-range distance, particularly effective against large groups of ordinary individuals without causing them harm. The negative effect is that it induces a strong sense of drowsiness post-use, yet I have tested it, and it is akin to enduring 2 sleepless nights. It is manageable, allowing one to persist until the mission's completion before returning for a proper rest. What do you think of this item? Chapter 32, Lesson 2. This Dreamweaver's staff can compensate for your lack of crowd control over ordinary individuals. It proves quite effective even against 1st and 2nd tier practitioners. Would you consider acquiring it? Zhou Yuan gazed at the exquisite staff nestled within the small copper coffin. The staff's apex was adorned with 3 diamond-shaped rubies, bestowing an air of opulence upon the entire piece. To be frank, Zhou Yuan felt a stir of desire. Silver coins held little value for him, particularly given the grievous state of the malevolent cat within, which rendered it devoid of combat capability. The negative repercussions were precisely what he dreaded most. In contrast, this Dreamweaver's staff appeared significantly more formidable, especially with its ability to silently unleash a zone of slumber, granting him, a scholar of little physical prowess, a much-needed sense of security. Observing Shurhi's beguiling expression, Zhou Yuan maintained his composure and inquired with a smile, "There are 3 more, are there not? May I hear what the remaining 3 are? Sure, he chuckled as he placed his hand upon the second small copper coffin. The shadows of the remaining 3 coffins containing extraordinary items began to writhe. 3 enormous hands, composed of shadow, emerged effortlessly to unveil the 3 small coffins that Sure he was caressing. Zhou Yuan was astonished to notice that Sure he's right index finger bore a dark red ring, which, unbeknownst to him, was adorned with a flowing liquid-like metal that formed mysterious patterns within. The shadow ring allows for temporary control over the power of shadows when worn correctly. This extraordinary item possesses a strength equivalent to the second tier, offering both lethal and control capabilities. The shadow hands can effortlessly snap the neck of a bull, and you can also fashion weapons such as shadow blades and shields using this power. However, this item has a limited lifespan, allowing only 10 uses, and currently, only 2 remain. The negative effects following the use of the shadow ring are twofold. If the duration of a single use exceeds 10 minutes, the user risks being consumed by the shadows, becoming lost in the realm of darkness. Even with brief usage, one may develop an unusual affinity for shadows, potentially leading to a disinclination for sunlight and a tendency to crawl under the bed while sleeping for about 1 to 2 weeks. Oh, should the ring be used again during this period, the temporary negative effects could become nearly permanent. As Sure he elaborated, he noticed Zhou Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the ring, while Zhou Yuan scanned the entire space, seemingly searching for something. Have you discovered something? The shadowy hand materialized behind Sure he, lifting him as though he were seated upon a throne of darkness. Zhou Yuan concluded his inspection and let out a soft sigh before asking, when did this occur? From start to finish. Snap. Sure he lightly snapped his fingers, and the world within Zhou Yuan's eyes began to fracture. He and Sure he returned to the pure copper door, where Sure he flicked a blood-stained silver coin into the air, which spun gracefully before landing securely in his palm. Alas, Zhou Yuan sighed once more, borrowing your words, I find it most vexing to be alongside you nightmares. It's truly dull. I can hardly discern when I am dreaming and when I am in reality. Indeed, perhaps Zhou Yuan could have attributed the mere presence of an additional ring to Sure he's abilities, but knowing that the shadow ring had only 2 precious uses remaining left no room for doubt. How could he possibly squander one use merely to demonstrate capabilities? Yes, this was yet another dream. Reflecting on their previous exchange, Zhou Yuan surmised why Sure he had omitted the item's lifespan when discussing the Dreamweaver's staff. An artificial extraordinary item, which Soul Shepherd could forge 2 blood-stained silver coins, though Sure he had never disclosed his level. Could the captain of an official team truly be inferior to such a Soul Shepherd? Nightmares, that was Sure he's profession. Thus, when Zhou Yuan was drawn into the dream by young Wilson, the latter had no means of resistance within his own domain. He merely employed his extraordinary item to pull Zhou Yuan into slumber, a power that paled in comparison to that of a genuine nightmare. I was so cautious this time, meticulously discerning everything, yet I still failed to realize I had been ensnared in a dream. The dream induction fluctuations from last time were merely a ruse, intended to simulate the sensation of crossing barriers. Until just now, I had unconsciously believed that your attempts to draw someone into a dream would invariably produce fluctuations requiring concealment. Zhou Yuan reflected, realizing the intricate web of deception. After the previous lesson, he had not anticipated that it was far from over, as it had already laid the groundwork for today's second lesson. Sure he smiled as he opened the door, revealing a scene identical to what Zhou Yuan had witnessed in his dream. Induction fluctuations will always exist, but only for practitioners of my caliber. For you youngsters, I have yet to weaken to such an extent that I previously cautioned you against overly relying on your perceptions and habitual thought patterns. Just because something seems logical does not render it factual. You see, even the pivotal element in your logical construct was deliberately presented to you as false information. What more can we discuss regarding reasonableness? Practitioners like you, scholars and detectives, who cannot escape the inertia of thought, will forever remain confined to shallow waters, unable to reach higher realms. Consider this a fortunate occurrence. You've learned 2 lessons today. The second lesson pertains to human conduct. 3 simple yet profoundly challenging words. Feign ignorance. It is not always best to speak your mind. Do you truly believe you are the only one who can perceive the truth, treating others as fools? As Sure he stepped into the room, he placed the silver coin into the 5th small copper coffin and turned to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan instinctively shifted his body, feeling a peculiar sensation. At that moment, Sure he truly resembled a wise elder instructing a child, unpretentious, devoid of extraneous factors. Moreover, the earlier oppressive atmosphere now felt akin to a concerned parent wielding a whip, fearful of their child straying off course. Sure he continued, take a step forward and see. Zhou Yuan had hesitated to enter alongside him, lingering outside the open copper door. Upon hearing Sure he's words, he curiously attempted to step inside. Bang! A tremendous force struck him unexpectedly, and Zhou Yuan was flung backward, crashing violently against the outer wall with a resounding thud that reverberated through him,
sending waves of agony coursing through his body. Fortunately, the pain, though intense, was transient and left no lasting harm upon him. You see, the consequence of rashly speaking is that you missed the opportunity to observe the other two extraordinary items. For practitioners, failing to witness a single ability represents a hidden growth opportunity. Had you not abruptly interrupted me, even upon seeing the suddenly manifested ring and deducing my profession, you could have remained silent and still glimpsed the remaining extraordinary items. This reflects a lack of social experience. There is still much for you to learn. Remember to temper your arrogance and impatience. Thus far, your only achievement has been triumphing over an ordinary individual wielding an extraordinary item they could not fully control, and that item is hardly of noteworthy caliber. Chapter 33. The monocle hiss. I understand, but was it truly necessary to deliberately watch me being repelled by the barrier constructed through ritualistic magic? Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath before expressing his dissatisfaction. Isn't learning always accompanied by hardship? People tend to grow rapidly only in the face of pain and setbacks. The current physical suffering is far preferable to the subsequent lamentations of regret. Now, enough of this childishness. It is your turn to choose. Will it be the Ring of Shadows or the Staff of Slumber? Or perhaps. Sure, he stepped forward, offering a hand to help Zhou Yuan up, deliberately leaving his sentence unfinished to pique interest, before retrieving a small silver flask from his lower back and taking a swig. This was Zhou Yuan's first real interaction with Shurhi, and he was taken aback to find that Shurhi's hand was not warm like a normal person's, but rather cold, eerily so, almost reminiscent of a walking corpse. The flask was no larger than a palm, entirely silver, with golden threads spiraling in the shape of a blazing sun, making it quite dazzling. The rich aroma of the liquor instantly filled the air during the brief moment Shurhi took a sip. Zhou Yuan said nothing, intentionally allowing Shurhi to continue. After all, he was no pushover, devoid of any irritation. At the end of the day, he was merely a youth living his second life. As expected, after Shurhi downed the drink, his body trembled slightly, and the pallor of his cheeks deepened, regaining some color, while the coldness in his palms dissipated. TSK, this little flask is my lifeline. Each sip feels like a day without hope. I remember when I was lured into the ranks of the professionals by that old coot with this very thing. If I tally it up, I've worked 20 years for him without pay. I truly am getting on in years. Who would have thought I'd start to grumble? Now, back to business. I really won't show you the remaining two. Will that make you angry? Zhou Yuan bared his teeth slightly but spoke with a casual air. Old man, aren't you just over 40? To be nagging so early. When you really grow old, you'll surely be a chatterbox. Ha, if you refuse to show me, am I really supposed to get angry? Do you think I'm foolish? Right now, it's just the two of us in the team. You'd probably wish you could split one of us into 8 pieces. If the remaining 2 were compatible with me, you would have already revealed them. Those 2 must either have terrifying negative effects or be utterly useless to me, right? Don't try to scare me. The Ring of Shadows and the Staff of Slumber, both extraordinary items, are essentially the same to me. They merely provide a sense of security. In reality, I will certainly try to avoid being isolated. If I move together with you, using extraordinary items with limited uses would be too extravagant. You would definitely have us do the work first. These 2 are meant for my self-preservation, correct? Zhou Yuan's words struck a chord with Shurhi, who had only shown Zhou Yuan the first 2 items, intentionally allowing him to discover the Ring of Shadows in a dream. From your tone, it seems you are not too keen. Are these 2 extraordinary items unsatisfactory, or do you believe you possess the means for self-preservation against a scholar that even an ordinary person might struggle to defeat? Shurhi questioned, eager to uncover the truth. Last night, did this little fellow truly manage to injure a malevolent spirit merely by clashing with his spirit? Zhou Yuan did not conceal anything. He spoke candidly. We scholars are merely weak for a time, not for a lifetime. A scholar without knowledge is undoubtedly weak. Stating that one is as defenseless as a chick is not at all derogatory. However, a scholar armed with knowledge and resources is akin to a walking arsenal, not necessarily inferior to the spells of a battlefield mage. In fact, we are often more versatile, capable of adapting to various situations. Coincidentally, although I claim to have become a professional through my own efforts, I have a good father and elder brother. After my promotion, I acquired a certain special legacy of knowledge, though it is rather fragmented and disjointed, requiring me to organize and comprehend it myself. Zhou Yuan's words were astute, simultaneously revealing his means of self-preservation while acknowledging that sure he would not be oblivious to the airgun he had used last night. As long as sure he had seen the corpse of Ildo, he could guess that Zhou Yuan possessed similar abilities. More importantly, this conveyed to sure he that Zhou Yuan had a legacy, indicating that in the future, he would undoubtedly rely on the parchment to acquire knowledge, thus avoiding the need for lengthy explanations when he unveiled a new technique. Well, since you possess the means for self-preservation, have you considered making a trade? Sure he, without a shred of doubt,
seamlessly accepted Zhou Yuan's explanation, even perceiving that it would be odd for someone born into his family to lack some sort of legacy. A trade? Zhou Yuan queried, puzzled by Shi He's intent. Shi He's lips curled into a smile, adopting the guise of a street vendor hawking dubious wares, prompting Zhou Yuan to instinctively want to refuse. However, Shi He's actions stifled his words before they could escape his lips. Haha, what I previously showed you were all public assets of the team, belonging to the collective. But this little trinket is my personal trophy, an extraordinary item that is exceptionally well suited for you. Reflections of the Erudite. It is an auxiliary extraordinary item that enhances one's spiritual control and empowers the user's application of their existing knowledge and abilities, truly a nearly universal extraordinary item. As Shi He spoke, he produced a sandalwood box from seemingly nowhere and gently opened it, revealing a pair of monocle glasses resting within. The glasses were adorned with a golden chain at the end, designed to be secured to one's chest pocket to prevent them from falling and shattering. Zhou Yuan's gaze fell entirely upon the seemingly unassuming black-framed monocle, feeling an inexplicable sense of affinity, a subconscious longing that stemmed from the very essence of his scholar powers. This extraordinary item is quite unique. Unlike conventional artificial extraordinary items that are consumable, its lifespan, while limited, can be extended through reading and acquiring knowledge. When wearing these glasses, if you do not actively activate their effects with your spirit, they will merely allow you to see further, without any negative repercussions, meaning they can be carried with ease. Only upon activation will you need to read extensively while wearing these monocles. It is best to consume books that provide nourishing knowledge, much like a child that craves knowledge and requires a substantial amount of information to nurture its growth. Moreover, the negative effects serve to extend its lifespan. In a sense, it is an extraordinary item with infinite uses. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, "Such a remarkable item, you are willing to give it to me? What must I offer in return?" Shi He's expression shifted as if struck by a thought, his lips twitching, and he explained without hesitation, "Of course, it isn't that simple. I have used this item a few times, and it is quite peculiar. The knowledge required after each use becomes increasingly stringent, with the duration growing longer each time. Initially, after using it, I only needed to read a few hours of newspapers to dispel the negative effects. The second time, I discovered that reading such miscellaneous notes drastically reduced its efficacy. I read for 6 hours, yet the persistent craving for reading lingered. That time, I ended up reading newspapers for over 20 hours to alleviate the negative effects, nearly making me sick. For quite some time afterward, I would tremble at the sight of text. Unfortunately, after using it for the third time, I entered the archives to read, and indeed, books containing extraordinary knowledge yielded excellent results. Merely an hour was enough to restore normalcy. However, it is quite the picky child, and its standards seem to rise with each use. To be honest, I truly do not wish to spend another 10 hours poring over documents. Chapter 34. Bad taste. Are you really passing this on to me? This extraordinary item has been spoiled by your indulgence. I shall need to examine it for an entire day. Zhou Yuan's outward complaint belied the inner delight that blossomed within him. Is one truly discerning in knowledge? Does low-tier knowledge necessitate prolonged reading? Come now, let it collide with the sheepskin tome. Zhou Yuan had little doubt that when he approached the sheepskin tome with the reflections of the learned, it would dare not show even a hint of resistance. Although he was uncertain of the sheepskin tome's precise standing, it was undoubtedly far beyond the realm of mere artificial extraordinary items. If the sheepskin tome had once graced the human world, in terms of standing, Zhou Yuan was confident it would rank among the foremost of sealed artifacts, as evidenced by its living characteristics. The two were simply not on the same level, lacking even the basis for comparison. Shi He, unperturbed, lifted the sandalwood box, allowing the single-lens spectacles to gleam beautifully under the light. You are a scholar. After all, reading comes effortlessly to you. In terms of reading speed, your entire team combined cannot match your pace. This extraordinary item is called the Reflections of the Learned precisely because it compels the wearer to reflect. It cannot abide superficial glances, as such behavior would only prolong negative effects. This is why I often take so long to peruse it, but for you, this should pose no issue, given your enhanced comprehension. Reading may even aid in digesting potions. It's a trifecta of benefits. So, what do you say to this transaction? Transfer to me the right to select an extraordinary item, and in exchange, you shall receive the Reflections of the Learned. Of course, this exchange is a bit lopsided in my favor. You will need to compensate me with a certain sum of Sirkin. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, resolute in his desire for this extraordinary item. The enhancement it provided was simply too advantageous, especially if he could don the Reflections of the Learned to unlock the Eye of Truth, potentially elevating its potency to the second tier. However, upon hearing Shi He's stipulation for an additional sum of Sirkin, he felt a pang of regret. His instincts told him that Shi He was not deceiving him. The Reflections of the Learned was indeed more precious than the other items.
Observing Zhou Yuan's expression, which resembled someone constipated upon hearing of the need to part with money, sure he couldn't help but smile more broadly. He delighted in witnessing such expressions of financial distress.
How are you finding my offer?
The price I present is truly a rare bargain, one that cannot be found elsewhere. What is there to hesitate over? Sir Qin is such a mundane currency, so utterly banal. As a distinguished detective, you should strive to rise above the commonplace. Nobility is a far more fitting label for you. I, on the other hand, am but a commoner. Money, that trivial thing, is always welcome in abundance. Come now, allow me to bear this burden of mundanity for you. Zhou Yuan was nearly tempted to spit in his face.
He had no desire for such a lofty persona. Can high-mindedness be eaten? No, he wanted money, indeed.
How much do you require? He inquired cautiously, having regained his composure. Sure, he was an enigma. One moment he was a playful child, the next he bore the gravitas of a terrifying examiner. Zhou Yuan feared that sure he might quote him an astronomical price of several hundred Sir Qin, only to jest. Just kidding. I possess this marvelous item merely to show you, which would surely send Zhou Yuan's blood pressure skyrocketing. Fortunately, the development was not so outrageous, though the price sure he proposed was more disheartening than a mere exorbitance. 142 Sir Qin, sure he announced, grinning widely, as the solid copper door closed. He leaned against it, observing Zhou Yuan's expression. 142 Sir Qin, Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth. This fellow had a wicked sense of humor. Just yesterday morning, Mrs. Hughes had bestowed upon him a commission fee of 50 Sir Qin, and this morning, Li Mingyu had provided him with 93 Sir Qin. After accounting for the 1 Sir Qin he spent on beef, he realized he was left with not a single copper coin. This fiend had stripped him of all his earnings, leaving him with mere scraps of silver coins.
Ha ha ha. Has anyone mentioned to you the joy of witnessing others' frustration? It is quite delightful to be the one who kicks someone while they are down. I recall your fondness for money. You carry over 100 Sir Qin on your person, a rather substantial sum, indeed.
Zhou Yuan, mired in discontent and grinding his teeth, ultimately resolved to retrieve his pure leather wallet from the inner compartment. This wallet belonged to his father. Drawing out all the golden notes in a swift motion, he set the wallet aside, grasped his outstretched palm with his left hand, and pressed a thick wad of bills into his palm with his right. While he cherished money, it was not out of greed or miserliness, rather, it simply provided him with a sense of security. Yet, when the moment called for expenditure, he would use it without hesitation. Alas, having been tricked by He into parting with all his funds stung his heart. Had he known, he would have brought less. Very well then, a fair exchange. Cash for goods, and we are square. He closed the sandalwood box and handed it to Zhou Yuan, his right hand fanning the bills like a fluttering fan. Zhou Yuan turned away, preferring not to dwell on his discomfort, and cautiously opened the box to caress the black frame of the spectacles and the golden chain. What do you need this qualification to select extraordinary items for? By rights, as captain, you should be the one distributing the extraordinary items within the team. This qualification is of no use to you. He smiled and turned, pointing to his waist. Zhou Yuan glanced up, and in an instant, he comprehended his meaning, the Sunfire Flask. So he was so reliant on this extraordinary item. Since there were no sealed artifacts here, all that remained were artificially crafted extraordinary items. Except for the Reflections of the Learned, which was remarkably unique, the majority of artificially crafted extraordinary items had a lifespan. While he could certainly wield authority over the team's extraordinary items, the Sunfire Flask was already in his possession. What would he do when the flask reached the end of its life? Most likely, the headquarters could produce another Sunfire Flask, and after all these years of working, he had continually exchanged for similar extraordinary items. So, he was quite dependent on the Sunfire Flask. Upon returning, he could take the time to investigate the specific effects of the Sunfire Flask in the archives. Clap, clap, clap. He returned to the front hall, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention, before saying, "Let us depart. Time is of the essence. You may examine the extraordinary item at your leisure. We must make swift progress. Based on the clues provided by Zhou Yuan, the Gilgia family is highly suspect, but after all, they were once a ducal family, and we hold Duke Gilgia in high esteem. We have no justification to force an intrusive investigation. In principle, they have already cancelled the commission. It is best to first go to the precinct and request access to the case files. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 35 of The Aggrieved Monocle is he continued his discourse. Grace and Mu Dong'er emerged from their respective offices, while Jenny remained entirely indifferent, choosing not to engage in any extraordinary affairs, much like an ordinary bureaucrat. Grace, ever unconcerned, merely followed orders, and when he glanced at him, he simply shrugged, conveying his nonchalance. At that moment, Zhou Yuan had already opened a small wooden box and retrieved a pair of black-framed monocles, tentatively placing one over his right eye. Dressed in formal attire and adorned with a small black hat, Zhou Yuan's features were already commendable, and with the addition of the monocle, complemented by a golden chain that gracefully hung down, connecting to the pocket of his suit, his aura transformed dramatically. Though merely an accessory, it imbued Zhou Yuan with an air of mystery and elegance, enhancing his allure significantly. However, Zhou Yuan was too absorbed in the potential augmentation brought forth by the extraordinary item, the scholar's reflection, to contemplate the alteration of his appearance. Driven by an inexplicable confidence and impulsiveness, he instinctively activated the scholar's reflection upon donning the monocle. The world sharpened into striking clarity as he attempted to awaken the eye of truth, a cerulean luminescence enveloping his gaze. With the conjunction of the eye of truth and the scholar's reflection, Zhou Yuan, through the monocle, could even perceive the delicate threads of energy flowing through the air. Particularly, when he directed his attention to the iron bars enclosing Little Wilson, he astonishingly saw the barrier constituted by ritualistic magic. Furthermore, he felt his right eye gradually warming. Under the monocle's influence, the eye of truth was deciphering the essence of this ritual magic. With no time to ponder further, Zhou Yuan swiftly shielded his eye with his sleeve, interrupting the analytical process, and subsequently closed his eyes to deactivate the eye of truth. After all, this was not something he could achieve unaided. If he continued to analyze it, he risked truly scorching his eye. Zhou Yuan attempted to deactivate the scholar's reflection, but an overwhelming and uncontrollable desire filled his entire being. To read, to absorb knowledge, like a desperate addict, he found it impossible to suppress his yearning for learning. Even a moment without acquiring knowledge left him feeling restless and unbearably itchy. This sensation surged swiftly and dissipated even faster, and Zhou Yuan's intuition proved correct when the negative effects of the scholar's reflection manifested. In the depths of his mind, an ancient parchment book, shrouded in an enigmatic mist, floated in a half-visible state. Seemingly provoked, it quivered lightly. Invisible waves surged from within, sweeping over Zhou Yuan's entire being, ultimately crashing down like a hammer upon the monocle. The negative effects on Zhou Yuan's upper body evaporated entirely, and the monocle perched upon his eye trembled slightly. Was it merely an illusion, or did he actually sense a hint of pity and grievance emanating from the monocle? As sure he noticed Zhou Yuan activating both abilities, he furrowed his brow in perplexity and inquired, "Did you use it directly?" Zhou Yuan, unfazed, knew he couldn't possibly conceal his actions from Shurhi, so he was well prepared, ready to explain the outcomes, regardless of success or failure. Well, since the monocle can be considered without usage limits, I conducted a simple experiment and was fortunate to be correct in my assumptions. Do tell. Shurhi raised an eyebrow, surprised by Zhou Yuan's audacity. Given that the worst consequence would merely involve me perusing texts in the archive for a while, I had no reason to abstain from taking that gamble. I surmised that this extraordinary item does not solely pertain to reading physical books. Its true logic lies not within the written word but in the knowledge it has yet to record. The negative effect is essentially the process of satisfying its thirst for knowledge. Therefore, in my mind, the knowledge it has not recorded should also meet the criteria. Clearly, I was not mistaken. My father and brother left me some insights, likely sufficient for several uses of this monocle. Additionally, I discovered that while the extraordinary world is bizarre, it possesses a greater degree of rigor than reality, governed by distinct rules such as equivalent exchange. The price of negative effects should correlate with the duration of use and not deplete knowledge excessively. Few extraordinary individuals delve into the underlying principles of these powers, although your conjectures play a part in it. Nonetheless, we must commend you. Equivalent exchange is a rule applicable to all extraordinary powers, items, and events. Remember, there is never an absolute advantage or disadvantage. As he concluded, Shurhi playfully slapped Grace on the back of his head. Grace, having his petite girlfriend seated on one arm, was performing squats, causing his arm to sway slightly, resembling a human swing. Shurhi could only reach Grace's head when he squatted down, otherwise, his height would prevent him from making contact. This slap was born of frustration. After all, Grace had been with him for several years, and he had attempted to impart some extraordinary knowledge to him to avoid being deceived. Yet, each time, his efforts fell short. Grace's stubbornness led him to memorize then promptly forget everything. The knowledge he endeavored to teach him barely garnered as much attention as the idioms Mudonger casually mentioned, as Grace would at least jot down the phrases or proverbs she spoke. Zhou Yuan, observing this scene, couldn't help but smile knowingly, but he returned to the matter at hand, stating, "Let us first head to the police station to examine the case files. However, we should also visit the Harriman residence, where the current overseer, Gil Jia, resides. Based on motive, I believe he is the most likely suspect. Although Harriman is advanced in years and cannot undertake such tasks, if he were to collude with an outsider and enlist the aid of a gravekeeper to utilize his connections to place him within the estate, it might explain part of the situation." Grace set Mudonger down, concluding their private game, and Shurhi nodded in agreement with Zhou Yuan's reasoning, then turned to Jenny, whose expression conveyed a nonchalant "None of this concerns me." "Jenny, more will be arriving shortly to take over."
He will be stationed here. Given the recent unrest, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution, especially regarding potential surveillance. Ensure that Moore accompanies you when you return, and the same goes for you, Donger.
Alright, I understand. I won't be overly reckless. I've recently taken a liking to men of deep emotion, Jenny replied, lightly brushing her lips, her lipstick today particularly vibrant and alluring.
Yes, that works for me.
I shall wait here for Grace to return before we leave together. If time permits, I can return to prepare the beef Mr. Zhou Yuan brought for lunch, Mu Donger responded promptly, her answer providing he with reassurance, in stark contrast to Jenny's response, which made his temples throb with rising blood pressure. Zhou Yuan regarded Jenny with a deep gaze but ultimately refrained from comment. Perhaps it was a cultural clash. He found it utterly challenging to accept Jenny's level of openness. Following he and Grace, the three made their way toward the police station, with Zhou Yuan trailing behind. As the first two descended through the barrier, he paused momentarily without turning around. He lifted his right-hand sleeve on the staircase, directing his gaze to a concealed spot where the silver dagger gifted by Little Wilson lay hidden. Zhou Yuan's eyes were laden with profound meaning, and without uttering a word, he cast one last glance at Little Wilson behind the bars before continuing downward. Chapter 36, The Badge of the Victorious Sun. There are 4 major districts in Rhine. The New Art District, where Zhou Yuan's team is stationed, the Factory District, the Dock District, and the most central area, the Central District. Rhine City has expanded from the original Rhine Royal City, with its vast architectural complex snugly nestled against the majestic Royati mountain range, which marks the edge of the New Art District. Outside the residence of the Gilgia family flows a crystal-clear stream that originates from the Royati Mountains. The New Art District is located in the northwest corner of Rhine, while the Factory District lies to the northeast, with the Dock District occupying the entire southern expanse, and the Central District representing the original core of the Royal Kingdom. Rhine is situated in an extraordinarily unique location, separated from the eastern continent by the vast Bose Sea, yet not entirely disconnected. The only land bridge connecting the eastern and western continents is known as the World Corridor. This World Corridor is located in the Dunbai province within Rhine, making it the sole nation that spans both continents. The capital, Rhine City, rests on the western continent, yet a significant portion of its territory extends into the eastern continent. It is precisely for this reason that a century ago, a considerable influx of Easterners arrived in the feudal Rhine kingdom to aid the locals in overthrowing oppressive rule. The Royati mountain range obstructs communication between Rhine and the western continent. However, with progress, 3 railways now traverse the mountains, facilitating easier interaction between Rhine and the west, and enabling large-scale overland movements across the continent. The expansive port district of Rhine City connects to the inner sea of the Coes Sea, providing a wide and tranquil haven for maritime activities, thus fostering a prosperous maritime trade. Zhou Yuan's impressions of the other districts are rather scant. Despite their apparent proximity, Rhine City is immense. Apart from the headquarters of various systems, each district possesses its own independent and complete framework, resembling separate states in comparison. The New Art District police station is quite close to us, Zhou Yuan remarked, with his hands clasped behind his head, a posture that seemed incongruous with his appearance. If he were to chew on a blade of grass, he would resemble a country boy. Indeed, when the location was initially chosen, the most crucial factor was not the speed of their response, but rather their proximity to us. We never anticipated much from them. It suffices if they can report incidents promptly, he added. The police station? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing that he meant their team should establish proximity to the police station. What else? Are we supposed to accommodate them? If they made an error in location, they would dismantle and rebuild what a few buildings to them. You have no idea how laborious it is for us to relocate a stronghold. The seals in the sealing chamber and various ritualistic magics were established with assistance from the eastern continent, and we simply cannot bear the financial and material burdens, let alone the societal obligations involved. He spoke with a hint of irritation. Though they had entered the realm of the extraordinary, Zhou Yuan had yet to fully comprehend this new world. As he mentioned, tearing down a few buildings might seem trivial, but relocating an entire police station is no small matter. The barriers they traverse daily, while appearing commonplace, actually come with significant costs. Looks like we've arrived. Grace pointed to a building across the street. Zhou Yuan followed her gesture and beheld a purely Gothic structure, adorned with stone carvings and a pointed roof, with the words New Art District Police Station inscribed upon it. A substantial flow of people moved in and out, most clad in blue uniforms, with only a few civilians reporting incidents. Zhou Yuan retrieved the scholar's reflection from his inner pocket and donned it. Even unactivated, this extraordinary item significantly enhanced his line of sight. With the monocle in place, he could discern the facial details of individuals even from a distance of several dozen meters. The expressions of the police officers entering the station were predominantly grim, marked by worry and haste. As the trio approached the police station, Grace prepared to enter directly, but Zhou Yuan pulled her back, shaking his head at her puzzled expression. Sure, he, with an appreciative glance at Zhou Yuan, intercepted a hurried police officer, producing a small badge from his pocket, the diamond badge Zhou Yuan had received from Jenny the previous day.
Excuse me, are you an officer of the new art district? Are you familiar with this?
Sure, he waved the emblem of their team, the badge of the victorious sun, before the officer. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. This seemed rather hasty. Sensing Zhou Yuan's skepticism, Shuri's confident voice resonated around him. Rest assured, to the ordinary personnel at the police station, this badge represents a special operations organization directly under the House of Commons. By principle, they are obliged to cooperate with us unconditionally. Only a few officers might have some inkling of the truth, but they are mostly the record-keeping clerks.
Zhou Yuan silently nodded, inwardly marveling at how extraordinary abilities could be employed in such a manner.
Sure, he, momentarily distracted, had drawn himself into a dream state, maintaining a synchrony between the inner and outer worlds, so seamlessly that Zhou Yuan barely felt any difference. Could he, if he wished, allow the target to remain ensnared in a dream indefinitely? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Nightmares, indeed, were fearsome. The young police officer appeared to be of a similar age to Zhou Yuan, having only recently come of age. However, attaining a position within the police force at such an age was no small feat. Suddenly confronted and halted in his tracks, the officer was about to voice his irritation when he caught sight of Grace standing silently behind Shuri. Instinctively, his burgeoning frustration dissipated, replaced by trepidation. "Who are you?" he stammered, his gaze fixed on the towering figure of Grace, who stood over 2 meters tall. Despite the autumn chill biting through the air, Grace wore a loose-fitting white tank top, revealing his formidable musculature. Noticing the officer's gaze upon him, Grace offered a smile, though his face, marked by heavy features, transformed his grin into something more intimidating. The officer instinctively took several steps back, his heart racing uncontrollably. Sure, he turned his head, casting a reproachful glare at Grace.
"Tone it down, will you? Didn't I tell you not to frighten people when we go out?"
He. Grace chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, yet showing no signs of remorse. Zhou Yuan covered his face with one hand, acutely aware of Shuri's expression of disapproval towards Grace. However, once Shuri turned back, concealed from the officer's view, he winked at Grace and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Ah, the occasional childlike nature within him. Chapter 37 Acquaintances. The young officer stealthily cast another glance at Grace, then, like a timid kitten, focused intently on the diamond-shaped badge before speaking. Well, I'm actually a newcomer, having just reported for duty not long ago. I am not really familiar with this badge. Is there anything I can assist you with? I'm just a bit pressed for time, as I must head to Mark Street to aid in the investigation of the missing persons case there. Sure, he, taken aback, recalled how Zhou Yuan had boasted with such assuredness in his dream earlier, nearly bursting into laughter. Rarely blushing, Sure, he curiously questioned, "Are you truly from this precinct? Isn't the first lesson upon entering the police station about the significance of this badge? How could you possibly not know?"
"Well, I've already told you I'm a newbie."
"I truly am a rookie," the young officer replied, raising a finger. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head and continued, "It's my first day." Sure, what terrible luck. Among so many officers, they happen to apprehend one who just started today.
"Wait a moment, on your first day, you don't go to theoretical classes but head to Mark Street instead?"
"And with so many officers rushing out, don't worry, it won't delay you. If you end up running late, just tell your superior that we requisitioned you, and describe this badge to him. He won't blame you. We belong to a special operations unit directly under the House of Representatives and have the authority to mobilize you. If your superior objects, we can requisition him as well."
Zhou Yuan stepped forward, reassuring the young officer not to worry.
He was quite intrigued by this unusual situation at the precinct. Upon hearing this, the young officer glanced at the trio, feeling they had no reason to deceive him, especially recalling Shuri's confident display of the badge moments ago, which made him believe them even more. The young officer was lanky and barely stood at 1.7 meters, the standard police uniform hung loosely on him. Tightening his clothing, he finally introduced himself. "Good day, sir. I am Officer Jonah Kelly from the Rhine Precinct's new Art District substation, having just started today."
Sure, he waved his hand, interrupting Jonah's introduction, and stated directly, "We don't have time for your self-introduction. Get to the point. What urgent matter has everyone rushing to Mark Street?"
Jonah scratched his face, sheepishly reporting, "Sir, I'm not sure." His emphatic declaration of ignorance drew the attention of several nearby individuals, and Zhou Yuan, noticing the onlookers, felt a flicker of delight. Familiar faces. Sure, he, initially brimming with anger, let out a resigned sigh, gesturing for the young officer Jonah to hurry along. Turning back, he caught sight of Zhou Yuan retrieving the Victory Radiance badge from his now empty leather wallet, approaching the two officers who had just turned back from the precinct entrance.
"Good to see you again, officers." I didn't expect our reunion to come so swiftly. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Do you recognize this? Zhou Yuan's smile nearly illuminated his face as he brandished the diamond-shaped Victory Radiance badge, hastening towards the two, nearly thrusting the badge into their faces to ensure they could see it clearly. You, Harvey exclaimed, astonished, as he had not anticipated encountering Zhou Yuan here, especially with Zhou Yuan holding the Victory Radiance badge, a symbol of higher authority. The two were none other than the police officer Harvey and the recorder Burke, partners in the same small team, frequently undertaking missions together. Recognize it, do you? You've been requisitioned. Zhou Yuan pushed the badge closer, nearly touching Harvey's nose, deliberately provoking him as he enunciated each word. Zhou Yuan maintained a clear self-awareness. He had never considered himself a saint, nor did he regard himself as a good person. That he was merely an ordinary individual, a tad fond of money, and somewhat petty. He distinctly remembered Harvey's words from the previous night. Zhou Yuan could tolerate at the right moment, yet he was also eager to retaliate when the opportunity arose. He held no qualms about repaying ill treatment with similar disdain. Do you know these two officers? Sure, he and Grace approached Zhou Yuan, and upon witnessing his demeanor towards Harvey, sure he discerned that there must be some underlying conflict. Mr. Zhou Yuan, is it? I see we're acquainted. Special Operations Team, right? Since you're requisitioning us, it must be for something significant. Perhaps we should go inside to discuss. After all, this is rather public. Recorder Burke, clutching his notebook, sensed trouble upon seeing Zhou Yuan. He knew Harvey had harbored animosity towards Easterners, and this hostility had recently intensified almost beyond concealment, especially after conflicts with Eastern complainants. Thus, he quickly tried to mediate. The three exchanged glances, and Zhou Yuan shrugged, indicating he could grant Burke this favor. Although their previous encounters had been brief, he sensed Burke's goodwill. Unlike Harvey, who reacted like a hyena upon seeing Easterners, Burke, a purebred Rhine local, was much more composed. Over their few interactions, Burke never concealed his kindness. Zhou Yuan vividly recalled the concerned look Burke had given him during their first meeting in the interrogation room, along with the kind suggestion to visit the psychologist at 22, Leicester Street. Of course, Zhou Yuan was well aware that he had no issues. His mental state was perfectly normal. His father had merely transformed into a spirit, which was why he never visited the clinic afterward. Come this way, this is my office. Burke led the trio to a partially open office on the ground floor, simply decorated with 2 desks and 2 sofas for resting. Having a private office, Harvey and Burke were not ordinary patrol officers. They held slightly higher ranks. Harvey was the captain of a small team, while Burke was responsible for documenting and reporting on the entire team's affairs, holding a position equivalent to deputy captain. Throughout the walk, Zhou Yuan's attention remained fixed on Harvey, scrutinizing every detail. He found it rather surprising that when Zhou Yuan revealed the Victory Radiance badge, the micro-expressions of Harvey and Burke were entirely different. Although both exhibited surprise, Burke's astonishment was layered, one from seeing Zhou Yuan at the precinct and another from the unexpected revelation of Zhou Yuan's identity. Harvey, however, appeared to exhibit more complexity beneath his surprise. Aside from Zhou Yuan's playful provocation of nearly thrusting the badge into his face, Zhou Yuan perceived something distinctly different in Harvey's demeanor. Human reactions stem from previously known information, much like a blind person who fears not embracing an elephant's leg, simply recognizing it as a thick column. Burke was in this state. As a recorder, particularly one tasked with independently documenting special cases, he could deduce certain things. Yet, when Harvey beheld the Victory Radiance badge, his eyes reflected more than mere surprise, revealing a deeper understanding. Zhou Yuan was acutely aware of the singular reason for this. He recognized the Victory Radiance badge. Indeed, he understood all too well the specialized teams it represented. Chapter 38 Unexpected Developments. Harvey remained silent, exhibiting no signs of the oppressive tension typically associated with a transfer within the ranks of the superior organization, nor did he display the discipline expected of an officer. He sauntered back to his desk and plopped into his chair. Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze on Harvey, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous intensity, before abruptly posing an unrelated question. Officer Burke, I kindly request your cooperation in answering a query, and I hope you will respond truthfully. Burke nodded promptly, leaning slightly forward as he replied, Of course, please ask. On the matter of Mrs. Ocasio's death at 2, Leicester Street 2 days ago, during my return to the precinct, who visited my residence to collect evidence, specifically from the Rhine Detective Agency on Old Leicester Street? Burke was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question as the first. Before he could respond, he instinctively turned to glance at Harvey, who, in stark contrast, exuded a brazen arrogance. In an act of defiance, Harvey propped his feet on his desk, crossing them, and folded his arms across his chest. As soon as Zhou Yuan saw Burke's reaction, he comprehended the situation fully and decisively addressed he in a hushed voice, Captain, isolate this area. This individual is connected to the attack I endured last night.
He reacted swiftly, positioning his hands in a series of peculiar gestures, his fingers intertwining in a seemingly boneless manner. A mesmerizing bubble enveloped the small room, refracting a spectrum of colors, effectively sealing off all forms of spiritual transmission from within to without. Without disrupting this ethereal barrier, most methods of communication would be rendered utterly ineffective.
What is going on? Wasn't the inquiry about what transpired on Mark Street? How did it lead to last night's attack?
He inquired, furrowing his brow observing Harvey's unfazed demeanor. Zhou Yuan felt uncertain about his confidence and could only succinctly state, while last night's attack may not be directly related to him, it certainly involves Hughes or others entangled in the disappearance case of Gilgia. However, he is undoubtedly connected to Ildu.do. You recall that I mentioned having seen that silver coin. My encounter with Mrs. Ocasio at her home on 2 Leicester Street was not mere coincidence. I first laid eyes on that silver coin at my own residence. The fee for the cat-finding commission was precisely those 2 silver coins. Before I departed the agency, that coin should have been on the coffee table in the reception area, yet upon my return, it was nowhere to be found.
The next time I encountered the coin, it was in Ildu's possession. You were the one who took the coin, weren't you, Officer Harvey?
Bravo! Harvey clapped his hands, balancing the entirety of his weight on one chair leg, his feet exerting slight pressure as he spun around it.
Remarkable, and then what?
You claim I took the coin, therefore I must have. Do you truly believe that, under the guise of official authority, you can dominate the entirety of the Rhine? Since you pride yourselves on justice and brandish your official titles, then I implore you, esteemed officials, to produce evidence. What good is barking without proof? Do you think you can intimidate me with your might? Apologies, but I am not without my own connections. Do you truly wish to wage war against us, the new faction? Harvey straightened his posture, his right hand suddenly slamming onto the desk, producing a resounding bang, as he cast a malevolent glance at the 3 official extraordinary individuals. Zhou Yuan frowned but quickly relaxed. Indeed, this revelation was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Officer Harvey was, without a doubt, affiliated with the Koyanu faction, and Zhou Yuan could distinctly sense the mist shrouding the Rhine gradually clearing. Young Wilson had listened to a prominent figure, Mrs. Ocasio had perished at the hands of an extraordinary individual, and the Wraith herders had shepherded the spirits within the 2 silver coins. The officer who had taken the coins was a member of the Koyanu faction.
Are you truly prepared to oppose the Koyanu faction?
Zhou Yuan refrained from voicing this thought aloud, recalling Shurhi's expressions on 2 occasions. The first, after conversing with young Wilson, he had known prior to visiting headquarters that he would find nothing, or rather, that headquarters had already informed him that the perpetrator was indeed from the Koyanu faction. However, during this period of heightened tensions between the 2 extraordinary organizations, he could not take any action that might ignite further conflict. Was this why he felt so powerless? The second instance was earlier that morning when Shurhi had focused on the disappearance case, choosing to come to the precinct rather than the Gilgia estate, perhaps to avoid certain matters? As Harvey and the 3 officials faced each other across the desk, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The sole individual caught in the middle, Burke, listened to the exchange, feeling an icy chill creep into his being. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. I do not wish to hear this. After all these years of cautiously treading the edges, I certainly did not want to get embroiled in this. It seems the saying from East is proving true for me. Those who stand by the riverbank inevitably get their shoes wet. He was astute enough to realize that this was no longer a matter he could involve himself in and subtly took 2 steps back, remaining silent, on the verge of burying his head like an ostrich.
Are you a member of the Koyanu faction?
Although my memory may not be the best, I can recognize a few individuals from the Koyanu faction. I haven't seen you before. You must be a recent addition. Who do you follow? To Zhou Yuan's surprise, Shurhi did not erupt in anger but instead spoke in a relatively calm tone. Based on Zhou Yuan's understanding of Shurhi, he was typically not one to suffer fools gladly. In such circumstances, the most likely course of action would be to deliver a sound beating. Even if relations between the 2 parties had reached a freezing point, confrontations with individuals potentially linked to the murder of young Wilson's mother would likely result in Shurhi exercising restraint, albeit not without imparting a lesson. Without addressing Zhou Yuan's confusion, Shurhi maintained his focus on Harvey, awaiting his response. What is that to you, a mutt from the House of Commons, a despicable, lowly Easterner? At that moment, Shurhi suddenly smiled, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth that made his grin all the more pronounced.
Lu Yaon, is it?
He is your guide, or perhaps he has already become part of you. Let me hazard a guess. You can discern the spirit within the coin at a glance, and your straightforward evidence-gathering process enabled you to precisely take those 2 coins. As someone I have never heard of before, you must have recently ascended, correct? What did you ascend to? I heard that Lu Yaon from your Koyanu faction met an untimely demise a few days ago, perishing by the roadside on Leicester Street?
You consumed his extraordinary traits, did you not? Let me guess again, those were 2 grotesque yet oddly fragrant meatballs. I am quite curious as to whether you devoured them on sight or succumbed to temptation and sliced them off after returning to the precinct. Oh, I can only imagine how revolting they must be, akin to hemorrhoids, but with a rather unique texture, wouldn't you say? Chapter 38 Unexpected Developments. Harvey remained silent, exhibiting neither the tension of being reassigned by superiors nor the discipline expected of an officer. He ambled back to his desk and plopped down onto his chair. Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze upon Harvey, narrowing his eyes with a hint of danger, before abruptly posing a question seemingly unrelated to the present situation. Officer Burke, I would appreciate your cooperation in answering O'Casey's death at 2 Leicester Street the day before yesterday. During my return to the precinct, did anyone visit my residence to gather evidence, specifically from the Rhine Detective Agency on Old Leicester Street? Zhou Yuan's voice, initially calm, gradually escalated in urgency, culminating in a palpable tension felt by all present. Burke was taken aback. He had not anticipated this question would be the first. Before he could respond, he instinctively turned to glance at Harvey, who, upon hearing this inquiry, grew even more audacious. Seemingly resigned, Harvey propped his feet upon his desk, crossing them nonchalantly and folding his arms across his chest. At the moment Burke turned his head, Zhou Yuan comprehended the situation entirely. He decisively called out to Shurhi, whispering, Captain, isolate this area, this individual is connected to the attack I endured last night. Shurhi reacted swiftly, forming intricate gestures with his hands, his fingers intertwining as if lacking bones. A fantastical bubble enveloped the small room, refracting a spectrum of colors, effectively sealing off any spiritual essence from permeating outward. Without breaching this ethereal barrier, most methods of communication would be rendered utterly futile. What is happening? Were we not inquiring about the events on Mark Street? How does this lead to last night's assault? Shurhi inquired, furrowing his brow. Observing Harvey, who remained unperturbed, Zhou Yuan pondered what emboldened him and succinctly stated, the attack last night likely has no direct connection to him. It pertains to Mrs. Hughes or others involved in the Giljon disappearance case. However, he is undoubtedly linked to ILDO. You remember when I mentioned that I had encountered that silver coin? My meeting with Mrs. O'Casey at her residence on Leicester Street was not mere coincidence. I first saw that coin in my own home. The fee for the cat-finding commission was indeed those 2 silver coins. Before I left the agency, that coin should have been on the coffee table in the reception area, yet upon my return, it was nowhere to be found. The next sighting of the coin was on Ildu. You were the one who took the coin, weren't you, Officer Harvey? Clap, clap, clap. Harvey applauded mockingly, tilting his chair precariously. And then what? Just because you claim I took the coin, does that mean I did? Do you truly believe that, under the guise of officialdom, you can dominate the entire Rhine? Since you profess to be the harbingers of justice, then I implore you, esteemed officials, to present your evidence. What is the point of barking here without proof? Do you think you can intimidate me, preying upon the weak? Sorry to disappoint, but I too have my backing. Do you truly wish to wage war with us of the new faction? Harvey straightened his posture, abruptly slamming his hand on the table, producing a resounding bang that drew the attention of the 3 official extraordinary individuals, his gaze rife with barely concealed malice. Zhou Yuan frowned, but then relaxed. Indeed, this was unexpectedly yet entirely reasonable. Officer Harvey was evidently a member of the new faction. Zhou Yuan felt the fog shrouding the Rhine gradually lifting. Young Wilson had listened to a significant figure. Mrs. O'Casey had perished at the hands of an extraordinary individual, and the sole shepherd was herding spirits within those 2 silver coins. The officer who had taken the coins was a member of the new faction. Are you truly intent on rebelling, new faction? Zhou Yuan refrained from voicing this thought, recalling Shurhi's expressions on 2 occasions. The first, after his conversation with young Wilson, he had foreseen that no information would be uncovered, or rather, the headquarters had already informed him that the perpetrator was indeed from the new faction. Yet, during this period of heightened tension between the 2 extraordinary organizations, he could not take any action, lest he become the catalyst for conflict. Was this why he felt so powerless? The second instance was this morning, when Shurhi had focused on the disappearance case, coming directly to the precinct instead of the Giljon estate, also seemingly avoiding certain matters. Harvey and the 3 officials faced off across an office desk, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The only one caught in the middle, Burke, listened to the exchange, feeling a chill creep into his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle ruefully to himself. I don't want to hear this. After all these years, I've tread carefully along the edge, precisely to avoid getting embroiled. It seems the adage from Easter has proven true for me. Those who stand by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. He was astute enough to realize that this was beyond his involvement. He gently stepped back 2 paces, remaining silent, almost as if he were burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. You are from the new faction. Although my memory may not be the best, I do recognize some members of the new faction. I haven't seen you before, you must be a recent addition, who are you following? Surprisingly, He did not explode in anger but instead spoke in a relatively calm tone. Given Zhou Yuan's understanding of He was not one to take things lying down. In such a situation, it would be most likely for him to retaliate physically, even if relations had soured to an icy point. Facing someone potentially connected to the murder of young Wilson's mother would warrant a lesson, albeit one that would not be fatal. Without providing an explanation to the puzzled Zhou Yuan, he fixed his gaze on Harvey, awaiting his response. What does it matter to you, a mongrel of the House of Commons? You despicable, lowly Easterner. At that moment, he suddenly smiled, his white teeth gleaming, making his grin all the more pronounced. Lu Yahan, is it? He is your guide, or shall I say, he has already become a part of you. Let me take a wild guess, you can easily discern the spirit within the coin, and your straightforward evidence-gathering process allowed you to precisely acquire those 2 silver coins. You, a practitioner I have never heard of before, must have just recently ascended, am I correct? What did you ascend to? Hey, I heard that Lu Yahan from your new faction met an unfortunate end a few days ago, died by the roadside of Leicester Street. You consumed his extraordinary traits, didn't you? Let me guess again, those were 2 grotesque yet oddly fragrant meatballs. I am quite curious, did you devour them on site while collecting the body? Or did you take them back to the precinct and, unable to resist, surreptitiously cut them off? Oh, I can only imagine how repulsive they must have been, akin to hemorrhoids in your behind. Was the texture peculiar? Chapter 39. Interest is sure. His words flowed forth in measured tones. Harvey's arrogance stiffened upon his visage, and his complexion rapidly darkened, hinting at an impending wretch. It appeared that his utterances transported him back to that fateful night, the corpse, the foul stench, and the grotesque, irresistible aroma of putrid flesh. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at He, silently sighing in his heart. He suspected that he might be aware of the Koyanu sect, but he never anticipated that he would possess such comprehensive knowledge. This Lu Yaon must undoubtedly be the murderer of Lady Ocassie, that soul shepherd. He even seemed acutely aware of every detail, knowing that this soul shepherd had left Lady Ocassie's corpse by the roadside after her demise, only to be taken away by the police. He simply did not know who had removed the body or consumed the extraordinary traits. Do not glare at me, you should now reflect upon the fact that you have ingested the extraordinary traits of a first-tier corpse collector. Had you made a misstep back then, you would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. He absent-mindedly dug at his ear, unperturbed by Harvey's cannibalistic gaze. Within the dreamlike barrier, his expression abruptly shifted, and the small room began to undergo a violent transformation, seemingly extending infinitely into a vast expanse. The surroundings dimmed, and looking upwards no longer revealed a ceiling but an endless void of starry darkness, with only a faint blood moon casting its weak glow in one corner of the sky. Roar! The cries of beasts echoed like rolling thunder from all directions, accompanied by tremors of the earth and the howling wind. A terrifying horde of beasts surged forth from the shadows. Zhou Yuan and Grace understood that this was merely his dream and remained unfazed, yet Harvey, oblivious to the change in his environment, found himself alone in this expansive world. The barrier of isolation vanished, and Burke along with the 3 official professionals had inexplicably disappeared. Instinctively, he attempted to release a signal to his organization, but his essence met with silence, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Upon hearing the beastly roars, Harvey instinctively trembled, realizing something was amiss. This could be the enemy's extraordinary ability. As he listened to the approaching horde, he could hear the beasts closing in from that direction, and in a moment of panic, he spun around, finding no escape. The footsteps of the horde grew ever nearer, and his face began to pale, as if he were rebounding from despair, and he began to howl. Come on, do you dare to touch me? So what if I took the things? Come, let me see if you dare to go to war with the Koyanu sect. Kill me, bury me with the entire Rhine. If you waver, I will ensure you collect the corpses. If I cannot kill you professionals, I do not believe you have no relatives. After I ascend to sequence 8, I will capture and herd your loved ones one by one. I will make them die in the most excruciating manner. Even in death, they shall find no peace. I will torment them incessantly. Come, either kill me or await my vengeance. Cowards, kill me. Kill me. Grace, hearing Harvey's rabid words, widened his eyes in disbelief, his fury almost spilling over. His fists clenched tightly, crimson energy enveloping his arms, the red patterns on his chest visible beneath his vest. At that moment, Grace resembled a harbinger of death, his aura thick with the scent of blood, truly terrifying. This was the ability of the Butcher, capable of greatly enhancing his physique, and those red patterns were no mere embellishments. Magical elemental attacks would be significantly weakened. Grace could even rend a mage's fire dragon with his bare hands, signaling his readiness to snap this mad dog's neck. Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he swiftly grasped Grace's arm, recognizing that this was not the time for them to make choices. Although Zhou Yuan's anger surged, the overall direction must be steered by He. Grace turned to Zhou Yuan. Why are you holding me back? I could easily crush him.
he is merely a newly promoted Sequence 9 who has yet to stabilize his potions. Tearing him apart would be no more difficult than killing an old dog. Zhou Yuan did not release his grip, shaking his head at Grace, and after confirming that Harvey could not hear their exchange, he simply advised, "Calm down, Grace, this fellow is attempting to provoke us into action. We cannot afford the consequences of acting on impulse, we must not kill him now." Zhou Yuan's gaze remained cold as he watched Harvey, who was now darting about like a rabid dog, placing heavy emphasis on the word now. Seeing Grace's anger still simmering, Zhou Yuan quietly whispered in his ear, "Let us hold off for now. This is a public space, and if we act first, we would be in the wrong. However, aside from us striving to avoid conflict, the Koyanu sect is not above reproach. They do not genuinely wish for war either. They may engage in unscrupulous acts, but as representatives of the official professionals, we cannot yet, once we shed our uniforms, our free personas, like you and I, are not bound by such constraints. Wait for the evening or find a suitable moment. There will certainly be an opportunity for Sheriff Harvey to meet with an unfortunate accident on the front lines." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's intent to deal with Harvey later that night, Grace's fury subsided slightly. He was single-minded, his thoughts consumed by the desire to crush Harvey's skull, and as long as he could achieve that, a slight delay was acceptable. Sure, he closed his eyes, approving of Zhou Yuan's intervention. It saved him the trouble of restraining Grace. Indeed, they could not afford to kill Harvey at this juncture, but did he truly believe I had no means, that I could only let you go? Sure, he slightly raised his hands, snap, snap, two sharp claps resounded in quick succession. People often believe that dreams are unrelated to reality, yet as a nightmare, sure he relished the notion of dreams interfering with reality. Even though he had already touched upon the realm of reality, he still cherished the ephemeral, precisely because it would not bode well for the official professionals to torture a captive. Thus, I shall torment you within the confines of a dream. Boom, a bolt of lightning, thick as a tree trunk, struck down, precisely hitting Harvey's right foot. Harvey, electrified, became rigid and convulsed, his hair standing on end. As the horde of beasts drew near, a three-headed hyena was the first to leap forth, and Harvey was the most succulent lamb, with every beast vying to tear off a piece. The jaws of the three-headed hyena gaped wide, its putrid saliva dripping onto Harvey's nose, and its sharp, chilling teeth sank into his cheek, tearing half his face away in a gruesome display. Yet he remained paralyzed, utterly unable to move, and he was painfully aware of it. This was Shurhi's second snap unconsciousness. Ha, what a delightful notion. This is a realm governed by Shurhi, and he intends for Harvey to experience each agonizing moment as the horde rends him limb from limb, savoring every pang of suffering. With his eyes closed, Shurhi slightly lifted his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as raindrops began to slide down from the heavens. Let us collect some interest. Chapter 40. A distinct nightmare. Aha! The sound of anguished screams echoed within the modest room as Burke pressed himself against the wall, his face a mask of terror as he beheld Harvey, writhing on the floor. From his vantage point, Harvey abruptly began to spin in place, his expression one of sheer horror, though no sound accompanied his frantic movements. Suddenly, he stiffened and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Upon hitting the floor, he commenced a relentless wailing, as if some profoundly dreadful event had befallen him. Displaying remarkable discretion, Burke refrained from uttering a single word. Instead, he too cowered in fear in the corner, desperately covering his mouth. In the dim recesses of the dream, Zhou Yuan inquired, "Captain, why does he appear so feeble, so indistinguishable from an ordinary person, and yet we see him wielding his abilities?" Sure, he extended his hand, revealing a multitude of wild beasts encircling Harvey, allowing the three of them to clearly observe Harvey's condition. Pointing at Harvey, whose flesh was mangled and innards devoured, Sure, he clarified, "You seem to misunderstand. It is not that he is weak to the point of being like an ordinary person. In a scenario where extraordinary abilities cannot be applied, and his physical form has not been enhanced, he is, quite simply, an ordinary individual." "Can you seal his abilities?" Sure, he turned his gaze, responding earnestly, "This is a dream. In dreams, nothing is impossible, particularly when confronting Shurhi, a paragon of the profession, an outlier among outliers in the realm of nightmares. In truth, I have not sealed his abilities. While I could, it would serve no purpose. A first-tier practitioner, historically referred to as Sequence 9, is merely an ordinary person who has begun to interact with the extraordinary, possessing little in the way of extraordinary power. Even if he were to unleash his abilities freely, he would only command powers such as corpse manipulation or corpse eyes, none of which can be utilized here, as there are no corpses for him to control. An ordinary individual in his place could just as easily bring about his demise." As Sure, he gestured toward Harvey's empty, screaming heart, a beam of light akin to a laser emerged, reminiscent of a teacher using a laser pointer to illustrate a lesson on a textbook. He spoke with an air of indifference. "Observe here the extraordinary power of a corpse collector coalesces in the heart, which serves as their core following death. Extraordinary attributes accumulate here, forming a grotesque mass of flesh. Ingesting such extraordinary traits directly, as opposed to consuming a potion, can also lead one to become a practitioner, inheriting the corresponding path of extraordinary attributes. However, this barbaric method carries a high probability of failure, with the risks of advancement significantly heightened. He is fortunate. The path of the corpse collector comprises two essential powers, the hidden authority of death and the distorted authority of flesh and blood, which together form the essence of the corpse collector. When a corpse collector advances to a soul shepherd, they will additionally possess the authority of distorted spirits, which explains why the spirits of ordinary cats manifest as malevolent entities within silver coins. Each second tier, or sequence 8, represents a crucial juncture, signifying a formal entry into this world and the acquisition of powers far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Sequence 8? What does it entail for a scholar to continue advancing? According to Shurhi, power is intrinsically linked to essential forces, the hidden aspects of death, dreams, divination, the distorted elements of flesh, spirit, the Scarlet Mother, life, and perhaps knowledge of the omniscient. Could it be that the path of knowledge in Sequence 8 allows one to glimpse a fragment of omniscience? Zhou Yuan began to anticipate Sequence 8, acutely aware, however, that it was unlikely to occur in the near future. He had only just ascended to scholar 2 days prior, and his internal potion had yet to be fully assimilated. To attempt advancement at this juncture would be tantamount to courting self-destruction. Yet, perhaps preparing the necessary potions for future advancement would be a prudent choice. Well, has the lesson concluded? Zhou Yuan inquired, surveying the ground littered with shattered bones, ribcages being snapped and carried away, only to be further fragmented in the tussle among the beasts. The bare skull, he noted, had been trampled, half of it embedded in the earth. Concluded, certainly not. With a snap of his fingers, Shurhi elicited a shiver down Zhou Yuan's spine, deepening his understanding of Shurhi. Upon the echo of the snap, Harvey, who had just begun to feel the torment abate, found himself under the vacuous gaze of his hollow eye sockets as his muscles, skin, and bones began to piece themselves back together, expelled from the beasts' mouths and corrosive stomachs, reattaching to his form, thereby reenacting the entire agonizing process. It was only then that Shurhi kindly muted Harvey's screams. Burke watched in horror as Harvey writhed in agony, the revival of his muscles inciting an unbearable itch, compelling him to claw at his skin until it became raw and bloodied. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, ultimately tugging at Shurhi, who sighed, recognizing the limits of their progress. Snap! The dream shattered, the barrier crumbled, and Harvey lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his face marred with bloody scratches inflicted by his own hands, blood trickling down his temples and pooling on the floor. He was utterly exhausted from the torment of the dream, having exited the pain only to find he lacked the strength to scream should Shurhi desire it. He would already be a corpse. Come now, sign this. If you possess more than one name, please inscribe the one you have used the longest. Shurhi plopped down on the sofa, crossing his legs and beckoning Burke closer, producing a contract parchment imbued with the power of order from within his cloak. Names, though humanity lacks a concept of true names, acquire mystical significance as their usage endures, gaining referential qualities. Thus, knowing a name often suffices for various purposes. A name inscribed by the individual serves as valid proof of a contract. Aside from contracts, divination is another common application. Unfortunately, the team Zhou Yuan belonged to in the new art district lacked practitioners skilled in divination. Practitioners are typically tied to their regions. Barring exceptional circumstances, the likelihood of discovering primary materials for potions in localities tends to be significantly higher. In Rhine, prevalent paths include the abyss, scarlet, hidden, and distorted, yet the hidden authority pertains primarily to dreams or death, with little association to divination. As for Zhou Yuan's pure knowledge path, it was nearly non-existent in Rhine until the arrival of the Lin Yuan family brought knowledge-related paths to light. Standing beside Shurhi, Zhou Yuan cast a questioning glance, eager to discern Shurhi's intentions. Were they merely to wait for what? Shurhi anticipated Burke's cautious signature, reassuring him, there is nothing to worry about. As a record officer, you must have reported on special events. While not explicitly stated, you can infer certain things. Now that you are officially entangled in extraordinary events, there is no need for concern. Once the contract is signed, should you wish to speak of it, you won't be able to, so keep it to yourself. That will suffice. Do you understand? Burke nodded fervently, striving to diminish his presence. Now, let us return to the initial question: why are so many of you officers rushing to Mark Street? Chapter 41. Mrs. Hughes, the murderer, the Georgian mansion, the most opulent Georgian conference room at the penthouse. Bang! Mrs. Hughes, adorned in a flowing white gown and draped in a fur cloak, raised her flushed palm from the table, her chest heaving with emotion. Well, Beau. You are slandering me. I am her mother, her biological mother. What reason would I have to persecute my own flesh and blood? Our relationship is merely a series of minor frictions, far from the point of conflict.
What grounds do you have to defame me? You only appeared after Qian had been missing for several days. Is your purpose merely to besmirch my reputation this morning? As she gazed through the light streaming in from the window, it illuminated the tip of a man's polished shoe, positioned just at the door's edge. This man was mostly shrouded in shadow, and upon hearing Mrs. Hughes' furious words, the man named Welbo exhibited no urgency. He stepped lightly from the darkness into the light. He was a young man, around 24 or 25, with piercing azure eyes that reflected Mrs. Hughes' agitated form, dressed in a tailored blue suit. A handkerchief adorned his breast pocket, and he leaned on an ornate cane inlaid with jewels, his gloved hands crossed elegantly. Is that so? My dear mother. Do not call me mother, you are merely Qian's fiancé. The wedding has yet to occur, and you shall never have the chance. Very well, as you wish. However, madam, do you not recognize the truth of my words? You have murdered your own daughter, my unfortunate fiancée, Qian Giljia. Oh, that poor girl, filled with curiosity and yearning for everything beyond the confines of her small prison. Welbo's expression was theatrical, his tone equally so, deliberately crafted for Mrs. Hughes. Indeed, she interrupted him at once. Be silent, I have told you, you are slandering me. I must summon the servants to escort you out. The Georgian mansion no longer welcomes you. Leave, at once. Mrs. Hughes seized a stack of papers from the conference table and hurled them into the air, scattering them towards Welbo. He allowed the papers to cascade upon him, deftly brushing them aside as they fell, revealing his unabashed disdain. He languidly seated himself in the nearest chair and scoffed, Madam, there is an old saying among the East, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Who would have imagined that a lady of your stature would engage in such despicable deeds? Shall I remind you of your own actions? You summoned Miss Qian to the Riverside Pavilion under the pretense of floral arrangements, dismissed her maid and attendants, and then wielded a vase as a weapon, striking her at the nape, resulting in her untimely death. Fearing exposure, you conspired with your own uncle, the current overseer, Harriman, to orchestrate this grand charade, inviting all the detectives, merely to retrieve the fabricated clothing of my poor fiancée, creating the illusion of Qian Giljia's murder. You must realize how clumsy this is, yet you find yourself helpless, for you do not even know where Qian's body has been taken. Who would have thought? During your brief search for someone to handle her remains, Qian vanished. Thus, you are left to seek out detectives, directing this farce, while your uncle Harriman diverts attention to himself. Be silent. What reason do I have to murder my own daughter? You continue to slander me, filthy wretch. I love her, despite our minor disagreements. Who does not know that I love her? Mrs. Hughes was becoming increasingly agitated, her composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Welbo supported his chin with his hand and spoke slowly. Oh, is that truly the case? There is a profound truth I believe you ought to hear. Wherever one treads, a mark is left behind. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, allow me to remind you. You claim there is no motive. Really, your alliance with Harriman itself is a betrayal. He has longed for his lineage to inherit the Giljia legacy, driven by resentment for being cast out of the family. For years he has sought opportunities to plot his return, including the unfortunate demise of your husband years ago. Can you honestly say you have not suspected this elder? Since you refuse to confront it, let me enlighten you. Yes, it was Harriman who orchestrated your husband's death, and yet you chose to collaborate with him to conceal your own misdeeds. He craves legitimacy, wishing for his youngest offspring to inherit the Giljia name, thereby binding himself irrevocably to it, while your desires lean towards material gain. You are unwilling to relinquish power, are you not? It is evident. According to the Giljia family rules, once Qian marries me, she will become the rightful head of the Giljia household, and you will have to cede your authority to her. But you are only 45, you have yet to relish the pleasures of power, correct? You bore your legitimate daughter too soon, regretful, perhaps. Fear not, if Qian were to meet with an unfortunate end, even if you adopted another girl, it would take at least a decade or two for her to mature, granting you another decade of control. How splendid, look at that, I have prepared an excuse for you and paved the way. Enough of this game, take me to the underground. Upon hearing Welbo's barrage of words, Mrs. Hughes found herself in tears, her spirit crumbling as she slumped into her chair, initially bewildered and panicked. Yet upon hearing Welbo's final remark, she straightened abruptly, her gaze hardening with resolve, experiencing a tumultuous shift in emotions within mere moments. Through gritted teeth, she seethed, "It was you are the one behind this?" She had come to a realization. No wonder she had felt such profound love for Qian, and had long since contemplated passing on her power to her daughter. Yet since last month, an inexplicable anxiety regarding the loss of authority had begun to gnaw at her, leading to her growing neuroticism. The underground, it all clicked into place. You are that kind of person, you have influenced me, swayed my decisions. Have you come to your senses? But it matters not. If those detectives are so inept, it shall be amusing. Oh, they must be utterly confounded as to why the very murderer, Mrs. Hughes, displays such heartfelt emotion throughout.
mourning her offspring's demise. Haha, for it is genuine emotion. Oh, what a hellish jest. Do you truly believe you have executed your plan flawlessly, that old fool Harriman can cut through the upper echelons? He cannot act himself, so he must rely on his most trusted detective, Ildu. Yet, what he does not realize is that Ildu is in my employ, and I have awaited this day for so long. You see, it was you who unwittingly allowed my man entry. Very well, Qian is in my grasp. I know you fear not death, nor would you unearth the underground for your own survival, but what if Qian is not dead? Chapter 42. The true objective. Behold, I have orchestrated an elaborate scheme, solely to ensnare you and the entire Georgia family, and now, by extinguishing Miss Qian, my unfortunate fiancée, I shall expose all the misdeeds you and Harriman have committed. TSK, not a shred of the Georgia family's esteemed reputation shall remain. You may certainly refuse, but you ought to be aware that I possess the means to obliterate the Georgia family, both in substance and in honor. Come now, make your choice. Will you leave me underground, securing Miss Qian's release, and pledge never to trouble the Georgia family again, burying everything in the sands of time, or will you display such fiery resolve that you would sacrifice your own life, your daughter's life, and the entirety of the Georgia family to defy me? Velbo produced a tiny nail clipper from seemingly nowhere, casually trimming his nails while nonchalantly pursing his lips to whistle. What lies beneath is hardly worth your fervor, Mrs. Hughes remarked, closing her eyes. In this dire predicament, she found herself gradually calming down. To be candid, that object is exceedingly precious, truly rare in this world. Of course, that is from our perspective. As for you, after that dreadful countess a century ago, not a single member of the Georgia family has risen in status. This matter is destined to have no bearing upon you. Is it truly worth sacrificing the entire Georgia family for something of which you have no knowledge? On the day I inherited the rightful lineage, I perused all the edicts that must be upheld and understood the responsibilities of the Georgia patriarch. Among all the regulations, the second states the necessity of preserving the Georgia bloodline, while another ranks even higher, that is, to never unseal the underground's confines. Indeed, I always suspected there would come a day like this. My great-grandmother was simply too extraordinary, yet alas, there were no successors. How could we possibly maintain our hold? For a century, the Georgia family has birthed no practitioners, has it? We have sought and endeavored, yet to no avail. And so? Velbo interjected, interrupting Mrs. Hughes' family history. Madam, do not attempt to stall. I am aware you are pinning your hopes on the so-called official extraordinary individuals. They are currently too preoccupied to come forth. Provide me with your conclusion. Ah, Mrs. Hughes sighed, tilting her head to gaze at the ceiling, avoiding Velbo's scrutinizing expression. I hope you will honor your promise to spare my child. It is a miracle she has remained unharmed. I know not what this object is, but it offers us no assistance and may indeed pose a threat, drawing packs of ravenous hyenas. Velbo, far from incensed by Mrs. Hughes' comparison of him to a hyena, found himself visibly pleased, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Their elaborate machinations, expending such energy, while attempting to elude the official extraordinary individuals, had Mrs. Hughes herself as a crucial element in their investigations. This Mrs. Hughes proved to be a far more resolute presence than anticipated. Merely threatening her, even placing a blade against her throat, would not dissuade her from adhering to the ancestral edicts left by the Duke. She would dare to throw herself upon the blade in defiance. Should they resort to merely abducting her daughter to coerce her, they would still not achieve their desired outcome. She would relinquish both her daughter and herself without hesitation. There is no doubt that, for this pivotal object, they have paid a monumental price, sacrificing in unimaginable ways to glimpse the sole possibility. Step by step, they compelled Mrs. Hughes to forsake her principles. Step by step, they dismantled her will. Step by step, they aimed to shatter her final defenses. For Velbo, this was a foreordained triumph. The Georgia disappearance case was a masterful script. Velbo rose and approached the window, spreading his arms wide to bask in the sunlight, relishing the sensation of having everything firmly within his grasp. The entire affair unfolded almost precisely according to his script, save for Hughes' expulsion of the two young detectives. Ildu had met his demise on the Scarlet Night. This was an unforeseen variable, an anomaly outside the script, yet fortunately, he had convened one final gathering overnight, correcting all discrepancies, and even caught sight of the young detective named Zhou Yuan, who turned out to be an official practitioner, destined to visit the police station today. The official scrutiny of the Georgia family was not what Velbo wished to witness, hence, he arranged a chance encounter for these official practitioners. They must still be reveling in their fortune, encountering the thief who stole the silver coins during a visit to the police station, with a flimsy excuse to target the Koyanu faction. Velbo clenched his right hand tightly, as if to grasp the very light itself. Variables, what of them, they would inevitably return to his grasp. Come now, madam, consider yourself fortunate. This is the sole moment in your life to witness history. Yes, sir. Burke stifled a wry smile. The hope of preserving oneself seemed increasingly unlikely. Sir, you must have seen this morning a multitude of officers rushing towards Mark Street. The origin of this situation stems from a disappearance case there, and it all begins with Sheriff Pritt Barron. In recent days, there have been numerous reports of missing persons, exhausting the police station's resources. In this context, Sheriff Pritt's only son, Fenk, has also vanished. Fenk had long-standing conflicts with Sheriff Pritt and had relocated to Mark Street with his wife. The two had engaged in a Cold War for years, yet it was well known that Sheriff Pritt still cared deeply for him. Neither would lower their pride. Recently, under his wife's urging, Fenk had shown signs of reconciliation, but just then, he disappeared, becoming one of the missing persons. Sheriff Pritt, an absolute authority at the New Art District Police Station, found Fenk's disappearance utterly unacceptable, even confronting headquarters directly, ordering that 70% of the officers pursue Fenk's case. This has also been one of the reasons why many families of other missing persons have rebuked our ineptitude. We simply lack the manpower. The investigation into the missing persons had seen little progress, yet everything changed this morning. Mr. Fenk was found, after days of absence. This morning, his lifeless body was discovered in his residence on Mark Street, alongside his wife and 5-year-old son, 3 corpses suspended outside the house. This is a provocation. Sheriff Pritt ordered this morning that all probationary officers be formally appointed, donning police uniforms and insignia. In just one morning, the police station gained over 40 new officers, and he departed with a considerable number of them. Chapter 43. Clue, Bloodline. What a coincidence. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Ever since he acquired the sanctified silver dagger from the golden pages of the parchment, he had immediately received a silver dagger from the young Mr. Wilson, which had made him particularly sensitive to coincidences. This morning's events also imparted an uncanny sense of coincidence. Fenk's corpse had fortuitously appeared, hung in front of the house, and this individual happened to be the son of Sheriff Pritt, a high-ranking officer at the New Arts District Police Department. A large number of departing officers coincidentally encountered the three of them. When the new officer was unable to respond, Zhou Yuan serendipitously stumbled upon Harvey and Burke, who coincidentally unraveled the mystery behind the missing silver coins, simultaneously clarifying the conflict between the official operatives and the new faction of Koya before him. Although meeting Harvey and Burke at the police station was quite normal, Zhou Yuan's intuition warned him that something was amiss. Mark Street, Sheriff Pritt, missing persons case, Gilgia, Koya. Sure, he rubbed his temples. The situation had not clarified but had grown more chaotic. He had not anticipated that it would involve a powerful sheriff. Burke, could you retrieve the case summaries of all current missing persons? I wish to examine whether there are any commonalities. Seeing that sure he had not taken action, Zhou Yuan addressed Burke. His initial purpose for coming here was merely to investigate the case summaries, yet he found himself entangled deeper and deeper. Certainly, Commander. I have a copy right here. We have thoroughly perused these case summaries. The discrepancies in the status and identities of the missing persons are vast, the professions are utterly chaotic, ranging from homeless individuals to noble ladies, and the ages vary widely. There are children, and numerous adults as well. In short, it is exceedingly disordered. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's penetrating gaze, Burke cautiously stepped over the still twitching Harvey, rushed to the drawer behind the desk, and retrieved a stack of documents to hand to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan remained silent. The documents were not voluminous. He needed only a glance at each page to retain the contents entirely while simultaneously analyzing them. For such documents devoid of extraordinary power, he did not even need to activate his eye of truth to instantly integrate the information. Zhou Yuan frowned. Indeed, as Burke had indicated, these missing individuals seemed to have vanished at random without any discernible pattern. He formulated dozens of hypotheses, considering motives, identities, environments, ethnicities, beliefs, and found, astonishingly, no connections whatsoever. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He lowered his voice and asked Shuri, "Boss, I have a thought. These case summaries ultimately consist of information that ordinary people can gather. As we know, these missing cases are likely related to the extraordinary. Is it possible to obtain information about the ancestors of these missing individuals?" Sure, he appeared puzzled, but then immediately grasped Zhou Yuan's implication. Are you suggesting that among their ancestors, there might be extraordinary individuals? Indeed. Given the occurrence of a series of disappearances, it signifies that this is not mere chance. Where there is no chance, there must be a motive. Wait, now that you mention it, something does come to mind. I have an impression of the name Pritt, not due to his identity as sheriff, which is inconsequential, but because of his wife. Over a decade ago, she visited the Team S archives for registration. She was an operative, if I recall correctly, named Ben Dorian. Yes, I remember now. That lady was a priestess of the holy faith of the Gailai Empire. My initial impression of Sheriff Pritt stems from this: an ordinary man wooing a sacred priestess of Gailai, causing a devoted preacher to fall deeply in love.
We didn't even need to use force to expel her, she came forward to report herself. I recall it caused quite a stir, and he became quite well known. However, the fate of this sacred priestess did not end well, as her actions completely contradicted the teachings of Saint Kavakaya. The Gailai Empire subsequently issued an extradition request, and we ultimately had no choice but to return her. Listening to Shurhi's account, Zhou Yuan was uncertain but replied, "Boss, do you think it's possible that all the missing individuals have extraordinary ancestors? You mentioned that the descendants of extraordinary beings inherit certain latent abilities, which could facilitate their paths, while choosing the wrong path might lead to their demise. In other words, could the bloodline of the descendants carry a portion of the abilities of their ancestors? Even if they have not embarked on an extraordinary path, such power could still exist, correct?" Shurhi's expression darkened, his breadth of experience surpassed Zhou Yuan's, and his ensuing associations were naturally beyond what Zhou Yuan could comprehend. Bloodline, Shurhi rose, pacing back and forth repeatedly, indicating that he regarded this conjecture with greater gravity than anticipated. "I hope it is not the case, Zhou Yuan. When we return, take this case summary to the archives and investigate whether their ancestors were extraordinary beings. If so, what were their professions?" "Understood," Zhou Yuan nodded in response, then continued to probe, "Boss, if they are indeed collecting bloodlines, what might their intentions be?" Sacrificial rites. When it comes to bloodlines, the most common application is sacrificial rites. The manner in which they are collecting bloodlines, with Fengke's immediate death, indicates that they do not require the living. This sacrificial rite is certainly no trivial matter. It may very well be the blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice? Yes, you should be aware that gods have not walked the earth for many years. If we were to classify according to historical periods, we are currently in the Third Era. The First Era was the Chaos Era, during which humanity had yet to be born, and we can only glean fragments of that time from ancient remnants. The Second Era was the Era of the Gods, when deities roamed the earth, and humanity worshipped various gods, offering sacrifices to them and receiving fragments of divine favor. Thus, the profession of the extraordinary emerged. Every extraordinary being was once a believer along a particular path. Without exception, the gods held absolute control over low-tier practitioners of the same sequence. It was an era when humanity was entirely prostrated before the feet of the gods. However, in the late Second Era, the most astonishing individual ascended along the path granted by divine favor. Upon reaching the pinnacle and becoming an angel, he did not halt but, through unknown means, succeeded in slaying the gods, becoming the New Order deity. From that point onward, humanity realized that even gods could bleed, marking the end of the supreme era of deities. In the Third Era, gods and even angels no longer walked among humans, only their doctrines persisted on earth in the form of churches. We do not know what transpired, but somehow, humans and gods gradually became estranged. The divine wars that once frequently occurred among the deities ceased to happen, and humanity gradually assumed dominion over the world, while the upper limits of extraordinary powers no longer remained as lofty. You may have heard of the notion of Sequence 9. This is because there are indeed 9 sequences. Upon ascending to Sequence 2, one is regarded as an angel, while Sequence 1 is referred to as a god. Chapter 44. The Black Witch, Christiane. Of course, all of this is merely a remnant of the past. Nowadays, we refer to them as Sequence 1 and Sequence 2. The transition from reverse order to proper order has become far more arduous due to the heightened difficulty of ascending through the sequences. In times gone by, Sequence 9, 8, and 7 were deemed low sequences, but look at the present. Although Rhine is relatively unique and its strength pales in comparison to that of other nations, as the capital, we are tasked with managing a team of practitioners within a district, comprising primarily of Sequence 8 individuals. I am but a Sequence 7 nightmare, and even here in Rhine, I am already regarded as a formidable force. At this juncture, you should grasp that this era is incomparably different from the early Third Epoch. Both strength and numbers have been significantly diminished. Middle sequences, such as Sequence 6 and Sequence 5, are now nearly non-existent in this world. Each of these individuals embodies the absolute pinnacle of power within their respective factions, possessing terrifying abilities. Encounters between such formidable beings are exceedingly rare. Their mere existence serves as a deterrent far surpassing their actual combat prowess, as no organization wishes to bear the consequences of provoking such powerful entities. As for those above Sequence 4, I have only glimpsed them in ancient texts. These existences are referred to as true beings of divinity, whom we call demigods. To my knowledge, certain popes within various churches may attain this level through the grace of the divine. Formerly, only those who reached Sequence 4 or above, or 6th tier and beyond, were labeled saints. Now, however, even those of Sequence 5 and higher may be recognized as saints. Regrettably, Rhine does not boast a saint among its ranks. Zhou Yuan absorbed this knowledge meticulously. Though it could be considered common knowledge,
few possess the capacity to articulate it with such clarity and organization, the pathways of sequences, the road to divinity, saints, demigods, angels. Within a mere 2 minutes, sure he had painted a blueprint of the future for Zhou Yuan, allowing him a glimpse of the road ahead. Seemingly sensing Zhou Yuan's thoughts, the ancient parchment within his mind stirred gently, ripples emanating outward, as if mocking him. Upon feeling the disturbance within his consciousness and retracting his focus, Zhou Yuan felt a jolt. The ripples did not disperse and shatter as he had imagined. Instead, they twisted under an inexplicable force, forming a mirrored pattern, revealing Zhou Yuan's own face within, adorned with a look of disdain. This was not merely an illusion of mockery, it was a true derision. Such malevolent amusement. Zhou Yuan gained a new understanding of the wicked tendencies and vile nature of the high-ranking existence within the parchment. Was it not said that this being paid no heed to humanity, had at once broken its own vows, unable to endure the solitude? Zhou Yuan pondered, though such a notion seemed nearly impossible. How could a being of that caliber? Boss, what are we still waiting for? I'm a bit bored, can I just hit him? Grace said, idly swinging her terrifyingly muscular arms while suddenly pointing at Harvey, who lay on the ground. Boom! Ah! Ah! Sure, he rolled his eyes. In an instant, Grace leaped up, losing control of her momentum and crashing into the ceiling, her head piercing through, her upper body wedged into the second floor. Grace used her hands to tear open the hole she had created, disregarding the impact it would have on the young policewoman on the second floor. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, mirroring Sherhe's expression as they both observed Grace's reaction with identical incredulity. Zhou Yuan could easily surmise that Sherhe had pulled Grace into a dream. He was curious about what Sherhe had shown her to frighten her so. Are you afraid of snakes? Sherhe asked, perplexed, as he effortlessly dragged all the officers upstairs into the dream, allowing them to continue their duties while forgetting everything that had just transpired. Such was the nature of nightmares. I don't know, Grace replied, looking bewildered, a hint of lingering fear evident on her face. Sherhe covered his face. He had merely simulated a snake pit, letting snakes crawl over Grace's body, intending to offer her a wake-up call. After years of camaraderie, Grace had always been fearless. He never anticipated she would harbor a fear of snakes. Tap, 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 tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Sherhe's expression shifted to one of solemnity. The person he had been waiting for had arrived. As Zhou Yuan listened to the rhythmic tapping, it seemed to emanate from a great distance, entirely disregarding the soundproofing of the building. With each step, the sound grew closer, causing Zhou Yuan's heart to race uncontrollably, thump, thump, thump. With every footfall, his heart quickened, and his face began to redden from the exertion. Humph! Sherhe scoffed, a potent wave of spiritual energy radiating outward, halting the footsteps. Zhou Yuan gasped, feeling somewhat better. Creak! The door swung open, and a flock of cawing crows burst into the small room, flapping about before hastily converging on a single spot. Amidst the black feathers of the crows, the outline of a woman's alluring figure gradually materialized. She was shrouded in a form-fitting black veil, the sheer fabric creating a striking contrast against her snow-white skin. The key areas were adorned with thicker garments, while the rest remained tantalizingly obscured, hinting at her porcelain complexion. Her features were enchanting, her lips a vivid crimson, and her eyes accentuated with sharply arched brows, with crow-shaped earrings dangling from her earlobes. A multitude of crows gathered beneath her, forming a dark floating chair, while her delicate, white legs emerged from beneath the veil, drawing the eye. The Black Witch, Christiane, is one of the 3 representatives of the Koyanu school, heralded as one of the most enigmatic professions of the 3rd tier. We seem to have never encountered her. I am eager to discover whether the Black Witch is indeed more bizarre or if the dream of the nightmare is stronger. Sure, he showed no astonishment at the sudden appearance of this cryptic woman. He had awaited the arrival of this high-ranking figure from the Koyanu school. Why the rush, Captain Sherhe? Alas, I have little fondness for those of Eastern descent, but if it is you, I might be persuaded to make an exception. Just cover my eyes, and during our revelry, I shan't gaze upon your face. In truth, I am quite eager for our time together. Christiane smiled as she blew a kiss at Sherhe, purposefully adjusting her already sheer veil to obscure even less. Rather than engaging in such frivolity, I would prefer to sever your head and play with it. Sherhe made no effort to conceal his hostility. In their exchange, it became evident that Christiane's true purpose in appearing was to address the writhing Harvey on the ground. However, upon her arrival, she completely ignored him, allowing him to lie there in a humiliating manner. In fact, Christiane deliberately hovered above Harvey, her legs resting upon his face, showing no qualms about further humiliating him. Though he was one of her own, it was apparent that her amusement took precedence above all else. Chapter 45 of the confrontation in the dream. Christiane chuckled delicately, covering her mouth. Oh, you are truly heartless. No wonder you are the only one who returned alive from the depths of the Roya Mountains. That's enough, Sherhe replied coldly. Upon hearing Christian utter the phrase "the depths of the Roya Mountains," his expression visibly darkened. It was a lifelong pain for him. Only Jenny within the team was privy to the truth, and she never dared to bring it up in front of him. The ethereal wind swirled around Shurhi as the scene transformed into a desolate wilderness under the night sky. How long had it been since he had heard such words? He could not say. He was indifferent to how Christian had come to know of this top-secret incident. He simply wished to tear her apart. It was a rare occurrence that could provoke Shurhi's temper, and this was one of them. Such impatience. Just moments ago, you were quite indifferent, and now you cannot wait. Captain Shurhi, you are still too young. I shall take him with me. Or should I say, do you truly dare to engage me in a duel in such a crowded area? I wouldn't mind, of course, if we lose control and end up causing a few more civilian casualties. You might find that rather distressing. Buzz. Christian received no answer from Shurhi. Instead, a terrifying whirlwind erupted across the wilderness, swirling debris and trees in a chaotic tempest. Heartless. If you truly wish to engage, what use are these illusory antics? They are merely frightening, and you are more than capable of doing so. Gaga gaga. Christian, perched atop a flock of crows, delicately tapped her toes on Harvey's face. The crow's perch ascended into the air, disintegrating rapidly, and along with it, Christian herself transformed into a flurry of crows, scattering amidst the debris hurled by the tempest. She paid no heed to Harvey below, allowing the chaotic detritus to bury him beneath a small mound. Explode. Boom. Boom, boom. With a soft command from Shurhi, the seemingly mundane rubble erupted violently, illuminating the night sky with a myriad of fireworks. The crows, which had been soaring gracefully through the debris, were instantly obliterated, their shattered flesh and feathers raining down like confetti. Zhou Yuan gazed at this grand spectacle, momentarily entranced. As the scene before him resembled a miraculous event, though he understood it was merely a dream, he could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Could the extraordinary path truly lead to such a pinnacle? Yet, as he beheld the destruction of the crows, Shurhi did not appear relieved. Indeed, as the whirlwind subsided, a vertical black rift suddenly appeared in the sky, from which Christian emerged, waving her hand at Shurhi below. Sometimes dreams are rather delightful, you see. Tearing through space is as effortless as drinking water to I in the outside world. I may never have the chance to experience it, however. What purpose does it serve to pull me in here? Your nightmare is quite peculiar. While others at this stage have long begun to explore the transition from dream to reality, reflecting their illusory assaults onto the physical plane, you exhibit not a trace of this trend. All your attacks fail to inflict any harm upon my true form. What significance does such an assault hold? To make me beg for mercy? If you relish that, we could engage in such games in reality. No need to resort to your dream. Sure, he gazed up at Christian, who had just torn apart the boundaries of this dreamscape, taking refuge within the liminal space between dream and reality, a place from which the average person would never return, easily lost. Yet, the formidable witch was exceedingly comprehensive in her abilities. The profession bore some resemblance to that of scholars. The extraordinary abilities of witches were not fixed, with each scholar acquiring differing knowledge, and thus applying it variably. Moreover, within the witch system, every witch received random spells upon promotion, differing in number, practicality, and potency. Therefore, being a witch was akin to gambling. The feeble were nearly indistinguishable from those of sequence 8, signifying a lack of advancement, merely an expansion of spiritual capacity. However, among the powerful within this realm, there were also those who were exceedingly formidable. Should a witch grow powerful enough to surpass the limits typically associated with sequence 7, she would be bestowed with unique titles. For instance, the Black Witch. Christian sat upon her crow perch in the air, her left hand propping up her chin as she scrutinized the three individuals below, particularly examining Zhou Yuan. She had seen his name in the records of the Koyanu sect, but he was not merely an extraordinary being from a professional team, he was the detective bloodline, Zhou Yuan, one of their targets. The reason for her inaction lay in her wariness of his father. They could not ascertain whether father was truly dead. Having backing was an entirely different outcome than being an ordinary descendant. With a simple thought, Christian raised her right hand and pointed delicately at Zhou Yuan, the weakest among the three. Morimo. Christian softly uttered an intricate incantation, meaning sheep in Gus language. As her slender finger indicated him, Zhou Yuan felt an unsettling jolt, and he leaped back with all his might, attempting to evade the beam of light while simultaneously calling for Shurhi's help. Meh. However, when Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, what escaped was indeed the bleat of a sheep. The beam of light was too swift. His perspective abruptly shifted from the sky to the ground, landing upon the sight of two hooves embedded in the earth. He had transformed into a sheep. Open. Shurhi's palm struck the head of the now white, plump lamb Zhou Yuan, and smoke erupted, restoring him to human form. Zhou Yuan immediately donned a monocle, retreating behind Shi to meticulously observe Christian's every movement. He gained a deeper understanding of the peculiarities of various abilities. Damn, the sensation of becoming a sheep was most unpleasant.
Is this considered breaking through? Christian mocked.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan glanced at Shi, his eyelids twitching. He understood Christian's implication. Damn it, he was still a sheep, only the Zhou Yuan within the dream had been restored to human form by Shi.
Do not rush.
It takes time to unravel this, she requires time as well. Have you not noticed that little officer still being crushed beneath the stone mill? If she could have extracted that officer from this dream, she would have long since taken her away. Similarly, I need time to break her sheep transformation spell, Shi replied calmly as Zhou Yuan nodded, positioning himself behind Shi, next to Grace, who appeared unperturbed, clearly well acquainted with the situation, having collaborated with Shi many times before. According to the standard procedure, when Shi pulled someone into a dream, once the dream prison was established, he would be released, easily crushing the enemy's skull or binding the target. His inability to exit meant the enemy could slip away from this dream at any moment, posing potential danger to him.
Captain Shi, why do you still keep me here?
If you fancy me, I could simply visit your home. There is no need to trap me in your dream. Reality is far better, you know very well. It is not yet the time. We cannot afford to engage seriously. The consequences would be unbearable for both sides, especially for you. Chapter 46. A modest advantage. Zhou Yuan listened to Christian's words, sensing something awry in her tone as she repeatedly mentioned going to his home. Which, indeed, is troublesome. Shi squinted at Christian. Grace stepped forward, but Shi raised his hand to stop her. Not yet, you wouldn't be able to reach her even if you went out. Have you not realized that this dark witch has entered the dream in her true form? Shi's voice was calm. However, this revelation took Regis by surprise. Entering the dream in one's true form, Grace, having collaborated with Shi numerous times, had never witnessed anyone capable of such a feat. How could that be possible? Oh, Captain Shi, you truly are remarkable. Unfortunately for you, I was endowed with 12 spells when I ascended as a witch. At the time, I deemed 11 of them quite practical, with the sole exception being this dream body. In the dream, one exists as true. Outside, one is false. In the dream, the true self exists, but the prerequisite is that I must be within the dream. Regrettably, I lack the ability to enter dreams at will, nor have I discovered any extraordinary artifacts of that nature. Yet, this defensive spell is perfectly suited for countering your nightmares. The nightmare level manipulates the illusory aspects of dreams, but its effects do not pertain to the true body. If you were a 4th-tier dream master, I would flee immediately. However, as a novice nightmare just beginning to affect the material world, your chances against me are slim. Now, have you had your fill of games? Christian did not merely tear the dream apart. Instead, she had boldly plunged into the dream with her true self. Prior to her arrival, she had researched nightmares, fully cognizant that their illusory powers within the dream would not affect her. She concealed her true self within the dream, rendering herself invulnerable to any attacks from the outside. This was the fundamental reason for Christian's presence. Her apparent ease stemmed from her unwavering confidence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Yuan quickly glanced at Shi. At this moment, Shi appeared even calmer than anticipated, retrieving a small flask from his waist and taking a sip. The dreamscape dissipated like bubbles, and the four found themselves in the small cabin where Christian, who had entered the dream in her true form, was also present. He seemed to be severing his own arms. 90% of a nightmare's capabilities required execution within the dream. Although the Dark Witch Christian could be attacked, only Grace and Zhou Yuan were present, and Grace was utterly outclassed by a witch. Could they really rely on a mere rank 9 individual? Oh, and let's not forget, this rank 9 individual was currently a sheep. Bao, what an adorable little lamb. Don't glare at me like that. You can't do anything to me. Rest assured, we have no desire to engage in battle with you. The time is not yet ripe. But it's so offensive to mention the depths of the Roaya Mountains? Captain Shi is quite irate, dragging someone into a dream for a thorough scolding. Truly, not an ounce of pity for a lady. They say you have no lover. Oh, how I almost forgot. Your lover is dead, in the depths of Roaya Mountains. Christian's expression grew increasingly exaggerated as she emphasized each painful word, yet, to her dismay, Shi showed not a flicker of reaction, leaving her perplexed. Suddenly, Christian's demeanor shifted, raising her hand to summon an enormous crow with blood-red eyes, which lunged at Shi. Crimson armor! Without needing a reminder, Grace sprang forth, her body swelling slightly as crimson patterns formed a tangible armor around her. Her hands were enveloped in blood-red flames, trailing streaks of light as she advanced. Grace seized the crow's head in one hand, her palm, shrouded in the crimson glow, closing tightly. Bang! The crow's head was crushed instantly, with no blood spilling forth, only a few black feathers drifting to the ground. Christian frowned slightly. She could easily toy with Grace, whose abilities were singular, yet that singularity often indicated a formidable focus. She required ample time to deal with Grace. If she were to dispatch her instantly, it would be a feat achievable only by the most extreme of professionals. Just as Christian prepared to become serious and incant further attacks, he suddenly regained consciousness, alongside Harvey, who had been lying on the ground for quite some time. He drooped his eyelids, placing a hand atop Zhou Yuan's head. Bang! With a puff of smoke, Zhou Yuan returned to his normal state, truly restored. The transformation into a sheep is obnoxious precisely because the difficulty of breaking the spell lies with the caster. It's a different story for outsiders. In one-on-one situations, this spell is indeed quite effective. He lifted Zhou Yuan, disregarding Christian and Harvey in the room entirely, turning instead to Burke, the recording officer, who was huddled in the corner. Just concoct some excuse about the building's aging. Your superior won't inquire further. If any issues arise, remember to seek us out. You are the recording officer, you should know where to send special cases. All right, understood. Burke nodded, having just been confined by he in a separate dream, much like the officers upstairs, and had seen little. As for what he initially heard, Zhou Yuan speculated that he intended to place such individuals within the police station to ensure they could promptly notify the team, particularly as Burke shared an office with Harvey, though it was uncertain if Harvey would return afterward. Christian's expression soured as she cast a sharp gaze at Harvey, who had just risen, immediately lowering his head, too intimidated to speak or meet her eyes. Oomph, worthless. Lady Christian, he was the first to step out of the room, with Grace and Zhou Yuan following closely behind. Grace, puzzled, inquired, "What just happened? Are we simply leaving? Dream within a dream?" Zhou Yuan suggested uncertainly. Indeed, he affirmed, not bothering to glance back, entirely unconcerned that the Dark Witch Christian would attack. The time is not right. No one dares to act. From the outset, my aim was never to torment that little mortician. It holds no significance. My anger was merely an act. Christian had already arrived. She was merely lurking outside, not entering. She is in no hurry, and neither am I. I awaited her for a while, even providing her a show featuring her subordinate. In truth, my real objective was to guide the dreams of the little mortician. The hurricane stone explosion you witnessed on the outer layer was merely my dream. It was intended for Christian's viewing. At that moment, my consciousness was absent, with only my body executing preordained actions within the dream. The true me had entered the mortician Harvey's dream, and his convulsions were feigned. I attempted to recreate past scenes, much like little Wilson listening to Zhou Yuan's past. Though it was quite troublesome, it ultimately succeeded. A new piece of information: the current overseer of the Georgia family, Harriman, is dead. Chapter 47. The once soul saint Harriman is dead, Zhou Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Christiane was present. I did not have the opportunity to witness much, but I did uncover several pivotal scenes. Firstly, it is indeed true that Harvey consumed the extraordinary properties extracted from Lu Yahang's corpse, acting as both a mortician and a soul shepherd. I observed Lu Yahang's body, intact and unblemished, indicating potential psychological trauma, or perhaps the annihilation of his spirit. A soul shepherd met his demise in the very domain where he excelled, suggesting that his killer was Is there still a formidable entity of fourth rank or above skilled in soul or mental manipulation lurking in the New Art District? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan reached a firm conclusion. It was undoubtedly the work of Father. The appearance of that spectral entity aligned closely with Lu Yahang's cause of death, though he remained oblivious to the name of the sixth sequence within the detective hierarchy. Secondly, your conjecture holds merit. I witnessed the specific events that transpired at the Gilgia residence that night. Qin Gilgia is not dead. In the vision I beheld, Harvey split open a horse and disposed of its entrails in the river. He then stuffed Qin Gilgia into the horse's belly, ostentatiously parading her out of the estate while manipulating the corpse. During that moment, I distinctly observed her steady breathing. She was merely unconscious, not deceased. However, there remains a perplexing question: why expend such effort to abduct Qin? If it were merely for bloodline, these professionals could have simply stormed in and seized her like they did with Fenk, unimpeded by anyone. Thirdly, as I just witnessed, last night the observer was hastily transported to the Gilgia estate in a horse-drawn carriage to complete the adoption ceremony, only to be assassinated by Harvey-controlled cadavers on the return journey, dying within the carriage. Why did Harvey wish to eliminate Harriman? What did he know? Did he fear any information might leak? According to our plan, we were about to investigate Harriman's role in this disappearance case, but now we are at a standstill. Zhou Yuan fell into a brief silence, his mind racing as he subconsciously activated the Eye of Truth, his gaze emanating a cerulean glow. He closed his left eye, leaving only his right eye open. Through the lens of the scholar's reflection, the cerulean hue of his eye transformed to appear normal to outsiders. This was a newly discovered technique that allowed him to utilize the Eye of Truth even in public. No, the more cautious they behave, the more they obstruct our investigation, which only underscores the peculiar nature of the Gilgia disappearance case. This case is unlike any other disappearance. Perhaps the Gilgia estate is their true objective. Other disappearances likely aimed merely at obtaining various bloodlines, but there must be more at play with Chin's abduction. They seek something desperately needed. First and foremost, they are a group of extraordinary individuals, possessing unparalleled martial prowess. Under what circumstances would a force so formidable abandon the most straightforward and brutal methods? There are two possibilities. First, the opposing party possesses even greater strength. Second, martial force is ineffective in this particular scenario. If it were the former, then Harvey could not have successfully abducted Miss Chin Gilgia. Therefore, it implies that they cannot achieve a desired outcome through sheer force. Capturing Chin may effectively aid them in reaching that objective. As Zhou Yuan elaborated on his deductions, He, who had been walking alongside him, suddenly exchanged a glance with him, both exclaiming in unison, "Madam Hughes, boss, I came across some open documents in the archives this morning, which I believe you may have been searching for." One of the articles discussed the emergence of the Koya sect, its schism, and its conflicts with us. However, prior to the escalation of these tensions, it mentioned that the Duke of Gilgia, after slaying the new faction's criminals, entered the Roaya mountain range alone, after which the new faction went silent for nearly a century. This Duke of Gilgia must be quite powerful. Moreover, he has a vendetta against the Koya sect. Could it be that these individuals are after what the Duke left behind, the Duke of Gilgia? No one truly knows if the Duke left anything behind. In fact, no one even knows when or where she passed away. You must understand, even during the Old Rhine era, after centuries of feudal rule, only one female duke emerged, not through the influence of her predecessors, but purely through her own merit to attain the ducal title. Before the birth of the Duke of Gilgia, the Gilgia family was merely a fading baronial lineage, yet she was an anomaly, rising through her own efforts to become the sole saint of the Rhine. Zhou Yuan inhaled sharply. Saint, while he was not fully acquainted with the true strength of a saint, the absence of any such figure in the entire Rhine suggested the significance of this echelon. The pinnacle of the world's martial prowess. He contemplated what a saint might have left behind in the Gilgia residence and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Boss, if the Duke truly left something in the Gilgia estate, wouldn't we, as officials, be aware of it? Zhou Yuan pondered, harboring a deep-seated question. Why did they, as an official organization, seemingly lack overwhelming power, having to tread carefully against the Koya sect? Alas, he sighed, this is a long story. We differ from the Zong of the Eastern Continent and the Zhao of the Western Continent. They are victors born from the conflict between certain organizations, holding absolute dominion over their territories. However, we have yet to reach that stage, existing in a competitive phase. In the land of Rhine, we are not the only organization of extraordinary individuals. We initially gathered under the belief of guardianship, and through natural evolution, gradually connected with the House of Representatives, ultimately becoming official. The Koya sect is not necessarily weaker than us. It was merely that the old Koya sect advocated for a natural way of life, distancing themselves from urban areas. Initially, certain churches from the Western continent sent missionaries to spread their faith, hoping to compete for followers in this new land. The Rhine had suffered enough from the ravages of feudalism and had grown weary of the encroachment of divine faith. We resisted and expelled the church's missionaries. At that time, our only assurance was that the saint, Duke of Gilgia, had not left the Rhine. Although she was not affiliated with any organization, her presence deterred the churches from openly entering the Rhine. Even after many years of absence, they still dared not act. Later, upon confirming her disappearance, perhaps having reached the end of her life, the churches of the Western continent once dispatched high-ranking saints to exert forceful intimidation. And the outcome? Zhou Yuan, now aware that no churches existed in the Rhine, anticipated the answer. That devotee of the Lord of the Ocean and Storm didn't even reach the Kipo Sea before being intercepted by a celestial master from the Eastern continent and was slain on the spot. Chapter 48. Witness of a misplaced time and space. Outside the police station, Zhou Yuan and he hurried towards the Jurgen residence. He instructed Grace to return and seek out more, then proceeded with more to Mark Street. Grace acting alone caused both Zhou Yuan and he to harbor reservations. Good morning, gentlemen. A carriage pulled up as the driver noticed he waving by the roadside, but he halted mid-sentence, entranced, slipping into a dream where he conversed with two figures from his subconscious. Let us proceed. I have an unsettling premonition. I was delaying time while glimpsing the mortician Harvey's dream memories, yet Christiane is evidently stalling as well. What could she be waiting for? Is it Mark Street? Or the Jurgen residence? He ascended the carriage with urgency, his tone betraying his gravity. Zhou Yuan mirrored this anxiety, having felt an ominous sense of fate earlier, as if he were merely a pawn in a larger scheme, much like the prophecy in the Book of Sheep that foretold his possession of a silver dagger. Boss, why didn't you allow me to accompany Grace directly to Mark Street? Zhou Yuan queried, perplexed by the apparent inefficiency of their arrangement. Following He seemed futile, and in the event of danger, he would only be a liability. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuan, his eyes concealing an inscrutable depth that Zhou Yuan could not penetrate.
Stop overthinking. You are too weak. If Grace were to charge in recklessly, do you truly believe you could protect yourself amidst the chaos? Zhou Yuan remained silent, nodding in feigned acceptance, yet He's penetrating gaze lingered in his mind. He closed his eyes, and the carriage surged through the city, the gentle sway enveloping them in silence. He mused inwardly, indeed astute. What he did not disclose was that he had glimpsed not 3, but 4 visions. In the final moments, he urged Harvey to conjure the image that resonated most profoundly with him, a scene wholly unexpected. The imagery was not dim, a crimson moon illuminated a corner of an alleyway. In his view, chaos reigned on the distant street where 3 individuals stood apart, one man violently tearing at his own garments, shredding his shirt into tatters, while deeper within the turmoil, an exceptionally corpulent figure writhed in a pool of blood, clutching his knee in agony. Yet, these were not the focal points of the vision. Beneath the scarlet moonlight stood a man clad in formal attire, adorned with a small black hat. His azure eyes were deep and enigmatic. Suddenly, the world seemed to freeze, the luminescence in his eyes fading into a haunting, unfathomable blackness that silently enveloped them. Through the malevolent spirit cat he commanded, in the fleeting moments before its dissolution, he discerned that this darkness was no mere illusion, but rather a multitude of tiny, writhing tendrils, entangled and obscuring his vision. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a slight, deranged smile, exuding an eerie madness. Viscous saliva dripped from one corner of his mouth, the strands glistening in the crimson moonlight, resembling blood. This man was, astonishingly, Zhou Yuan, seated quietly beside him. Such madness, those darkened eyes, the writhing tendrils, the grotesque, frenzied visage bore no resemblance to that of a scholar. Is this the place? Madam, you must realize there is no need to deceive me. You cannot outwit me. Velbo produced a playing card from seemingly nowhere, deftly flipping it at his fingertips. In slow motion, one could discern the image of a valiant woman, wielding a great sword and clad in heavy armor. Order, justice, judgment. This was a card summarizing the essence of 10 extraordinary powers, typically crafted from ordinary cardstock, devoid of any special abilities, primarily employed to educate core members about various professions and their characteristics, serving as a symbol of the organization's soft power. Do you truly believe I have any incentive to deceive you? Lady Hughes scoffed. While your actions are undeniably underhanded, I must concede that they have indeed begun to erode my resolve. Knowing that her actions were guided by Velbo offered her some solace. Seemingly intent on denying Lady Hughes even the slightest respite, Velbo, with a calm demeanor, further dismantled her psyche. Oh, underhanded, you flatter me, madam. We prefer to call it cunning, hardly underhanded. However, my dear lady, I merely amplified your desires, Velbo whispered softly into Lady Hughes's ear. You see, all your actions were decisions made by yourself of the riverbank, the gazebo, the vase. I never guided you to strike your own daughter with all your might. That was entirely your choice. Had I not alleviated some of your force at the last moment, you would have truly crushed my poor fiancée. You. Lady Hughes faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately refrained from speaking. As they descended into the grand hall, she approached a mural, gently caressing the cheek of the infant depicted within. Observing this, several nearby maidens instinctively retreated without needing to be told. Pop. A barely audible sound pierced the air as Lady Hughes's fingertip was pricked, droplets of blood cascading onto the infant's face, quickly absorbed into the stone mural. Right here? In the hall, so conspicuous, even the maidens are aware? The playing card danced in Velbo's fingers, his skepticism about the obviousness of the passage palpable. Otherwise, it is merely a tunnel, harboring some treasures of the Jurgen family, placed in the most conspicuous area of the grand hall, easily discovered should any commotion arise. Moreover, what use is the maiden's knowledge? They cannot access it. If you believe that a mere drop of my blood could unlock the vault, you might be underestimating me, dear ancestor. As Lady Hughes's words settled, the stone eyes of the Jurgen Duke, embodying a compassionate motherly figure, began to shimmer with a blue luminescence, directed at the mural's infant. Creak! The earth trembled as an unknown colossal mechanism initiated, and the tiles beneath Lady Hughes and Velbo began to descend vertically, illuminating the sides of the passageway, which widened enough to accommodate 2 carriages side by side. Having reached this juncture, Velbo's excitement was palpable, his complexion flushed, his desire manifesting as a tangible essence, greed evident in every feature. The master of manipulating desires, the heart demon, was unable to rein in his own cravings. Chapter 48. The witness of misaligned time and space. Outside the police station, Zhou Yuan and He made their way directly to the Georgian residence. He instructed Grace to return and find more, then to join him as they headed to Mark Street. The thought of Grace acting alone unsettled both Zhou Yuan and He.
"Good morning, gentlemen." A carriage pulled over as the driver spotted Sherhi waving by the roadside, but he abruptly halted mid-sentence, entrapped in a dream, lost in a conversation with the two figures within it. "Let us proceed. I have an ominous premonition. I witnessed the dreams of the corpse collector, Harvey, while stalling for time, yet it is evident that Christiane is also prolonging matters. What is she stalling for? Is it Mark Street, or the Georgian estate?" Sherhi stepped into the carriage with a heavy tone that betrayed his gravity. Zhou Yuan mirrored this sentiment. Earlier, he had felt an unsettling sense of fate, as if orchestrated by unseen hands, akin to the sheepskin manuscript assuring him of acquiring a silver dagger. "Boss, why didn't you let me accompany Grace directly to Mark Street?" Zhou Yuan questioned, puzzled, as this arrangement seemed far more expedient. Following Sherhi would not assist him, and in the event of danger, he would merely be a liability. Sherhi fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, a depth in his eyes that Zhou Yuan could not decipher. "Do not dwell on it. You are too weak. If Grace were to charge in headfirst amidst chaos, do you truly believe you could protect yourself?" Zhou Yuan remained silent, nodding as if accepting this notion, yet Sherhi's earlier glance lingered in his mind. Sherhi closed his eyes, and the carriage began to speed through the city. In the gentle sway, a profound silence enveloped the interior. Sherhi mused inwardly, indeed perceptive. What he refrained from expressing was that he had not merely seen three scenes, but a fourth. At the climax, Sherhi guided Harvey to envision the most striking scene imprinted in his memory, which was utterly unexpected. The imagery was not dim. The crimson moon above cast a relentless glow upon a corner of an alley. In the distance, the street was in disarray, with three individuals scattered about. One was tearing at his own clothing, shredding his shirt into tatters, while deeper within, an exceptionally corpulent man wailed, clutching his knee amidst a pool of blood. Yet none of this was the focal point. Beneath the sanguine moonlight stood a man clad in formal attire, wearing a small black hat, his azure eyes deep and enigmatic. As the world seemed to freeze, the azure light in his eyes faded, revealing a dark, unfathomable abyss that silently enveloped his gaze. Through the conduit of the malevolent spirit cat, just before its dissolution, he discerned that this darkness was not illusory but rather a multitude of minuscule, writhing tendrils that intertwined and filled his pupils. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a faint, deranged smile, exuding an eerie madness. Viscous saliva dripped from one corner of his mouth, glistening in the crimson moonlight like flowing blood. This man was, astonishingly, Zhou Yuan, who sat quietly beside him. This madness, the darkened eyes, the writhing tendrils, the deranged and pathological visage bore no resemblance to that of a scholar. "Is this the place?" "Madam, you must know there is no need to deceive me. You cannot fool me." Vailbo produced a playing card from seemingly nowhere, flipping it deftly on his fingertips. If scrutinized in slow motion, the card depicted a valiant woman in heavy armor, wielding a great sword. Order, upright judgment. This was a card crafted from the essence of 10 extraordinary powers, typically made of ordinary cardstock with no inherent abilities, primarily used to cultivate core members' understanding of all professions and their characteristics, serving as a symbol of a faction's soft power. "Ha, do you truly believe I have any need to deceive you?" Lady Hughes scoffed. "Although your actions are rather underhanded, I must admit they have indeed chipped away at my resolve." With the realization that her actions had been guided by Vailbo, she felt somewhat relieved. Seemingly unwilling to grant Lady Hughes even a moment's reprieve, Vailbo used a calm demeanor to further dismantle her psyche. "Oh, underhanded, ha ha ha, you flatter me, madam. What we engage in is strategic cunning, hardly underhanded. However, dear lady, I merely amplified your desires." Vailbo leaned closer to Lady Hughes's ear, whispering softly, "Hush, every action you took was your own decision. By the riverside, the small pavilion, the vase. I have never guided you to strike your own daughter in the back of her head with full force. This was entirely your choice. Had I not intervened to lessen your strength, you would have truly crushed my poor fiancée." "You." Lady Hughes faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, ultimately remaining silent. As they descended into the grand hall, she approached a mural, caressing the cheek of the infant depicted within. Observing this, several nearby maids instinctively withdrew without needing to be told. Pop. A faint sound of piercing emerged, as Lady Hughes's fingertip was pricked, a few drops of blood staining the infant's face, quickly merging into the stone mural. "Right here? In the hall, so conspicuous, even the maids are aware?" Vailbo expressed incredulity at the notion of a passage being so overtly placed. "Why not? It is merely a tunnel, harboring some of the Georgian family's treasures, positioned in the most conspicuous and spacious hall, easily detectable at the slightest disturbance. And what is the use of the maids knowing? They cannot unlock it. If you thought merely obtaining a drop of my blood could open the vault, would that not be rather dismissive of my ancestral prowess?" As Lady Hughes's words concluded, the stone eyes of the Duke of Georgia, embodying the Lights flared on either side of the passageway, revealing a broad corridor wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. At this juncture, Valbo's excitement was palpably visible, his complexion flushed, and the desire in his eyes coalesced into something tangible, greed spilling over. The master of manipulating desires, the heart demon, found himself unable to restrain his own cravings. Chapter 48. The testimony of misaligned time and space. Outside the police station, Zhou Yuan and Shi He made their way directly to the Gilgia residence. Shi instructed Grace to return and seek out more, before proceeding with him to Mark Street. The thought of Grace acting alone left both Zhou Yuan and Shi feeling uneasy. "Good morning, gentlemen." A carriage approached as Shi waved from the roadside. The driver halted abruptly, his speech faltering as he was ensnared in a dream, conversing with the 2 figures from his subconscious. "Let us proceed. I harbor an unsettling premonition. I have witnessed the dream memories of the corpse collector, Harvey, but it is evident that Christiane is stalling as well. What is she delaying for? Is it Mark Street, or the Gilgia residence?" Shi stepped into the carriage with urgency, his tone betraying his gravity. Zhou Yuan mirrored his seriousness, feeling an earlier sense of fate, a sensation that events were orchestrated, much like the prophecy within the sheepskin manuscript that foretold his possession of a silver dagger. "Boss, why didn't you let me accompany Grace directly to Mark Street?" Zhou Yuan questioned, puzzled. This arrangement seemed far more efficient, and he felt that following Shi would be of no assistance. In the face of danger, he would merely be a burden. Shi's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan, revealing an indescribable depth that Zhou Yuan could not penetrate. "Cease your musings. Your weakness is evident. Should Grace ascend in charge and alone amidst chaos, do you truly believe you possess the means to ensure your own safety?" Zhou Yuan remained silent, nodding in reluctant agreement, yet the intensity of Shi's earlier glance lingered in his mind. Shi closed his eyes as the carriage sped through the city, a gentle sway enveloping them in silence. He privately mused on the remarkable acuity of his insights. What he did not disclose was that he had not merely witnessed 3 images, but a 4th as well. In the final moments, Shi guided Harvey to envision the scene that left the deepest impression on him, an image he had never anticipated. The scene was not devoid of vibrancy. The crimson moon above cast a relentless glow upon a street corner. In the distance, chaos reigned as 3 figures occupied the space, one of whom was tearing at his own garments, shredding his shirt into tatters. Deeper within, an exceptionally corpulent man lay in a pool of blood, clutching his knee and wailing in agony. Yet, these were not the focal point of the vision. Beneath the sanguine moonlight stood a man in formal attire, donning a small black hat, his piercing azure eyes enigmatic and profound. Suddenly, the world seemed to freeze, the azure light in his eyes dissipating into an abyssal blackness that enveloped his gaze through the lens of a possessed cat. As the spirit dissipated, he discerned that this darkness was no mere illusion, but rather countless minuscule, writhing tendrils, intertwining and consuming his vision. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a faint, deranged smile, an expression laced with madness. Viscous saliva dripped from one corner of his mouth, the strands glistening in the crimson moonlight, resembling blood. This man was none other than Zhou Yuan, quietly seated beside him. This madness, those dark eyes, the writhing tendrils, and that deranged visage bore no resemblance to a scholar. "Is this the place?" "Madam, you must realize there is no need to deceive me. You cannot fool me." Valbo produced a playing card from seemingly nowhere, deftly flipping it between his fingers. In slow motion, one could see the image of a valiant woman, clad in heavy armor and wielding a great sword. "Order, justice, judgment." This was a card representing the essence of 10 extraordinary powers, typically crafted from ordinary cardstock, devoid of any real power, primarily serving to educate core members about various professions and their characteristics, symbolizing the soft power of a faction. "Ha, do you truly believe I have any need to deceive you?" Lady Hughes scoffed. "While your actions are undeniably unscrupulous, I must admit they have indeed begun to erode my resolve." Realizing that her actions had been guided by Valbo, she felt a slight alleviation in her spirits. Seemingly intent on denying Lady Hughes any respite, Valbo, with a calm demeanor, struck at her psyche once more. "Oh, unscrupulous, ha ha ha, you flatter me, madam. We merely employ wit, it hardly qualifies as unscrupulous." "However, dear lady, I merely magnified your desires," Valbo whispered softly into Lady Hughes's ear. "Every action you took was a decision of your own making. By the riverside, in the pavilion, with the vase, I never guided you to strike your own daughter in the back of the head with full force. That was entirely your choice. Had I not intervened to mitigate your strength, you could have truly crushed my poor fiancé. You." Lady Hughes faltered, her words caught in her throat, unable to express her thoughts. As they descended into the grand hall, Lady Hughes approached a mural, her fingers caressing the cherubic visage depicted therein. Upon witnessing this, several nearby maidens instinctively withdrew without the need for instruction. A nearly imperceptible sound of piercing flesh echoed as a wound opened on Lady Hughes's fingertip, droplets of blood cascading onto the infant's face, swiftly melding into the stone mural. "Is it truly here, in the hall, so conspicuous, even the maidens are aware?" The card continued to dance between Valbo's fingers as he expressed his skepticism regarding the visibility of the passage. "Why not? It is merely a tunnel, containing some of the Gilgia family's treasures, placed in the most conspicuous area of the Grand Hall, making it easy to detect should anything occur. Besides, what use is it for the maidens to know? They cannot open it. If you think a mere drop of my blood would suffice to unlock the vault, perhaps you underestimate my lineage. As Lady Hugh's words faded, the statue of the benevolent mother, the Duke of Gilgia, began to emanate a blue luminescence from her stone eyes, gazing directly at the muralless infant. Creak, the earth trembled as an unknown, colossal mechanism whirred to life. The tiles beneath Lady Hugh's and Veilbow began to descend vertically, illuminating the passageway on either side. It was a broad corridor wide enough for 2 carriages to traverse side by side. At this juncture, Veilbow's excitement was palpable, his complexion flushed, and the desire in his eyes coalesced into a tangible force, greed spilling forth unrestrained. The master of manipulating desires, the heart demon, found himself unable to control his own cravings. Chapter 49. The underground. Along this expansive corridor, which bore little resemblance to an underground passage, Veilbow and Lady Hughes gradually descended at an angle. As they stepped off the floor that had just brought them down, it rose and sealed itself behind them. A mechanical structure, and a rather grand one at that. It appears that the Duke has had dealings with the Church of Steam and Mechanics. Is it not curious that she, who has shown disdain for that institution, would enlist their artisans to construct a sub-basement? Veilbow's steps quickened as he spoke with a lightness of foot. Mind your phrasing. It was the mechanical core team of the Church of Steam and Mechanics that proactively requested to assist the Giljon family in creating this sub-basement. We have never reached out to any church ourselves, Lady Hughes replied. Veilbow nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the Duke of Giljon possesses remarkable confidence. However, I believe we ought to hasten our pace. Are you truly in such a rush? I find myself increasingly curious about what lies behind that door. Not a single head of the household has ever dared to open it. Its mysteries remain unknown. To be candid, I have often wondered about it myself, yet, whenever I entertain such thoughts within the sub-basement, peculiar incidents would invariably occur: collapsed shelves, scattered treasures, and on occasion, shattered lantern shades that ignited into flame. A wistful expression crossed Lady Hughes's face, for she was not the first to harbor curiosity about what lay beyond that door. When the Giljon family was first entrusted to new heads of household, they were typically no older than their 20s or even teens, children confined to this small realm, filled with wonder for the unknown. Yet, even now, that door remains unopened, and elders imparted wisdom to the next head of the household, warning that the will of the Duke's ancestors lingered behind it, and that their hand should remain steadfast against its opening, preserving certain secrets from impacting the Giljon family, a form of protection. Ah, this is a natural phenomenon. You should count yourself fortunate to be a member of the Giljon family. Were I an outsider attempting to breach the threshold, I would be reduced to ashes. Oh, you may only know that your Duke ancestor was formidable, yet the depths of her power are likely beyond your comprehension. Though you might not grasp it, I am in splendid spirits today. This Duke of Giljon is a 5th tier, rank 5 saint, one of a rare few in the entire world. Do you believe this is merely a simple sub-basement? Even a specially crafted sub-basement by the mechanical core cannot guarantee the safety of the vast wealth belonging to your Giljon family. There are numerous means of intrusion. Noble tombs are looted yearly, despite being constructed by the mechanical core. Yet, you have never lost a single coin. At this juncture, Veilbow paused slightly, his hand halting in the midst of a card game, as the image of a woman, sword in hand, reflected in Lady Hughes's gaze. To her astonishment, the woman's appearance was strikingly similar to that of her daughter, Jean Giljon. This sub-basement, while referred to as such, lacks the mechanical structures intended for your convenience. Their protective function is entirely superfluous. What individual could stir chaos in the domain of a saint of order, especially one who excels in the rules as a judge, where all who defy authority and transgress the established order shall be consumed by sacred flames? Unfortunately for us, we are those heretics unclean. Veilbow jestingly pointed at himself as he delivered his final quip. And yet you still dare to come? Lady Hughes frowned, struggling to fully grasp the implications. Since the Duke, no extraordinary beings had emerged from the Giljon family, and coupled with the fact that the Duke had never intentionally left behind a legacy or information, the once glorious family of saints had become woefully ignorant of even the most basic knowledge. Why should we not dare? While we cannot, you certainly can. I need not confront that door directly, nor will I approach it. Everything rests upon you to accomplish. I merely need to withstand the aftershocks. Do you see this card? I borrowed a bit of blood from your daughter, rest assured, not too much. She is quite safe. Of course, you may choose not to believe me, but then again, you have no other options. Veilbow maintained an air of nonchalance, while Lady Hughes furrowed her brow, skeptical. You seem certain that I will comply with your request to open the door?
I could just as easily refuse to cooperate due to my inability to see Qin or my disbelief in your promises. Walbo raised a finger to his lips, exhaling softly, a silent gesture that addressed Lady Hughes's doubts. Madam, you will not refuse. This is the arrangement of fate, there is no space for rejection, that door will surely be opened, even if you have yet to lay eyes upon Qin. The arrangement of fate, you say? Perhaps, but I have truly had enough. If I could, I would gladly drag you all down with me. This world is utterly devoid of meaning. That you are correct, you have merely amplified my desires. Throughout, I believed my yearning for power was but a minor obsession, yet I had not anticipated. Do I love Qin? Indeed, I do. If my act of raising the vase to strike Qin was influenced by you, then my subsequent actions, colluding with Harriman, were entirely my own choice. I knew he had a hand in my husband's demise, of course, I could guess. I am aware that he has long plotted to usurp the head of the household. Since my husband's death, he has been ensuring his descendants continue to produce heirs, yet they have all been boys, for he is waiting for a girl to appear. I understand that even without seeking him out, Harriman would find ways to ensure Qin meets with misfortune, yet, despite knowing this, I chose to ally with him to preserve the illusory reputation of the Giljan family, or perhaps, my own reputation, hiding our sordid truths. The corridor sloped downward, spiraling like a conch shell, though the gradient was not overtly pronounced. It was simply too vast. As the two conversed, they passed by doors on either side, each one guarding the treasures of the entire Giljan family. Behind every door lay something distinct, a terrifying wealth far beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, truly a wealth that could rival nations. Through the iron bars adorning the upper halves of each door, one could glimpse the opulence within, mountains of gold, jewels, and antiques, the rarest treasures of the outside world, carelessly discarded in the corners behind these doors, neglected and forgotten. Moreover, many of the spaces behind these doors housed unimaginable items, vast quantities of gleaming silver armor, firearms, and even ancient siege machinery. This was no mere sub-basement, it resembled a national armory. The armaments stored within the Giljan estate's sub-basement would have been sufficient to equip a formidable army of 10,000 a century ago. The Duke of Giljan's formidable personal prowess nearly obscured the fact that she was also an unparalleled military strategist, masterful in the art of warfare. Chapter 50 of the method of opening the door. We have arrived. Mrs. Hughes and Welbier reached the farthest end of the entire cellar, where the corridor concluded. The illumination from the lights on either side had grown increasingly dim, and here, the lighting was barely sufficient to discern objects. Welbier remained unhurried, exhibiting a calm demeanor at the final juncture. He stepped back a couple of paces, positioning himself at a slight distance, and gestured for Mrs. Hughes to commence. At the end of the corridor stood an unremarkable wall, indistinguishable from the walls flanking it, coated in a layer of dull dust. This is my first genuine attempt to open it. I must clarify that I have no knowledge of what may transpire. It could lead to the very thing you seek, or perhaps a catastrophe that obliterates everything. Mrs. Hughes remarked, raising her hands before edging closer to the plain wall. She spoke no falsehood, even within the legacy she had inherited. Every tale associated with this forbidden door recounted how the great Duke had sealed malevolence within. One of the purposes of the Giljan estate was to ensure that evil would not resurface in the world. All the armor and weapons within the cellar were prepared for the heroic spirits, ready to sacrifice themselves as the first line of defense should calamity arise. Welbier furrowed his brow. An unsettling feeling washed over him. It had been too smooth thus far. There had been no obstacles along the way, despite the fact that they were still within the sacred realm of the undying saints. His glimpses into the future, attained through special means, had only ever extended to the surface. He had never succeeded in peering underground, for the cost was far too great for him to bear. How peculiar! Had I come alone before, the mere thought would have triggered a warning: broken lamps, shattered antiques, but now, as I am here to take action, there is no alert whatsoever. Mrs. Hughes mused while pressing her hands against the wall. As time ticked by, after Mrs. Hughes had pressed against the wall for a full 5 minutes, Welbier could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Are you serious, or are you toying with me?" With a hint of embarrassment, Mrs. Hughes replied, I'm not certain how to open the door. No one ever taught us how to do it. I was merely instructed to never open it, and it's best not to even approach. How could I possibly know how to unlock it? You. Welbier's expression darkened, but having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. His right hand stood out starkly in the dimness, a dark red orb of gaseous flames materializing, rapidly expanding and solidifying. He was poised to unleash the dark flames of his mind in a direct assault when a rustling sound echoed from all directions. Mrs. Hughes looked around in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events, while Welbier's visage shifted dramatically. Bang! 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 A series of resounding crashes reverberated through the air as Mrs. Hughes turned to discover that the doors along the lengthy corridor had swung wide open, revealing the armors that had been quietly arranged within, now rising to life.
Some bore cold weapons, others wielded firearms, and a few armored figures collectively pushed forth a large cannon. It was hard to fathom how such a multitude of items had been stored here, yet now they stood, animated. The myriad of hollow armors, devoid of flesh, fixed their empty stares upon Welbeer with unwavering intensity. Whoosh! A bright metallic sheen glinted ominously in the dim surroundings as the nearest armored figure. Welbeer rolled to Mrs. Hughes's side just in time to evade the deadly onslaught, the sword's energy striking the innocuous wall without leaving a trace. Swish! Ah! He had assumed that being adjacent to Mrs. Hughes, the current head of the Giljon family, would deter the armored soldiers from attacking, or at the very least, instill some hesitation. Yet the truth was far from it. The armored soldier, armed with a longbow, wasted no time in drawing back and loosing an arrow. Hughes's head. Welbeer's countenance darkened, though the armored soldiers moved with a rigid slowness, making them predictable to evade. The sheer density of their ranks, especially within such a confined space, left him feeling increasingly apprehensive. Realization dawned upon him, particularly as he noted that the sword's energy had left no mark on the wall. He understood that the walls were terrifyingly solid, impervious to breach, rendering his dark flames futile against the door behind him. In an instant, Welbeer's gaze flickered back to that night, when he glimpsed a fragment of the future. He was destined for success, though the nature of his underground encounter remained shrouded in mystery. He, Welbeer, was indeed a victor. He would not disappoint the will of the divine. Thud. You. Time seemed to freeze in that moment as Welbeer's face contorted with rage. He and Mrs. Hughes became one. His right hand plunged through her chest without a moment's hesitation. With resolve, he made his choice. The dark flames that had enveloped his hand extinguished as he withdrew it violently, blood gushing forth from the immense wound in Mrs. Hughes's chest, splattering against the wall at the corridor's end. All the armored figures poised to attack halted abruptly, standing motionless in the corridor as the wall at the corridor's end began to shimmer, descending from tangible existence into a lower dimension. One ought to have guessed. Mrs. Hughes's gaze grew increasingly vacant as she uttered her final 5 words. This was not merely a lament for her own demise at Welbeer's hands but a recognition of the Duke's ancestor. From the moment they had descended underground, Mrs. Hughes had not entertained the thought of emerging alive. Her statement, "We shall both perish here," was no empty rhetoric. The revelation that prompted her final words lay in the vanishing of the door at the corridor's end. It was not her blood that caused the wall to dissipate, but rather the life of a descendant of Giljon. Should the Giljon lineage perish, this door might indeed remain eternally sealed. Yet if a descendant of Giljon still survived, their entry into the cellar suggested a high likelihood that this descendant had betrayed their lineage, and thus, the key to unlocking this door lay in the life of that traitor. Perhaps he had been coerced into treachery, yet to the fiery Duke of Giljon, such an act was tantamount to betrayal. In that instant, Mrs. Hughes comprehended why they need not know how to unlock the door. It was a preparation for outsiders, allowing outsiders to eliminate these unworthy heirs. In her final moments, Mrs. Hughes cast a sidelong glance at the grotesque visage of Welbeer, her eyes filled with an ineffable sympathy. This ancestor, who had shown such care for her kin, had anticipated that outsiders would come to slay her family upon entering the door. How could she not be prepared? Come, let us share the same grave. Chapter 50. The method of opening the door. We have arrived. Mrs. Hughes and Welbeer stood at the very end of the corridor leading to the depths of the entire cellar. The lights on either side grew increasingly dim, and at this point, illumination was scant, barely sufficient to discern one's surroundings. Welbeer remained unhurried, exhibiting a calm demeanor as he stepped back a couple of paces, gesturing for Mrs. Hughes to commence. The corridor's terminus stood an unremarkable wall, indistinguishable from those flanking it, coated in a layer of dust. This is also my first genuine attempt to open it. To be clear, I have no idea what might transpire. What you seek could manifest, or it could unleash a cataclysmic disaster. Mrs. Hughes raised her hands in a gesture of uncertainty before approaching the plain wall. She spoke truthfully, even within the legacy she had inherited. Every tale linked to this forbidden door spoke of the great Duke sealing away malevolence. One of the purposes of the Georgia estate was to ensure that evil would not re-emerge in the world. All the armor and weaponry within the cellar were prepared for the heroic spirits, who would don their armor and become the first line of defense in case of unforeseen peril. Welbeer furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. It had been too smooth a journey, devoid of any obstacles, despite the fact that they remained within the unyielding sanctum of the saints. The future he glimpsed through his unique methods was limited to the surface. He had never successfully peered underground, the cost of which was far too exorbitant for him to bear. How peculiar! Had I come alone before, the mere thought would have triggered warnings, shattered lamps, broken antiques. Yet now, prepared to take action, there is no forewarning whatsoever. As Mrs. Hughes spoke, she pressed her hands against the wall. Time ticked by, and after 5 full minutes of her pressing against the wall, Welbeer could no longer restrain himself. Are you serious, or are you jesting with me?
Mrs. Hughes replied, somewhat awkwardly, I also do not know how to open the door. No one has ever taught us how to do so. I was merely informed to never open it, and ideally, to avoid approaching it altogether. How could I possibly know how to open the door? You. Welbo's expression darkened, but having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. His right hand became particularly conspicuous in the dim environment, a dark red flame of energy manifesting, rapidly expanding and solidifying. Just as he prepared to unleash the dark flame of the mind in a direct assault, a rustling sound echoed from all directions. Mrs. Hughes looked around in confusion, still unaware of what was unfolding, but in that moment, Welbo's countenance changed drastically. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding crashes echoed as Mrs. Hughes turned to find the corridor behind her lined with doors flung wide open, and the once quietly displayed suits of armor began to move autonomously. Some bore cold weapons, others firearms, while a few armor-clad warriors collectively pushed forth a massive cannon. It was difficult to fathom how such a multitude of items had been housed there, yet now they stood, animated. All the densely packed, bodiless suits of armor, void of flesh, fixed their empty gazes upon Welbo. Swish! The gleaming metallic sheen stood out starkly against the murky surroundings as the nearest armored warrior swung a sword, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy. Welbo rolled to Mrs. Hughes's side just in time to evade the sword energy, which struck the unremarkable wall without leaving a trace. Whoosh! Ah! He had assumed that being next to Mrs. Hughes, the current head of the Georgia family, would afford him some measure of protection from the armored warriors, or at least some degree of hesitation. The reality, however, was a dream unfulfilled. The armored warriors showed no regard for Mrs. Hughes, as one wielding a longbow drew back its string without hesitation and loosed an arrow that flew perilously close to Mrs. Hughes's head. Welbo's expression soured. Although the movements of the armored warriors were stiff and slow, making evasion seemingly easy, evading one was one thing, the sheer number of them, especially in such a confined space, was another matter entirely. As this realization dawned upon him, his face paled, especially upon noting that the sword energy had left no mark upon the wall, indicating its formidable hardness. Penetrating it was utterly impossible. The dark flame of the mind he wielded would be futile against the door behind him. In a fleeting moment, Welbo's gaze returned to that fateful night, to the glimpse of a future he had witnessed. He was the victor. Though he was oblivious to what he faced underground, he, Welbo, was indeed the victor. He had not failed to fulfill the will of the divine. Thud. You. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Welbo's visage contorted in a snarl as he and Mrs. Hughes became one. His right hand pierced through her chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. The dark flame of the mind enveloping his hand extinguished as he withdrew it sharply, a gaping wound now gushing blood from Mrs. Hughes's chest, splattering against the wall at the corridor's end. All the armored warriors poised to attack halted, standing frozen within the corridor. The wall at the corridor's end began to shimmer with an ethereal quality, descending from tangible existence into a lower dimension. It was to be expected. Mrs. Hughes's gaze grew increasingly vacant as she uttered those final 5 words, not in reference to Welbo's act of murder, but to the Duke ancestor. From the moment they descended underground, Mrs. Hughes had not entertained the notion of emerging alive. Her remark, "We shall both perish here," was no mere rhetoric. What prompted her to utter those 5 words was the disappearance of the door at the corridor's end. It was not her blood that caused the wall to fade, but rather the life of the Georgia heirs. Should the Georgia line perish, this door might indeed remain eternally sealed. If any descendants of the Georgia family survived, their presence in the cellar indicated a high likelihood that this descendant had betrayed their lineage, and thus the means to unlock this door lay in the life of this traitor. Perhaps he had succumbed to betrayal through coercion, yet to the fiery temperament of the Duke of Georgia, such an act was tantamount to treachery. Thus, in this moment, Mrs. Hughes comprehended why they were never required to know how to unlock the door. It was a preparation for outsiders. It was meant for outsiders to slay those unsteady heirs. In her final moments, Mrs. Hughes cast a sidelong glance at the contorted visage of Welbo, her eyes filled with an ineffable sympathy. This ancestor of hers had such sentiments for her kin. Having foreseen that outsiders would kill their own family members to enter the door, how could she not be prepared? Come, let us both descend into this filthy grave together. Chapter 51. Mark Street. At the Iris Flower Security Company on Duke Street, Grace hastily ascended to the second floor. At that moment, his wife, Mu Donger, was tidying up the dishes. The petit Moor always concealed himself beneath his hood. Perhaps only the pure sunshine of Mu Donger could coax a glimpse of his small face. Beside him lay a golden retriever, a recent addition to their little team. Moore had adopted the dog less than a week ago, and perhaps due to their unfamiliarity, the dog was indifferent to everyone in the team. "Grace? Why are you back? Didn't you go out with the captain?" Mu Donger inquired, puzzled. Grace scratched his head, often appearing rather dull-witted in front of her. "Oh, The captain sent me back to find more. He and Zhou Yuan went to the Georgia family, and I was supposed to go with more to Mark Street. We encountered some unexpected events at the police station, involving the dark witch Christiane. We discovered that the Georgia family might be their target, but at the same time, the disappearance case at Mark Street also demands investigation. A powerful sheriff's son has died, and that sheriff took nearly all available officers to Mark Street this morning. Moore, we need to go, it seems urgent. Moore's response was succinct. Even after many years of camaraderie, he retained this demeanor, often taking ages to articulate a thought. He preferred to express himself through actions rather than words. Without hesitation, despite not having finished breakfast, Moore set down the dishes, gently patted the golden retriever's head, and entered his office to open a small cage, allowing a red-eyed mouse to climb up his arm to his shoulder. Just as he was about to turn around, a pure white dove opened the cage door with its claw and tilted its head to gaze at Moore from within the wide-open enclosure. "Peace, do you wish to come?" Moore asked, treating the dove with the same respect he afforded to any creature, fully devoid of the human arrogance typically shown towards animals. For him, these cages were merely toys for his pets, nothing more than a visual delight that could not contain them. Upon hearing Moore's inquiry, the snow-white dove immediately flew out, landing on his other shoulder and burrowing into his hood, nuzzling his face. Moore rarely displayed a smile, but now, accompanied by a dog, a mouse, and a dove, he promptly set off for the Iris Flower Security Company with Grace. At Mark Street, a weary middle-aged man in police uniform descended from a carriage. Arriving at this place, both familiar and foreign, he found familiarity in the fact that he passed by here unintentionally each week, hoping for a fleeting glimpse of his little grandson or, at the very least, his disappointing son, Fenk. The strangeness lay in the fact that, despite his daughter-in-law's numerous invitations over the years, he had never accepted and had never boldly entered the building. Ironically, his first approach coincided with the occasion of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. Sheriff Pritch gazed at the small pile of bodies, wrapped in shrouds, lying on the ground in the distance. He dared not approach directly but instead retrieved his pipe from his pocket and lit it. "Sheriff Pritch, we have a total of 110 officers at our disposal. As per your instructions, all capable have been deployed. Even with a significant influx of newcomers, 110 is the maximum we can manage." A man with the rank of squad leader approached, halting 2 meters away to report. "I instructed you to mix the newcomers with the veterans to form teams. How has that been executed?" Sheriff Pritch spoke as calmly as possible, though the squad leader could clearly see Pritch's hand trembling slightly as it gripped the pipe. "All allocations have been completed, and the officers are assembled and ready for action. However, I don't quite understand why we need to be fully armed," the squad leader reported, standing tall to present his best demeanor before Sheriff Pritch. He understood that this would be the last time he followed Sheriff Pritch. Such a serious breach of discipline would mean that he would no longer carry the title of sheriff when next they met. "Very well, and now, listen to my instructions. Prikoya, you lead the most experienced 20-man team inside to pursue the clues. The remaining 90 should form groups of 3, creating 30 squads, and each group shall cordon off Mark Street and the 3 streets adjacent to it. No carriages are to pass, no personnel are to enter or exit, and no tampering with evidence is permitted. Should any potential leads related to the case arise, secure the scene immediately and report to me without taking any evidence independently." "Understood. Understood. Investigation team, follow me inside to pursue." Sheriff Pritch, pipe clamped between his teeth, stepped over the 3 bodies and led the 20-man investigation team into the small villa. Comprising seasoned officers, the team dispersed as soon as they entered the villa grounds, initiating a meticulous search of every corner from the outside. And squad leader Prikoya kept close on Sheriff Pritch's heels but could not contain his curiosity. "Sir, given the extensive lockdown and the requirement for full armament," Sheriff Pritch cast a fleeting glance at this seemingly loyal squad leader. If anyone were to benefit from his current predicament, it would undoubtedly be this very man, as the vacancy he left would fall to Prikoya. "Enough. Don't play coy, this position will eventually be yours. There's no need to rush. After all, I, too, have risen through sheer grit and experience. I possess insight and reason. Though perhaps I have acted recklessly, it does not imply a lack of justification." Sheriff Pritch retrieved an antiquated silver pocket watch from his pocket, gently pressing it open to reveal a family portrait on the back of the lid. An exuberant Pritch, a gentle-faced young woman, and the 2 of them cradling a bewildered infant. "Are you prepared?" Sheriff Pritch inquired. "Prepared for what?" Prikoya asked, puzzled. "Isn't it your curiosity about why we need to be fully armed? Let me enlighten you. Sheriff Pritch snapped the watch shut, his gaze turning cold and piercing. He bit down on his tongue, letting a drop of blood spatter onto the watch, and then hurled the bloodied timepiece towards the villa's entrance. This peculiar action immediately captured the attention of everyone present, as the moment the watch landed, the very fabric of time began to warp and reverse. Soon, a figure cloaked in black appeared, effortlessly lifting a body into the villa's courtyard. At that instant, Sheriff Pritch struck his chest with a clenched fist, satisfying a certain condition. His heart vanished without a trace, while the figure shrouded in the cloak solidified. It was as though he had transcended time, summoned by the extraordinary artifact activated at the cost of Sheriff Pritch's life. Chapter 52, Evidence. What is this? The figure cloaked in black was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, astonished that he had been directly summoned to this place, still clad in the attire from last night's operation. On the spot, eliminate. These were the final words of Sheriff Pritch before he fell. His eyes had dimmed, yet a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. After all these years, you must have been eager. Had it not been for our unworthy son, I would have sought you out long ago. With a thud, Sheriff Pritch's body collapsed onto the ground, blood oozing from his chest and spreading across the cobblestone path. From a humble, ordinary officer, Pritch had solved numerous extraordinary cases over the years, consistently uncovering the culprits even in the most impossible situations. Beyond his vast experience, he often relied on a particular miraculous object. Unlike the artificial extraordinary items such as the sunlight flask, the scholar's reflection, and the shadow ring that Zhou Yuan had encountered, the shattered pocket watch in Sheriff Pritch's hand was a genuine sealing artifact. Sealing artifact 3-021, the detective's fate, allowed one to trace back through a certain range of time and space to witness events that had transpired. Its negative effect was that, while no cost needed to be paid for its use, it would accumulate misfortune, inevitably leading to a dire conclusion once a certain threshold was reached. This was the most precious gift from his beloved, the very foundation of his existence. Although he had known for years that using such items came at a cost, there were always events he could not ignore. Ultimately, he had arrived at his demise. However, he would not surrender without a fight. The murderer, the last resort of sealing artifact 3-021, was to trace time and space, pulling the target from the past into the future. Yet, there was a time limit. Even at the cost of his own life, he could only allow this murderer from the past to exist for 2 hours, but that was sufficient. He had brought every officer he could gather. His fate was sealed. The officers could not fathom such a development, that a murderer could materialize out of thin air. Captain Prikoya narrowed his eyes and immediately took decisive action. Someone, this cloaked figure, has assaulted Sheriff Pritch. This individual is a dangerous threat. Eliminate him on the spot. Damn! The cloaked figure spat a curse, realizing that he had been ensnared by some extraordinary ability as he saw the encircling officers. Beneath the mask, his brow furrowed as he made a rapid decision. Regardless of the ability at play, did they truly believe that these ordinary individuals could defeat him? Did they underestimate the might of a second-tier extraordinary being? Did they truly think he would fear confrontation? Earthbind! A cold smile graced the face beneath the mask as he disregarded the armed officers rushing toward him. With hands clasped together, he suddenly pressed them to the ground. Who? It was as if a chilling wind howled, causing the temperature of the entire villa area to drop several degrees. A gray mist began to billow forth from the earth beneath the cloaked figure, gradually spreading. This mist crept along the ground, only knee-deep, yet the eerie scene sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding officers, causing them to hesitate. At that moment, an even more unsettling spectacle unfolded. Ah! What is that? Bones, bony hands. From the gray mist emerged skeletal hands, pale and rotting, clawing their way up from the ground, grasping at the legs of each officer, greedily siphoning the life force of the living. Death's whisper. The cloaked figure made his second move, inhaling deeply before uttering a series of peculiar syllables in an eerie tongue. Attempting to ambush me, with these mere mortals, did they truly believe they could encircle a whisperer of death who traversed the second-tier abyssal secrets? This was one of the most adept professions at group attacks. Die, perish, and encirclement? Did they not realize they were only enhancing the power of the gray mist? Normally, he would have to consider the official lackeys. This time, however, they had provoked him. He would show no mercy. At that moment, the cloaked figure never once pondered whether it was his act of slaughtering an entire family that had led to this siege. In his eyes, he could only see the audacity of these inferior mortals daring to attack him. As the Whisperer of Death unleashed his strange incantation, all present officers began to convulse in agony, dropping their weapons and clutching their heads in torment, suffering immense psychological harm. Glug, glug, glug. The cloaked figure lifted his head as a white dove approached from afar, its cooing rhythmically intertwining with the incantation of the cloaked figure, disrupting the dark chant. A dove? Following the gaze of the dove, one would discover that its sight aligned perfectly with that of Moore, who was not far away.
Outside Mark Street, Moore and Grace were about to enter the target area when they were intercepted by 3 officers. No way, Mark Street and the 3 streets before and after it had been sealed off. You must take a detour, you cannot pass through here. Just as Grace was about to respond, aiming for a more diplomatic inquiry, Moore suddenly whispered, "Over there, it seems a professional has been discovered, and many officers are lying on the ground, with skeletal hands crawling about." Grace's brow arched as he immediately began to swell, not bothering to conceal his uniqueness. He was solely responsible for handling emergencies, leaving the aftermath to others. Transforming into a towering giant over 3 meters tall, Grace gently pushed aside the 3 stunned officers blocking his path, charging directly toward the villa area that Moore indicated. Seeing Grace's exposure, Moore placed a hand on the head of his golden retriever, which instantly began to swell, transforming into a 2-meter-tall beast. Its golden fur gleamed brilliantly, and its long mane resembled that of a lion. It lowered its head, allowing Moore to climb onto its back, and then promptly followed Grace's lead. In the final moment, atop the giant beast, Moore turned, tossing an object into the air. The oldest officer among the 3 instinctively caught the item Moore had thrown. He merely glanced at it and instantly understood it was none other than a Victory Sun medal, representing a special operations unit directly under the House of Commons. However, what left the old officer in astonishment was the sheer peculiarity of it all. Bang! The large door outside the villa was sent flying by Grace's hand. This was not a mere figurative expression but a literal act. The door soared over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, shattering a multitude of skeletal hands. Upon spotting the cloaked figure, red markings emerged on Grace's body, indicating a further swelling. Is that the new faction of Koya? Moore, riding the giant beast, leapt over the wall and landed smoothly, as the dove spiraled down from the sky, standing quietly beside him. The cloaked figure turned his head, and upon seeing the two, he realized he was in dire straits. If he had already killed the officers present and departed, that would have been one thing. But now, he found himself cornered. It was precisely at this moment, precisely when the official professionals were searching for evidence. Although he held a low opinion of these so-called official professionals, there was no denying that every extraordinary being capable of standing within a professional team was among the top-tier combatants of their level. Because, the weak had all perished. Chapter 52 Evidence. What is this? The figure cloaked in black was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, astonished to find himself drawn here directly, still garbed in the attire from the previous night's operation. On the spot, eliminate. These were the last words of Sheriff Preet before he fell. His eyes had dimmed, yet the corners of his mouth curled faintly upward. After all these years, you must have been anxious. If it weren't for the need to care for our disappointing son, I would have sought you out long ago. Thud. Sheriff Preet's body crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from his chest and spreading across the cobblestone path. From a mere ordinary officer, Sheriff Preet had unraveled numerous extraordinary cases over the years, consistently identifying culprits in seemingly impossible situations. Drawing upon his wealth of experience, he often relied on a remarkable artifact. Unlike the extraordinary items such as the Sunfire Flask, Scholar's Reflection, or Shadow Ring that Zhou Yuan was currently acquainted with, the shattered pocket watch in Sheriff Preet's hand was a genuine sealing artifact. Sealing Artifact 3-021, the detective's fate, allowed him to retrace a specific span of time and space, witnessing past events. The negative consequence was that, though there was no cost for each use, it would accumulate misfortune, ultimately leading to an inevitable conclusion upon reaching a certain threshold. This was the most cherished gift from his beloved, the very foundation of his existence. Although he had long been aware of the costs associated with these artifacts, there were always events he could not ignore. At last, he faced his end, but he would not surrender easily. The perpetrator, the final resort of Sealing Artifact 3-021 was to trace back through time, pulling the target from the past into the future. However, this was bound by time. Even at the cost of his own life, he could only allow this past killer to exist for 2 hours. But that was enough. He had summoned every officer he could muster. His demise was certain. The officers were utterly unprepared for such a turn of events, astonished that the killer could materialize out of thin air. Captain Plekoya narrowed his eyes and immediately took decisive action. Bring forth, this cloaked figure has assaulted Sheriff Preet. This individual is a dangerous threat. Eliminate him on the spot. Damn! The cloaked figure spat a curse, realizing, even in his dullness, that he had been ensnared by some extraordinary ability. Beneath the mask, his brow furrowed as he made a swift decision. No matter the power at play, did they truly believe they could use these ordinary individuals to kill him? Did they underestimate the strength of a second-tier extraordinary being? Did they truly think he feared confrontation? Earthbind! A cold smile played across the face beneath the mask as he disregarded the armed officers charging toward him. He pressed his joined hands firmly against the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilling wind seemed to howl, causing the temperature of the entire villa district to drop several degrees. Grey mist surged from the earth beneath the cloaked figure, gradually spreading. This eerie fog, only knee-deep, still instilled terror in the surrounding officers, who hesitated slightly. At that moment, something even more bizarre and horrifying transpired. Ah, what is that? Bones, skeletal hands. From within the grey mist, pale skeletal hands, rotting and stripped of flesh, emerged from the ground, clawing greedily at the legs of each officer, ravenously absorbing the life essence of the living. Death tongue. The cloaked figure performed a second action, inhaling deeply before beginning to chant in a peculiar, eerie language. They sought to ambush him. With these ordinary people, did they truly believe they could encircle a second-tier abyssal whisperer? This was one of the most adept classes in area attacks, die, and encirclement? Was this not merely enhancing his fog of the dead? Usually, he would need to consider the official lackeys, but this time they had provoked him. He would not hold back. At that moment, the cloaked figure had never contemplated whether it was the murder of his entire family that had led to this encirclement. He only saw the audacity of these lowly ordinary beings daring to attack him. As the whisperer of the dead unleashed his eerie incantations, all present officers began to writhe in agony on the ground, relinquishing their weapons, clutching their heads in torment as their minds suffered immense damage. Gah! 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 The cloaked figure lifted his head, and a white dove soared towards him, its cooing harmonizing with the rhythm of his incantation, disrupting his chant. A pigeon? Following the dove's gaze would reveal it aligned perfectly with that of Moore, not far off. Outside Mark Street, Moore and Grace were about to enter the target area when 3 officers intercepted them. No entry, Mark Street and the adjacent streets are sealed off, you must take a detour. Just as Grace was about to protest, seeking a more diplomatic approach to the investigation, Moore suddenly whispered, "Look, Peace has discovered a practitioner, and many officers are lying on the ground. There are skeletal hands crawling about." Grace raised an eyebrow, his body swelling in response, fully revealing his uniqueness. He was only responsible for handling emergencies, the aftermath would be someone else's concern. Transforming into a towering giant over 3 meters tall, Grace gently pushed aside the 3 officers blocking his path and charged towards the villa district indicated by Moore. Seeing Grace's transformation, Moore pressed down on the head of his golden retriever, which immediately began to swell, becoming a 2-meter-tall beast. Its golden fur gleamed brilliantly, its mane resembling that of a lion. It lowered its head, allowing Moore to climb onto its back, then swiftly followed Grace's lead. At the last moment, Moore turned around on the back of the beast, reaching out to toss an item. The only veteran officer among the 3 instinctively caught what Moore had thrown. He glanced at it briefly and instantly understood. It was none other than a Sunfire Medal of Victory, representing the Special Operations Division directly under the House of Commons. However, the old officer was taken aback, wondering what made it so special. Bang! The front gate of the villa was sent flying by Grace's palm, not as a mere metaphor, but in the physical sense. The gate soared over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, shattering a multitude of skeletal hands. Upon catching sight of the cloaked figure, Grace's body was adorned with red markings, indicating a further tendency to swell. Is this the new school of Plecoya? Moore, riding atop the beast, leaped effortlessly over the wall, landing smoothly on the ground. The white dove spiraled down from the sky, landing quietly beside him. The cloaked figure twisted his head, and upon seeing the two, he realized he was in dire straits. If he had already killed the officers present, it would have been easier to escape. But now, he found himself trapped here, especially at a moment when official practitioners were seeking evidence. Though he held a low opinion of so-called official practitioners, there was no denying that every extraordinary being capable of standing within a practitioner team was among the top-tier forces of their level. After all, the weak had perished. Chapter 53 of the unwelcome existence in the subterranean depths of the Gilgia mansion. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The armored soldier, having released half of its attack, lay still alongside the fallen Lady Hughes, while the walls began to fade away, revealing the jubilant expression of Welbo. Yet in the next moment, as the walls completely vanished and the armored soldier crumbled into scattered fragments, Welbo finally beheld the scene beyond the barrier. The joy on Welbo's face froze. Behind the wall was not a chamber of pure copper housing special artifacts, nor was it the intricate ritualistic seals of magic he had envisioned. Instead, the sight within was terrifyingly mundane. A tea table, a reclining chair, and atop the table, the eternal flames of a holy fire heated a kettle of tea to a boil. An elderly woman lounged leisurely in the chair, occasionally rocking it to enhance her comfort. Upon Welbo's unveiling of the wall, the old woman slowly sat up and poured herself a cup from the kettle. Gilgia, Duke? Welbo exclaimed in disbelief. He had certainly seen portraits of the Duke of Gilgia, and he was certain that the woman behind the wall was indeed the esteemed Duke. However, the Duke of Gilgia had been a figure from over a century ago. The saint was merely at the 5th rank, not having touched the realm of demigods, and her lifespan was akin to that of an ordinary human. At most, she could have exhibited strength in her twilight years, without any decline in condition, yet still, she was human and bound by mortality. With the most conservative estimates, had the Duke lived to the age of 120, she should have perished decades ago. She had vanished for many years. Who could have imagined that she had not died, but instead had been waiting in this lightless vault, day after day? Waiting, for what? The Duke of Gilgia bore a kind visage as she gazed vacantly at the world outside, suddenly smiling and softly speaking. Indeed, it seems I have not been forgotten by the outside world. As a reward for your correct guess, I shall bestow upon you a gift. A two-handed knight's great sword materialized in the Duke's hand. One hand held her tea, while the other effortlessly lifted the formidable sword, its blade unwavering. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wellbo felt a surge of dread, but before he could act, the entire sanctuary of order within the vault came alive, rendering the playing cards at his fingertips to mere shreds of paper. An indescribable pressure of terror enveloped Wellbo from all sides, immobilizing him in midair, akin to an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch helplessly as the Duke of Gilgia raised the great sword high, her gentle voice declaring, "The gift I offer you cannot be refused." With a resonant sound, the sword fell, a minuscule yet barely perceptible wave of sword energy slowly emanating from the tip. This wave moved so slowly that Wellbo could easily trace its trajectory, as well as to foresee his demise. He exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not budge an inch. Another grim realization struck him. This minuscule wave was accelerating and expanding with distance. Its speed grew exponentially, and in a mere step, the sword energy began to inflate wildly, cleaving Wellbo in two. In the New Art District, as they approached the Gilgia mansion, Zhou Yuan and he simultaneously drew back the curtains, just in time to witness the spectacle. A magnificent wave of sword energy sliced towards the heavens from within the Gilgia mansion, cleaving the main structure of the mansion in twain, shattering the statues of the benevolent Duke of Gilgia and the valiant Duke of Gilgia in the flowerbeds. The main edifice, which symbolized the century-long glory of the Gilgia family, collapsed with a thunderous crash, seemingly marking the demise of the Gilgia family, once hailed as the benefactors of the Rhine. The sword energy soared into the infinite sky, severing the layers of clouds above the Loia Mountains, a sight so grand it defied verbal description, akin to a divine miracle. On Mark Street, the three tense figures immediately turned their gaze towards the horizon, witnessing the sword energy cleave the celestial vault. Is that towards the Gilgia family? Grace discerned instantly that it was the direction of he and Zhou Yuan. Something had gone awry in that vicinity. With this thought, Grace felt a surge of urgency. He prepared for swift resolution to rush to the aid of the captain, and Zhou Yuan evidently shared the same realization. Doves took flight from his shoulders, and his eyes turned a blood-red hue as a drop of blood trickled from one eye. With a resonating sound, Grace's blood-red patterns fully manifested, resembling a terrifying crimson monstrosity. As he surged forth, his foot struck the ground, causing tremors, and a cloud of dust rose, accompanied by a shockwave that propelled all the officers lying on the ground, along with the skeletal hands, far away. The numerous skeletal hands shattered under the force of the shockwave, littering the ground with bones, creating a scene that was quite horrifying. The pushed officers were inevitably at risk of injury from the bones or the ground, yet it was far preferable to the potential death from the ensuing chaos of battle. What do you mean by this? Much to their surprise, it was the black-clad individuals who questioned first. Assaulting unlawfully and conspiring to commit mass murder of police officers. The evidence is irrefutable. We are hereby placing you under arrest, and should you resist, we will employ force, with the possibility of lethal action. Muir opened a notebook and read aloud the regulations, though this time it was evident that it was unnecessary, as both of them had already drawn their weapons on the black-clad individuals. Arrest? On what grounds? You merely claim to be official. The Koyanu faction has never endorsed this. By attacking me, you are inciting conflict between two factions. The black-clad individual blustered, his bravado faltering as he recognized the formidable duo before him, one a butcher and the other a rancher, both at the pinnacle of the second rank. Thus, he hastily invoked the name of the Koyanu faction, attempting to gain leverage, but Grace and Muir were both resolute, indifferent to such rhetoric. One lacked the capacity for such deliberation, while the other was solely focused on completing the mission. The target unit has been notified. The target refuses to cooperate. We will proceed with a forceful execution. With a resounding crash, Grace's immense strength shattered the ground as he closed in on the black-clad figure. The latter's expression shifted dramatically behind his mask, and he hastily rolled away in an attempt to evade. However, Grace's strike was aimed squarely at the black-clad man's head. Even if he narrowly avoided direct contact, the ground trembled beneath Grace's descent, sending debris flying that struck the man squarely in the chest. One of the stones struck his mask, shattering it, and light illuminated the face of the black-clad man. Grace frowned. this was someone he had just seen earlier, the newly appointed officer, Jonah, who had been cornered by 3 individuals. Utilizing the unique abilities of the dead speech, he had rendered his emotions rigid, manipulating them with perfect control, such that even Zhou Yuan's observational talents could find no flaw. The new faction was preparing to gradually infiltrate the Rhine. Chapter 53 of the existence that should not be in the subterranean depths of the Gilgia mansion. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The armored soldier, having released half of its assault, the fallen Lady Hughes, the walls gradually fading away, and the expression of joy on Velbo's face, yet, in the next moment, as the walls completely vanished and the armored soldier lay scattered like broken fragments, Velbo finally beheld the scene beyond the wall. The joy on Velbo's face froze in place. Behind the wall was not a pure copper chamber housing special artifacts, nor was there any elaborate ritual to seal magical powers as he had imagined. Instead, the sight within was terrifyingly mundane. A tea table, a recliner, and atop the table, the eternal flames of a holy fire heating a kettle of tea to a boil. An elderly woman leisurely reclined in the chair, occasionally rocking it to enhance her comfort. Upon Velbo's revelation of the wall, the woman, who had stood motionless in a daze, slowly sat up and poured herself a cup from the kettle. Gilgia. Duke, Velbo exclaimed in disbelief. He had indeed seen portraits of the Duke of Gilgia and could ascertain that this elderly woman behind the wall was none other than the Duke herself. However, the Duke of Gilgia was a figure from over a century ago, a sainted merely rank 5, she had not even brushed against the realm of demigods, her lifespan akin to that of ordinary mortals, at best exhibiting considerable strength in her twilight years without any decline in vitality. Ultimately, she was still human and subject to the limits of age. With the most conservative estimates, supposing the Duke of Gilgia had lived to the age of 120, she would have perished decades ago. She had been missing for many years. Little did he expect that she had not died but was instead waiting day after day in this dark, lightless cellar. Waiting, for what was she waiting? The Duke of Gilgia bore a gentle countenance, gazing vacantly at the outside world, when suddenly she smiled softly and said, "Indeed, it is it seems the world outside. As a reward for your correct guess, I shall gift you something." A massive two-handed knight's sword materialized in the Duke's hand. One hand delicately held her tea, while the other effortlessly raised the formidable blade, its edge unwavering, aimed directly at Velbo's head. A chill of dread washed over Velbo as he realized the gravity of the situation. Before he could react, the entire order sanctum of the cellar came to life, his playing cards disintegrating into mere scraps of paper. An indescribable weight of terror enveloped him from all sides, pinning him in midair like an insect trapped in amber. Utterly unable to move, Velbo could only watch helplessly as the Duke of Gilgia hoisted the great sword high, her voice soft and soothing as she said, "The gift I present to you cannot be refused, Buzz." With a single stroke, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible sword chi slowly emanated from the tip of the great sword. This sword chi was slow enough for Velbo to effortlessly trace its trajectory and his impending doom. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge an inch. Yet, another grim revelation struck him. The minute sword chi was gradually accelerating and expanding with distance, its speed increased exponentially, and within a single step, the sword chi began to swell ferociously, cleaving Velbo into midair. In the new arts district, just as they approached the Gilgia mansion, Zhou Yuan and Shi simultaneously pulled back the curtains, catching sight of the unfolding scene. A magnificent sword chi slashed diagonally through the sky from within the Gilgia mansion, cleaving the main structure of the mansion in half, obliterating the statue of the benevolent Duke of Gilgia and the valiant statue of the Duke in the flowerbed. The main edifice, which had long represented the grandeur of the Gilgia family, collapsed with a resounding crash, seemingly signifying the vanishing of the Gilgia lineage, the honored contributors to the founding of the Rhine, along with that sword chi. The sword chi soared towards the boundless horizon, severing the layers of clouds above the Luwadi Mountains, an awe-inspiring spectacle beyond the capabilities of mere words to describe, akin to a divine miracle. On Mark Street, the 3 tense figures immediately turned their gaze towards the distant sky, witnessing the sword chi cleaving the heavens. Is that in the direction of the Gilgia family? Grace discerned immediately that it was the location of Shi and Zhou Yuan. Had something gone awry there? With this thought, Grace felt urgency surge within him. He resolved to end matters swiftly and rushed to support the captain and Zhou Yuan. Nior, clearly sharing the same realization, felt the white doves take flight from his shoulder, his eyes suddenly turning blood red in the air as a drop of blood trickled from his eye. Buzz, Grace's crimson patterns fully manifested, resembling a terrifying red humanoid monster as he charged forth. With a powerful step, the ground trembled, dust swirling into the air, while a shockwave radiated outward, pushing all the fallen officers and their skeletal hands away. The many skeletal hands shattered under the force, littering the ground with white bones, creating a scene of sheer horror. The displaced officers risked injury from colliding with the ground or being pierced by the bones, but it was a far better fate than being caught in the deadly aftermath of the battle. "What do you mean?" To their surprise, the black-clad figures were the first to question them. "Assaulting unlawfully, and conspiring to commit mass murder against police officers. The evidence is irrefutable. We are here to arrest you, and should you resist, we will employ force." with no possibility of sparing you. Nier opened a notebook and read the regulations as per usual, though this time it was evidently unnecessary, for both of them had already drawn their blades, aimed directly at the black-clad figures' foreheads. Arrest. On what grounds? You merely self-proclaim as the authority. The Koyanu sect has never endorsed this. Your actions against me are merely inciting conflict between two factions, the black-clad figure. Thus, he hastily invoked the name of the Koyanu sect in an attempt to evade responsibility, yet Grace and Nier were both obstinate, unconcerned with such matters, one utterly devoid of the capacity for weighing such considerations, and the other solely focused on fulfilling their mission. The target unit has been notified. The target refuses to cooperate. We will execute by force. Bang! Grace stomped down with immense force, propelling himself towards the black-clad figure, whose expression shifted dramatically behind the mask as he hastily rolled away in a desperate attempt to evade. However, Grace's strike was aimed squarely at the black-clad figure's head, even if he managed to evade direct contact, as Grace's form descended and shattered the earth, flying debris crashed down upon him. One of the stones struck his mask, shattering it and allowing light to illuminate the black-clad figure's face. Grace's brows furrowed. This was someone he had just encountered earlier, the new officer, Jonah, who had been blocked by 3 individuals outside the door that morning. Utilizing the unique abilities of the Death Speaker to harden his emotions, Jonah had perfected the art of subjective control, rendering him undetectable even to Zhou Yuan's keen observational skills. The new sect was gradually preparing to infiltrate the Rhine from within. Chapter 53, The unwelcome existence in the subterranean chambers of the Gilgia Manor. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The armored soldier, having released half of its assault, lay prostrate alongside the fallen Lady Hughes, while the walls gradually disintegrated, revealing the elated expression of Welbo. Yet, in the next moment, as the walls completely vanished and the armored remnants lay scattered like broken shards, Welbo finally beheld the scene beyond the walls. His joy froze upon his visage. What lay beyond was not a chamber of pure copper housing special artifacts, nor the intricate ceremonial seals of magic he had envisioned. Instead, the sight was astonishingly mundane and terrifying. A tea table, a reclining chair, and on the table, the eternal flames of sanctity simmered a kettle of hot tea. An elderly woman lounged leisurely in the chair, occasionally rocking it to enhance her comfort. As Welbo opened the wall, he found himself rooted in place, unable to move, while the elderly lady slowly sat up and poured herself a cup from the kettle. Gilgia. Duchess, Welbo exclaimed in disbelief. He had certainly seen portraits of the Duchess of Gilgia and was convinced that this woman behind the wall was indeed the Duchess herself. However, the Duchess of Gilgia had been a figure from over a century ago. The saints were merely in the 5th tier, hardly touching the realm of demigods, with lifespans akin to ordinary humans. At most, they could exhibit formidable strength in their twilight years without a decline in condition, but ultimately, they remained mortal subject to the passage of time. With the most conservative estimates, assuming the Duchess could live to be 120, she should have perished decades ago. She had been missing for years. Who would have thought she was not dead, but rather waiting day after day in this sunless cellar? Waiting, for what? The Duchess of Gilgia bore a kind countenance, her gaze fixed on the outside world. Suddenly, she smiled and spoke softly. Indeed, it seems I have not been forgotten by the world outside. As a reward for your correct guess, I shall bestow upon you a gift. A 2-handed knight's sword materialized in the Duchess's hand, one hand savoring tea while the other effortlessly raised the formidable sword, its blade unwavering, aimed directly at Welbo's head. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Welbo was paralyzed with dread, unable to react as the entire sanctuary of order within the cellar sprang to life, the playing cards at his fingertips disintegrating into confetti. An indescribable pressure of terror enveloped him from all directions, binding him in midair like an insect trapped in amber. Welbo could only watch helplessly as the Duchess raised her greatsword high, her gentle voice resonating. The gift I present to you cannot be refused. With a hum, the sword fell, and a minuscule yet nearly imperceptible sword energy emanated from the tip of the blade, moving slowly. This sword energy was sufficiently sluggish for Welbo to discern its trajectory and, more importantly, his impending demise. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not budge an inch, but another grim realization struck him. The minuscule sword energy was accelerating and expanding with distance. Its speed increased at an exponential rate. Within a mere step, the energy began to swell uncontrollably, cleaving Welbo in half midair. In the new art district, en route to the Gilgia Manor, Zhou Yuan and He simultaneously drew back the curtains, witnessing this very scene. A magnificent sword energy slashed diagonally from the Gilgia Manor toward the heavens, cleaving the main structure of the manor in twain, obliterating the statues of the benevolent Duchess and the valiant Duke Gilgia that adorned the main hall. The main edifice, a symbol of the Gilgia family's century-long grandeur, collapsed with a thunderous roar, seemingly signifying the vanishing of the Gilgia lineage, a cornerstone of the Rhine's founding. The sword energy extended toward the infinite sky, severing the layers of clouds above the Luoya Mountains, a spectacle beyond description, akin to a divine miracle. On Mark Street, the three tense figures immediately turned their gazes toward the horizon, witnessing the sword energy cleave the heavens. Is that toward the Gilgia family? Grace discerned, recognizing the direction of Shi and Zhou Yuan. Something had transpired there. Realizing this, Grace felt an urgent need to act swiftly, preparing for a rapid resolution to rush to the aid of the captain and Zhou Yuan. Muir, evidently sharing the same concern, saw doves take flight from his shoulders, his eyes suddenly turning blood red in the air, a drop of blood trickling from one eye with a hum. Grace's blood-red patterns fully manifested, resembling a horrifying red humanoid monster as he charged forth, shaking the earth beneath him. A shockwave radiated outward, pushing all the fallen officers and their skeletal hands away. Numerous skeletal hands shattered, littering the ground with white bones, creating a scene of terror. The pushed officers could not avoid injury from the bones or being hit as they were propelled away, yet it was far better than facing death from the ensuing combat. What do you mean by this? Unexpectedly, it was the cloaked figure who questioned first, assaulting unlawfully and conspiring to massacre police officers on a large scale. The evidence is irrefutable. We are now placing you under arrest. Should you resist, we shall employ force, and the possibility of lethal action cannot be ruled out. Muir opened a notebook and recited the regulations, though this time it was evidently unnecessary, as both were ready to press their blades against the cloaked figure's forehead. Arrest? On what grounds? You merely proclaim yourselves as authorities. The Koyanu faction has never endorsed this. Your actions against me are an incitement of conflict between two forces, the cloaked figure blustered, sensing the imposing presence of the butcher and the rancher, both at the pinnacle of the second tier, causing his heart to race. Thus, he hastily invoked the name of the Koyanu faction in an attempt to evade responsibility, yet Grace and Muir were resolute, indifferent to such claims. One was oblivious to the implications, while the other was solely focused on fulfilling the mission. The target unit has been notified. The target refuses to cooperate. We will execute with force. With a thud, Grace's massive foot struck the ground, propelling him toward the cloaked figure. The latter's expression shifted dramatically behind the mask, and he swiftly rolled away in an attempt to evade. However, Grace's strike was aimed squarely at the cloaked figure's head. Even if he avoided direct contact, the impact of Grace's descent shattered the earth, sending flying debris crashing into the cloaked figure's chest. One fragment struck his mask, shattering it and allowing light to illuminate the face of the cloaked figure. Grace furrowed his brow. This was someone he had encountered just that morning, the newly appointed officer, Jonah, who had been blocked at the door by three others. Employing the unique ability of the Whisperer to rigidly suppress his emotions, he had perfectly manipulated his demeanor, rendering him impervious to detection, even by Zhou Yuan's keen observational skills. The new faction was preparing to gradually infiltrate the Rhine from within. Chapter 54 of The Divine Sun, The Divine Lamp, the prayer assembly in the depths below. Duke Gilgia gazed upwards at the vast chasm that had split open above her, sunlight streaming through the crevice and casting a warm glow upon her face. The sunlight is truly delightful. Yet, she uttered no words. The airs naturally had their own fates. The great sword in her hand began to fracture from the tip, gradually transforming into a myriad of scintillating lights that dissipated into the air. Indifferently, Duke Gilgia poured herself a cup of tea from the kettle. As the eternally burning holy flame extinguished, the kettle tipped, spilling scalding liquid upon the ground, and no one remained to savor the tea. The Duke, reclined in her chair, gently faded away. Nearly a sequence 7, quite a waste. The rest is up to you all. Let me see what growth Rhine has achieved over these decades. Silence enveloped the underground as numerous servants emerged from the Gilgia estate, halting outside to anxiously glance back at the collapsed main structure. Time urged the carriage to hasten, barreling straight into the estate without passing through the guard's scrutiny. In a dim, obscure place, the surrounding trees grew lush and dense, blocking out the sunlight and rendering the forest damp and shadowy. Upon a colossal tree stump, with a diameter of 5 wood units, green luminescence coalesced and writhed, initially forming a viscous green cocoon, which gradually revealed a humanoid figure within. Crack! Crash! The cocoon burst open, a torrent of green slime cascading to the ground as a bear man emerged, peeling the damp hair from his face to reveal his features. It was none other than Welbo, who had just perished beneath Duke Gilgia's blade. What's the matter, our most proud little peacock? How did you meet your end? He. A woman's alluring voice echoed through the woods, accompanied by the cawing of black crows as a woman stepped forth, flanked by the flock. It was none other than the Black Witch, Christiane, who had encountered Shiwan in time that very morning. According to your instructions, I followed orders and went to intercept the Divine Sun, preventing him from arriving at the Gilgia estate in time to thwart your plans. However, it seems the Divine Sun hardly made an appearance. You appear to have lost, even your true form has been slain. Oh, you truly have become a plucked little peacock. Be silent, Christiane. Welbo interrupted her mockery, your derision serves no purpose. If the mission fails, it is a loss for the entire church. You haven't spent so long in the Koyanu sect that you've forgotten your purpose for entering, have you? He, not at all. I can clearly see that these little fellows of the Koyanu sect are utterly brainless, their eyes fixed solely on indulgence, just a hint of a glorious blueprint for the future, and they are eager to give their lives for me, truly adorable. You had best remember the task assigned to you by the prayer assembly. Prepare yourself, for the action is about to commence, in anticipation of his return. Glory to the eternal abyss, glory to calamity and destruction. Merely mentioning him, the two exchanged fervent glances, a hint of madness lurking within, embodying the essence of fanaticism. While conventional zealots may cause limited destruction, these two were extraordinary beings of Sequence 7. Christiane, having lurked for many years, had become one of the three most powerful figures within the Koyanu sect, wielding immense authority. What news from your end? Did you acquire the item? Christiane inquired, her tone unexpectedly devoid of mockery, adopting a more serious demeanor. This item is the key to everything. Without him, it is essentially a godsend. We have finally awaited the birth of the Divine Son, with hopes of being the first to bring him back to the earth. Yet without this item, the Divine Son cannot endure his descent. Welbo shook his head, a look of dread crossing his face. I did not obtain it. When I opened the door foretold in the prophecy to retrieve it, an unimaginable situation arose. What? Christiane frowned. The door is already open. What resistance could there be? An unexpected individual, one who should not exist, Duke Gilgia, in person. She has guarded that door for countless years. Impossible, she is merely Sequence 5, how could she have survived until now? Without touching the realm of the divine, even a saint would turn to ash. Wait a moment? You thought of it too? The two exchanged glances, a hint of understanding dawning upon them. She must be aware of the consequences. Does she truly dare to use that sealed object? This was also their shared objective, the first-level sealed object, numbered 1-011, the Divine Lamp. One of the most malevolent sealed objects, possessing the trait of being alive, it appeared as a hanging lamp, with a wick. This sealed object was exceedingly cunning, employing every means to tempt its holder into making wishes. It was the Divine Lamp, capable of fulfilling the wishes of its holder without requiring any additional cost. For the fulfillment of a wish itself was the price, it would grant the holder's desires, but the manner of fulfillment was invariably grotesque. For instance, should one wish for the resurrection of a deceased loved one, the lamp god might fulfill that wish by summoning their corpse from the earth, presenting their skeleton and decayed remains before you. They would possess no intelligence, no memory, merely revived as living corpses. It always found the loophole within every wish, executing it in the most atrocious manner, relishing the suffering of the wisher and savoring the sweet anguish. Duke Gilgia has utilized the Divine Lamp? Christiane asked in disbelief. The only explanation now is that, before her demise, she succumbed to the lamp's temptation, likely wishing for something akin to eternal life, which is why she has survived until now. Could she truly use the Divine Lamp? All accounts indicate that she is a remarkably steadfast and formidable presence, harboring a deep aversion to the destruction wrought by the lamp, and in her later years, she sought to suppress this sealed object. Who knows? Perhaps even someone as resolute as she could not resist the allure of life's continuation. Just as with our aims, we do not care how the process is achieved, as long as the result is attained, everything is worth it. Perhaps Duke Gilgia is the same. She wished for eternal life, fully aware of the immense flaws it would entail, for example, a lifetime spent hiding in the shadows, never to see the sunlight again. But it does meet her requirements, does it not? After all, it is eternal life. Christiane frowned, recognizing that the situation had grown dire. A crucial element had faltered, yet she noticed that Welbo appeared entirely unfazed. Chapter 54 of The Divine Child, the Holy Lamp, the prayer assembly. In the depths below, Duke Gilgia gazed upwards at the immense fissure that cleaved the earth, sunlight streaming through the crevice, casting a warm glow upon her visage. The sunlight is truly splendid. At last, her gaze fell upon the lifeless form of Lady Hughes, lying in a pool of blood, a fleeting glimmer of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Ultimately, she uttered nothing. The descendants inevitably had their fates. The great sword in her grasp began to splinter from the tip, gradually transforming into shimmering motes of light that dissipated into the air. With an air of indifference, Duke Gilgia lifted the teapot, pouring herself a cup. As the eternal white flames of sanctity extinguished, the teapot, spilling scalding broth, fell to the ground. No one remained to savor the tea, and Duke Gilgia, reclining in her chair, gently faded away. Merely a Sequence 7, what a waste. The rest is up to you. Let me see what growth Rhine has achieved in these decades. A profound silence enveloped the underground. Outside the Gilgia estate, a throng of servants surged forth, halting in disarray as they gazed back at the collapsed main structure. Time and the urgency of the carriage propelled it forward, bypassing the guard's scrutiny, and barreling straight into the Gilgia estate. In a shadowy, uncharted realm, the trees loom thickly, shrouding the sunlight and rendering the forest damp and dim. Or upon a colossal tree stump, measuring 5 wood diameters, green luminescence coalesced and writhed, initially forming a slime-filled cocoon, gradually revealing a humanoid shape within. Crack! Whoosh! The cocoon burst open, a torrent of green slime cascading to the ground, as a man emerged, bare and dripping. He peeled the damp strands of hair from his face, revealing his features. It was none other than Wellbow, who had just perished beneath the sword energy of Duke Georgia. What's this? Our most proud little peacock has met his demise. Ha ha! A woman's enchantingly mocking voice echoed through the woods, accompanied by the cawing of black crows, as a figure emerged, flanked by the flock. It was none other than the dark sorceress, Christiane, who had just interacted with Zhou Yuan and the others that morning. As you instructed, I obeyed orders and went to intercept the divine child, ensuring he could not reach the Georgia estate in time to thwart your plans. Yet, it seems the divine child hardly ventured forth. It appears you have still lost, even your true self has been slain. Oh, you have truly become a plucked little peacock. Silence, Christiane. Wellbow interrupted her taunts. Your mockery is meaningless. If the mission fails, it is a loss for the entire church. Surely, you haven't forgotten your purpose for entering the Koya sect? Ah, not at all. I can clearly see that this bunch of Koya sect youngsters are utterly mindless, consumed by hedonism. Just a hint of a glorious vision for the future, and they would willingly give their lives for me. So adorable. You had best remember the task assigned to you by the prayer assembly. Prepare yourself, the time for action is nigh, for the return of him. Praise the eternal abyss, praise calamity and destruction. Merely mentioning him ignited fervor in both Wellbow and Christiane, their eyes ablaze with an undertone of madness, a hallmark of typical zealots. While conventional zealots possess limited destructive capacity, these two are extraordinary beings of Sequence 7. Christiane, having lurked for many years, had become one of the 3 most powerful figures within the Koya sect, wielding immense authority. What of your end? Have you acquired the object? Christiane inquired, her tone devoid of mockery for once, adopting a serious demeanor. This object is the key to everything. Without him, it is an unprecedented opportunity. We have finally awaited the birth of the divine child, hoping to welcome him back to the earth first. Yet without this object, the divine child cannot endure his descent. Wellbow shook his head, a look of trepidation crossing his face. I did not secure it. I opened the door foretold in the prophecy, but as I reached for that object, an unimaginable situation unfolded. What? Christiane frowned. The door is already open. How could there be resistance? An unexpected individual, someone who should not exist, Duke Georgia, herself, she has guarded the door for countless years. Impossible, she is merely Sequence 5, how could she have survived until now? Without touching the realm of the divine, even a saint would be reduced to ash. Wait? You have come to the same realization? The two exchanged glances, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon them. She must be aware of the consequences. Does she truly dare to utilize the sealed object? This was also their objective, the level 1 sealed object, numbered 1-011, the holy lamp, one of the most malevolent sealed objects, possessing a lifelike quality, its exterior resembling a hanging lamp, its wick never extinguishing, emitting a faint glow. This sealed object is exceedingly cunning, employing every means to entice its bearer into making wishes. It is the holy lamp, and it can indeed fulfill the wishes of its wielder without requiring any additional cost. For the fulfillment of a wish itself constitutes the price, it grants the holder's desires, but the manner of fulfillment is invariably distressing. For instance, if one wishes for a deceased loved one to be resurrected, the lamp would grant this wish by likely summoning their corpse from the grave, presenting the skeletal remains and decayed body before you, devoid of consciousness and memory, resurrected in a state of living death. It invariably finds a loophole in every wish, fulfilling it in the most horrid of manners, relishing the anguish of the wishmaker, absorbing their sweet suffering. Duke Georgia has activated the holy lamp? Christiane inquired, incredulity lacing her tone. The only explanation now is that, before her inevitable demise, she succumbed to the allure of the holy lamp, likely making a wish for something akin to eternal life, allowing her to persist until now. Would she truly utilize the holy lamp? All records depict her as an exceedingly resolute and fearsome being, one who despises the devastation wrought by the holy lamp, intent on suppressing this sealed object in her later years. Who knows? Perhaps even one as steadfast as she could not resist the allure of life's continuation. Much like our objective, we care not how the outcome is achieved, as long as the result is attained, it is all worthwhile. Perhaps Duke Georgia is the same. She wished for eternal life, fully aware of the considerable flaws it entails. For instance, a lifetime spent hiding in the shadows, forever deprived of sunlight. Yet it aligns with her desires, does it not? After all, it is eternal life. Christiane frowned, acutely aware that the situation had grown dire, the most critical element had faltered, yet she observed that Welbo appeared utterly unfazed. Chapter 55 of The Sea of Bones. Encountering such a dire predicament, you appear remarkably unfazed. Why is that? Christiane inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. She could scarcely fathom how a resolution could be achieved in the presence of the Duke of Gilgia personally guarding the underground. With the same personally on watch, it is inconceivable for us to gain entry, let alone acquire the 1-011. That would be mere folly, she continued. Upon hearing Christiane's skepticism, Welbo broke into a grin. Who said we must confront the Duke of Gilgia head-on? Christiane frowned. If we do not enter, how can we procure the divine lamp? Without the lamp to augment the physical limits of the divine sun, all subsequent plans are but a mirage. All the groundwork we have laid, infiltrating the Koyanu sect, would be rendered utterly meaningless. Not at all. How could it be meaningless? Remember, I have witnessed our success. I saw the divine sun enhanced by the lamp. From this, I deduced that we successfully acquired the lamp. In hindsight, it seems we did not extract it from the depths of the Duke's estate. Rather, the divine sun obtained it himself. Whether the lamp is in our possession is of no consequence, as long as he cannot resist making a wish, and as long as his wish is to gain power, that is sufficient. So, our task now is merely to compel him to wish upon the divine lamp? Initiate the plan. We shall proceed according to the established strategy. I will force him to utilize the lamp, Welbo declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This day had finally arrived. The Prayer Society had waited in anticipation for years, and now they were on the verge of realizing their long-cherished aspirations with the arrival of the divine sun. Christiane exaggeratedly yawned, adding, I hope this time it is truly happening. If we falter again, I might as well become the leader of the Koyanu sect. Though she harbored doubts, her eyes mirrored an equal fervor and joy. Boom! As black smoke erupted, on Mark Street, the harbinger, Jonah, coughed up blood. He retreated desperately, yet still found himself struck in the chest by the debris sent flying by Grace's onslaught, leaving his chest ablaze with pain, each breath accompanied by excruciating agony. Damn it, madman! For the sake of these ordinary people, they have no ties to you. Why risk a confrontation with me for these hapless souls? Jonah spat in anger while retreating. Unfortunately for him, the two adversaries he faced were not inclined to engage in conversation, especially during combat. Roar! A colossal beast, akin to a golden lion, lunged forward, its massive, sharp claw aimed directly at Jonah's face. Should that claw connect, half of his body would surely be reduced to pulp. Curse it! Boom! Debris flew, and dust rose. The beast's controller, Muir, swiftly redirected its trajectory, and the claw missed its mark. At the last moment, Jonah transformed into a cloud of grey mist, vanishing from sight. In the air, a blood-eyed white dove circled, quickly spotting Jonah's reappearance. Through visual sharing, Muir was able to react promptly, providing Jonah no respite. Grace charged in tandem, glancing up to see the dove guiding him. Following its direction, Grace barreled forward like a rampaging bull, crashing through walls and emerging in the neighboring villa. Ah! Wool within the villa, a family of 3 witnessed this scene, the child startled and on the verge of crying out. The father swiftly covered her mouth with one hand while silencing his wife with the other, gently urging them to retreat. Though he too felt fear, he could not allow it to show. He must appear strong and composed. Damn it, these vengeful spirits refused to relent. Jonah's face twisted in fury. He realized he was up against formidable foes, as these two were determined to bring him down. Sea of Bones. The grey mist spread once more, but this time it was vastly different. It was no longer a thin, almost translucent veil, but a dense, profound shroud, obscuring all visibility beneath. The thickness of the grey fog swallowed up to the waist of an average person, and a cacophony of bone clattering echoed ominously, akin to a series of firecrackers, sending chills down the spine of any listener. Grace plunged into the mist, attempting to shatter the fog with a powerful kick, yet the shockwave merely stirred the grey mist nearby, dissipating after a mere 5 meters. The fog enveloped a radius of 100 meters, rendering his efforts to disperse the mist utterly futile, especially as the surrounding grey fog swiftly replenished itself. Through the disturbed mist, Grace could clearly see the unfolding events beneath the grey shroud. From the earth, skeletal hands broke through, struggling with all their might to drag their bodies from the soil, culminating in a host of headless skeletons armed with bony weapons standing amid the fog. The waist-deep grey mist perfectly concealed these diminutive headless skeleton soldiers, allowing them to stalk the scent of the living, ready to slay every single one. Crack! Grace casually shattered a few nearby careless skeletons. His body glowed with red markings, providing a protective barrier against a portion of the attacks. The grey fog possessed corrosive properties, able to erode both flesh and spirit simultaneously. Prolonged combat could easily lead to severe repercussions.
Fortunately, Grace had no need to worry, as his ability shielded him from the corrosion. The butcher profession suited him remarkably well. Once his powers activated, he needed only to remember that sleep was the enemy and to rend everything apart. Simple, brutal, and powerful, Jonah, evidently, had not anticipated that ordinary skeleton soldiers could impede Grace. He coated his hands with a viscous, dark brown energy, gently bringing them together, his eyes bloodshot and his lips bleeding at the corners. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones colliding echoed incessantly as these fragile skeletons squeezed together, their bones intertwining and stacking until colossal skeletal amalgamations began to form. Towering 5 meters high, these massive skeletal monsters advanced toward Grace, each step resonating with thunderous echoes that shook the very ground. Grace surged forward, targeting the nearest giant skeleton with a powerful punch, shattering numerous bones and creating a gaping hole nearly a meter in diameter. Yet the skeletal giant did not falter. A steady stream of smaller skeletons surged forth to fill the void left by the giant's injury. Grace furrowed his brow. Dealing with these indestructible entities posed quite the challenge. As the family of 3 reached the back door of the villa, they found it already shrouded in eerie gray mist, through which those horrifying sounds emanated. The trio hastily retreated, yet the mist surged in through the open door, and headless skeletons began to emerge, their sights set firmly on the family. Chapter 56: The Wheels of Time. Cuckoo. The blood-eyed white dove cooed, causing a frown to crease the brow of Mor atop the colossal beast. He wished to promptly assist Grace in vanquishing the adversaries, yet the message relayed by the dove was fraught with urgency. Stealing a glance at the battlefield, Mor discerned that Grace was not in peril. Despite being besieged by 4 skeletal giants, he was, in reality, single-handedly subduing the 4 monstrosities, maintaining the upper hand, albeit momentarily ensnared. Roar! The golden behemoth let out a thunderous roar, sending forth a terrifying shockwave that shattered the gray mist before him, cleaving a path through the fog and simultaneously obliterating the skeletons in its wake. The golden beast leaped high, its claws rending the doorframe of the villa with precision, crushing all intruding skeletons before the trio. The little girl, hidden behind her parents, had not witnessed the skeletons advance. Now, as the massive claws descended before them, the woman clutched her husband tightly, shielding their child protectively. It was evident that she trembled, while the man, too, felt his legs weaken, particularly with the gigantic claws mere half a meter away. As he glanced towards the doorway, he caught sight of the beast's escaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs and the fetid breath that wafted forth. Unfortunately, the terrifying creature retreated, accompanied by a somewhat indifferent voice: "Return, go upstairs and wait. Come out when it is over." It was then that he noticed a figure seated upon the back of the departing beast. "Who is it, an ally?" There was no response. Mor had already dashed towards the heart of the mist, where Jonas was guarded by 2 towering skeletal sentinels. Mor raised his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers to his lips, his breath quickening, with faint red currents swirling around him. A suppressed grunt escaped him, a trickle of blood staining his lips, his visage paling as he uttered, "Grace." Upon hearing Mor's call, Grace, still entangled with the 4 skeletal giants, grasped the situation immediately. Enveloped in crimson flames, Grace surged forth like a blazing meteor, bracing against the onslaught of a skeletal giant. In a moment of concentrated power, he gathered the fiery energy into his right fist and unleashed it, creating a massive flame-imbued fist imprint that pulverized the skeletal giant. In that fleeting moment, the skeletal giants found themselves rendered ineffectual and devoid of their interference. Grace swiftly traversed the sea of bones and mist, making a beeline for Jonas. Panic etched across Jonas's face, his countenance pale with dread as he commanded the 2 colossal skeletons to obstruct Grace's advance. It was at that moment that the ground trembled beneath him. His complexion turned ashen, but he had no time to react. The earth collapsed beneath him. Jonas lost his balance, falling into the pit below, where a red-eyed rat, already lying in wait, sank its teeth into his thigh, eliciting a shriek of agony. Ah! This was the result of Mor's prior actions. With his abilities, he could effortlessly command 2 pets, having already enhanced the golden retriever and the white dove. Summoning a third required a significant cost, especially under the immense pressure he currently faced. The augmentation of the golden retriever was manifest in its enhanced physique and strength, compensating for Mor's shortcomings in close combat and self-defense. The white dove served a supportive role, sharing its vision through the blood eye and providing speed boosts to allies. Furthermore, enemies marked by the blood eye could be tracked for 12 hours, regardless of distance. As for the third, the red-eyed rat, its enhancements granted it the power of the earth, allowing it to manipulate terrain, remain concealed underground, and gain a measure of physical enhancement, rendering it an adept assassin in Mor's hands. Jonas screamed, striding to extricate himself from the pit. As he uttered peculiar incantations, bones surged towards him from all directions like a tidal wave, seeking to lift his body simultaneously. As the rat bit into him, a viscous liquid oozed from every pore of his being, resembling both grease and slime, exuding a putrid stench, enveloping him in a protective layer.
The red-eyed rat recoiled upon contact with this substance, its mouth beginning to rot wherever it had touched. All it could do was watch as the bones converged, lifting Jonas upward. Yet, its objective had been achieved. It had delayed Jonas sufficiently to prevent him from teleporting away from the impending assault. At that moment, Grace had already arrived, crushing every skeletal obstacle in his path, just as Jonas began to emerge from the pit. As he beheld the enormous fist looming closer, feeling the heat and the stench emanating from it, Jonas's face turned ashen. Boom! Dust erupted as the immense force struck the ground, creating a deep crater, the mist dissipating, and the skeletal soldiers crumbling into scattered bones, swiftly disintegrating into dust. The red-eyed rat scurried out from underground, witnessing the terrifying aftermath of Grace's strike. It wiped its non-existent mouth with a tiny paw, scampering up the golden retriever's mane and onto Moore's clothing pocket. Is it over? Grace inquired, puzzled. He had indeed delivered the blow, yet the sensation of impact felt peculiar. Only a brief touch before it vanished, leaving behind only the feedback from the ground. However, the dissipated mist and scattered bones indicated that it should be concluded. No, he is still alive, Moore interjected, his expression grim. Where? Grace's gaze darted warily in all directions, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Moore shook his head, furrowing his brow as he spoke. He is no longer nearby, the distance has already widened, at least several streets away, and he is fleeing rapidly. My dove has marked him. For 12 hours, he will remain within my sight. Shall we pursue? Grace queried. Moore shook his head, eyeing the terrifying sword marks in the sky that had yet to fade, almost severing the heavens. He is fleeing with remarkable speed, likely wounded and desperate, employing some method of escape. We cannot catch him, and he is unlikely to retaliate in the near future. We shall proceed to the Gigia estate to support the captain. Capturing this necromancer can wait. He has crossed the line. Should we inadvertently harm ordinary citizens, if the Koya faction insists on harboring him, it will ignite a conflict between the two organizations, and we will hold the moral high ground. This was the first time Moore had spoken at such length, leaving Grace momentarily astonished as he regarded Moore before ultimately nodding in agreement. Peace, you return and inform Jenny to bring the officers on the ground, and the ordinary residents who witnessed these events can sign as many as possible. The white dove nodded and took flight immediately, being the most sentient of them all, capable of a telepathic connection with Moore. It seems we can no longer conceal the truth, Grace murmured softly. Indeed, we have long anticipated this day, though it has arrived sooner than expected. From this point forward, large-scale conflicts will be inevitable, and encounters between the extraordinary will only increase. The era is about to change. Chapter 57. A word on parchment. What manner of person is this? This is the residence of the Gigia family, and you cannot trespass. The carriage raced forward, nearing the grand entrance of the Gigia estate. Despite the chaos caused by the building's collapse and the fleeing servants, which left even the guards in a stupor, years of training compelled one of them to instinctively shout this warning. Yet, the carriage's speed had escalated beyond control, rendering any chance of halting futile. Zhou Yuan extracted a solid piece of gelatin from a vial, deftly pinching it between his fingers, while the luminous petals of the light-choosing flower complemented his readiness for battle. Bang! In the midst of the contrasting gazes of He and the others, Zhou Yuan suddenly discharged an airgun from the speeding carriage. The explosive air bullet swiftly struck its target, a black crow perched on a branch by the roadside, attempting to take flight. Just as it lifted off, the translucent air bullet approached. Ka! There was no blood. The crow exploded mid-air, scattering black feathers like confetti. This was merely a crow familiar. In the distance, Christiane furrowed her brow, prompting Valbo to notice her unusual expression and raise an eyebrow in inquiry. What troubles you? My crow familiar stationed outside the Gigia estate has been eliminated. It bore no spiritual fluctuations. How could this be? The carriage barreled into the Gigia estate, crashing through the wreckage with such velocity that no guard dared to intervene. Those who attempted to approach soon realized the carriage showed no sign of slowing and were left scrambling to escape. He harnessed the power of dreams to control the horses, bringing the carriage to a halt before the ruins. The two jumped down. How did you notice that crow? Even in my perception, it appeared no different from an ordinary crow, he inquired, genuinely astonished that Zhou Yuan possessed such an aggressive technique and had detected the crow's anomaly in advance, a feat even he had not accomplished. Well, that crow was too conspicuous. I am not claiming I sensed its repressed aura or spiritual fluctuations. I truly couldn't detect those. But doesn't Christiane study the habits of crows? What use is merely suppressing their aura and fluctuations? Crows are social creatures. It's rare for one to stray far from its flock. When I spotted that crow, I scanned the surrounding area with my truth eye, and there was not a single other crow in sight, nor even a stray black feather. Of course, if that were all, I wouldn't be certain, but look at where that crow landed. It was perched above a caterpillar,
What crow would show no interest in food, instead fixating on a human carriage? It is utterly careless, such talent is wasted on her, with such top-tier reconnaissance abilities. What Zhou Yuan failed to notice was that as he spoke, the parchment in his mind, which had been floating uncertainly, began to unfurl slightly. This was the first time the previously unopened parchment revealed a crack. A piece of parchment slipped out, inscribed with a simple word in ancient Gus language, Akro. This parchment remained untainted, the black character dominating most of its surface, floating alongside the polluted tome, both sinking and rising in synchrony. As the tome closed, its surface dimmed, the luminescence fading and its frequency of movement significantly decreasing, suggesting a considerable drain of energy. Having finished speaking, Zhou Yuan suddenly found himself in a daze as his consciousness was drawn into his mind, staring blankly at the sudden change, ultimately fixating on the newly appeared parchment. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, instinctively uttering, "Wait, did you pull a small one?" As soon as he spoke, he felt a wave of regret. This was his mind, and thus the thought echoed without the need for vocalization. It was merely a notion. The moment this notion arose, the parchment flickered with brilliance, the black crow character radiating ominously. A terrifyingly large crow soared from the horizon. Zhou Yuan looked up to see it ablaze with black flames, each feather measuring several meters in length, its overall size unfathomable. Its immense talons descended, striking Zhou Yuan from the ocean of consciousness. Regaining his senses, Zhou Yuan suddenly found himself imbued with new knowledge. Shadow crow body, blood-eyed dark crow, fire crow technique, evil crow storm. He was bewildered. Even with the formidable information processing ability of a scholar, he experienced a complete system overload for over a minute before gradually regaining clarity. At this moment, he stood beside him, frowning as he observed Zhou Yuan, while behind them lay a group of ordinary individuals, peacefully asleep on the ground. What transpired? Did attacking that crow backfire? Zhou Yuan shook his head, quickly formulating a response, attributing any inexplicable occurrences to his father and his formidable brother. No, it's good news. Killing that crow seems to have triggered some mechanism. My inheritance has opened further, granting me additional knowledge. He raised an eyebrow. Was the air gun you just used part of that inheritance? What else could it be? My team didn't provide me with one, and I haven't had the chance to access the archives. Do not speak with such a tone of complaint. You've only been in the team for a few days. Being granted authority at all is commendable. He replied, somewhat irked. Zhou Yuan chuckled sheepishly. He spoke the truth. There had never been a precedent for someone to be so quickly reassigned to a significant role. He had even received the Medal of the Radiant Sun on his very first day as an auxiliary member. Once assured that Zhou Yuan was unscathed, he turned his gaze back to the ruins ahead, where a massive chasm yawned open, revealing the underground portions of the Georgia estate. In fact, compared to the total collapse of the surface structures, the underground sections remained relatively intact. As Zhou Yuan noticed he no longer focusing on him, he quietly exhaled, gently closing his eyes to comprehend that what he had gained was not merely one or two techniques, but an entire system encompassing a plethora of crow-related abilities. It seemed that the presence within the parchment had deemed his progress too slow and had given him a nudge. Moreover, these techniques were incredibly diverse, ranging from the witch's shadow crow body, akin to the technique used by Christian that allowed her to dissipate into crows, to the hunter's fire crow technique, and the evil sacrificer's evil crow storm, traversing numerous professions. Every technique related to crows was meticulously documented on this page of the parchment. This meant that as long as Zhou Yuan was provided with the corresponding materials, he could nearly execute all related techniques, from offense and self-defense to reconnaissance assistance, large-scale area of effect attacks, and small-scale explosions. A complete system had been laid bare before him. In that moment, Zhou Yuan realized the true terror of those scholars endowed with extensive inheritances. If the material issue could be resolved, every accomplished scholar would become a formidable entity with a well-rounded system. It was essential to understand that extraordinary abilities were gradually unlocked. Typically, one had to reach the fifth sequence of the saint level for their abilities to form a cohesive system without apparent weaknesses. Chapter 58: The Intrusive Digestion of Potions. What are these materials? The mucus of the shadow snail, the fermented corpse of the raven, the third left eye of the underworld raven? Zhou Yuan pondered, recalling the various spells he had recently acquired, most of which required materials he had never even heard of before. Due to the regional nature of extraordinary beings, even among the materials of first and second-tier extraordinary creatures, his father's collection was limited. This meant that prior to locating the corresponding materials, he had little opportunity for substantial enhancement. This was a considerable source of frustration for him. The limitations of being a scholar were too great. Upon his return, he contemplated inquiring with He about the materials, hoping to procure a few, at least two types for basic fire raven spells and other first-tier techniques. What he truly anticipated was the ability of Christiana's shadow raven form, a skill that could provide him with a significant sense of security.
though it regrettably required at least second-tier proficiency to wield. Zhou Yuan meticulously reviewed the knowledge in his mind, due to the unique nature of extraordinary knowledge. Although the small piece of parchment contained only the character Raven, it encompassed all related knowledge that had ever existed in the world. This implied a spectrum of spells ranging from low tier to those of saints and demigods. However, confronting high-end extraordinary knowledge itself posed a considerable danger, increasing the likelihood of losing control and affecting one's personality. As a result of his self-preservation instincts, Zhou Yuan could currently only perceive the 9th sequence, with only a few spells from the 8th and 7th sequences within reach yet. The knowledge contained within these 3 tiers still offered him a vast reservoir of information. The rapid assimilation of such a substantial volume of extraordinary knowledge instilled a peculiar sensation in Zhou Yuan's mind, akin to a glass filled with water suddenly shattering, with water cascading forth. The water flowed through Zhou Yuan's entire being, washing away his fatigue, and elevating his state of mind to an apex, even enhancing it significantly. What is this? Zhou Yuan closed his eyes to feel the transformation within him. His body felt remarkably light. What's the matter? Sure, he turned around, having noticed a sudden change in Zhou Yuan's aura. His vigilance heightened as he scrutinized the situation. Boss, have you ever experienced a strange sensation, as if something in your mind shattered? Then your body feels weightless, and your condition improves? Sure, his expression was odd, mixed with skepticism and disbelief. Are you pulling my leg? What would I gain from deceiving you? It seems you understand what this signifies. It's a good thing, right? Weren't you saying you had only recently become a scholar? How could you have completely digested the potion? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Was this sensation truly the complete digestion of the potion? He had only become a scholar 3 days prior. 3 days, had the potion been so easily digested? Seemingly reading Zhou Yuan's expression, sure, he remarked peculiarly, potions are not easily digested. Each profession has its own method of assimilation, and it's never simple. It requires time to accumulate. The process of digesting a potion is lengthy and is a means for practitioners to steadily enhance their power. The act of digesting a potion involves seizing the abilities of extraordinary beings, gradually increasing one's upper limit of spirituality. The moment one fully digests a potion signifies that the power within belongs entirely to oneself, allowing preparation for the next promotion. Have you already completed the digestion of the scholar potion? Zhou Yuan closed his eyes to sense his state. Indeed, it seemed his total spirituality had increased somewhat, though this enhancement was far inferior to that gained from promotion. The majority of his power had been acquired the moment he ingested the potion, with subsequent boosts from digestion amounting to approximately 10. If I'm not mistaken, I should have completed the digestion of the scholar potion. The digestion of the scholar potion appears to be related to the comprehension of knowledge. It seems that having just received the inheritance of knowledge, I have completed the final step of digesting the potion. Had he heard this news earlier that morning, he would undoubtedly have been elated, as it would signify an enhancement in the squad's capabilities. If Zhou Yuan were to ascend to the 8th sequence, it would represent a significant boost for the entire team, greatly benefiting their future confrontations. However, the memory of controlling the corpse collector Harvey Estream, where he witnessed Zhou Yuan shrouded in writhing black tendrils, dampened his spirits. Scholar? No, it's not just scholar. He knew Zhou Yuan harbored a secret, a profound and far-reaching secret, but he could not inquire, must not even hint at it. What might transpire if he were to discover the scholar's advancement potion and administer it to Zhou Yuan? Sure, he could not help but consider that the powers along the sequence paths were inherently impure, and the notion of surviving while embodying 2 types of power was unprecedented. If a person contained 2 sequential professions and ingested the advancement potion of just one, in his limited experience, he could envision only one outcome: a catastrophic explosion of their body. In truth, he harbored doubts about his predictions, for according to his assessment, Zhou Yuan should have already been reduced to a pile of flesh. No one had ever embodied the powers of 2 professions simultaneously. That was not a fundamental force but a systematic profession. Each profession itself was a delicate balance achieved through countless attempts among various fundamental powers, inherently stable yet fragile. To mix 2 such entities together could yield no second outcome but death. Once the potion is digested, can one not begin collecting extraordinary materials? I eagerly await the next tier. By the way, what is the name of the profession at the 8th sequence of the scholar path? Sure, he squinted his eyes, speaking slowly. I don't know much, but if it's a pure knowledge path, all pure paths are quite unique. Practitioners in such paths are exceedingly rare, and advancement is even more challenging, as the corresponding extraordinary beings are scarce. Thus, the ascent of pure path extraordinary beings often does not rely on extraordinary creature materials. At this point, sure, he suddenly paused, his gaze locking onto Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan immediately grasped his implication. If one did not use extraordinary creature materials, then what would they use? The answer was humans.
To consume humans.
These practitioners of pure paths had nearly exhausted all pure extraordinary beings available for slaughter, leaving them with only one. To slay their predecessors, they directly utilized the extraordinary traits of higher sequence extraordinary beings that emerged posthumously as the primary materials for their potions, just like Harvey the Corpse Collector, who consumed the first-tier extraordinary.
In essence, it was still consuming humans. Let us not dwell on this, it's too overwhelming. If we can't procure materials, we'll just have to wait patiently. Can you tell me the name of the profession for the next tier of scholar? The names of professions often divulged some information, serving as a summary of the entire profession's capabilities. For instance, scholar, nightmare, butcher, rancher, corpse collector. Just from the names alone, one could glean a hint of their abilities, which is why Zhou Yuan was particularly curious about the name of the potion for his next sequence. Sure, he displayed a hint of reminiscence before slowly stating, magician. Chapter 59 The Magician? The Magician?
Zhou Yuan pondered, feeling perplexed. This title seemed utterly disconnected from the scholar hierarchy, yet he genuinely could not fathom that the ascended rank of scholar would take the form of magician.
What abilities does a magician possess?
Sure, he shook his head.
We are unaware of that.
Since the establishment of the official adventurer team in Rhine, not a single magician has emerged, so we naturally have no inkling of their specific capabilities. However, there are records of encounters. The magician is a profession whose combat power is notoriously difficult to predict. A formidable magician can unleash a multitude of abilities with a mere flick of their wrist, albeit often chaotic and imprecise, making them exceedingly unpredictable. Most adventurers would prefer to avoid such individuals. The weaker ones have limited abilities that lack cohesion, and their spells are often inferior to those cast by conventional practitioners of the same level, rendering them rather feeble, especially as this subset of magicians frequently wield spells that are of little practical use. Of course, in this era, wild magicians are nearly extinct. Any encounter with a magician typically involves a powerful one with a lineage. At this point, sure, he cast a glance at Zhou Yuan, the implication obvious, someone like you would count as such. Zhou Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation regarding his future path of ascension, yet two pressing concerns weighed heavily on his mind, one being the complete lack of clues regarding the magician's potion, and the other involving the dark, viscous, and unpleasant aura of the peculiar power within him. He was uncertain of what fate awaited him should he consume the magician's potion. Would one path lead to an immutable rank of 8, or would he become a magician, or perhaps, perish amidst the potion's conflict?
Enough of such distant thoughts.
It's futile to dwell on them, rest assured, sure, he casually remarked. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by Sure He's words of reassurance. His hope rekindled as he inquired, will the team provide me with the materials for ascension? No, what I mean is, rest assured that there is no primary material for the magician potion throughout Rhine. You could wait here until you perish, and you would still never ascend to magician. But
Zhou Yuan's smile faltered. He cursed inwardly, finding Sure He's demeanor exasperatingly infuriating.
Let us proceed and discuss. Zhou Yuan, however, found his descent far more arduous, carefully picking his way down the collapsed structure, step by cautious step. While he lacked a clear understanding of the intensity of the power at play, even a fool could discern that the sword aura was far beyond his reach. Even Shuri, at rank 7, could only tremble at its sight. It was evident that the Duke of Gilgia had left behind a contingency plan beneath his estate. Someone must have arrived, seeking to retrieve something from beneath the Duke's residence, only to trigger the trap he had set.
Based on the information gleaned and the crows monitoring outside the estate, it seemed connected to Christian, perhaps the Koyanu faction?
What is this gold? Zhou Yuan cautiously descended into the basement, noting that the destruction,
at least the structure, appeared intact except for a terrifying gash in the ceiling. The sword aura had created a massive pressure at the end of the basement's corridor, causing the doors on either side to swing open. As Zhou Yuan reached the bottom, he was immediately dazzled by the sight before him. Gold scattered across the floor, various golden accessories and exquisite jewelry littered the ground as if money were of no concern. The Gilgia family is truly wealthy, Zhou Yuan marveled, no longer feeling that the 50 silver coins bestowed by Lady Hughes were excessive.
Furthermore, he noticed that the floor of the corridor was strewn with a plethora of armor and weaponry. With his keen observational skills, he quickly discerned the peculiar arrangement of these armaments. They did not appear to have been carelessly discarded, rather, it seemed as though they had been meticulously arranged and then violently toppled, creating the scene before him. Come here, it appears we have encountered trouble, came Sure He's voice from the far end of the corridor, moving much more swiftly than Zhou Yuan. Though the Nightmare class was not one focused on physical enhancement, the elevation in rank inherently improved physical attributes to some degree. Do not be deceived by Sure He's seemingly frail appearance. He was far from an ordinary individual when it came to close combat, not to mention, he could still manage feats such as leaping walls or delivering a powerful strike. Zhou Yuan hurried through the corridor littered with armor towards Shi. Upon entering, he inhaled sharply. A corpse lay sprawled on the ground, a long gown soaked in blood, with a gaping wound in the chest and the remnants of the heart carelessly flung nearby. This was Lady Hughes. Do you recognize her? Sure. He crouched to examine the body. Zhou Yuan nodded and stated, indeed, this is Lady Hughes of the Gilgia family, the current head of the household, and the mother of the missing Qian. Sure. He frowned, the head of the household, eh? This complicates matters. He felt a genuine headache, for every clue they had encountered along the way had been abruptly severed, leaving them with a disconcerting sense of being led by the nose. Can you discern anything? Speak frankly, let us uncover more clues. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, promptly activating his truth eye. A cerulean glow emanated from his eyes. Hesitating momentarily, he chose to don his monocle, activating Scholar's Reflection. Under the considerable enhancement, images began to manifest before his eyes, revealing what was invisible to the common observer. The currents of energy flowing through the air, tiny fragments of paper scattered on the ground. This was a type of cardstock. He glimpsed dozens of shards, incomplete, yet in his mind, he pieced them together, recognizing the face of the character depicted on the card. Qian, a card bearing Qian's visage had been torn asunder. His gaze continued to search. Lady Hughes's wound had been inflicted from behind, the muscles bearing the marks of a forceful extraction, indicating that the assailant had struck from her rear. Was it coercion, or had a companion turned traitor? Zhou Yuan leaned towards the latter, as Lady Hughes bore no other injuries, no signs of forced harm. Moreover, as Zhou Yuan descended, he had observed the exposed mechanical structures and discerned that Finally, Lady Hughes's expression retained an element of surprise and disbelief. Zhou Yuan could not ascertain what she had encountered in her final moments, but it likely included the shock of betrayal. The last point, and perhaps the most critical, led Zhou Yuan to a conclusion regarding the Gilgia disappearance case. Lady Hughes's anomalous behavior was unclear in its implications, yet Zhou Yuan was certain that she was not merely an innocent bystander in this entangled web. Chapter 60. A bad news. Zhou Yuan's gaze continued to traverse, this time focusing further ahead. Before the corpse lay a modest room, starkly incongruous with the entirety of the basement. The presence of a lounge chair and a teacup suggested it was a place of activity, yet this basement served as the storage for the Gilgia family's treasures. Who would reside here? Zhou Yuan's attention fell upon the teacup and the teapot. Wait, why is the teapot scalding hot? The teapot within his field of vision emitted billowing steam, revealing that it contained boiling water. The tea leaves in the cup had yet to sink, indicating that the tea had only recently been brewed. Just moments ago, someone was leisurely sipping tea here, in such a place? At such a time? Buzz. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and simultaneously, he reacted. The two immediately attempted to evade, but it was too late. A slender blade of sword energy sliced through the air, grazing his neck before pivoting in midair and cleaving Zhou Yuan in two. An indescribable agony surged forth as the sword energy severed him from right shoulder to left chest, his two halves collapsing to the ground, engulfed in immense suffering. Yet, astonishingly, not a single drop of blood flowed between the two. The noise emanated from the peculiar resting room before them, which, despite lacking any doors or windows, seemed to draw closer from behind the walls of the room. Creak. A segment of the doorless wall opened of its own accord, functioning as though it were truly hinged, revealing an entrance. However, Zhou Yuan could see clearly that there was not a single gap. The wall was entirely intact. The figure that emerged was a striking young woman, clad in a corseted gown that epitomized the fashion of a century prior, accentuating her slender waist to perfection. Furthermore, the corset gown accentuated her ample bosom and pert posterior exquisitely. Shoo! The woman, appearing to be in her 20s, raised a finger to her lips and blew softly. Do not scream, I detest cries of anguish, so I have grown accustomed to swiftly severing my enemies' heads with a single stroke, ensuring they do not disturb my ears. Her voice was gentle and melodious, yet Zhou Yuan could sense no trace of her tenderness. He was currently bisected and standing upon the ground, while he fared even worse, with only his head rolling to one side, unable to see the woman. Zhou Yuan's features twisted as his muscles convulsed from the searing pain. It was not that he lacked the will to scream, nor was it due to stubborn pride. Perhaps he could manage it, but a fledgling like him simply could not. He remained silent, not out of defiance, but because he could not muster a single syllable. Yet, his expression now conveyed not just agony but genuine shock. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure upon the statue within the estate, only younger, with an aura that was more vibrant and less composed. Yet the unique, regal presence she exuded remained unchanged. She was the youthful Duchess of Gilgia? Duchess? Zhou Yuan blurted out, voicelessly, his lips moving without sound. He, whose head faced away from the young woman, managed to catch Zhou Yuan's lip movements and understood. Duchess?
What Duchess? The Duchess of Gilgia. He propped himself up with his tongue, twisting his head around to behold the young woman as she gracefully took a seat. In a flash of light, the corseted gown she wore shattered, transforming into attire more akin to contemporary women's fashion, an upper garment resembling a short-sleeved blouse in blue, paired with snug shorts below. Zhou Yuan had scarcely seen such clothing worn by the Rhinelanders. He had only glimpsed it in newspapers advocating freedom of dress amidst the continental reformist movement. Although it bore similarities to ordinary attire from his previous life, it still felt somewhat avant-garde for this world. He was taken aback by the young woman's sudden transformation. Moreover, she appeared quite at ease in her new ensemble, reclining in the lounge chair, propping her long, fair legs comfortably, as if sensing something was still amiss. With a flick of her right hand, she changed her footwear to a pair of astonishingly casual slippers, seemingly crafted from resin, which she must have found in some corner. Ah, these clothes are evidently much more comfortable. How regrettable that I did not possess such attire back then. As she wiggled her elevated leg, the slippers swayed with her movement, held precariously by her toes, yet refusing to fall off. Is it truly you, Duchess? We are the Guardians, we mean no harm. Sure, he too was unable to vocalize, but he believed the Duchess could see him. In fact, Zhou Yuan, and sure he had ceased to worry almost immediately after being struck by the sword energy. The reasoning was simple: if they were indeed enemies, they would have perished long ago, rather than being cleaved without bloodshed or death. Oh, the Guardians, is it? Not bad, not bad, we are indeed on the same path. However, who will enlighten me as to why a mere Sequence 7 hard demon could manipulate the head of the Gilgia family into slaying his own daughter, leading the Gilgia mother and daughter to turn against each other? How are you safeguarding this Rhineland city? The young woman's voice carried an inherent authority, calm yet commanding, and as her words resonated, a terrifying pressure descended upon the two men. Every bone in Zhou Yuan's body trembled, producing a cacophony of grating sounds. Sure, he, struggling to conceal his pain, implored, Duchess, this is our negligence. We are currently at odds with the Koya reformists once again, and the atmosphere is rife with tension, with a severe shortage of personnel. We never anticipated that they would target the Gilgia family. Is my Gilgia family truly so inconsequential? Has no one ever informed you what lies beneath the estate of the Gilgia family? Were you not instructed to diligently guard the Gilgia family? Sure, he shook his head, his expression earnest. At this moment, the overwhelming pain they had been experiencing began to dissipate, though their bodies remained separated. The Duchess of Gilgia furrowed her brow and inquired, You, a Sequence 7, which is not an insignificant rank, should be at the captain level. Have you truly not heard anything? Not at all. Sure, he responded earnestly, his voice finally audible. Since I led my squad over a decade ago, I have considered myself to be of mid to high rank, yet I have never encountered any information regarding special attention towards the Gilgia family. Furthermore, the Gilgia estate lies within my jurisdiction. Had there been any news, I would not have been left uninformed. The Duchess of Gilgia fell into contemplation, ultimately expressing her regret. It seems your internal affairs have also encountered issues. In an instant, Zhou Yuan and Sure he felt a shift before their eyes, their bisected bodies seamlessly rejoining, returning to their normal state as they stood before the lounge chair. Has the official occupational team also been infiltrated? Chapter 61. Do not make wishes. This is dire news. Zhou Yuan did not anticipate receiving such information. Even the official team has been infiltrated. Moreover, the individual capable of obstructing this information flow. I know you want to ask what their objective is, and why I, an antiquity from the last century, am still alive. This is indeed a question worth addressing, and since time permits, allow me to elaborate briefly. First and foremost, I am stationed here to guard an evil sealed object designated as 1-011, known as the wishing lamp. It possesses the ability to make wishes come true, fulfilling the desires of its holder. However, the outcomes it produces are often accompanied by disaster and suffering, as it exploits loopholes to grant your wishes in unacceptable ways, for instance, immortality. The wishing lamp? Connecting this revelation with the Duke of Georgia's longevity, they swiftly deduced the nature of her wish: immortality. You have achieved immortality? The Duke of Georgia, disregarding any semblance of decorum, placed her right foot atop her left thigh, casually adjusting her toes in a manner unbecoming for nobility. This scene left Zhou Yuan utterly flabbergasted, shattering the divine image he held of her as a formidable warrior capable of cleaving through the heavens. He nearly bulged his eyes out in disbelief. The Duke brought her fingers to her nose and took a delicate sniff before speaking nonchalantly. What else could it be? How else could I have lived until now? However, the wishes granted by the wishing lamp come at a cost, and immortality is no exception. The price I pay for my eternal life is substantial. I have aged backward into infancy and then grown again, cycling through this process repeatedly. The form of my existence is entirely constrained by the curse of immortality imposed by the wishing lamp, causing me to revert to my former strength at various stages of life. I was once able to maintain a stable memory, but having forcibly broken the cycle to return to my peak power, though exhilarating when I wielded my sword, has left me with a troubling price to pay. For some time, my memories may not remain stable, and my life form will be in disarray. Just now, I transformed from an elderly state to this youthful visage of barely over 20. In the upcoming period, I will require your assistance. Please, speak, Your Grace. Take care of me. The Duke pointed to herself with her index finger, a hint of exasperation in her tone. My memories are suppressed to correspond with each age, which means my power cannot resist the influence of the wishing lamp's curse. During this time, my abilities will align with the level appropriate for my current age. If I were to become an infant, my cognition and strength would be no different from that of an ordinary child. Remaining here alone would indeed lead to my demise by starvation. It would be utterly unremarkable for me, Tina Georgia, who has lived a glorious life, to meet a dismal end by starving in a basement. We understand, Your Grace. Since you trust us, and given the presence of unknown traitors within the team, we will ensure your safety and confidentiality until your life form stabilizes. Sure, he nodded solemnly, a look of relief washing over his face. The Duke was still with them. This was the most potent morale booster. He need not concern himself with factions or other powers, but rather wait for the Duke to stabilize her life form, at which point all enemies would be mere fodder for her blade. Though sure he was filled with excitement, Zhou Yuan remained somewhat perplexed. He did not immerse himself in the potentially advantageous situation of having a saint's support but cautiously inquired, Your Grace, if you have always lived underground, why not venture outside? Why confine yourself here alone? Tina Georgia sighed and gestured toward the void, summoning chains that represented order to materialize around her. Each chain was embedded deep within her body, anchored to her bones, while the other end disappeared into the depths of the wall behind her. Do you see? I have materialized the curse of immortality using the power of order, with one end connected to the 0-011 wishing lamp. I cannot leave a kilometer radius of the wishing lamp. The price of immortality is greater than one might imagine. This basement is a sanctuary I painstakingly constructed, infusing the power of order into every wall, creating this almost semi-permanent domain where my abilities can manifest at 120, helping me resist the negative effects of the curse as much as possible. Zhou Yuan nodded, realizing that the Duke had long prepared to make this wish and had even braced herself to endure the curse. Indeed, she had succeeded, for as long as she maintained her memory and the combat prowess of a saint before the balance was disrupted by Weirbo, she transcended the limitations of her physical form, whether as a child or an elder, enjoying a lifespan far exceeding human limits. Zhou Yuan, still too young, could not fully endorse such a method. Although her lifespan had been extended, could one truly call it living in perpetual darkness for over a decade? The Duke leaped from her chaise, placing her hands on her hips, and fixed Zhou Yuan with an intense gaze. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you think I am unaware that living in this cramped basement is also a torment? Yet as long as I am alive and remain here, no one can take the wishing lamp away, ensuring that this sealed object remains trapped with me underground until I can no longer endure the monotony of this unchanging existence? I generally choose to sleep for years at a time, occasionally using my sanctuary's perception to glean the changes in the outside world from those who enter the basement. Sure, his heart raced, nearly skipping a beat, but fortunately, the Duke was not angered. Her mental age was increasingly aligning with her outward appearance. No, Your Grace, is this sealed object truly so terrifying that it requires such a cost to suppress? Terrifying, that word alone cannot encapsulate the nature of 0-011. It is a living extraordinary item that entices beings to make wishes. If released, it would plunge the entire world into chaos. Humanity's selfishness and desires are boundless. Should someone wish to become the ruler of the world, the wishing lamp would wield its authority to indirectly instigate countless wars. The only way to deal with it is to ignore it. It is a peculiar extraordinary item, possessing both the broadest and narrowest authority, reliant on the wishes of its holder, hence it must never be allowed to roam the world. Now, I will briefly enter a period of life form disorder, and this wishing lamp will be under your control. When I am conscious, I will suppress its temptations, but once I truly revert to a child, the burden of its allure will rest solely on your shoulders. It cannot force you to make a wish. Remember, do not make wishes, do not make wishes, do not make wishes. Chapter 62 Awaiting the Right Era. Under no circumstances should you make a wish, asserted the youthful Duke Tina, her countenance grave despite her diminutive stature. She swiftly gestured with her hands, and from the wall behind her, an object began to materialize. It was a peculiar pot with an elongated spout, reminiscent of the lamp from fairy tales in Zhou Yuan's memory. However, this palm-sized vessel was adorned in unsettling shades of black and red. As the pot floated towards Duke Tina, it diminished in size to that of a pendant, which she strung onto her neck with a chain of regulation.
With an air of precocious authority, she proclaimed, "Rest assured, I recognize the difficulty you may face in resisting such temptation. I will carry the 0-011 with me and will impose a limitation upon it using the last vestiges of my current strength. The 0-011 will only be effective in my vicinity. In other words, as long as you refrain from disturbing me, you shall never come into contact with it. Your sole task is to care for me, ensuring that I do not remove it. I shall instill a psychological suggestion in myself, becoming a humanoid sealing vessel. Should you fail even in this, I shall be left to witness your demise. Given your current level, wishing would leave you with no chance of survival. Fear not, I am not devoid of compassion. Once I regain my memories, I shall honor your sacrifice." Zhou Yuan, sure despite the slightly malevolent disposition of the youthful duke, this was indeed a positive development, and both individuals visibly exhaled in relief. The sealing entity was confined to a minuscule radius around the duke, significantly diminishing the difficulty of their task. "I shall commence," declared Duke Tina, as she pressed upon the lamp pendant at her neck. A radiant golden light emanated from her hands, suffused with the righteous aura of order and regulation, causing fissures to gradually creep up the surrounding walls. Within the golden luminescence, in an angle invisible to the two, the youthful duke's gaze remained fixated on Zhou Yuan, unwavering in intent. Her eyes held an inscrutable depth, silently conveying, at last, the endless abyss concealed beneath the brilliance of knowledge. The celestial beings have not deceived me. This is my chance to ascend to demigod status? The sacred realm was, after all, her own creation. If it were merely to suppress the 0-011, why not construct a manor above ground? Surely the environment would be far more agreeable. Why would a saint seclude herself in the darkness for decades? There must be a greater purpose. In an era where deities and angels tread not upon the earth, achieving Sequence 4 was the threshold to divinity. Without the aid of a direct divine lineage, ascending to Sequence 4 was fraught with difficulties. Exceptional talent, relentless effort, extraordinary fortune, and the fortuitous alignment of circumstances all were indispensable. Yet, for Tina Gilgia, she was merely one step away. She had been born in an inopportune time. Fortunately, she encountered the 0-011, granting her the opportunity to survive into the next era, where she would have the chance to achieve a transcendence in her existence, to ascend to demigodhood. The blinding golden light rendered Zhou Yuan incapable of discerning the unfolding events. After what felt like several seconds, a resounding thud echoed as something fell to the ground, followed by gasps and whimpers. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes to find that Duke Tina had transformed into a girl of merely 5 or 6 years, standing at a height of just over 1 meter. Her pale green eyes were bright and pure, exuding an innocent beauty, while her golden hair cascaded down, voluminous and smooth. Dressed in a child's frock, she sat on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Crack! Zhou Yuan's expression shifted as the once impenetrable walls of the corridor, which even magic could not breach, now bore a multitude of cracks. Duke Tina's recent actions had jeopardized the very foundation of the semi-solid sacred realm. This place was on the verge of collapse. "Duke, hurry and follow us." Sure, he dared not approach the little girl directly. According to her words, getting too close would still expose them to the influence of the lamp, so he could only encourage her to keep pace. Zhou Yuan found himself in a quandary. Could a 5 or 6-year-old child really navigate such a treacherous area filled with debris alone? Damn it, sure, his abilities had limited direct influence over reality, rendering them largely ineffective. This was a drawback of their still incomplete ability systems, highlighting why extraordinary individuals often operated in teams, compensating for one another's deficiencies. The walls on either side towered at least 2 meters high, combined with the collapsed structure, creating an incline fraught with perilous angles. Climbing it was impossible for a child of that age, let alone Zhou Yuan himself. Crack! A distinct sound of fracture echoed, and Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, disregarding the toll on his own vitality, as he exerted himself to activate the Eye of Truth. Simultaneously, he pressed down on the rim of his monocle. The scholar's reflection, recently strained, resisted the transfer, but Zhou Yuan forcefully directed his consciousness to a page of parchment within his mental ocean, merging its essence with his own. The monocle immediately responded. A dense azure light shot forth from Zhou Yuan's eyes, scanning all structures, fragments, and fissures. His brain operated at full capacity, discarding distractions to engage in precise calculations. Vivid red blood streamed from Zhou Yuan's nose, yet he remained oblivious. At last, the azure light faded, and he raised his hand, pale and trembling. Bang! 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 3 successive discharges of air bullets struck vulnerable support points within the structure. Upon impact, these points began to collapse locally, yet fortuitously avoided triggering a total collapse. The debris that fell created a slope of rubble within the corridor, compressing the 2-meter gap to a mere 1.5 meters. Bang! Bang!
Following 2 more shots, the bullet struck the already Sure, he instantly grasped Zhou Yuan's intent, rushing to stack the fallen bricks upon the small slope, rapidly forming a makeshift ladder. With only 1 shot remaining in Zhou Yuan's airgun, he pointed to a board trap beneath the rubble and instructed Shi, "Boss, pull out that board." Shi nodded, placing complete trust in Zhou Yuan's guidance. The two swiftly ascended the debris, attempting to lift the structure, pressing down on the board. Bang! The final shot was fired, penetrating the hinges connecting the board to the building, a flimsy wooden door. He managed to drag the door down, and Zhou Yuan turned to little Tina, who had risen to her feet. Her tears ceased, though a hint of fear lingered in her expression. She uttered not a word, quietly observing Zhou Yuan and Shi's actions, before obediently standing a step behind Zhou Yuan, as if she found comfort in his presence. "Duke, lie down. We will carry you out." Chapter 62, Awaiting the Right Era. Under no circumstances should you make a wish. The youthful version of Duchess Tina stated earnestly, her demeanor remarkably serious for one so young. With deft movements, she struck several peculiar poses, and from behind the wall, a curious object began to materialize. It was a pot with a long spout, reminiscent of the magic lamp from fairy tales, yet this palm-sized vessel was adorned in an unsettling black and red hue. As it flew towards Duchess Tina, it diminished in size from the palm's breadth to that of a mere pendant, which she strung onto her neck with a chain of regulation. With an air of precociousness, she proclaimed, "Rest assured, I understand how difficult it is for you to resist such temptations. I shall carry 0-011 with me and will exert the last vestiges of power I can muster to impose a restriction upon it. 0-011 will only be effective in my vicinity, or rather, as long as you refrain from disturbing me, you shall not come into contact with it. Your task is to care for me, and you must ensure that I do not remove it. I will instill in myself a psychological suggestion, becoming a human sealing vessel. Should you fail to achieve this, I can only watch as you perish. With your current standing, wishing will leave you with no chance of survival. Fear not, I am not without compassion. Once I regain my memories, I shall honor your sacrifices." Zhou Yuan, Shi. Although the youthful duchess exhibited a slightly abrasive temperament, this news was indeed a relief, as both men visibly relaxed. The sealing entity was confined to a minuscule range around the duchess, significantly lessening the difficulty of their task. "I shall commence," Duchess Tina declared, pressing her hands against the lamp pendant around her neck, emanating a rich golden light. The air was infused with a formidable aura of order and regulation, and cracks began to spider across the surrounding walls. In the brilliance of the golden glow, from an angle unseen by the two men, the youthful duchess's gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Yuan, never wavering. Her eyes harbored an inscrutable depth, silently conveying, "At last, I have reached the endless abyss concealed beneath the brilliance of knowledge. The celestial bodies did not deceive me. Is this the opportunity to ascend to demigod status?" The sanctuary was her own creation. If its sole purpose were merely to suppress 0-011, why not construct it on the surface, forming an estate? Would not the surroundings be far more pleasant? A saint should not have to languish for decades in a lightless underground. There must be something more at stake. In an era when deities and angels do not tread upon the earth, achieving sequence 4 is akin to touching the threshold of the divine. Without the assistance of a direct deity, ascending to sequence 4 is an arduous endeavor. Exceptional talent, relentless effort, unparalleled fortune, and the favor of the times, all are indispensable. Yet, Tina Gilgia was merely lacking in one aspect. She was born at the wrong time. Fortunately, she encountered 0-011, granting her the chance to survive until the next era, where she would have the opportunity to transcend the confines of her existence. To ascend to demigodhood, the blinding golden light rendered Zhou Yuan and Shi unable to perceive the unfolding events. After a brief interval of several seconds, a sound resonated as something struck the ground with a thud, followed by gasps and whimpers. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes to find that Duchess Tina had transformed into a small girl, scarcely 5 or 6 years old, standing at a modest height of about 1.20 meters. Her pale green eyes sparkled with purity, embodying an innocent beauty, framed by a cascade of golden hair that fell gracefully. Clad in a childless dress, she was seated on the ground, tears glistening in her eyes. Crack! Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he noted the once impenetrable walls of the corridor now riddled with cracks. Duchess Tina's recent actions had jeopardized the entire semi-solid sanctuary, and it was on the verge of collapse. "Duchess, quickly, follow us." Shi dared not approach the little girl directly, aware that being too close might invoke the influence of the lamp, so he could only encourage her to keep pace. Zhou Yuan found the situation increasingly precarious. Could they truly expect a 5 or 6-year-old girl to navigate the treacherous debris alone? Cursed be the limitations of Shi's abilities, which could seldom alter reality directly.
This was the drawback of an incomplete power system, underscoring why extraordinary individuals often form teams to compensate for one another's deficiencies. The walls on either side soared to 2 meters, and combined with the rubble from the collapse, the steep incline was fraught with perilous angles, rendering it impossible for such a young child to ascend. Even Zhou Yuan himself would struggle to scale it. Crack! A pronounced sound of fracture echoed, and Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, disregarding the strain on his spirit, and began to exert all his effort to activate the Eye of Truth, while simultaneously pressing the frame of his monocle. The scholar's reflection, previously drawn upon, resisted his command, but Zhou Yuan forcefully shifted a page of parchment from his mind's ocean, merging its essence with his own. The monocle responded immediately. A dense azure light shot forth from Zhou Yuan's eyes as he surveyed the structures, fragments, fissures, and cracks, his mind operating at full capacity, desperately engaging in meticulous calculations. Crimson blood trickled from Zhou Yuan's nose, yet he remained oblivious, until the azure light finally faded, and he raised his hand, pallid and weary. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive shots rang out, striking Upon the discharge of the air bullets, sections of the structure began to collapse locally, yet miraculously, this did not trigger a total collapse. The debris accumulated within the corridor, forming a makeshift slope that condensed the 2-meter distance to 1.50 meters. Bang! After 2 more shots, the bullets struck the already fractured wall, causing a substantial portion to cave in. Sure, he instantly comprehended Zhou Yuan's intent and hurriedly ran to stack the larger bricks on the small slope, swiftly crafting a makeshift ladder. With 1 shot remaining in Zhou Yuan's airgun, he pointed to a piece of wood trapped beneath the rubble and instructed Shurhi, "Boss, retrieve that wooden plank." Shurhi nodded, fully trusting Zhou Yuan's directive, and together they leaped atop the debris, attempting to lift the structure, pressing down on the wood. Bang! The final shot was fired, piercing the hinge connecting the wood to the building, a wooden door. Shurhi deftly pulled down the door, while Zhou Yuan glanced back at the little girl Tina, who had managed to stand on her own, no longer crying, though a hint of fear lingered in her demeanor. Without uttering a word, she quietly observed Zhou Yuan and Shurhi's actions, before obediently positioning herself a step behind Zhou Yuan, as if finding solace in his presence. "Duchess, lie down. We will take you out." Chapter 62 Awaiting the Right Era. Under no circumstances should you make a wish. The youthful version of Duke Tina stated earnestly, her expression serious as she shrank back a little more. With swift movements, she struck a series of strange poses, and from behind the wall, a peculiar object began to materialize. It resembled a pot with a long spout, strikingly similar to the magic lamp from fairy tales in Zhou Yuan's memory, yet this palm-sized vessel was adorned in unsettling shades of black and red. The pot glided toward Duke Tina, diminishing in size from that of a palm to that of a charm, and was strung around her neck by the youthful Duke Tina with a chain of rules. In a tone that carried the weight of a little adult, she proclaimed, "Rest assured, I am aware of how difficult it is for you to resist such temptations. I shall carry 0-011 with me at all times and will exert the last vestiges of my current strength to impose certain restrictions upon it. 0-011 will only function in my presence. In other words, as long as you keep your distance from me, you will not encounter 0-011. Your task is to care for me, and you must not allow me to remove it. I will instill a psychological suggestion within myself, becoming a human-shaped sealing vessel. If you cannot accomplish this, then I can only watch you perish. Given your level, making a wish leaves little chance for survival. Do not worry, I am not without compassion. Once I regain my memories, I shall honor your sacrifices." Zhou Yuan, Shurhi, although the youthful duke displayed a somewhat unpleasant demeanor, this was undeniably good news. The two visibly relaxed, as the sealing object was confined to a very limited range around the duke, significantly reducing the difficulty of their task. "I shall begin," declared Duke Tina, simultaneously pressing the magical lamp pendant around her neck. A rich golden light emanated from her hands, filling the air with the unwavering essence of order and rules, causing cracks to emerge on the surrounding walls. Within the golden radiance, the youthful duke's gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Yuan, never wavering for a moment. Her eyes held an inscrutable depth, silently conveying, "At last, I have arrived at the endless abyss concealed beneath the brilliance of knowledge. Did the celestial bodies not deceive me? Is this the opportunity to become a demigod?" The sacred domain was her own creation. If it were solely for the purpose of suppressing 0-011, why not construct it above ground, establishing a manor instead? Would that not present a far more favorable environment? A saint should not languish for decades in the dark, sunless depths. There must be an ulterior motive. In this age where deities and angels do not tread upon the earth, reaching sequence 4 is the threshold to the divine. Without the aid of a direct lineage deity, ascending to sequence 4 is fraught with insurmountable difficulties. Extraordinary talent, unwavering effort, supreme fortune, and the fortuitous currents of the times, none can be omitted. Yet, Tina Gelgia was merely lacking the final piece, she was born in an era that was not aligned with her destiny. Fortunately, she encountered 0-011, granting her the opportunity to survive into the next era, where she would have the chance to achieve a transcendence in her existence, to ascend to demigodhood. The blinding golden light obscured Zhou Yuan and Shurhi's view of the unfolding events, and after what felt like several seconds, a sound akin to a thud echoed as something fell to the ground, followed by gasps and sobs. Ugh, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, only to discover that Duke Tina had transformed into a small girl, around 5 or 6 years old, standing at barely 1 meter in height. Her light green eyes sparkled with purity, exuding an exquisite simplicity, reflecting an innocent beauty. Golden hair cascaded down, thick and smooth, while she wore a child's dress, sitting on the ground with tears glistening in her eyes. Crack! Zhou Yuan's expression changed drastically as he observed the once impenetrable walls of the corridor, now riddled with cracks. Duke Tina's recent actions had come at the cost of the entire semi-solid sacred domain. This place was on the verge of collapse. Duke, quickly, follow us. Shurhi urged, hesitant to make direct contact with the small girl. According to her words, getting too close would still expose her to the influence of the magical lamp, so he could only encourage the little girl to keep up. Zhou Yuan, too, found himself in a predicament. Could they really expect a 5 or 6-year-old girl to navigate such a treacherous area of rubble alone? Damn it, Shurhi's abilities were limited in their capacity to directly affect reality, rendering them largely ineffective. This was a consequence of their underdeveloped ability systems and a reason why extraordinary individuals often worked in teams to compensate for one another's shortcomings. The wall stood a staggering 2 meters high, and with the debris from the collapsing structure, the steep and disorderly terrain was rife with perilous sharp angles, rendering it utterly impossible for a 5 or 6-year-old child to ascend. Zhou Yuan himself would struggle to scale it. Crack! A distinct fracture echoed, and Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, disregarding the potential harm to his psyche, as he summoned all his strength to activate the Eye of Truth. Simultaneously, he pressed his left hand against the edge of his monocle, the scholarly reflection he had recently harnessed. Resisting the effort, Zhou Yuan swiftly transferred the essence of a parchment from his consciousness ocean, merging its aura with his own, prompting an immediate response from the monocle. A deep azure light, dense and unyielding, shot forth from Zhou Yuan's eyes, scanning every structure, fragment, crack, and fissure. His brain operated at maximum capacity, forcibly eliminating distractions to perform precise calculations. Crimson blood trickled from Zhou Yuan's nose, yet he remained oblivious to the pain as the azure light finally faded, leaving him pale as he raised his hand. Bang! 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 3 successive air blasts struck vulnerable support points within the structure, causing localized collapses. The debris piled within the corridor formed a slope, compressing the 2-meter gap to 1.5 meters. Bang! Bang! After 2 more gunshots, this time the bullets impacted the already cracked wall, causing a significant portion to crumble. Shurhi understood Zhou Yuan's intent immediately and hurriedly began stacking the larger bricks upon the small slope, rapidly creating a makeshift ladder. Zhou Yuan's airgun had only 1 shot remaining. He pointed to a wooden plank trapped beneath the rubble, addressing Shurhi. Boss, pull out that plank. Shurhi nodded, fully trusting Zhou Yuan's command, as the two swiftly ascended the debris and attempted to lift the building, pressing down on the plank. Bang! The final shot was fired, Zhou Yuan piercing the hinge connecting the plank to the structure, an old wooden door. Shurhi managed to drag the door down, and Zhou Yuan turned to the little girl, Tina, who had stood up on her own, no longer crying, though appearing somewhat frightened. She said nothing, quietly observing Zhou Yuan and Shurhi's actions, before obediently positioning herself a step behind Zhou Yuan, as if sensing a sense of familiarity in him. Duke, please lie down. We will carry you out. Chapter 63. Hunger. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan and Shurhi sat in a rather upscale restaurant with the young girl. The dining table was laden with an array of dishes. Tender lamb stew in the Rhine style, roasted fish in the Easter style, braised meats, stir-fried vegetables, fried potatoes in the continental style, roasted turkey, and more. The little girl, Tina, grasped a large turkey leg in one hand while awkwardly attempting to pick up 2 slices of braised meat with chopsticks in the other. The table was filled with meat, and in a considerate gesture, the young girl offered the scant vegetables to her benefactor who had rescued her from the perilous underground. At this moment, her face was smeared with grease, showing no concern for the stains on her clothing. This attire, woven from the order's chains before the Duke's consciousness fell into slumber, could endure for decades even without energy replenishment. Should it face an attack, this seemingly delicate dress would serve as a bulletproof vest, thwarting all assaults, including magical attacks of considerable strength. Dust and grease could not linger on this garment even the slightest bit. Zhou Yuan had already eaten his fill. Despite the abundance of dishes before him, he could hardly consume any more. He was now occupied with wiping his single lens glasses and holding them up to the sunlight to check for cleanliness. He, on the other hand, wore a worried expression, constantly attentive to the young girl's demeanor as he awaited her bowel movement. This concern stemmed from the moment he had carefully lifted the young Duchess out of the underground. The little girl showed no signs of shyness. The moment she stepped off the wooden board and beheld the vast sky, she was filled with exuberance. Consequently, she darted off and stumbled upon a group of sleeping guards from the Georgian mansion and some servants, and a horse with its groom. The young girl was about to call out to awaken the slumbering figures, but Zhou Yuan ensured he dared not allow her to approach anyone. The Duke had just emphasized that coming too close could lead to being ensnared by 0-011. If an ordinary person were to be manipulated into releasing the lamp, it would spell disaster. Thus, he blocked the young girl with the wooden board, briefly educating her on the reasons for maintaining distance from others and the dangers posed by the lamp. Rejected and schooled, the girl wore a look of grievance and reached out for a hug, attempting to wrap her arms around Zhou Yuan's leg. Zhou Yuan, in resignation, sidestepped her embrace, leaving the little girl feeling even more aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. Clearly, the young girl could not comprehend the dangers. She only understood that the object around her neck prevented her from being embraced. In an utterly unexpected turn, she decided to eat the lamp. The Duke must have instilled a mental suggestion in her, ensuring she would not part with the necklace. So, when she could not be hugged while wearing the necklace and feeling wronged, her simplistic reasoning led her to believe that consuming it would render it harmless, as it would then reside within her stomach. Simple, yet surprisingly effective, her body became a sealed vessel, and the influence of the lamp shifted from surrounding her to residing within her. He closed his eyes to sense the situation, and to his astonishment, he found that the lamp no longer emitted any discernible area of influence. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive about whether the Duke had truly been unharmed by swallowing the lamp. Hence, he opted to take the young girl out for a meal, believing that if she could defecate, it would be the best outcome. It was still prudent to adhere to the Duke's arrangements. By the way, who would have thought that young Duchess Tina would possess such a personality? Duke, have you finished eating? He asked, rubbing his temples. The dishes had been ordered by the young Duchess herself. She showed no signs of shyness as she eagerly picked from the menu. He had not anticipated she would order so much. Not yet, and I'm not called Duke. My name is Little Tina. Mother says we should address people by their names, not to use nicknames, as it is impolite. Of course, Miss Little Tina, can you truly eat any more? You've already consumed half a turkey, an entire plate of smoked and braised meats, and most of a roasted fish. Are you certain you're all right? He observed as the young girl continued to gnaw on the turkey leg, his eyelids twitching. The amount consumed by several adults would suffice for a single meal, yet she showed no signs of stopping. There is no problem at all. I eat like this every day. Mother never scolds me. She only feels joy the more I eat, the happier she is. This is just a little bit of food. How stingy, miser. Besides, it feels like I haven't eaten anything delicious in ages. This meal is extraordinarily tasty. Let me have just a bit more. All right, just a little. As she spoke, the young girl wiggled her body and pouted cutely. He, unable to resist, succumbed to her charm. Watching anxiously as she devoured her meal, Zhou Yuan observed the little girl consumed everything on her plate. The only moment her abdomen expanded was when the food first entered, but it quickly dissipated. This must be the girl's innate talent, her ability to digest and absorb food at an astonishing speed, so much so that she could eat and digest simultaneously, an unending cycle of consumption. It was terrifying, watching Tina relish her food. Zhou Yuan, despite having eaten to his satisfaction, found himself unconsciously swallowing hard, his stomach rumbling as if he could still manage to consume more. He reached for a piece of tender lamb stew, and as the meat touched his palate, a surge of information flooded his mind. 8-month-old lamb, rib meat, green beans, fennel, onions, black pepper, carrots. A cascade of ingredients from this dish seemed to materialize in his thoughts, and he could almost see vivid images. The sheep grazing on feed, the lamb frolicking joyfully in its pen, and then, the scene shifted to the moment before the lamb was taken away for slaughter, alongside flourishing green beans in the garden and carrots buried in the soil. He felt as if he were transported back to the past of these ingredients. From just one bite, he glimpsed some essence of reality. Hunger surged within him, and Zhou Yuan snapped back to reality, realizing his stomach had become hollow, as if he had fasted for days. Without hesitation, he seized a handful of the turkey meat that he had torn for the young Duchess, chewing and swallowing vigorously. Yet the hunger did not wane, rather, it intensified. His gaze fell upon the multitude of dishes on the table. He, noticing that Zhou Yuan had taken the turkey meat intended for the young Duchess, frowned, about to admonish him for using his own hands and not snatching from a child, only to realize something was amiss. Zhou Yuan's aura had undergone a marked transformation. From one brimming with knowledge, confidence, and openness, it had shifted to one tinged with darkness, exuding a peculiar malice simultaneously. He noticed Zhou Yuan's eyes. His black pupils had deepened in shade. In that instant, he recalled the scene he had witnessed, the image of Zhou Yuan, consumed by frenzied greed, yearning for everything, the force of an unknown sequence emerging.
Zhou Yuan ravenously devoured the remaining half of the turkey, his eating pace swift, each bite following the last, tearing into the food like a famished diner. Chapter 63 A Hunger At 11 o'clock noon, Zhou Yuan and Shi were seated in a rather upscale restaurant, accompanied by the little girl. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes: tender lamb stew in the Rhine style, roasted fish in the Easter style, braised meats, stir-fried vegetables, Western-style fried potatoes, roasted turkey, and more. The little girl, Tina, clutched a large turkey leg in one hand while awkwardly attempting to grasp 2 slices of braised meat with chopsticks in the other. The table before her was a carnivore's paradise, and in a gesture of consideration, she generously offered the scant vegetarian dishes to her benefactor, who had rescued her from the perilous underground. At that moment, her face was smeared with grease, showing no concern for the stains on her attire. This was a garment woven from the chains of order, crafted before the Duke's consciousness fell into slumber, capable of existing for decades even without energy replenishment. Should there be any threat from sharp weapons, this seemingly delicate dress would serve as a bulletproof vest, deflecting all forms of attack, including magical assaults of a certain intensity. Dust and grease could not mar this order-bound garment in the slightest. Zhou Yuan had already satiated his hunger. Even with such a lavish spread, he could hardly eat more, having reached his limit long ago. He was now occupied with wiping his single eyeglass and holding it up to the sunlight to verify its cleanliness. He, however, wore a worried expression, his concern for the little girl palpable as he attentively observed her demeanor, anxiously awaiting her bowel movement. This concern stemmed from the moment he had carefully lifted the girl, resembling a miniature duke, from the wooden plank. The little girl exhibited no shyness. From the instant she stepped off the plank and beheld the vast sky, she was filled with exhilaration. Consequently, she darted away, only to find a group of sleeping guards from the Georgian mansion and a few servants sprawled on the ground, and a horse with its groom. The little girl was about to call out to the slumbering individuals, but Zhou Yuan ensured he dared not allow her to approach anyone. The Duke had just emphasized that getting too close could lead to being influenced by the 0-011, and should an ordinary person inadvertently unleash the lamp of the gods, it would spell disaster. Thus, he swiftly blocked the little girl with the wooden plank, briefly educating her on why she could not approach others and the dangers posed by the lamp. Of the girl, feeling rejected and aggrieved, sought comfort in a hug, extending her arms towards Zhou Yuan's legs. With no choice, he evaded her grasp, leaving her with empty arms and a more pronounced sense of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. The young girl evidently could not comprehend the notion of danger. All she understood was that while wearing the necklace around her neck, she could not be embraced. In an utterly unexpected turn of events, the little one decided to eat the lamp. It seemed the Duke had instilled a mental suggestion within her, ensuring that she would not part with the necklace. Thus, in her simple reasoning, she concluded that if she consumed it, it would reside in her belly and no longer obstruct her ability to be held. Simple, yet astonishingly effective. Her body transformed into a sealed vessel, the influence of the lamp shifting from her surroundings to within her. He closed his eyes to sense the situation, and to his astonishment, there was no longer any discernible area of influence emanating from the lamp. However, he remained concerned. Was it truly safe for the Duke to have ingested the lamp? He chose to take the little girl out for a meal, believing that it would be best if she could relieve herself afterward. It was best to adhere to the Duke's arrangements. Speaking of which, who would have thought that young Tina would possess such a spirited disposition? My Duke, have you finished your meal? He gently rubbed his temples. The dishes had been chosen by the little Duke herself, who showed no hesitation in selecting her favorites from the menu. He had not anticipated her to order so much. Not yet, there's still more. And I am not called Duke, I am little Tina. Mama says we should address people by their names, not by silly nicknames. It's impolite. Indeed, Miss Little Tina, can you truly eat any more? You've already consumed half a turkey, an entire plate of smoked and braised meats, and most of a roasted fish. Are you really all right? He observed as the little girl continued to gnaw on the turkey leg, his eyelids twitching. A meal of this quantity would suffice for several adults, and yet she was relentless, stuffing her mouth without pause. There won't be any issues, this is how I eat every day. Mama never scolds me, she only feels happier the more I eat, the more delighted she becomes. You're merely offering me this little bit, how stingy, tightwad. Besides, it feels like I haven't had a delicious meal in ages. This feast is exceptionally delightful, can I have just a little more, please, just a bit? As she pleaded, the little girl swayed her body and pouted adorably, prompting Shi to relent, watching with concern as she devoured her meal. Zhou Yuan observed Tina consuming all the food. The moment it entered her stomach, it would momentarily distend her abdomen, only to vanish swiftly. This must be the girl's innate talent, her ability to digest and absorb remarkably quickly, so much so that she could eat and digest simultaneously, a terrifying prospect. Zhou Yuan watched the girl relish her meal, and despite feeling full, he instinctively swallowed, his stomach rumbling as if it could still accommodate more. He reached for a piece of tender lamb stew,
and the moment it touched his palate, a rush of information flooded his mind. 8-month-old lamb, side rib, green beans, fennel, onion, black pepper, carrot. A series of ingredients from the dish surfaced in his consciousness, and he could almost visualize scenes from the past. A large sheep grazing on feed, a lamb frolicking joyfully in the pen, followed by the image of the lamb being taken away before weaning, slaughtered, alongside thriving green beans in the garden and carrots nestled in the soil. He felt as though he had returned to the origins of these ingredients, catching glimpses of their essence through just a single bite. A hunger surged within him, and he snapped back to reality, discovering his stomach had become hollow, as if he had fasted for days. Without hesitation, he seized a handful of the torn turkey meat that he had prepared for Tina, chewing and swallowing vigorously, yet the hunger did not dissipate. In fact, it intensified, his gaze fixating on the myriad of dishes on the table. He, seeing Zhou Yuan snatch away the chicken he had prepared for the little duke, furrowed his brow and was about to admonish him for using his own hands, not stealing from a child, when he noticed something was amiss. Zhou Yuan's aura had undergone a notable transformation, shifting from an air of knowledgeable confidence and openness to one imbued with a certain darkness, emanating an unsettling malice simultaneously. He observed Zhou Yuan's eyes, his black pupils deepening in shade. At that moment, he was struck by the recollection of a scene he had witnessed. Zhou Yuan, consumed by a frenzied greed, yearning for everything, the power of an unknown sequence manifesting. Zhou Yuan ravenously devoured the remaining half-turkey, eating at a rapid pace, each bite following the last in a frenzy, tearing into the food like a famished diner at the brink of starvation. Chapter 64 The Pure Soul. He instinctively rose to his feet, swiftly making his way across the table to the other side, where he single-handedly pulled out a chair for the little girl, shielding Tina behind him while fixating intently on Zhou Yuan, who was engrossed in his meal. The young girl's delicate and beautiful face fell as she distanced herself from the table laden with exquisite dishes, feeling aggrieved that the adult was indulging in a solitary feast. Zhou Yuan, he admonished in a hushed tone. A gulp. Zhou Yuan swallowed a mouthful of meat, looking over at he with a bewildered expression, perplexed by his behavior. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes had reverted to their brown hue, completely unaware that he had just undergone an anomaly. He merely sensed a sudden pang of hunger and consumed some food. He attributed the awareness of having ingested food to the unique abilities of the scholar, as it bore resemblance to the acquisition of knowledge. You sure? He questioned, his confusion palpable. He was certain he had not misjudged. The black gaze he had witnessed moments ago was reminiscent of a scene from Harvey's dream, the darkness resembling writhing tendrils. Are you truly oblivious to the changes within you? Zhou Yuan froze upon hearing this, his chopsticks trembling and dropping the food they had grasped onto the floor. A realization dawned upon him. Hunger, the bizarre transformation from the previous night, the ravenous urge for raw meat he had felt outside the butcheress this morning, and the black liquid suspended in the potion he had consumed. Zhou Yuan instantly understood that another force, distinct from that of the scholar, had silently manifested. However, he had clearly removed the silver coin. Why was this happening? In a fleeting moment, his mind raced through possibilities, and he finally spoke. Captain, shall we discuss this inside? He grasped his intent and snapped his fingers gently, causing everyone and everything around them to vanish, leaving only the table where the three of them sat. He drew the two into a dream, opting to include Tina for safety. In her complete state, she was a saint, possessing more understanding and capable of responding promptly once her memories were restored. What is happening? He inquired. Zhou Yuan forced a bitter smile, deciding to recount the events from the beginning. This newfound power evidently bore the characteristics of evil, particularly that terrifying hunger which made one yearn to devour everything, having manifested 3 times from last night to the present, surpassing his limits. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to conduct a slow investigation. He needed the team's strength to quickly reach a conclusion and to suppress it effectively. He had always worried that this power was too malevolent and might not be accepted by the official teams of professionals, yet he resolved to inform he when the time came. He had consistently observed Zhou Yuan closely. The various peculiar backdoor arrangements suggested that someone had indeed put in a word. Likely Zhou Yuan's father had briefed he in advance. Thus, Zhou Yuan chose to confide in he when he found himself unable to control the situation. What puzzled Zhou Yuan was whether his father was aware of the potion's peculiar nature. He had been told that it belonged to the sequence 9 detective potions, the same pathway as the Zhou family. However, what he had consumed was a dual-class potion of scholar and unknown. Alas, I hadn't anticipated this, and I'm not even certain if my speculation is correct. I haven't had the chance to research it yet. Please elaborate. What information are you seeking? You may ask me. I've contributed the majority of the extraordinary information within the team's archive. I wish to learn about the potion of the scholar and its nature, Zhou Yuan requested. He pondered for a moment before replying. I have yet to encounter a specific scholar potion, but it is described as being as pure and transparent as the starry sky of knowledge.
Pure Zhou Yuan chuckled bitterly. Boss, the potion I drank might have been flawed. A flawed potion? Impossible. If the potion's composition is incorrect, one cannot derive its effects. The extraordinary power would erupt chaotically, ultimately turning into waste. Your ability to wield the power of the scholar indicates that the potion you ingested was indeed correct. Sure, he asserted firmly. All potions that maintain balance are precisely that, potions, or rather, potions themselves are products of power achieving equilibrium. No, I'm not suggesting that my scholar potion is defective. The scholar aspect remains intact. However, within the crystal clear liquid of the potion I consumed, there exists a mass of pure black substance suspended in the center. As I mentioned to you, I discovered the method to become extraordinary on my own. I obtained the potion directly, not through self-preparation. At that time, I knew very little and assumed the potion was simply like this, so I swallowed it whole. Now, this power seems entirely unlike that of the scholar. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists. It was no illusion. His knuckles cracked audibly, and in this state of hunger, his body felt as though it was rapidly strengthening. Merely having eaten this small amount, he felt an immense surge of power. How is this possible? Sure, he contemplated countless possibilities: unexpected spiritual possession, extraordinary artifacts, negative effects of abilities, backlash, and so forth, yet he had never considered that it might be a flaw in the potion. Impossible, impossible. A potion is a potion. Each potion exists in an exceptionally delicate balance. Should any other power intermingle, the result would be catastrophic. Wait, is the scholar purely a knowledge-based system? Sure, his expression shifted as he continued. You cannot mean that another potion is a mixture from some pure sequence? What characteristics does that black substance possess? Zhou Yuan promptly responded: viscous, profound, exceedingly deep. Gazing upon it feels as though one might be swallowed by an unfathomable abyss. Sure, his expression darkened, and he began to pace. It bears some resemblance to the sequence 9 Pure Abyss Pathway Potion. Demon, yet demon does not manifest hunger as you describe. Aside from the Abyss Pathway, no potions from other sequences exhibit the characteristics you have outlined. Could it be that the Abyss has dominated a mixed pathway profession? Absolutely not. Sure, he replied decisively. The mixing of two potions is nearly impossible. First, the intrinsic powers of the potions must not conflict, and all latent powers within the potions must not clash with the residual powers within your body. However, with humanity in the fourth era, after extensive procreation, there will always be residual imprints of power within one's body. If one were to consume a standard potion, one would only need to consider whether there had been any conflicting paths over the past few centuries. Yet, should such potions be mixed, the timescale would extend infinitely. Do you believe no one has researched whether it is possible to possess the powers of two sequences simultaneously? It is utterly impossible. This implies that, tracing back to prehistory, none of your ancestors could have been professionals whose powers conflicted with potion abilities. How could that be? Indeed, this was a harsh world where the weak struggle to survive. Only those endowed with extraordinary power can better protect their descendants. Thus, contemporary humanity can invariably trace their lineage back to extraordinary ancestors. However, Zhou Yuan was not one of them. In that moment, he began to grasp the meaning behind his father's words about a soul so pure that it bears no imprint. Chapter 64. The pure soul. Sure, he, as if conditioned by reflex, swiftly rose to his feet and bounded across to the other side of the dining table. With one hand, he pulled the little girl's chair, shielding Tina behind him, while his gaze remained fixed on the gluttonous Zhou Yuan. The little girl, with her exquisitely delicate features, averted her gaze from the table laden with delectable dishes, feeling disheartened by the sight of the adult indulging alone. Zhou Yuan, sure, he admonished in a hushed tone. A gulp. Zhou Yuan swallowed a mouthful of meat, momentarily bewildered by Shuri's presence, his peculiar behavior leaving him perplexed. At this instant, Zhou Yuan's eyes had returned to their brown hue, completely unaware of the exceptional state he had just experienced. He merely felt an unexpected pang of hunger, prompting him to eat. As for his newfound ability to consume food, he attributed it to the peculiar powers of the scholar, akin to the acquisition of knowledge. You sure? He queried, confusion etched on his face. He could not have been mistaken. That black gaze he had just witnessed was identical to a scene from Harvey's dream, a darkness reminiscent of writhing tendrils. Are you truly oblivious to your own transformation? At this, Zhou Yuan froze, his chopsticks trembling as the food slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Thoughts flooded his mind. Hunger, the bizarre events of last night, the insatiable craving for raw meat outside the beef stall this morning, and the black liquid suspended in the potion he had consumed. Zhou Yuan quickly comprehended that a different force, distinct from that of the scholar, had quietly manifested itself. Yet, he had clearly removed the silver coin. Why was this happening? In a fleeting moment, his mind raced through countless thoughts, ultimately concluding, Captain, let us discuss this inside. Sure, he understood his intent. Snapping his fingers lightly. In an instant, all surrounding entities vanished, leaving only the three of them at the table. Sure, he drew them into the dream realm, deeming Tina's presence a safeguard.
In her complete state, she was a saint, capable of understanding more, allowing her to react promptly once her memories were restored. What's going on? Sure, he inquired. Zhou Yuan offered a wry smile, opting to recount the entire ordeal. This newfound power evidently bore a significant flaw: evil, particularly the terrifying hunger that seemed intent on devouring everything, which had manifested 3 times from last night to now, surpassing his limits. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to conduct a gradual investigation. He needed to harness the strength of his team to reach a conclusion swiftly and impose targeted suppression. He had long harbored concerns that this power might be too malevolent to be accepted by official professional teams, yet he could only communicate this to Sure He when the time came. Sure He had consistently observed Zhou Yuan's actions, noting the various special backdoor approaches, indicating someone had given prior notice. Most likely his father had briefed Sure He in advance. Thus, Zhou Yuan, in moments of uncontrollable uncertainty, chose to confide in Sure He. What perplexed Zhou Yuan was whether his father was aware of the potion's peculiarities. He had been told that this potion belonged to the Sequence 9 detective, the same sequence aligned with the Zhou family's path. However, having consumed it, he seemed to possess the dual powers of scholar and unknown. I hadn't anticipated this. I'm not even certain my conjecture is correct, as I haven't had the chance to research it. Please elaborate. What information are you seeking? You can also ask me. I've contributed most of the extraordinary information in the team's archive. I wish to understand what the scholar potion entails, Zhou Yuan requested. Sure He, deep in thought, responded, I've never encountered the specific scholar potion, but it is described as a crystal-clear elixir, akin to the vastness of a starry knowledge sky. Crystal clear, you say? Zhou Yuan chuckled ruefully. Captain, the potion I drank might indeed be problematic. A problematic potion? Impossible. If the potion's composition is incorrect, it cannot yield the potion. Extraordinary powers would erupt chaotically in imbalance, ultimately rendering it useless. The fact that you can wield the powers of the scholar indicates that the potion you consumed was indeed correct. Sure He firmly countered. All potions that can maintain balance are inherently potions, or rather, potions themselves are products of balanced power. No, I'm not suggesting that my scholar potion is flawed. The scholar aspect remains intact. However, within the crystal-clear liquid of knowledge, there exists a pure black substance suspended in the center. As I mentioned, I discovered my path to becoming extraordinary independently, acquiring the potion directly rather than concocting it myself. At that time, I knew very little and assumed potions were simply like that, so I swallowed it whole. Now, this force seems entirely different from the scholar. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist. It was no mere illusion. His knuckles cracked with a series of pops, and in this state of hunger, his physique was rapidly strengthening. Just from consuming a small amount, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. How is this possible? Sure He contemplated numerous possibilities: unexpected spiritual possession, unique extraordinary items, negative effects of abilities, backlash, and so forth, yet, he had never considered the notion that the potion itself might be at fault. Impossible, impossible. Potions are potions, each one exists within an extraordinarily delicate balance. Should any other power intrude, it would be utterly catastrophic. Wait, the scholar pure knowledge system. As he arrived at this realization, Sure He's expression changed, and he continued, you don't mean to say it's another potion from a pure sequence, do you? What characteristics does that black substance possess? Zhou Yuan promptly replied, viscous, profound, and unfathomably deep. Gazing at it feels as though one is being engulfed by an abyss. Sure He's countenance darkened, and he began to pace. It bears some resemblance to the Sequence 9 Pure Abyss Pathway potion, Demon, yet Demon does not manifest hunger as you describe. Apart from the Abyss Pathway, no potions from other sequences exhibit the characteristics you've mentioned. Could it be that the Abyss is the dominant force in a hybrid pathway profession? Absolutely not. Sure He asserted decisively, the mixing of two potions is virtually impossible. Firstly, the essential powers of the potions must not conflict, and one must ensure that the inherent powers of all potions do not clash with the residual powers within your body. However, modern humanity in the fourth epoch, after eons of propagation, inevitably possesses some residual power imprints. If one were to consume a common potion, one could consider whether any conflicting pathways had emerged over the past few centuries. Yet, should such potions mix, the timeline would stretch infinitely. Do you believe no one has researched the feasibility of simultaneously possessing the powers of two sequences? It is utterly impossible. This implies that, tracing back to prehistory, none of your ancestors could have ever been a practitioner whose powers conflicted with potions. How could this be? Indeed, this world was brutally unforgiving to the weak. Only those with extraordinary power could better protect their descendants. Thus, when tracing back through generations, contemporary humans could invariably find extraordinary ancestors. Yet, Zhou Yuan was not among them. At this moment, he began to grasp the meaning of his father's words, such a pure soul, devoid of imprints. Chapter 64. The pure soul. Sure He instinctively rose to his feet, swiftly making his way to the other side of the dining table. With one hand, he pulled out a chair for the young girl, positioning Tina safely behind him while his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Yuan, who was engrossed in his meal. The little girl, her delicate and charming face contorted in displeasure, distanced herself from the table laden with delectable food, exclaiming that the adult was indulging in a solitary feast. Zhou Yuan, sure, he admonished softly. We gulp. Zhou Yuan swallowed a hearty mouthful of meat, looking over at Sure He with a hint of bewilderment, puzzled by his actions. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes had returned to their brown hue, completely unaware that he had just experienced an anomaly. He merely felt a sudden pang of hunger and had eaten a bit. As for the sensation of having consumed something, he attributed it to the scholar's unique ability, for it bore resemblance to the acquisition of knowledge. Sure, he questioned, puzzled. He could not be mistaken. That dark gaze he had just witnessed mirrored the scene from Harvey's dream, the darkness akin to writhing tendrils. Are you truly unaware of your transformation? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, his chopsticks trembling as he dropped the food he had been holding. Thoughts flooded his mind: hunger, the peculiar event from the previous night, the ravenous craving for raw meat he had experienced outside the beef stall that morning, and the black liquid suspended in the center of the potion he had consumed. It dawned on him that another force, distinct from that of the scholar, had quietly emerged, yet, he had clearly removed the silver coin. Why, then, was this happening? In a fleeting moment, his mind raced through possibilities, and he finally uttered, Captain, perhaps we should discuss this. Sure, he understood his intent. Snapping his fingers gently, instantly, everyone and everything around them vanished, leaving only the table where the three of them sat. Sure, he drew the two of them into a dream, deeming it prudent to include Tina. In her complete state, she was a saint, capable of understanding more, and once she regained her memories, she could react promptly. What is happening? Sure, he inquired. Zhou Yuan offered a wry smile, deciding to recount the events from the beginning. This newfound power was evidently tainted by evil, particularly the terrifying hunger that seemed intent on consuming everything, which had manifested 3 times since the previous night, surpassing his limits. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to investigate this matter on his own. He needed to leverage the strength of his team to draw swift conclusions and implement targeted suppression. His ongoing worry had been whether this power was too malevolent to be accepted by the official guild of professionals, yet he resolved to confide in Sure He when the moment arose. Sure He had consistently observed Zhou Yuan, noting his various special backdoor privileges, which clearly indicated that someone had interceded on his behalf. Most likely his father had briefed Sure. Thus, Zhou Yuan chose to disclose what he could not control to Sure He. What puzzled Zhou Yuan was whether his father was aware of the peculiar nature of this potion. He had been informed that it was the potion of the Sequence 9 detective, which aligned with the path of the Zhou clan, yet, the potion he had consumed had resulted in a dual-class potion of Scholar and Unknown. I hadn't anticipated this. In fact, I'm not even certain whether my suspicions are accurate. I haven't had the chance to look up any information, Zhou Yuan confessed. Please elaborate. What information do you seek? You may inquire of me as well. I have contributed most of the extraordinary information in the Team's archives. Sure, he offered. I wish to understand what the Scholar's potion entails, Zhou Yuan requested. Sure, he pondered before responding. I have not encountered the specific Scholar potion, but it is described as being as pure and transparent as the cosmos of knowledge of pure. Zhou Yuan chuckled bitterly. Captain, the potion I consumed might have issues. An issue with the potion? Impossible. If the potion's composition is incorrect, one cannot obtain the potion's effects. Extraordinary powers would erupt chaotically, ultimately resulting in waste. The fact that you can wield the power of the Scholar indicates that the potion you ingested was indeed correct. Sure, he firmly refuted. All potions that maintain balance are indeed potions, or rather, potions themselves are the products of balanced power. No, I'm not suggesting that my Scholar potion is flawed. The Scholar aspect remains intact. However, within the crystalline liquid of knowledge, there exists a mass of pure black substance suspended in the center. As I previously mentioned to you, I discovered the method to become extraordinary on my own, acquiring the potion directly rather than concocting it myself. At the time, I was largely ignorant, believing that potions were inherently like this, and I simply swallowed it whole. Now, this power seems entirely distinct from that of the Scholar. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists. It was no mere illusion. His knuckles crackled, a testament to the rapid strengthening of his physique under this hunger-induced state. Even having consumed only a meager amount of food, he felt an immense surge of strength. How can this be? Sure, he contemplated countless possibilities: unexpected spiritual possession, unique extraordinary artifacts, negative effects of abilities, backlash, and so forth, yet he never imagined that the issue lay with the potion itself. Impossible, it cannot be. Potions are potions, and each potion exists in a state of delicate balance. Should any other power merge with it, it would lead to utter ruin. Wait, the Scholar embodies a pure knowledge system? Sure, his expression shifted dramatically as he continued. You can't mean that the other substance is also a potion from some pure sequence. What characteristics does that black mass possess? Zhou Yuan promptly replied, viscous, profound, unfathomably deep, gazing upon it feels like being swallowed by an abyss. Sure, his countenance darkened, and he began to pace. It bears some resemblance to the sequence 9 potion of the abyss path known as demon, yet demon does not manifest hunger as you describe. Aside from the abyss path, no potions from other sequences exhibit the traits you've mentioned. Could it be a hybrid path dominated by the abyss? Absolutely not, sure, he replied with resolute certainty. The fusion of 2 potions is nearly impossible. First, the powers inherent in the potions must not conflict, and all the powers contained within the potions must not clash with the residual powers within your body. However, in this 4th era, humanity has undergone extensive procreation, leaving behind residual imprints of power. If you were to consume an ordinary potion, one would only need to consider whether any conflicting paths had emerged over the past few centuries. Yet, the moment such potions intermingle, time stretches infinitely forward. Do you think no one has researched whether it is possible to simultaneously possess the powers of 2 sequences? It is utterly impossible. This implies that, tracing back to prehistory, none of your ancestors could have been practitioners of paths conflicting with potion powers. How can this be? Indeed, this world is a harsh reality where the weak struggle to survive. Only those with extraordinary powers can better protect their descendants. Therefore, contemporary humanity can trace their lineage back to extraordinary ancestors without exception. Yet, Zhou Yuan was not one of them. At this moment, he began to grasp the meaning behind his father's words. A soul so pure, devoid of any imprint. Chapter 65 of the Gourmet. Unless you are truly one of the miracles, but that cannot be the case, for your father is an extraordinary individual treading the path of a detective. I cannot fathom what has enabled you to achieve this marvel. One person possessing 2 professions simultaneously, a feat that no one has ever accomplished, leaving the outcome a mystery. There exists no historical reference regarding advancement or the equilibrium of maintaining dual careers. You are the first pioneer on this road. Sure, he gazed at Zhou Yuan in disbelief, asserting that his son would be a genius, yet he could never have anticipated that he would be such a groundbreaking prodigy. However, with the dual sequence, Zhou Yuan's exposure would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of humanity's extraordinary individuals. But, is this truly a boon? Boss, what is that look in your eyes? Zhou Yuan noticed the peculiar expression on Shuri's face, a complex array of emotions swirling within, yet a flicker of fervor was particularly evident. To be honest, even I find myself stirred. To accommodate a second profession is far from a simple arithmetic equation. Should it be replicated, the world would indeed undergo a transformation. Zhou Yuan shook his head, extinguishing Shuri's thoughts with a single statement. From the knowledge that his father was extraordinary, he speculated that he himself was not, due to the absence of extraordinary markings within him. Yet, Zhou Yuan sought to overturn that conjecture. You may be disappointed. I have done nothing, nor do I possess any special methods. I merely consumed a potion that embodies 2 professions. Frankly, as an ordinary individual, acquiring such a potion was surprisingly smooth, which I attribute to father's arrangements. Additionally, there is another matter. I have never claimed to be father's biological son. He was taken aback. You are not Zhou Rui's biological son. What about this matter? Keep it confidential, do not disclose it to others, and try not to exhibit any capabilities that might draw attention. Some entities do not care whether you are of pure blood. They only concern themselves with whether you can aid in their research on coexisting dual professions. I shall investigate and ascertain the name of the potion for the other profession. Moreover, let us not dwell on advancement for the time being. We lack leads on the magician potion, and we are still unclear on what the other profession entails. The potion's digestion progress is at 0%, so advancement is out of the question. Even if you were to fully digest the second potion, you must consider how to advance. This is no longer a matter of casually consuming a potion. Ingesting the magician potion would instantly destabilize your internal balance, and at that point, you would only face death. All right. Zhou Yuan felt overwhelmed. However, he still wished to counter that perhaps the potion's digestion progress was no longer at 0. After recently completing a meal in a peculiar state of hunger, not only had his physical form been enhanced, but his damaged spirit had also been restored. There was an enigmatic sensation that led him to realize that the digestion progress of this potion had indeed increased. He felt remarkably well, his injuries had healed, and both his physical and spiritual aspects had strengthened. What profession could this possibly be? It was astonishingly formidable, and yet, merely a rank 9, consisting of ordinary sustenance. Zhou Yuan recollected the pangs of hunger he had felt. What if he had consumed a professional at that moment? The augmentation would be unfathomable. Smack! Zhou Yuan abruptly slapped himself, jolting himself back to reality. Goodness, how wicked, he had just entertained the thought of consuming a person. What is going on? He noticed Zhou Yuan's sudden change. Given the gravity of their discussion, Zhou Yuan no longer felt the need to conceal his transformation. He candidly expressed that consuming food had granted him enhancements, simple yet diabolical. Sure, he furrowed his brow, not out of unfamiliarity with such an ability. Quite the contrary, he recalled a profession that resonated with this description, one that intriguingly aligned with his speculations. It was also a path of the abyss, however. What left him hesitant and perplexed was that the profession known as gourmet was not a rank 9. Gourmet belonged to the pure abyss path and was a rank 4 profession, attainable only upon ascending to demigod status. The abyss path is unique. It starkly contrasts with all other professions, as any amalgamation with other rank powers merely manifests as abyssal. Each rank of other professions possesses its independent nomenclature. Once one embarks on the abyss path and becomes a demon, they are endowed with varying abilities. Advancements from rank 9 to rank 5 do not alter the abilities of a demon, only enhancing their level of strength. It is only upon reaching the demigod tier that the abyss rank undergoes a qualitative transformation, becoming a gourmet. Advancement through the lower 5 ranks of the abyss is notably slow and arduous. However, once one surpasses the formidable Holy Feast ritual, they achieve demigod status. A gourmet can consume gluttonously, rapidly ascending to the angelic tier from rank 4. Impossible, how could it be a gourmet? If the potion were indeed of that caliber, no ordinary individual could survive its consumption. Moreover, a gourmet would not be so feeble that if he were truly a gourmet, he would have already devoured the entirety of the Rhine. Sure, he dismissed his absurd thoughts, dispelling the dream. Let us go, we must quickly return to assess the situation with Moore and Grace. That sheriff is causing quite the commotion without regard for the consequences, indicating he has confidence in locating the target. Sure, he remarked. Zhou Yuan nodded, simultaneously voicing, we have essentially locked onto the Koyanu faction. We had previously adhered to the upper echelon's long-standing policy of appropriate restraint. However, since the upper echelons have been infiltrated, that command is now suspect. We must find a breakthrough, ideally capturing definitive evidence and Since the situation is already perceived as a deadlock by the enemy, we shall play the role of the disruptor, forcing them to overturn the table. Sure, he understood this principle, yet having been informed of numerous extraordinary factions, aftermaths of war left him with considerable trepidation, preventing him from being as resolute as Zhou Yuan. Ultimately, he sighed, let us proceed as you suggest. The Koyanu faction has crossed the line. Since these missing persons cases can already be proven to be their doing, we should first apprehend some of the participants and compel them to act. The two exchanged knowing glances, both aware of who would be targeted. The Reaper, Harvey, had not had his silver coin confiscated by Sure He in the morning, which served as evidence. It was the critical evidence needed to apprehend Harvey. Sure, he had already planted the seeds of a dream, subtly covering the silver coin, which could be used for tracking. As long as it remained within the confines of the Rhine, it would not escape Sure He's pursuit. Chapter 66 of The Return. Can I have a little more to eat? After the dream was dispelled, the young girl hastily tore off the last chicken leg and asked, albeit with a hint of hesitation. I believe, perhaps not, Zhou Yuan replied, shaking his head. The little girl did not conceal her disappointment, and then she added, however, once we return, Winter can cook something special for you, just let her know what ingredients you desire. Oh, all right. This little girl had an extraordinary passion for food, and having something to eat made her feel secure. On the second floor of the Iris Flower Security Company, under the shadow of his hood, Moore cautiously peered out, affectionately nuzzling the face of the golden retriever, which in turn licked Moore's face, its exhaustion evident. The golden retriever seemed relatively fine, but the small red-eyed mouse had curled up in Moore's pocket, fast asleep, while the white dove appeared to be in a state of languor. Where have the captain and the others gone? They are not at the Gilgia residence. Grace sat alone on the opposite sofa, occupying a considerable portion of it, having changed into a new set of clothes. It was always a challenge to find clothing that could withstand his transformations. I'm not sure, but they should be safe. There are no signs of a struggle at the scene. Safe, is that for real? A whole building has been demolished, and the visible traces are terrifying. Are you saying nothing happened? What if they pursued and another battle ensued, requiring reinforcements? Here we are, just sitting idly. Grace expressed his discontent regarding Moore's suggestion to return to the Iris Flower Security Company, yet, he also recognized that his own thoughts could be convoluted, leading him to generally follow his teammates' directives. The fact that such a horrific assault had occurred at the Gilgia residence, and they were not investigating but rather returning to sit idly, left him somewhat irked. Fool, if the captain needs us, the fastest way isn't for us to flounder around like headless chickens, but to return and wait for him to summon us. Grace remained non-committal when Winter emerged from the kitchen carrying several glasses of freshly squeezed juice. With a smile, she placed the tray on the coffee table and nodded at Moore, indicating he should partake in the juice, before playfully tapping Grace on the forehead with her index finger. Grace tilted his head back in response, complying with Winter's gentle touch, and then scratched his head, chuckling, "Darling, why are you still here? Haven't you gone back yet?" He had not anticipated that Winter would still be present. Usually, at this hour, she would have returned to tidy up or prepare a meal. "You silly head, since you don't intend to think, just follow Mr. Moore's lead, and don't wear that sour expression." "Hee, all right, fine." Grace's large hand wrapped around Winter's slender waist, pulling her into his lap. Winter promptly delivered a sharp slap to the top of Grace's head, producing a crisp sound. "What are you doing? There are others present, we can discuss this later." Seeing Grace refuse to release her and still grinning foolishly, Winter blushed and pinched his arm with her fingers, prompting him to finally let go. "Darling, I want to eat pineapple meat." After a lengthy performance, Grace finally articulated his desire. "Eat, eat, eat. You big-headed fool." Winter's cheeks flushed as she delivered another playful slap atop Grace's head. She glanced at Moore, relieved it was him. He never concerned himself with matters beyond his pets, lest it become embarrassing. Silly Grace, dim-witted Grace, if he wanted something to eat, he should just say so directly rather than adopting this pretentious demeanor, which failed miserably. At that moment, 3 individuals ascended the stairs, crossing the barrier to the second floor. "Captain, where have you been?" Moore and I searched the Gilgia residence, only to find terrifying sword marks and debris. Grace stood up to speak, his method of expressing emotions always rather direct. "Sit down and take your time to explain." Sure, he gestured for him to calm down and take a seat. Zhou Yuan ensured he settled onto another sofa, while the young girl Tina, at Zhou Yuan's prompting glance, approached Winter, tilting her head as she gazed at the woman in the pale yellow dress, a smile gracing her face. She adored this sister. Little Tina possessed an exceptionally keen perception, sensing the gentleness emanating from the sister in the yellow dress. Moreover, on their way back, Zhou Yuan ensured he had told her how delicious this sister's cooking. Could it be that the Gilgia family has truly fallen? Has the main household lost its ability to support itself? The story is quite lengthy. Winter, please take Tina to the kitchen, there should still be some ingredients there. Didn't Zhou Yuan bring back quite a bit of beef this morning? Prepare some dishes for Tina, she has quite the appetite, so make plenty. Sure, he instructed Tina first, and at that moment, Zhou Yuan added quietly, "Here, being able to eat means she can consume as much as Grace." Grace raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhou Yuan in confusion. He thought Zhou Yuan was joking. This little girl, she was barely taller than his thigh, and he was to believe she could eat as much as he did? Now, let's first report on the mission status and consolidate our information. Sure, he raised a glass of juice. Just as he was about to take a sip, he noticed little Tina had suddenly appeared at his side, her eyes fixed longingly on the juice. With a resigned sigh, Sure, he handed the juice to the little girl, who gleefully drank it while bouncing back to Winter's side. Grace and Moore exchanged glances, both realizing they had not even noticed how the little girl had managed to cross over unnoticed. "This little girl, leave her be. This isn't our concern. We merely need to ensure her safety for the time being. Now, tell us what happened on your end. What transpired on Mark Street?" "Oh, very well, Captain. When we arrived at Mark Street, we coincidentally encountered a Deathspeaker from the Koyanu faction releasing a grey mist, summoning skeletal hands to attack approximately a dozen police officers. We engaged him, but just before we could apprehend him, the scoundrel vanished in an instant, appearing far away, and we could not catch up. We have already sent Jenny with the contract scroll. She should be able to extract some information." Chapter 67. As the influx of sealed objects tap, tap, tap of the sound of high heels ascending the staircase grew increasingly pronounced, drawing the attention of those present. They beheld Jenny, her face a mask of impatience, climbing the stairs. "Are you still going on about me? Am I some sort of laborer, always leaving me to clean up your mess?" "Sure, he. Could you possibly hire a couple more people? Stop directing me around. I am but an ordinary person. Is it fair to drag me into these affairs just for your convenience?" Jenny placed her hands on her hips, her words a testament to her frustration. Calm down, not we are hiring. We just brought Zhou Yuan on board, but we haven't encountered anyone else suitable yet." Sure, he, perspiring, felt a distinct lack of confidence facing Jenny at this moment. They had previously agreed that Jenny would remain in the team solely to handle clerical tasks, yet, with such a small team, there were inevitably times when they were overwhelmed, leaving no choice but to enlist Jenny temporarily to take care of matters such as having the ordinary bicycle. With a casual flick of her wrist, Jenny tossed a dark ring toward Shurhi, who caught it deftly and stowed it away in his pocket. As Zhou Yuan, keen-eyed, immediately recognized it as an extraordinary object sealed within a copper coffin, the shadow ring. Raising an eyebrow, he realized that Shurhi had been with him the entire time and had no opportunity to return and retrieve the shadow ring for Jenny, implying that the sealing chamber was, astonishingly, accessible to Jenny.
Alright, you better expedite the hiring process. I wish to retire. As for this incident, I conducted a brief inquiry. One of the officers, presumably the captain, provided me with his testimony. It appears things are rather complicated. This captain, named Prikoya, has been in the force for 13 years and has signed multiple confidentiality agreements. He is aware of our existence and thus quite cooperative. He describes Sheriff Prith's peculiarities. Prith has an uncanny ability to uncover clues in seemingly impossible situations, even those that had been diluted days prior. He has long suspected that Sheriff Prith is one of us, thus resolved to follow him. However, over the years, he found no oddities in Prith, except during moments when no one could solve bizarre cases, at which point he exhibited unusual behavior. Ultimately, his attention was drawn to Prith's pocket watch. It proved to be an astute observation. It was indeed an extraordinary object. This morning, 20 of them were summoned to accompany Sheriff Prith, and he was certain that the perpetrator would be found within that villa. Yet, to their astonishment, instead of pursuing the culprit, Sheriff Prith suddenly coughed up blood, his heart inexplicably vanished, and he cast aside his pocket watch. Upon hitting the ground, a figure cloaked in black appeared as if summoned directly. The subsequent events, as Muir and Grace could attest, nearly led to their immediate demise. They were ultimately severely injured by the shockwave from Grace's kick. I recognized that individual. During the skirmish, debris shattered his mask. He is one of the officers we encountered outside the precinct this morning. Officer Jonah. Prikoya's new faction is gradually infiltrating various ranks in the Rhine. I even suspect the council may have been compromised, Muir remarked. Jenny regarded him with a hint of surprise. Muir, since when have you been so verbose? Sure. He turned to Muir, noting that he was indeed unusually chatty today. Typically, he preferred to speak as little as possible. I simply prefer silence. It's not that I cannot articulate, Muir retorted. Oh, by the way, this is the shattered pocket watch we found on the ground. Jenny produced a small copper box from her pocket and handed it, along with the box, to Shurhi. Zhou Yuan stood beside Shurhi, observing as he opened the box to reveal a pocket watch with a broken face and bent hands inside. A family photograph could be seen, a youthful Sheriff Prith alongside a gentle woman. Indeed, it is her, Shuri sighed. I recall this woman. She came to report to us years ago, but alas, what? Zhou Yuan pressed. Lovers can rarely become a couple. Shortly after they married and had children, this missionary was extradited back and reportedly faced 40 years of house arrest in a church as punishment by the clergy, never to be seen again. It is understandable that Prith possesses an extraordinary object. This woman's abilities are formidable. She represented the entire church in the Rhine, at the very least a rank 7, and likely a rank 6 powerhouse. While I should not be surprised that she gifted this pocket watch to Prith, it is no ordinary extraordinary object. I didn't expect. Sure. He cradled the watch in his hands, continuing thoughtfully, it turns out to be a complete sealed object, a controllable one at that. She truly was generous. Such sealed objects are exceedingly rare. Unlike ordinary extraordinary items that shatter with use, these possess the ability to self-repair. Who would have thought that our team's first controllable sealed object would be something Jenny found? To this, Jenny felt no pride. Rather, she rolled her eyes dismissively and waved her hand. Don't talk to me about it. I don't want to hear it. Whatever its value or significance, keep it away from me. I just want to retire early and find a man to enjoy my life. Zhou Yuan was taken aback when Shurhi unexpectedly handed the pocket watch and copper box to him. What's this? Zhou Yuan asked, puzzled. You take it, this object has supportive capabilities. It should be a detective retroactive skill, ultimately allowing the user to traverse time and space. It appears to be an enhanced version of the retroactive skill. This sealed object likely originates from the detective rank. Your family has mastered the detective rank for many years. You know far more than we do. Keep it with you for now. The fact that Sheriff Prith has carried this object for so long suggests its negative effects do not manifest unless activated. Carry it with you for a while and hopefully, you can deduce its characteristics. Though Zhou Yuan was somewhat skeptical, he accepted it nonetheless. That sheriff actually sent ordinary people to confront extraordinary beings? Has he lost his mind, or do they truly not realize their enemies are extraordinary? Jenny mused, recalling the officer she had made sign contracts earlier. Zhou Yuan removed his spectacles and explained naturally, no, for Sheriff Prith, it matters not whether the killer is an ordinary person or an extraordinary one. His sole objective is to eliminate the perpetrator. If our assumptions are correct, he likely issued a direct kill order to the officers. If those who were retroactively traced are ordinary, they can be dispatched on the spot. If they are extraordinary, then the significance of those 20 individuals is not merely to eliminate the killer, but to escalate the situation. If a police officer dies in broad daylight while on duty, we will have no choice but to intervene. He knows we will use this pretext to pursue the culprit without reservation, and indeed, we truly must go after him. Chapter 68 Painful Memories. Indeed, it is imperative that we proceed with the apprehension. Our immediate focus will be to capture 2 members of the Koyanu faction who have clear criminal records of the Reaper, Harvey, and the Whisperer, Jonah. The mark I left on the silver coin will endure for 3 days, so we must seek out the Whisperer Jonah without delay.
I never expected him to conceal his identity right under our noses, sure he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully.
The peace mark will remain effective until tomorrow morning, but sustaining this watch will deplete our peace energy.
We cannot afford to rest or sleep along the way, it would be prudent for us to act swiftly, Muir remarked, his hand gently caressing the climbing dove, aware that Peace was not asleep, merely fatigued. The group exchanged glances, and Grace was the first to rise, rolling up his sleeves to display his muscles as he prepared to stride out. He declared, "Did someone not say we should hurry? Let us go and tear that bone-playing fool apart. I've long harbored a disdain for the Koyanu faction, and now we finally have just cause to act." Zhou Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Grace was indeed a battle enthusiast, restless at the mere mention of conflict. He wondered how such a fervent warrior had managed to end up with the gentle Mudonger. "However, we need not be so hasty. You did just confront him this morning. He must be injured and likely hiding in the Koyanu faction stronghold. It would be ill-advised to storm their base directly, especially on their home turf, where we would be at a disadvantage. Let us wait until Jonah begins to move away from the Koya stronghold. At that point, we can make our move to apprehend him. Should he remain inactive until tonight, we can consider negotiations at the Koya stronghold. Nonetheless, we should report this situation to our superiors, under normal circumstances, wouldn't you agree, Captain?" Zhou Yuan explained. Sure, he nodded in agreement. This was indeed the correct course of action. Zhou Yuan's final remark, under normal circumstances, was clearly directed at him, as they had just received intelligence from Duke Giljia regarding potential infiltration of their squad's higher-ups.
Zhou Yuan's statement was a subtle prompt for him to take charge.
"Very well, everyone should take a moment to rest. Those who haven't eaten should do so. Amur, please continue monitoring Jonah's movements. Report to me immediately upon any changes. I will make a brief visit to headquarters. Additionally, we have some information to share with you. All of the sword energy is due to the sacred domain beneath the Giljia estate being unlocked, left behind by Duke. The contingency he set in place has likely eliminated the enemy. This is merely speculation, as we have yet to see any enemy corpses. The only body present was that of Lady Hughes, the current head of the Giljia family. The enemy's objective appears to be a special sealed object, allegedly an exceptionally dangerous one, suppressed by the Duke within the sacred domain of the estate. We believe it to be a level 1 sealed object, designated 1-011, the lamp, which possesses the ability to enchant and grant wishes. It fulfills your desires through a distorted and twisted manner, all while satisfying its own malevolent whims. Currently, this young girl is the vessel for the seal of 1-011, the lamp is sealed within her body, and we must protect her for a time.
That concludes the information for now. You are dismissed."
With a wave of his hand, sure he announced the disbandment, but Zhou Yuan immediately noticed a significant change in the demeanor of one individual present. Jenny. She had heard Sure He's description of the lamp, and her complexion began to pale, terror flickering in her eyes as she trembled slightly, haunted by some distressing memories.
"Miss Jenny? Miss Jenny, are you all right?"
Zhou Yuan inquired softly. Jenny managed to force a painful smile, shaking her head as she staggered into a chair, her gaze distant and devoid of vitality.
"What has happened to Miss Jenny?"
Noticing her reluctance to speak, Zhou Yuan caught up to Sure He, who was heading back to his office, and quietly asked him.
Alas, the effect of the lamp must have brought back troubling memories for her.
Her continued presence in the squad is, in truth, a tragedy. The death of her father has left her in a perpetual state of self-reproach. If we were to label the tragic events surrounding Jenny sought eternal beauty, only to be scammed by a certain malevolent extraordinary being. While that individual did grant her the gift of ageless skin, he scammed her of her ability to bear children. Perhaps Jenny would not harbor such self-blame if she had known that her pursuit of beauty would result in her entire bloodline losing the ability to procreate. Moreover, the males began to rapidly wither away. Each passing day felt like a decade to them. To this day, I cannot fathom the nature of the extraordinary being she encountered, but I know this method of manipulation is beyond our capacity to counter. Thus, when Jenny was ensnared in extraordinary events, I witnessed her father age and die in her arms, helpless to intervene. That feeling of powerlessness still lingers in my memory. At first, Jenny was fervently obsessed with acquiring extraordinary knowledge and power, eager to embark on the path of an extraordinary being to seek vengeance against that individual. Yet, as she delved deeper into her understanding of the enemy's true strength, and witnessed my own arduous journey to reach Sequence 7 over the course of many years, she relinquished her quest for vengeance entirely, no longer contemplating whether to ask for our assistance.
Miss Jenny, you witnessed me reach Sequence 7 over the course of many years?
Zhou Yuan questioned, puzzled.
Why not? Did you not discern her true age? We are already in our 30s, after all. She has indeed witnessed my growth as I attained Sequence 7 and took command of a small squad. Furthermore, she is a year older than I. Sure, he clarified. Zhou Yuan shook his head. No, what I mean is, you achieved Sequence 7 over those years while Miss Jenny remained an ordinary person?
Sure, he sighed, you sometimes underestimate the challenges faced by extraordinary beings. Do you truly believe it is easy to become one? For many years, she aspired to become an extraordinary being, but without the elixirs and constantly failing the occupational tests, she was left with no means to advance. These occupational tests are designed to examine the extraordinary marks within one's body, which can help eliminate conflicting elixirs and significantly reduce mortality rates. Unfortunately, the elixirs available within our organization are scarce and primarily related to the divine and elemental. Her ancestors likely had an elementalist among them, making it exceedingly difficult for her to obtain elixirs for advancement. In Rhine, years went by without progress, but eventually, she came to terms with it. Zhou Yuan sighed, pondering why every association with extraordinary power seemed to culminate in unfortunate outcomes. Father had barely survived, clinging to life in a spiritual form within the sheepskin book, the death of Lady Ocasif, young Wilson's lingering remorse, and the sorrow stemming from the depths of the Deroya Mountains that sure he had heard from Christian. Jenny's painful price for beauty, and the resounding collapse of the once mighty Gilgia family within the squad. It appeared that only Muir and Grace were faring relatively well, but who could say that this was the end? In the world of extraordinary beings, there was no semblance of reason to be found. Chapter 69 The Cost of Listening. Enough, do not mention these matters in her presence. I shall make a brief visit to headquarters and return by afternoon, Sure cautioned, his concern palpable as he reminded Zhou Yuan. I understand, but should we inform young Wilson about the silver coin? Zhou Yuan felt an unsettling weight in his heart, burdened not only by Jenny's tragic past but also by the second silver coin in Harvey's possession, which sealed the fate of the imprisoned Lady Ocasy. During Zhou Yuan's brief stay here, she had made a profound impression on him, marking the beginning of everything. Moreover, Lady Ocasy was young Wilson's mother, leaving Zhou Yuan in a quandary about whether to disclose this information to him before taking action. Ultimately, he found himself teetering on the brink of losing control. Unbeknownst to them, in the isolation chamber where nothing should be seen or heard, young Wilson suddenly sat upright, his expression shifting in response to their words as he faced the wall. After a moment of contemplation, Sure remarked, this indeed poses a dilemma. If we withhold the truth from him, he shall carry the regret for a lifetime, yet if we reveal it, his emotional state is uncertain. Let us wait for now. Our priority is to capture Jonah.as for the silver coin that seals Lady Ocasy's fate. We have ample time to act, and with this ironclad evidence, it may serve as the final catalyst. We can only bear to inconvenience the spirit of Lady Ocasy and young Wilson for a short while. Before we act, I will ascertain young Wilson's condition to determine whether to inform him, although the likelihood of his participation remains slim. Well, it seems we have no other choice. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement before turning to leave Sure's office and heading towards the archives. As he passed by the room where young Wilson was confined, Zhou Yuan paused, feeling the silver dagger within his sleeve slide into his hand. He examined the dagger closely, sighing, this is all I can do for you. I respect your choice. After speaking, Zhou Yuan silently returned to the archives, finding young Wilson in a weary and haggard posture, his lips barely lifting to form two silent words, thank you. Since the last time he had employed the Eye of Truth along with the scholar's reflection, Zhou Yuan had perceived the ripples of energy flow and had inadvertently glanced at his sleeve, discovering that the dagger exhibited distinct fluctuations. Upon further scrutiny, he arrived at a conclusion that was almost beyond belief. The dagger contained 1/3 of young Wilson's spirit. He had severed a part of his own essence just to forge a stronger connection with the dagger and glean some information. This fragment of spirit lacked agency and could only achieve such limited results, yet, young Wilson had chosen this path, a sacrifice that was utterly disproportionate to the potential reward. He sought to hear the truth rather than benevolent lies. Thus, Zhou Yuan, while guiding Sure in articulating the subsequent course of action, ensured that young Wilson would be privy to the truth, although he was uncertain of the consequences of his own actions. He could not bear the thought of young Wilson, a steadfast warrior who had dedicated his life to protection, grappling with the guilt of being unable to safeguard his mother, only to be deprived of witnessing her liberation. Such cruelty was unbearable. Upon entering the archives, Zhou Yuan had a clear objective. He needed to learn Gus's language, a unique tongue imbued with extraordinary power, which could serve as a conduit for triggering abilities. The extraordinary knowledge section of the team archives was modest in size, designated as A, encompassing merely 2 bookshelves. While an ordinary individual might take considerable time to peruse these tomes, Zhou Yuan was intent on efficiency. He donned the scholar's reflection, a monocle that could enhance the longevity of this extraordinary item while mitigating its negative effects. Although the parchment emitted a faint aura, it refrained from displaying any adverse effects. Zhou Yuan did not concern himself with the titles of the books. He swiftly flipped through the pages of the first volume, skimming each one with barely a glance before turning to the next. This was not reading, it was more akin to a frantic search. Zhou Yuan rapidly recorded the information, refraining from analysis, instead imprinting the content onto his memory. The section contained extraordinary knowledge, and an excessive intake could invite peril. Thus, Zhou Yuan's method was inadvisable. Should he inadvertently begin to read, the accumulation of extraordinary knowledge in his mind could lead to significant complications. However, he had devised a clever workaround. Within his mind, he delineated a small area beneath the parchment to store the information gleaned from these tomes. Unlike the parchment's spoiled nature, Zhou Yuan found the page inscribed with the character Crow remarkably compliant, even having cooperated previously to intimidate the scholar's reflection. By amassing a wealth of unread extraordinary knowledge beneath the parchment, Zhou Yuan could proceed without concern. His actions were akin to a thief robbing a treasure trove, seizing a century's worth of extraordinary knowledge at an impossible speed, rendering future visits to the archives unnecessary. He could absorb extraordinary knowledge at will, truly, a pathway to strength without effort. Furthermore, as a scholar, his pace of learning these extraordinary insights would exceed that of an ordinary extraordinary being by more than tenfold. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan stretched as he exited the archives, only to encounter the young girl Tina, seated in Jenny's lap, munching on snacks, her mouth never ceasing its movement. Unbeknownst to Jenny, Zhou Yuan observed her treating Tina as a typical little girl, playfully tugging at Tina's cheeks and contorting her face into various expressions. Jenny was thoroughly entertained by Tina's soft features, reveling in their play, but Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitched in concern, especially when the girl turned to look at him, her gaze harboring an unsettling maturity not befitting her years. A sense of alarm gripped Zhou Yuan. This was the consciousness of the true duke. "Tina, come here for a moment," Zhou Yuan said urgently, fearing that Jenny's antics would lead to dire consequences for the entire Iris Security Company. "What is it? We're having such fun," Jenny protested, her arms lifting Tina playfully into the air. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. It seemed she was the one enjoying herself the moment she had an excuse. The little girl's reign is likely to commence. Grace took Mudonger home, as she needs to prepare dinner. Moore is holed up in his office. He would undoubtedly remain hidden if he could. Naturally, the hall is deserted. "If I calculate correctly, sure should be returning soon, as headquarters is not far from us," Jenny replied, shrugging her shoulders. Such emptiness had become the norm as Zhou Yuan guided the little girl to the other side, where his office had been arranged, conveniently located opposite Sher's office, with the basic infrastructure set up overnight. Chapter 69 The cost of listening. Enough, do not mention this before her. I shall make a brief visit to headquarters and return by afternoon, Sher said, his concern evident as he reminded Zhou Yuan. "I understand. But should we inform young Wilson about the silver coin matter?" Zhou Yuan felt a tumult of emotions, not only due to Jenny's tragic past but also because of the second silver coin possessed by Harvey, which sealed the fate of the imprisoned Madame Okasif. During Zhou Yuan's brief time here, Madame Okasif had left a profound impression on him. She was the catalyst for everything that began for him. Moreover, as young Wilson's mother, Zhou Yuan hesitated over whether to disclose this information to him before taking action, teetering on the brink of losing control. Unbeknownst to either of them, in the isolation room, young Wilson, who should have seen and heard nothing, suddenly sat upright, his expression shifting in response to their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Sher remarked, "This indeed poses a dilemma. If we withhold the information, he may regret it for a lifetime, yet, should we tell him, his reaction is unpredictable. Let us wait. Our priority is to apprehend Jonah.as for the silver coin that seals Madame Okasif. We have ample time to act, and with this solid evidence, it could serve as the final spark. We can only bear this burden for a while for the spirit of Madame Okasif and young Wilson, but it shall not be for long. Before our final action, I will ascertain young Wilson's state and decide whether to inform him, though the likelihood of his participation remains slim." It appears we have no other choice." Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, then turned to leave Sher's office, heading toward the archive room. As he passed by the room where young Wilson was confined, Zhou Yuan paused, allowing the silver dagger hidden in his sleeve to slip into his hand. He scrutinized the dagger carefully inside. "I can assist you no further. I respect your choice." With that, Zhou Yuan silently returned to the archive room, where he found young Wilson, seated against the wall, looking haggard and worn. At that moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he silently uttered 2 words: "Thank you." Ever since his last encounter with the Eye of Truth and the dual enhancement of Scholar's reflection, he had witnessed the ripples of energy flow, and upon inadvertently glancing at his sleeve, he discovered that this very dagger harbored different fluctuations. Upon further examination, he arrived at an astonishing conclusion. Within this dagger lay 1/3 of young Wilson's spirit. He had severed a portion of his own essence merely to forge a stronger connection with the dagger, seeking to glean information. This fragment of spirit lacked initiative and could only achieve such limited results, yet, young Wilson had chosen this path, and the sacrifice was utterly disproportionate to the outcome. He sought the truth rather than benevolent lies. Thus, Zhou Yuan, in guiding Sher, articulated subsequent measures to ensure young Wilson could hear the truth, though he remained uncertain of the repercussions of his actions. He simply could not bear the thought of a steadfast warrior, who had devoted his life to protection, being unable to witness his mother's liberation due to the burden of guilt. That would be unbearably cruel. Upon entering the archive room, Zhou Yuan's objective was clear. He sought to master the ancient Gus language, a unique tongue imbued with extraordinary power, capable of serving as a conduit for triggering abilities. The extraordinary knowledge section of the Team's archive room was modestly sized, labeled A, encompassing merely 2 shelves. For an ordinary person, these tomes would require extensive time to peruse, but Zhou Yuan was intent on efficiency. He donned the scholar's reflection monocle. Reading would prolong the lifespan of this extraordinary item and mitigate its negative effects, although upon sensing the parchment's aura, it had not dared to manifest any adverse consequences. Without even glancing at the titles, Zhou Yuan began rapidly flipping through the first book, skimming each page with a swift eye before promptly turning to the next. This was no leisurely reading. He was merely rifling through the pages. He recorded the information at a remarkable pace, not engaging in analysis but imprinting the written knowledge directly into his mind. The tomes in Section A contained extraordinary knowledge, and ingestion of such information in excess could lead to peril. Thus, Zhou Yuan's method was inadvisable. Should he inadvertently begin to read, the accumulation of extraordinary knowledge could spell disaster. However, he had devised a clever means of storage in his mind, designating a small compartment beneath the parchment to contain the information gleaned from these books. In contrast to the proud nature of the parchment, which he could hardly command, this page inscribed with the character Crow was rather amenable. Last time, it had even cooperated with Zhou Yuan by releasing an aura to intimidate scholar's reflection. Storing a vast array of unread extraordinary knowledge beneath the parchment alleviated Zhou Yuan's concerns that his actions were akin to a thief plundering at an impossible speed, stealing centuries of recorded extraordinary knowledge from the Team's archives, enabling him to absorb this knowledge anytime, anywhere. Truly, a path to effortless strength. Moreover, with the advantage of being a scholar, his rate of learning would exceed that of an ordinary extraordinary individual by more than tenfold. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan stretched and emerged from the archive room, only to find the young girl. Unbeknownst to Jenny, Zhou Yuan observed her treating Tina as an ordinary little girl, teasing her and pulling her cheeks to make silly faces. Jenny was thoroughly entertained by Tina's cherubic visage, while Zhou Yuan felt a twitch in his eyelid, particularly as the girl turned to him, her gaze betraying a depth of awareness that was not typical of a child. Zhou Yuan's heart sank. This was the consciousness of the true duke. Tina, come over here, Zhou Yuan promptly called out, fearing that Jenny's antics would lead to calamity for the entire Iris Flower Security Company. What's the matter? We're having so much fun, right, little Tina? Jenny protested, lifting the girl as if she were flying. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. Was she truly the one enjoying herself? The moment the girl had an excuse, she hastened to Zhou Yuan, clutching a lollipop in her mouth. What of the others? Zhou Yuan inquired of Jenny, noting the emptiness of the hall, devoid of Mo and Grace. It's overcast outside. It's likely to rain soon. Grace took Mu Donger home to prepare dinner. Mo is in his office. He wouldn't come out if he could help it. The hall is naturally empty, considering the time. Sure should be returning soon. Headquarters isn't far from us, Jenny replied, shrugging her shoulders. In truth, such emptiness was a daily occurrence. Zhou Yuan led the little girl to the other side, where his office had been tidied up, directly opposite Shire's office, with the basic infrastructure completed overnight. Chapter 69 of The Price of Listening. Alright, do not mention these matters in her presence. I shall make a brief visit to headquarters and return by afternoon, Shi reminded Zhou Yuan with a note of concern. I understand, but should we inform little Wilson about the silver coins? Zhou Yuan felt a heavy unease, not only due to Jenny's tragic past but also because of the second silver coin associated with Harvey, which contained the sealed spirit of Lady Okasiv. This lady had left a profound impression on Zhou Yuan during his brief time here. For him, it marked the beginning of everything. Moreover, Lady Okasiv was little Wilson's mother, which made Zhou Yuan hesitate on whether to inform him before taking action, ultimately placing him on the brink of losing control. Unbeknownst to them, in the isolation room, little Wilson, who was supposed to see and hear nothing, suddenly sat up straight, his expression shifting in response to the words exchanged between the two. After a moment of contemplation, Shi stated, indeed, this poses a dilemma. If we choose not to tell him, he may regret it for a lifetime, yet if we do, it is difficult to ascertain his state of mind. Let us hold off for now. Our priority should be capturing Jonah.as for the silver coin that seals Lady Okasiv. We have ample time to act, and with this solid evidence, perhaps it will serve as the final catalyst. We must temporarily impose upon the spirit of Lady Okasiv and little Wilson, but it will not be for long. Before the final action, I will ascertain little Wilson's condition and determine whether to disclose the truth to him. However, the likelihood of his desire to participate remains slim. It seems we have no other option. Zhou Yuan nodded, then turned to leave Shi's office and headed towards the archive room. As he passed by the room where little Wilson was detained, Zhou Yuan paused, letting the silver dagger from his sleeve slide into his hand. He scrutinized the dagger closely and sighed. This is as far as I can assist you. I respect your choice. After saying this, he silently returned to the archive room, where he found little Wilson, seated against the wall, looking haggard and worn. At that moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he silently uttered two words: "Thank you." Ever since his last encounter with the Eye of Truth, coupled with the dual enhancement of the scholar's reflection, Zhou Yuan had witnessed the ripples of energy flow. By chance, he glanced at his sleeve and discovered that the dagger emitted distinct vibrations. Upon further examination, he arrived at an astonishing conclusion: within this dagger resided 1/3 of little Wilson's spirit. He had severed a part of his own spirit merely to establish a stronger connection with the dagger and glean some information. This fragment of spirit lacked agency and could only achieve a limited effect. Yet, little Wilson had chosen this path. The sacrifices he made were disproportionate to the gains, all in pursuit of hearing the truth rather than benevolent lies. Thus, Zhou Yuan, in his guidance to Shi. However, Zhou Yuan was uncertain of the outcome his actions might precipitate. He simply did not wish for little Wilson, a steadfast warrior who had devoted his life to protection, to be burdened with guilt over his inability to safeguard his mother, yet also be deprived of witnessing her liberation. That would be unbearably cruel. Entering the archive room, Zhou Yuan's objective was clear. What he needed to learn most was the Gus language, a special tongue imbued with extraordinary power, capable of serving as a catalyst for abilities. The extraordinary knowledge section of the squad's archive room was modest, labeled with an A, encompassing merely 2 shelves of books. These tomes might take an ordinary person considerable time to peruse, but Zhou Yuan sought efficiency. He donned the scholar's reflection, a single lens glasses. Reading would enhance the longevity of this extraordinary artifact and mitigate its negative effects, although when the parchment began to emanate its essence, it refrained from exhibiting any adverse effects. Zhou Yuan disregarded the titles of the books, rapidly flipping through the pages of the first tome, glancing briefly at each page before turning to the next. This was not reading. It was a mere skimming. He recorded the information at an astonishing pace, refraining from analysis, merely imprinting the written content onto his mind. The section was laden with extraordinary knowledge. Excessive intake of such knowledge could lead to peril, rendering Zhou Yuan's actions inadvisable. Should he unconsciously begin to read, the accumulation of extraordinary knowledge in his mind could spell disaster. However, he employed a clever tactic, designating a small area within his mind beneath the parchment to store the information from these books. Unlike the proud parchment, Zhou Yuan found it accommodating. The page inscribed with the character Crow was exceptionally cooperative, having previously assisted Zhou Yuan in releasing its essence to intimidate the scholar's reflection. By storing a plethora of unread extraordinary knowledge beneath the parchment, Zhou Yuan could proceed without concern. He had effectively robbed the archive of a century's worth of extraordinary knowledge at an impossible speed, allowing him to absorb it anytime, anywhere, a true testament to effortless growth. Moreover, at 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan stretched lazily as he exited the archive room, only to be greeted by the sight of young Tina seated in Jenny's lap, indulging in snacks. Her mouth was in constant motion. Unbeknownst to Jenny, Zhou Yuan observed her treating Tina as a genuinely ordinary little girl, playfully tugging at Tina's cheeks and contorting her face into comical expressions. Jenny was utterly delighted with Tina's soft visage, reveling in their playful antics, yet Zhou Yuan felt a tremor of unease, particularly as the little girl turned to him, her gaze betraying an unsettling awareness that was far from childlike innocence. A chill ran down Zhou Yuan's spine. This was the consciousness of a true duke. "Tina, come over here for a moment," Zhou Yuan called out immediately, fearing that Jenny's antics might lead to calamity for the entire Iris security company.
"What is it? We're having such fun, right, little Tina?"
Jenny protested, lifting the little girl as if she were flying. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. Was it truly her enjoyment? With an excuse in hand, the little girl promptly scampered over, her mouth clutching a lollipop.
"And where is everyone else?"
Zhou Yuan inquired of Jenny, noting the emptiness of the hall, devoid of more and Grace.
"The weather has turned gloomy.
Rain is likely on the horizon." Grace took Mu Donger home first. As she is preparing dinner, Moore is holed up in his office. If he can avoid coming out, he surely will. Therefore, the hall is emptied out. If I recall correctly, Sure should be returning soon. Headquarters isn't too far from us, Jenny replied, shrugging. This emptiness was, in fact, the daily norm. Zhou Yuan led the little girl to the opposite side, where his office had been tidied up and was situated directly across from Shi's office, with the basic infrastructure having been completed overnight.
Chapter 70 Urgency. As soon as Zhou Yuan stepped into the office, he promptly shut the door, ensuring that no one could overhear before he spoke. "Your Grace, are you awake?"
The young girl licked her lollipop, smacking her lips, and replied, "Well, just briefly awake. Who knows when I'll be able to wake up for a little while again. This candy is delicious, prepare more of it, I like it." If it weren't for the concern of provoking the Duke's temper, Zhou Yuan would have liked to give her a light smack on the head. At a time like this, when two extraordinary organizations could clash at any moment, she was still indulging in lollipops. However, the words that rose to his lips transformed into a meek, all right, no problem, Your Grace."
Is there anything else you would like to eat? I'll arrange for more.
Duke Tina cast him a sidelong glance, then took a few steps forward, leaping and spinning in the air before landing on Zhou Yuan's desk.
I won't be feasting on your generosity for free.
During this brief revival, I will also synchronize the memories from my slumber. I heard your conversation with that little nightmare in the dream. It is indeed a bit miraculous. It's only natural that he can't be certain. You possess a variant of the scholar potion known as Gourmet.
He must have recognized its characteristics but couldn't dare to confirm it.
Zhou Yuan, puzzled, asked, dare not confirm, why would that be?
Duke Tina rolled her eyes. Any normal person would hesitate to confirm that.
Only I can ascertain it. Gourmet should not manifest in someone of your mere Sequence 9, that is a title associated with the demigods of the Abyssal Path. Sequence 4, are you suggesting you would convince him that you are a demigod, hidden here solely to play tricks on him?
Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Demigod? That dark, sludge-like power was on the level of a demigod? How could that be? He had used it before. If that was a demigod, it was far too weak. Clearly, even a Duke of Sequence 5 could unleash such terrifying sword energy. How could a demigod be like this?
Ha!
Duke Tina scoffed.
I merely stated that your power resembles that of a Gourmet.
When did I say you were a demigod?
I am unclear how you have achieved this. Each sequence reveals its corresponding power at different stages, yet you, at Sequence 9, have bypassed all the lower sequences of the Abyssal Path, acquiring the power of Gourmet. Although its intensity remains at Sequence 9, you have no idea how extraordinary this is. This implies that, on the Abyssal Path, you are entirely devoid of the so-called barriers. The progress of potion digestion aligns with the pace of sequence advancement. Prior to Sequence 3, you need not concern yourself with any potions, nor gather potion recipes or materials, nor perform the exceedingly difficult rituals.
You simply need to keep eating. That is the essence of Gourmet. And it just so happens to be Gourmet. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement, yet a hint of disbelief lingered. Could he truly reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod merely by eating? I am genuinely curious, whose handiwork is this?
Duke Tina, licking her lollipop, dangled her little feet in the air, but her words doused Zhou Yuan like a cold shower.
Whose handiwork?
Otherwise, a situation like yours does not exist without a trace of natural formation. There must be a high-level existence intervening. It's certain that the abyss is involved, but I cannot say who else. Indeed, this parchment was an artifact of the knowledge path, and the pollution must have originated from the abyss. This was a contest between knowledge and the abyss. Becoming the host of the parchment meant he was now the battlefield for the clash of knowledge and the abyss. What would happen if he truly allowed Gourmet to suppress Scholar? He had already surmised some outcomes and understood why the being within the parchment, which claimed to never communicate with humans, frequently assisted him. The battles he engaged in were mere child's play in its eyes, yet it still intervened, especially this morning. It had even separated a record of knowledge from the ancient history for the first time, handing the parchment to Zhou Yuan. Everything began to make sense. It was also fearful of him advancing too swiftly through Gourmet and potentially breaking free from Scholar. This could mean the parchment would also be tainted, as Zhou Yuan forced to smile, cursing under his breath. He had known it was not a good sign. What truly troubled him was another issue. If he were to become a demigod through Gourmet and fully succumb to the abyss, would he still be himself?
Stop thinking about it. The more you ponder, the more vexed you become. Duke Tina saw through Zhou Yuan's thoughts immediately.
The Abyssal Path is a classic inverted path, emphasizing alignment with that ultimate demon, the Pillar of the Abyss. Your disposition will inevitably be influenced as you ascend through the sequences, drawing ever closer to that great existence. If one were to ascend from a lowly state, enduring each step with difficulty to reach the demigod threshold, they might resist such assimilation. You, a mere pawn relying on high-level potions to ascend in one leap, even if you become a demigod, your disposition would still be far from mastering it, leading to your downfall. Zhou Yuan was horrified. Drawing closer to the great existence of the Abyssal Path, just from these two minor influences he had already felt the distortion it inflicted on his nature. If he continued to ascend, the impact would surely exceed what he could resist on his own. What then? Nothing, the young girl replied decisively.
Your situation is exceedingly unique.
It is no longer something we can resolve from the outside. Even if you were to capture a demigod, they would be powerless. The sole way forward is to rapidly elevate the knowledge path, striving to suppress the power of the abyssal sequence before Gourmet undergoes significant enhancement. Do not question this. As long as Gourmet exists, you cannot permanently suppress its advancement unless you wish to starve to death. Gourmet cannot be restrained. The earlier stages are the easiest to control, as long as you haven't consumed the corpses of extraordinary beings. If you can resist eating the corpses of extraordinary beings, perhaps you might delay it slightly, but it would only be for a few months. You will gradually lose control over your desire to feast, and that will be when gourmet erupts. Perhaps in just over 10 days, you could achieve the coveted transition. How does that sound? Happy my foot. According to the Duke's words, if the power of the abyss were to erupt, it would only snowball, and from the moment he stepped into the abyss, he would never be able to halt. He needed to find materials for the magician's potion immediately. Zhou Yuan also gained a new understanding of how to accelerate his digestion of the scholar potion with the parchment. Would it allow him to bleed profusely and exceptionally provide him with parchment in times of urgency? Damn it, he had unknowingly placed himself in such a pressing situation. Chapter 71 of the Eve. My Lord Duke, do you recall the magician? Zhou Yuan inquired. He was utterly perplexed about the subsequent promotion to magician, lacking any clear direction. Fortunately, the Duke was now lucid. If he could glean even a morsel of information from her, it would be invaluable. Regrettably, the Duke's response left him somewhat disheartened. Magician, I don't have much of an impression. I have traversed the continent for many years and have only encountered a magician twice, once at the port of Kansan-Saro on the far west of the western continent, and once on my return journey to Rhine. The extraordinary beings are exceedingly rare, and resources for promotion are scarce, hence the dearth of such individuals. However, I do have a vivid recollection of their capabilities. During my second return, I had already ascended to Sequence 5 and was at the pinnacle of my ambitions. That young man provoked me, and I gave him a lesson, and subsequently, he eagerly introduced me to his abilities. If the scholar represents the beginning of accumulation, the dawn of omniscience, then the magician signifies the inception of omnipotence. The advantage of you scholars lies in the knowledge you possess, which can be wielded provided the appropriate materials are at hand, yet, it is precisely these materials that constrain your potential and impose limitations. The essence of a magician's power lies in this, magic, the ability to temporarily substitute any object for that which you require. The fundamental nature of this magic is transmutation, and it is a transmutation at your command. With the advent of the magician, the might of the knowledge pathway begins to manifest, yet alas, it seems there are no magicians in Rhine. The alchemical materials you seek cannot be found here, and conventional methods will not suffice for promotion. The Duke emphasized the word conventional, causing Zhou Yuan to furrow his brow. He discerned the Duke's implication. The divine lamp. Her words hinted strongly that the divine lamp could assist him in obtaining the magician's potion. Tina, Duchess? Zhou Yuan asked softly. Ah, what is it? The young girl turned, licking her lollipop. Are you all right? Why would I not be? It's deliciously sweet. You were just suggesting that I used the divine lamp, Zhou Yuan remarked. Observing Tina's confident and natural demeanor, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, the next moment, upon hearing Zhou Yuan's comment, Tina leapt up, clutching her stomach, her expression turning grim. Damn it, why is this little brat so clueless? The after-effects of swallowing the divine lamp manifest as this. Tina cursed, chastising her younger self. You all let me eat the divine lamp, though it won't affect you directly at close range anymore. Now the divine lamp within me is beginning to influence me, indirectly captivating you. For the duration that the divine lamp resides within me, you must remain vigilant. My words may be distorted at any moment, so be discerning. The Duke's tone was grave and serious. Just as Zhou Yuan was attentively noting this, the Duke's next words abruptly shifted to Zhou Yuan. I'm hungry. Zhou Yuan slapped his forehead. It was bad, her consciousness had lapsed into slumber again, and now she was merely the little duchess. He could only attempt to soothe her. Don't worry, Sister Donger has gone to prepare a feast. Have some snacks in the meantime, dinner will be ready soon. Oh, I see, the little girl replied, somewhat aggrieved, as she opened the door and scampered to the front hall where her snacks awaited. As Tina opened the door, Zhou Yuan caught sight of the towering Grace, who was returning to his room, brandishing an exaggerated dumbbell. Grace had returned just as Grace entered his room. The door opposite Zhou Yuan swung open, and sure he stepped out. Zhou Yuan was initially puzzled but quickly grasped that sure he had not just returned, he had never left. Sure, let us keep the news of the infiltration at the higher levels to a minimum. I cannot ascertain who the infiltrator is, and our only recourse is to draw them out through action. A second-tier whisperer, regardless of the faction, is no minor character, they are key members. Losing even one of them is a significant blow. Just days ago, we lost a soul shepherd, and if we were to lose another second-tier key member now, it would be devastating. Zhou Yuan interjected, so this infiltrator will exhibit rescue behavior? Isn't that somewhat implausible? It seems too obvious. Sure, he shook his head. Not obvious at all, quite the contrary. Many will advocate for leniency toward those who plead for lighter treatment. The decision-making body within the organization comprises not only high-ranking extraordinary beings but also representatives from the council. These individuals wield considerable influence. If the organization is indeed infiltrated, I cannot determine how many have betrayed us, but it is certain that there are traitors among these council representatives. Their minds are consumed with politics, and they are wary of desperate politicians. How could they wish for us to engage in war with the Koyanu faction? To many of them, allowing the Koyanu faction to run rampant would not pose a significant threat to Rhine, especially since it would not harm their interests. Thus, this faction is highly resistant to warfare among extraordinary beings, advocating for peace and a blind eye approach. With such individuals leading the way, hidden enemies can easily set the pace. I suspect the last release was orchestrated by them. Since they can hide so well, how do we identify the Koyanu faction's infiltrator within the organization? Zhou Yuan inquired. Naturally, there will be those who seek them out. We simply need to capture individuals and compel them to act. A vast net has already been cast, awaiting the fish to swim in. Near the outskirts of Rhine City, in the mountains of Roya, the Koyanu faction stronghold. On a sickbed, Jonah leaned against the headboard, a pillow supporting his back, gazing quizzically at the unfamiliar figure before him. Who are you? Cough cough, how did you get in here? Jonah rasped between coughs. He was still quite weak. During the morning skirmish, he had been struck twice by debris hurled by Grace and had narrowly avoided being crushed by a punch from Grace at the last moment. Fortunately, time had run out. He had only suffered a concave chest and 4 broken ribs. This was his sickbed, located within the safe zone of the Koyanu faction stronghold, surrounded by numerous extraordinary beings. How could there be an intruder? The stranger was clad in a blue suit, leaning on a cane, exuding confidence and composure. Do not be alarmed, I am not your enemy. On the contrary, I am here to assist you. Christian, she has arrived. A black raven flew in, and the figure of Christian materialized. Boss! Jonah exclaimed, now convinced that the individual in the blue suit was indeed not an enemy, for no one could impersonate his boss, the renowned Black Witch. Here I am. What's the rush? Christian yawned, expressing her discontent, before turning sharply to Jonah on the bed, her voice turning cold. Listen. Chapter 72 Ambush and Counter-Ambush Captain. Muir rushed out of the office, his expression frantic. The eyes of White Dove in Peace were wide with alarm, tears tinged with crimson shimmering in their gaze. At that moment, Shuri, Zhou Yuan, and Grace were gathered in the foyer, while Jenny played with a little girl. Muir's sudden emergence was a clear indication of impending action. Has he moved? Sure, he inquired. Yes, he has departed from the Roya Mountains and is swiftly approaching the Rhine. I am certain he has left the Koyanu faction stronghold. We can proceed. Muir replied. Ha, let us go. This time, I will tear him apart. Grace laughed heartily, flexing his intimidating muscles. Without hesitation, the group had long been prepared to set off at a moment's notice. Depart. We must apprehend him before he enters Rhine City. Sure, he commanded. Zhou Yuan immediately approached Tina, offering a sheepish smile to Jenny, before taking the little girl's hand to join the others. Jenny frowned, questioning Zhou Yuan's actions. What are you doing? Why bring a child on a mission? It's far too dangerous. Zhou Yuan could only explain, no, we must ensure her safety under our protection at all times. It is better to have her with us, requiring our vigilance, than to leave her alone in the squad without an extraordinary guardian. Why? Zhou Yuan shook his head, leading the little girl downstairs, his voice echoing back, it's classified. The second floor fell silent once more, and Jenny murmured, is this classified as well? Extraordinary events, that you have no idea how perilous they can be, and yet you bring along a liability. I hope nothing goes awry. On the outskirts of the Rhine-New Art District, 5 individuals, 4 adults and 1 child, surged forth from Rhine City in 3 horse-drawn carriages. Zhou Yuan, Shuri, and Tina shared one carriage, while Grace commandeered another, leaving the last for Muir and his animal companions. The carriages raced along the official road, with Muir's White Dove in Peace leading the way above. The 3 drivers remained oblivious, ensnared in the vivid dreamscape conjured by Shuri, perceiving only what he wished them to see. 1 kilometer ahead, we shall soon catch sight of him, Muir announced, as White Dove began to circle high above. Grace leaped from the carriage, sprinting alongside it. Shuri slowed the carriage as the trees on either side thickened. In Shuri's dream, the 3 drivers were entirely unaware they had halted by the roadside, trapped in an endless journey, completely oblivious to any abnormality. Zhou Yuan held the little girl's hand, standing behind Grace, who was now a hulking beast, and Muir, who sat coldly atop the monstrous creature. Sure, he had stealthily melded into the woods, like an assassin concealed in the shadows. The terrain here was not as straight as in the city, with its curves and uneven ground, necessitating careful navigation to avoid depressions and protrusions, compounded by the dense foliage on either side. Thus, the distance of 1 kilometer was deceptively far, rendering any sight of their target impossible. Stopping now was a prudent decision, ensuring that Jonah remained oblivious to their presence, particularly as he exercised extreme caution, even drawing nearby birds into his dream, allowing the carriages to pass without disturbing the avian flock, thus eliminating any chance of detection. Grace and Muir waited silently at a bend, while Zhou Yuan and Tina prepared a magical airgun at a slight distance, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. At that instant, the little girl tugged at his hand, and Zhou Yuan, puzzled, looked down to find her gazing up at him, softly asking, "Zhou Yuan?" "Yes?" "A tragedy is about to unfold. You can still prevent it. Would you like to make a wish?" Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted, instinctively releasing her hand and stepping back. When he regained his composure, he noticed the little girl staring blankly at him, having shaken off his grip. The one who had uttered those words was the lamp. "A tragedy is imminent. What tragedy? Can a wish avert it? How could that be?" In terms of strength, both Muir and Grace surpassed Jonah, not to mention that he was personally accompanying them to ensure success. How could anything go wrong? Moreover, even if Christiane herself were to appear alongside Jonah, it would be impossible for their squad to encounter a tragedy. The mention of the lamp had Zhou Yuan's nerves taut. He furrowed his brow and scanned his surroundings, even activating his eye of truth to ascertain that all was well. Just then, a figure emerged from around the corner, revealing a transformed, grinning Grace, and the indifferent Muir seated atop the colossal beast. "You?" Jonah clutched his chest, his wounds still unhealed, leaving him physically weakened and struggling to advance. Before Grace could respond, Zhou Yuan heard Jonah's next words, "You've really come?" Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. From the moment Jonah appeared, he noted the absence of shock on his face, which was decidedly unusual. Especially considering his words, coupled with what the lamp had conveyed through the Duchess Tina, Zhou Yuan immediately began to associate this with ominous possibilities. "Captain, deal with him, and let us go, there may be danger within the city." Zhou Yuan shouted, prompting Jonah to freeze in place, the eerie grin still. He chose to act, not allowing Grace the opportunity to practice, as he swiftly cast Jonah into a dream state and stepped forward. Grace was about to bind Jonah when a flurry of black crow feathers pierced the ground before him like deadly darts. Grace halted abruptly, leaping back to evade the feather, watching as the ground where it struck darkened and began to decay, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. "Captain Shirhi, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly attempting to ambush us outside our Koyanu faction stronghold? And as far as I know, this member was also injured by you?" He coldly regarded Christiane, perplexed by her presence. She had been tailing Jonah, waiting for their emergence. Their squad's movements were entirely under the enemy's control. The sensation was truly unsettling. Glancing towards Zhou Yuan, he heard his urgent words. Particularly after realizing their squad's movements had been completely anticipated, he surmised that trouble was likely brewing behind them. "Go, you all return, I will follow shortly." Zhou Yuan thought little of it and immediately scooped up the little girl, racing towards the carriage. He needed to return post-haste. The lamp, a fundamental presence, had no need to deceive him. "Oh, Captain, he is quite confident, but the territory of my Koyanu faction is not one that can be entered or exited at will. Stay and keep me company for a while." Christiane waved her hand, and the black crows swarmed, revealing two figures emerging from the shadowy mass, one male and one female. Rachel Goss, second-rank mechanic. Idra Bernard, second-rank B-Queen. Chapter 73. Resignation. A sequence 7 and 8, and not to mention a sequence 9 Reaper of Corpses. These are the only extraordinary beings at your disposal, are they not? I am quite curious as to how you are so certain that we are here, he remarked as a hazy mist began to envelop. This was no mere pretense. Captain Shirhi, would you like to know? Christiane languidly reclined in her raven chair, her confidence stemming from her possession of dream manipulation, which ensured that he could not harm her. "But why should I divulge that information to you?" "It is not yet time for life and death struggles, we simply wish to keep you entertained for a while. Do refrain from leaving prematurely, one to you?" At that moment, a man and a woman approached Grace and Moore, respectively. The mechanic, Rachel, was a burly man in his 40s with disheveled brown hair, clad in oil-stained overalls, towering over 2 meters. He was a mass of muscle, with his entire right hand encased in a mechanical arm and a colossal metal box strapped to his back. As he advanced toward the towering Grace, Rachel appeared almost childlike in comparison, yet he displayed no sign of trepidation as the mechanical arm began to expand, enveloping his shoulder and chest, ultimately encasing his entire form. The silvery mechanical armor surrounded the mechanic, a manifestation of his signature ability, mechanical augmentation, which allowed him to enhance and expand pre-configured mechanical structures, enabling him to carry large machinery despite its small size.
Bang! Surprisingly, the first attack did not originate from the irate Grace.
Instead, Rachel raised his right arm, which opened to reveal a hole at the palm, from which a lead bullet shot forth at great speed. Caught off guard, Grace could only raise his right hand in a futile attempt to shield himself. The lead bullet embedded itself deep within Grace's formidable flesh, causing blood to spurt from his palm. He grinned, a blend of intrigue and bloodthirsty delight flashing across his face.
Interesting, it can actually penetrate my defenses? The speed is sufficient, but the force leaves much to be desired. It didn't even reach the bone, just a mere surface wound. It's useless. Use any other abilities you possess, otherwise, it will soon be my turn, and do not blame me for tearing your iron head from your shoulders.
Not far away, however, two enormous murderous bees, each the size of a palm, descended upon him with a thunderous buzz, blocking his path. He could only frown and redirect the beast, its claws precisely shredding the creature's mid-air. The two murderous bees were fragile, having evolved into reckless killing machines with enhanced barbs and venomous attacks, yet their bodies remained weak, easily defeated in combat against extraordinary beings. However, Moore felt no joy. Instead, his expression darkened as he spotted a woman named Adara, surrounded by a swarm of bees, standing at a distance, gazing at him. From both sides of the forest, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air, as a massive swarm of murderous bees encircled the area. Zhou Yuan had just managed to usher the young girl onto the carriage while he awakened the driver from his dream state.
Let us go! Zhou Yuan cried, cracking the whip against the horse's rear, spurring it into a frantic gallop. What are you doing?
The driver was about to express his anger when the overwhelming buzzing noise made him instinctively glance around. His heart nearly stopped. What was this? Why were there so many hornets? The dense swarm of bees surged toward the carriage like a tidal wave, causing the driver to panic. Zhou Yuan's voice was steady and low as he commanded, "Drive. Do not concern yourself with anything else." He then placed Tina inside the carriage, while he himself leaned out, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light, a palpable aura of confidence emanating from him. This very presence steadied the driver, who gritted his teeth and drove the carriage down the road at breakneck speed.
Bang!
A murderous bee that had approached the carriage was shot cleanly through the head, the bullet piercing through the first bee and continuing to strike down three more before dissipating into the air. The four broken bodies fell to the ground, yet the remaining bees remained undeterred, continuing their relentless charge. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath as a dagger slipped from his sleeve into his hand, expertly caught and gripped in reverse. His azure eyes flickered with awareness, capturing every detail around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The deafening vibration surged from behind, and Zhou Yuan grasped the edge of the carriage, exerting a gentle force to vault himself atop the vehicle. At that moment, he felt a surge of gratitude. The power of the Eater had enhanced his physical capabilities prior to this encounter, or else he would surely be in peril now. Whoosh! Zhou Yuan deftly spun to evade an incoming bee, simultaneously executing a precise strike that severed. The viscous red liquid that spilled forth bore no resemblance to blood, it was more akin to a type of adhesive.
Pop, 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 bang!
In a matter of moments, Zhou Yuan began to dance atop the carriage, his dagger slicing through. He had yet to experiment with triggering the second set of 7 shots in rapid succession, as that could likely lead to dire consequences.
Pop, pop, pop!
Zhou Yuan leaped atop the carriage, his body nearly horizontal in midair, evading the bees' assaults at an uncanny angle, and in the flurry of his movements, 3 more bee corpses plummeted to the ground.
Bang!
He landed heavily on the carriage roof, causing the wooden vehicle to sway violently.
I'm nearing my limit.
Haven't we escaped her control yet? Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, the azure light in his eyes beginning to fade. Within a mere 2 minutes, his stamina and spirit had been swiftly depleted, now reaching their breaking point. He had been waiting for the carriage to exit the control radius of the second-order bee queen, yet he had not anticipated that even a second-order extraordinary being could exert such extensive influence, the straight-line distance clearly exceeding 2 kilometers.
Bang! Bang, bang!
As more murderous bees charged forth, Zhou Yuan activated the remaining airgun shots in a final desperate attempt, feeling the painful pressure on his right index finger, the last remnants of the second set expended. If he were to activate the third set, his finger would undoubtedly fail to withstand the strain and would shatter before exhausting the shots. In that moment of utter exhaustion, Zhou Yuan sighed, the azure light completely vanishing from his gaze, an unfathomable darkness silently enveloping his eyes. Zhou Yuan quietly grasped a severed portion of a murderous bee's body and took a bite. The viscous red liquid erupted in his mouth, and he swallowed it whole. Chapter 74. The true objective. Through the myriad eyes of the killer bees, the gaze ultimately converged with that of a woman. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan being compelled to unleash the power of the guest, Adela exhaled a sigh of relief. It was then that she truly focused her mind on the confrontation with Moore, indicating that even while distracted, she managed to hold Moore at bay using the swarm for a full 2 minutes. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, sending ripples through the air and dust, with the focal point being 2 fists, one large and one small, one flesh and one mechanical. The battle between Grace and the mechanic was stripped of all external distractions, clashing with primal force to determine the victor. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed, piercing Rachel's ears, as cracks appeared on the mechanical arm engaged in the brawl. Yet Grace remained unfazed, his aura intensifying, as his fists enveloped in crimson mist struck with the rhythm of a divine drummer, delivering blow after blow, forcing the mechanic Rachel to engage him in close combat. Rachel gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of regret. He had been overly confident, believing that despite possessing numerous ranged methods, he could prove his mechanical prowess superior to flesh and blood by confronting the butcher Grace head-on. Now he found himself in a predicament. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. The two exchanged a rapid series of blows, with Grace growing increasingly exhilarated, while Rachel bore the burden of his silent suffering as the mechanical arm emitted sounds of parts failing under insufficient strength. At last, when Grace landed another punch squarely on Rachel's head, concealed beneath the mechanical structure, the mechanic was sent flying. Rachel's mechanical body crashed through several sturdy trees before coming to a halt. He crawled out of the pit, first removing his helmet to reveal his true visage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his disheveled hair clung to his cheeks from the profuse sweat. He forced a maniacal grin and remarked, "Cough, ha 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 ha, butcher, how formidable you are, truly deserving of your reputation as the strongest flesh and blood being in the second order Nereine. Engaging you in close quarters is indeed futile. However, I am not a brutish simpleton like you. I rely on my intellect for sustenance. Knowledge is power. Developing muscles alone is not the sole path. Activate." With that, Rachel placed his hand upon the metallic box behind him, and the entire container flowed like liquid into his mechanical armor, mending all damage. The armor swelled to twice its original thickness, reaching a towering height of 3 meters. Simultaneously, brilliant silver metal coalesced in his grasp, forming a complexly structured broadsword, its numerous semi-hidden gun barrels indicating it was no mere melee weapon. Moreover, 2 large structures resembling machine guns emerged from his armor's shoulders, their barrels aimed directly at Grace. Slaughter! A single word, uttered in the ancient Gus language, activated one of Grace's few proactive abilities. His expression contorted. This ability was one he seldom utilized, as it not only demanded immense energy but also inflicted considerable pain, making it particularly challenging to master. How could the butcher be without a slaughter knife? Grace's right hand began to contort and stack, bones, blood vessels, and muscles compressing together, forming a slaughter knife that extended from his forearm to his palm, fused with his very being. Grace's eyes glowed with a terrifying red light as he charged at Rachel, while his fully armed mech did not remain idle, with the shoulder-mounted guns unleashing a torrent of fire. A vast swarm of killer bees relentlessly surged toward Moore's position, their sheer numbers rendering him hesitant to release any other pets aside from his golden retriever. Neither the peaceful pigeons nor the red-eyed mice possessed any means of self-preservation amidst such a suicidal assault. Fortunately, the synergy between Jean Doe and Moore was exceptionally high, with the enhanced state proving formidable each time the massive claws descended. They obliterated swaths of killer bees, while the pigeons perched on Moore's shoulder, shielding him from the occasional bee breaching Jean Doe's defenses. This fellow, there must be a limit to this wasp swarm. How many years did she nurture to cultivate such a multitude? What purpose does it serve to impede me at such a cost? They cannot harm me, merely exhausting their own resources. Once these bees sustain significant losses, your bee queen will be left with an empty title, her strength drastically diminished, wouldn't you agree? Moore's latter remark was shouted out loud, directed at Adela, who seemed to be lagging behind. He had discerned their true intent. They sought to delay him rather than engage in battle. Adela offered no response, instead quietly addressed the raven beside her. "My lord, the task has been accomplished. The Son of God has harnessed the power of the abyss. Shall we retreat? My losses are somewhat." The raven spoke, its gaze cold and unyielding as it fixed its stare upon the woman. "Your losses are inconsequential. The organization has reached a critical juncture. Consider this a merit to your name. It will be recorded in the merit book. Once we accomplish our ultimate objective, you know what that means. The world shall belong to us. Indeed, my lord, the abyss endures. Adila's eyes sparkled with intense fervor and adoration, as if she yearned to burn both body and soul in devotion to him. What did such losses matter? She had successfully propelled the Son of God onto the righteous path, back into the embrace of a great entity. This was a monumental achievement. The future world would undoubtedly have a place for Adila. As Zhou Yuan reached his limits, he experienced an immediate alleviation. With a morsel of food consumed, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, his fatigue dissipating entirely, and his body enhanced significantly, every limb and sinew brimming with vitality. A viscous black liquid emanated from Zhou Yuan's clenched fists, enveloping them as if shrouded in two pools of sludge. He struck out, utterly disregarding the terrifying barbs and venom of the killer bees. Upon entering the realm of the black liquid, the killer bees immediately erupted in white mist, akin to droplets of water sizzling upon a blazing furnace. In an instant, they corroded into a single drop of crimson liquid, suspended in Zhou Yuan's palm. With his deep, dark eyes fixed upon it, Zhou Yuan raised his hand, opened his mouth wide, and allowed the droplet to fall. As the blood droplet entered, it transformed into pure energy, surging back into Zhou Yuan's being. He closed his eyes, deeply immersed in the exquisite sensation of enhanced power, nearly entrapped by its allure. Simultaneously, his hands, enveloped in the black liquid, swiftly captured the airborne killer bees, transforming the tide of battle. The girl's melodious tone seemed to carry an enchanting quality, causing the darkness in Zhou Yuan's gaze to fade. He raised his hand, bewildered, to cover his face, as red droplets fell upon the car's roof, exuding a rich fragrance. Chapter 75 of the Plains Beneath the Night Sky. What am I doing? Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted as he knelt atop the carriage, his gaze vacant. Powerful forces coursed through his limbs and body, which had grown to a terrifying strength, far surpassing the limits of an ordinary person. Indeed, he had been driven to this brink, compelled to embrace the abyssal power of his own volition. He had clearly admonished himself to merely utilize the strength of the devourer to restore his vitality, intending to relinquish it immediately upon recovery. Yet, reality proved cruel, exceedingly cruel. This was a situation beyond what he had been able to suppress with mere willpower before. He found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of consumption and enhancement. The carriage galloped forward as he gasped for breath atop it, the swarm of bees that had once attacked now circling in the air behind him, yet never crossing an invisible boundary, perhaps the limit of Queen Bee Adila's control? Zhou Yuan? Are you all right? Tina's voice emerged from the carriage, clear and youthful, yet tinged with gravity. The consciousness of the Duke had returned. Zhou Yuan was about to rise when he noticed droplets of crimson liquid floating independently above the carriage roof, refusing to merge. He ultimately retrieved a thumb-sized vial to collect each droplet, totaling 33, and even within the same container, they showed no inclination to amalgamate. Gripping the edge of the carriage roof, Zhou Yuan gracefully descended back into the carriage, where Duke Tina regarded him with a serious expression. Aren't you afraid of death? I just informed you that this path is a dead end for you. Even if you reach the end, you may not recognize yourself. How dare you wield the power of the abyss? Do you not realize that had I not fortuitously awakened just now, consuming those droplets would have immediately propelled the devourer to the second tier, suppressing the path of knowledge? Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had not anticipated that this encounter would be entirely different from the previous two. Relying solely on personal will was insufficient to control the insatiable desire to consume. My awakening this time was fleeting, and I may not awaken again soon. I've discerned some patterns. While the lamp remains within me, it influences my ability to speak and seduce, which incurs a cost. Thereafter, my consciousness has a chance to awaken. This means that my next awakening will likely depend on the lamp's ability to seduce you again. Remember, do not succumb to temptation, do not make wishes. You are still too young, and I do not dare to trust you. You younger generations truly give me a headache. Zhou Yuan awkwardly scratched his face. Before the Duke, he indeed felt like a child, too young. Peering out of the carriage, he noticed the bee swarm gradually fading from view. Of the coachman, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his brow, turned to Zhou Yuan and inquired, "What about the two companions?" "There is little hope for them," Zhou Yuan replied bluntly. Although sure he had unraveled some of their dreams, without extraordinary individuals to guard them, the other two carriages had barely ventured far before being pierced through the skull by the stingers of the killer bees, dying on the spot. Zhou Yuan witnessed all of this from atop the carriage. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's response, the coachman recoiled slightly, spurring the horses with increased vigor, secretly grateful for his own survival, and silently vowed to continue driving in this direction for the rest of his life. In the distance, Christian's figure vanished. Sure, he dared to wield the power of dreams, directly employing the dream body technique to enter the dream realm, confident that nightmares lacked the capability to attack the physical body within the dream. However, this assertion was not entirely accurate. Other nightmares, aside from Shurhi, would begin to investigate how to inflict substantial harm on their target's physical form at this stage. Nevertheless, despite their abilities to damage the physical body, such effects were ultimately achieved indirectly through the spiritual body.
Once a capability like Christian's dream body technique was employed, the prospect of physical harm became laughable. Is this truly your only dream? Christian scoffed. This was her second time being drawn into a dream by Shurhi, and her second time entering in her true form. Captain Shurhi was indeed a dull man. Despite the transformations, the scene remained the same. The vast plain under the night sky held no novelty. Shurhi's figure manifested directly within the dream, quietly observing Christian before posing a rather peculiar question. Christian, how did you come to know of the events deep within the Roya mountain range? Ha ha ha, how rude. You haven't even answered my question and are already impatient. How tiresome, Shurhi frowned. You go through such lengths to project your spiritual essence and envelop me, preventing me from influencing the external situation, and yet you do so merely to ask such a trivial question? The reason Zhou Yuan was driven to the brink by the swarm, to the point of employing the power of the abyss, and why the two coachmen met their grim fates, was not due to Shurhi's reluctance to save them. Under normal circumstances, drawing such insignificant insects into a dream was effortless. He could easily defeat the Queen Bia, confusing her commands within the dream and causing all the bees she commanded to turn upon one another. Yet Christian, in her reckless fervor, had almost sacrificed herself, expanding her spiritual essence to create a barrier that isolated Shurhi from the outside world. Although it appeared as if only the two of them were engaged in a friendly conversation, the battlefield was, in fact, the most perilous. They were directly clashing their spiritual essences, much like Zhou Yuan's predicament the previous night, only their control over the spiritual essence was far more intricate. A moment's carelessness could lead to one of them becoming a fool. They were indeed top-tier extraordinary individuals. Should they expose any vulnerabilities, the other would surely seize the opportunity to shatter them entirely. Shurhi raised his head, surveying the familiar scenery around him. He had entered this place countless times, ever since his ascension to Nightmare. Every time he drew someone into a dream, it was here. As long as he was present, the scene would forever be set in the night-clad plain. It seems you are merely relying on hearsay, unaware of how you came to learn about the events deep within the Roya mountain range. Even if you know, so what? Do you dare to venture inside? Ultimately, no one has the courage to take even a single step, not even to glance at the periphery from a distance. A slight rigidity crept into Christian's smile before she quickly regained her composure. They indeed did not dare to enter. The depths of the Roya mountain range harbored great terrors. On that occasion, a luxurious party composed of 2 4th-tier and 12 3rd-tier individuals entered, yet only Shurhi returned. Moreover, the one once hailed as the most likely candidate to transcend into a dream master and become a saint, Shurhi, had become forever stagnant, remaining at the level of Nightmare for over a decade, losing even the slightest influence over reality that Nightmare could wield. Since that time, official extraordinary individuals had fallen silent, and high-end combat power had suffered severe losses, leading to the subsequent situation where the new faction of Koya was met with constant concessions. Chapter 76 The Endless Dream. Indeed, how could you, who possess nothing worthy of protection, dare to venture into such perilous places without any vested interest? If you fail, you can simply retreat to the Rhine. After all, the well-being of the common folk here is of no concern to you. Moving elsewhere is merely a matter of survival. Shurhi's voice began calmly, yet it grew increasingly frigid, chilling the very air until frost began to form in the space around them. Beneath the waning moonlight, Christian suddenly sensed something amiss. A deep-seated feeling of dread surged within her, as if some unspeakable horror was drawing near. Before her, Shurhi vanished, only to reappear high above in midair, loftier than Christian's floating form, forcing her to gaze upwards at him. Shurhi's eyes were tightly shut, streams of crimson tears tracing his cheeks. It was essential to note that both of them were in their true forms within this dream. Shurhi was truly weeping blood. Wait, Captain Shurhi, there is no need for us to take it this far. I would not truly harm you. Would it not be better to part ways amicably? Moreover, I am currently in a dream body state. You cannot injure me. There is truly no need for such desperation. Although Christian was acutely aware of her invulnerability, the overwhelming sense of crisis, from the missing persons case to the resistance against the Easterners that emerged within the council, to the gathering of the bloodlines of extraordinary beings, now you must detain me, even resorting to the perilous use of a spiritual barrier. There must be a significant scheme underway in Rhine City, a crucial step of utmost importance, is there not? Given these circumstances, I must fight with all my might. Either I will slay you and report to headquarters, or you will kill me, incapacitating you for the subsequent plans. You are not merely part of the Koyan faction, are you? The new faction only shows such strong discipline through your subset of extraordinary individuals. What organization do you belong to? The Divine Guidance Society. Surprisingly, Christian offered the name of her organization without a moment's hesitation. The Divine Guidance Society, how forthright a name. So, you seek to usher a deity into this world in this era? No, it cannot be. The true essence of a god has no possibility of descending. You aim to bring forth a fragment of their divine nature?
Shurhi's tightly shut eyelids fluttered open, his eyes, filled with blood, fixated on Christian as the space around them began to tremble violently. The earth heaved as if it were a great beast stirring, while thunder cracked across the sky, the celestial forces unleashed in a chaotic display. It is too late, Captain Shurhi. From the moment you refrained from risking a breach of my spiritual barrier, it was already beyond redemption. Not only is this illusory dream realm incapable of harming me, but even if you could slay me, you would not be able to avert the deity's arrival. The convulsing earth suddenly split apart, a monstrous hand of soil stretching forth, crashing down upon Christian as if swatting a bothersome fly. The titanic hand collided with the ground, sending tremors through the earth, yet Christian emerged unscathed from the swirling dust. I told you, this trick is futile. Christian maintained a faade of ease, yet within her, the unparalleled sense of oppression intensified, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. She knew it was concealed within her abode, yet she could not find it. What do you mean? Shurhi was not questioning Christiana's intact form but rather her words, wondering why she claimed it was too late. Suddenly, he connected the dots, a vision of a young figure adorned with a small black hat emerging before his mind's eye. Zhou Yuan, clarity dawned upon him. The Abyss, the Consumers, the Divine Guidance Society, the Descent of Divinity. You have lingered in the Rhine for so many years, merely to await this day, to find a vessel capable of wielding the powers of a consumer at a low tier, to bear the divine essence upon its arrival? This individual, is it Zhou Yuan? What have you just done? Sure, he understood, but his expression grew dark. If their plans came to fruition, it would signify the completion of a divine descent. Should they succeed, it would entail the obliteration of the very essence of the Rhine, rendering it a mere whisper in the annals of history. Certainly, we aim to set the Son of God back upon the righteous path. He has already willingly harnessed the powers of the Abyss. Once he has used it once, he is fated to embrace the Abyss's embrace. Damn it! Sure, he hissed through clenched teeth, his hands coming together in a prayer, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. This blood transformed into a crimson mist that enveloped the entire space, even staining the moonlight above into a deep red, morphing it into a blood moon hanging ominously in the sky. Weren't you just asking me why this scene is always so monotonous? Do you care to guess how I knew you had never ventured deep into the Rawaya mountain range? Because the very first sight upon entering there is this boundless plain. For over a decade, I have ceaselessly constructed this dreamscape, meticulously recreating this plain as it once was, and no one has ever witnessed its true form. Come now, let me see if my years of labor have been in vain. Ultimate illusion, the Yinjiang plain. In the sanguine world, Christian surveyed her surroundings with gravity. Visibility was severely hindered by the blood mist, while a chilling aura clawed its way into her limbs. This frigidness was inescapable and unyielding, leaving her with no choice but to endure it. Within mere seconds, discomfort overwhelmed her, and even the crows nearby began to flap their wings with diminishing vigor before they stiffened midair, transforming into crystalline sculptures that shattered upon hitting the ground, creating a sound akin to breaking glass, leaving shards scattered about. Christian, morphing into a crow to disperse, could momentarily regroup and restore her human form, only to realize with shock that she had become lost. The plane had turned inexplicably bizarre, rendering her incapable of discerning direction. She yearned to escape the dream, yet the entire world felt as if it were encased within a transparent, delicate membrane. While she had previously traversed with ease, this time, entering the dream with her true form proved an arduous task. A beam of black light shot from her fingertips into the air, the fluctuations of her power escalating, as she opted for the most straightforward approach, forcefully shattering the barrier with her heightened abilities. Crack! The space fractured like a mirror, and as Christian intensified her assault, the fissures widened, ultimately transforming into a gap between the dream and reality. Yet she did not relent. Why did he not impede me? Moreover, why did this dreadful sense of crisis show no sign of abating? With little time to ponder, Christian stepped into the crevice. However, as she crossed the threshold of the dream's rift, her countenance paled. Before her lay not the lush forest surrounding the Rawaya mountain range, but rather a blood-red plain. Before her stood Shurhi, his expression devoid of emotion, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, "Welcome back, welcome to the endless dream." Chapter 77. The uprising in the factory district, atop the towering smokestack of the blast furnace, Welbo surveyed the sprawling industrial landscape with an air of disdain, his elegant cane held firmly in hand. Dressed immaculately, with meticulously groomed hair, his polished appearance stood in stark contrast to the grimy emissions belching from the chimneys. Come forth, let the most magnificent symphony resound." deliver the apex of beauty to the... With tools such as wrenches and shovels in hand, their faces flushed with excitement and indignation, they surged forth from the factory, spilling onto the streets.
Mother, who are these people? A child peered from the window of a nearby tenement, his golden hair and blue eyes marking him as a quintessential Rhinelander.
His mother swiftly pulled him back, drawing the curtains closed, and cradled him in her arms, whispering gently, "Do not fear, my child, this does not concern us, they seek the Easterners and will not harm us, as long as we do not provoke them." The child, puzzled, recalled briefly before asking, "But, mother, I learned at school that the Easterners helped us gain our independence, and that is why we enjoy our current prosperity. We all live as equals now, without nobles or kings, without slaves or slaughter. Did you not say that our family owes its freedom from a lowly servitude to them? Why then do they shout, Easterlings, be gone from the Rhine?" The mother, taken aback by her son's inquiry, wished to shield him from the turmoil. She responded perfunctorily, "Child, it is because many Easterners have prospered excessively, they possess fixed seats in the parliament, which affords them certain advantages." Unbeknownst to her, her son continued to press the issue.
"But, mother, did we not grant them those seats voluntarily? Was it not to repay their liberation? Moreover, how does their prosperity relate to the expulsion of the Easterners? I have seen many Rhinelanders living in grand villas, are they not the same?"
"You have told me to be grateful and to repay kindness, yet their actions seem contrary to that." The mother was moved by her child's words, gazing at him in disbelief. For the first time, she sensed his burgeoning understanding of the world. She knelt to meet his gaze, embracing his neck, and spoke softly, patiently, "My dear child, I am delighted that you can perceive these complexities. I cannot say whether it is harsh, but the world is not as splendid as you might believe. Observe these demonstrators, are they truly driven by sincerity? Perhaps not. Are they unaware that their actions lack justification, merely an outpouring of their discontent with life? They are aware, yet they still stand here. How many Easterners share their plight? They do not care. They only see the most resplendent and successful aspects of Easterners and conclude that all of them are to blame for usurping the wealth and opportunities of the local Rhinelanders. Rather than introspect on their own shortcomings, it is far easier to shift the burden onto others, and thus you witness these individuals before you. Remember, my child, never become one of these pitiful creatures who dare not confront reality." "Very well, mother.
But what is your impression of the Easterners?"
"That is a false dilemma. As benefactors who led us from despair, we ought to harbor a degree of goodwill towards them. However, that does not mean we must sacrifice anything for them, nor should we bestow a halo of kindness and courage upon every Easterling. Among them are genuine scoundrels, just as in any group or race. Therefore, the only thing you must remember is to assess individuals independently, rather than forming rigid impressions. As a teacher, I am grateful that you possess clarity, my child. Down with the Eastern parasites.
Restore our equality and liberty in the Rhine. It is all the Easterners. They are exploiting us, sucking our blood. Curse the wealthy Easterners."
The emotions of the marching throngs became increasingly uncontrollable, as they cast all their grievances, hardships, and suffering onto the affluent Easterners. High above, Wellbo danced amidst the filth, each swing of his cane creating imperceptible ripples that surged towards the throngs below. In his eyes, a faint pink mist enveloped the crowd, further exacerbating their emotional turmoil.
"Break down the doors. Charge in.
Kill him, slay the vampire Easterners." A ferocious tide of enraged individuals surged into the enclave of the Easterners, tearing apart every barrier in their path: fences, walls, doors, dragging Eastern merchants, workers, wives, and children alike, regardless of profession, gender, or age, into the courtyard at sword point. Countless frenzied souls raised their weapons, repeatedly shouting noble slogans, attempting to cloak their savage atrocities. An Eastern family, trembling with fear, was led into the courtyard, witnessing the chaotic mob and too terrified to resist, listening to the anguished cries from the neighboring yard, the woman's desperate pleas, the child's abruptly silenced sobs. In that instant, the father realized there would be no escape. Gazing at his terrified wife and daughter, he crouched down, enveloping his wife in his open coat, shielding their little girl from the madness surrounding them. The mother locked eyes with her husband, seeking solace in his embrace. Covering their daughter's ears with her hands, she endeavored to muffle the harrowing screams from next door.
"I am glad to meet you.
It seems I did not choose wrongly," the woman spoke softly, her long, dark hair stained crimson with blood. The husband drew the dagger from his grasp, letting his wife's blood stain him. Trembling, he found himself unable to plunge the dagger into his daughter's heart. She was too young, she had yet to truly experience our world, to witness familial love, friendship, and romance. She had countless wishes still unfulfilled. Thud. The clamoring crowd fell momentarily silent as they beheld the father's sorrowful gaze as he fatally pierced his own daughter, killing the wife he cherished. He understood humanity all too well. From their eyes, he saw greed. These were no longer human beings but pure beasts. This was the last act he could perform as a father and husband. To grant them innocence, rising, he stood at the center of the besieged courtyard, surveying the repugnant faces of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Rhinelanders surrounding him. He raised the dagger high, like a valiant knight embarking on a solitary charge. Chapter 78 The Traitor in the Dock District. Near an outlet to the inland sea, all workers were driven away, and two factions stood in heavy confrontation. Cromwell, we have warned you, if you set foot in the Rhine again, this time, we shall not let you return. An elderly man with a white beard, adorned with the medal of the radiant sun of victory, chastised, directly addressing the leader on the opposing side with great authority. You old fool, there's no need to hide it any longer. We are already aware that your last remaining 4th-tier Reign Master has fallen. Do you truly believe that I would be captured by you? Did you think 2 against 1 could subdue me, and to have a mere 8th-tier listener attempt to search my soul? You see, not only did he find nothing, but he also lost his own kin in the process. If it weren't for my desire to ascertain the state of this Rainmaster, how could you have captured me? After so many years in officialdom, it is time for you to experience a life of hardship in the mountains. You! Old Hagen glared fiercely, but he was powerless. He was merely an ordinary man, the commander of the official operatives team and the council, an absolute higher-up among the officials, yet ultimately devoid of any combat prowess. 1 7th tier, 5 8th tiers, and 11 9th tiers, this is no small challenge. When will reinforcements arrive from headquarters? Beside Hagen stood 4 individuals, members of the Dock District's operative team, led by Monroe Hamilton, a 7th-tier Radiant Apostle. This meticulous middle-aged man was currently plagued by a headache. He had never anticipated that the Koyanu faction would strike so suddenly. Cromwell had directly launched a surprise attack on the Dock District with his entire team, without any forewarning. Just days prior, he had been captured alongside those from the New Art District by himself and Shurhi, and due to the intervention of the Koya conservatives, they had refrained from tearing their masks off. Little did they know that Cromwell's intent was solely to verify the condition of the Rainmaster. They were indeed declaring war on the official operatives team. Captain, our numbers are an 8th-tier, Monk remarked, feeling the gravity of the situation. Their side had only 1 7th tier and 3 8th tiers, a mere standard configuration for routine defense in the Rhine, wholly inadequate for repelling an assault. Hold them off, delay for as long as you can. If we cannot hold out, we will switch. Losing one is still a gain. The fall of the Rainmaster cannot be concealed, it will eventually be exposed. This upheaval is unavoidable. I just didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly. In light of this, dear comrades, let us march forth to our demise. Monroe Hamilton's fingertips shimmered with radiant light as he stepped forward, his companions following suit, standing resolutely like an indomitable wall, determined to stall the enemy and buy time for headquarters to react, minimizing destruction within the city. Come. Let us see who can take down more. The brilliant light at Monroe Hamilton's fingertips erupted, a beam piercing through a 9th-tier extraordinary being, his target now clear. Every kill counted, irrespective of size differences. Mr. Hagen, you must notify headquarters. Of course, we lack the resources to escort you, so prepare yourself for the possibility of death on the way. However, getting the message through would be ideal. If you fail to do so, there are other ways for headquarters to learn of the situation here. Monroe Hamilton's words were icy, yet Hagen understood the truth in his statement, making a desperate dash towards the carriage. An utterly unequal battle unfolded, with pursuers chasing after Hagen, yet, after only a few steps, a massive beam immediately pierced one of them, reducing him to ashes. Do you dare to act so brazenly? Cromwell roared in fury. Such instantaneous lethal capabilities were not easily sustained, even for a 7th tier. Although Monroe Hamilton claimed that no one was guarding Hagen, he could not resist the urge to intervene, swiftly eliminating 2 more foes. His actions proved exceptionally effective, and no one dared to pursue Hagen any further, as they valued their lives. They were no fanatical zealots, after all. Useless fools. Cromwell snorted disdainfully, yet he did not reprimand his subordinates for their cowardice in obstructing Hagen's escape. That was of little consequence, for by the time he returned to headquarters, it would be too late. Did you think I sought to seize territory and overthrow you? Ha, in truth, we simply desire the demise of you extraordinary beings. Outside the New Art District, Zhou Yuan drove a carriage into the city. Having left the coachman outside, he commandeered the vehicle and, in a remarkably brief time, had mastered the art of driving, now maneuvering it with the skill of a seasoned charioteer. The coachman, upon dismounting, surprisingly complied, though he harbored some reluctance to part with the carriage that had accompanied him for many years. In the end, he expressed understanding, for the recent events had profoundly impacted him, making him acutely aware that Zhou Yuan and his companions were no ordinary individuals. Zhou Yuan looked up and could already see thick smoke rising from various directions within the city, the result of buildings ablaze, not just a wisp or two, but billowing clouds ascending en masse. The city was in grave trouble. As Zhou Yuan's carriage traversed the streets, he suddenly reached into his bosom and withdrew a small copper box, which seemed to tremble in his grasp. This was the genuine sealed artifact given to him by Shirhi, left behind by Lieutenant Prit, yet it remained in a damaged state and had not been repaired. Why was it reacting? Opening the copper box, Zhou Yuan was taken aback to find that the shattered pocket watch's 3 hands all pointed in the same direction. He adjusted the hands, yet they stubbornly returned to their original position. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. That direction corresponded to Duke Street, where the Iris Flower Security Company was located. There stood the solid copper gate, and within were Jenny and Mu Donger. The realization struck him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to turn back and warn Shirhi and Grace. He understood now why their movements had been anticipated. Traitor, traitor, traitor. There was a traitor among them. Moore was affiliated with the Koyanu faction. The Jonah they had just encountered was not the real one. Lieutenant Prit's pocket watch had previously affected Jonah, and now the 3 hands pointed directly to the true Jonah, who was near the Iris Flower Security Company on Duke Street. Moore had lured them out with ulterior motives, conspiring with Christiane to ambush them.
Damn it! Zhou Yuan cursed. Though Moore had not struck him as such a person, the facts were undeniable.
Especially since he had not left, and only a few in the entire team were privy to this knowledge. Coupled with his actions, there could only be one explanation: Moore had betrayed them.
Go!
Zhou Yuan cracked the whip, yet alas, the horses were already weary, and the numerous obstacles on the streets hindered his speed. No matter how anxious he felt, there was little he could do. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved the silver-inlaid dagger gifted by Little Wilson from his sleeve. Infusing it with his essence, he declared, "Little Wilson,
danger is upon us."
Chapter 78. The Traitor in the Dock District. Near the entrance to the Inner Sea, all workers had been driven away, and 2 factions faced each other in a tense standoff.
Crom, we have warned you, should you set foot in the Rhine again, this time, we shall not let you return. An elderly man with a white beard, adorned with the medal of the victorious sun, scolded, directly addressing the leader of the opposing group with great authority. "You old fool, there's no need to beat around the bush. We are already aware that your sole remaining 4th Order Rain Master has fallen. Do you really think I was captured by your hand? Did you genuinely believe that 2 against 1 could ensnare me? And to allow a mere 8th Order listener to probe my soul, not only did he find nothing, but he also lost his own kin in the process. Had it not been for my desire to ascertain the condition of this Rainmaster, how could you have possibly captured me? After so many years in officialdom, it is time for a change. It is your turn to live a humble life in the mountains." "You!"
Old Hogan glared fiercely, but he was powerless. He was merely an ordinary man, the commander of the official practitioners' squad, an absolute high-ranking official, yet ultimately devoid of any combat prowess.
"When will reinforcements arrive from headquarters?"
Beside Old Hogan stood 4 individuals, members of the Dock District's practitioner squad, led by Monroe Hamilton, a 7th Order Shining Apostle, who at that moment appeared thoroughly exasperated. He had never anticipated that the Koyanu faction would suddenly strike. Cromwell had launched a surprise attack on the Dock District with all his subordinates. Without any forewarning, just a few days prior, they had captured him along with those from the New Art District, but due to the intervention of Koya's conservatives, they had refrained from tearing their masks off completely. Little did they know that Cromwell's objective was to verify the status of the Rainmaster. They were indeed declaring war against the official practitioner squad.
"Captain, our numbers," remarked a nearby 8th Order monk.
Their side consisted of only 1 7th Order and 3 8th Orders, a mere standard garrison configuration for the Rhine, utterly inadequate for repelling an attack. "Delay them, hold on for as long as you can. If you cannot hold, then retreat. Losing one is still a gain. The fall of the Rainmaster cannot be concealed. It will be revealed sooner or later. This upheaval cannot be avoided. I simply did not expect it to come so swiftly. In light of this, my comrades, let us march to our doom." As the shimmering radiance flickered at Monroe Hamilton's fingertips, he stepped forward, and his companions followed suit, forming an indomitable wall, vowing to hold the enemy at bay and buy time for headquarters to respond, thereby minimizing destruction within the city.
"Come. Let us see who can take down Moore."
The brilliant light at Monroe Hamilton's fingertips erupted, a beam piercing through a 9th Order extraordinary being, his intentions now clear, to slay as many as possible. "Hogan, you must notify headquarters. Of course, we lack the resources to escort you, so be prepared to die on the way. However, if you can deliver the message, that would be best. If not, we have ways to ensure headquarters learns of the situation here." Monroe Hamilton's words were cold, yet Hogan understood their truth and sprinted towards the carriage. The utterly unequal battle commenced, with However, just a few paces in, a massive beam of light pierced through him, turning him to ash. "Dare you flaunt your strength?" Cromwell roared in fury. Such instantaneous abilities were no trivial matter, even a seventh order required time to recharge. Although Monroe Hamilton claimed there was no one to guard Hogan, he could not resist, decisively eliminating two more adversaries. His swift actions had a remarkable impact, and no one dared to pursue old Hogan any longer. After all, life was precious, and these lowly subordinates were not zealots but rather valued their lives. Useless fools! Cromwell scoffed, yet he refrained from chastising his subordinates for their cowardice. Compelling them to intercept the fleeing Hogan was of little consequence, as he would be unable to return to headquarters in time anyway. "Do you think I wish to seize territory and overthrow you? Ha! We simply desire the deaths of you extraordinary beings." Outside the New Art District, Zhou Yuan drove a carriage into the city. Having left the driver outside, he commandeered the vehicle, quickly mastering the art of driving. The driver, upon disembarking, surprisingly complied, albeit reluctantly parting with his longtime companion. The recent events had deeply shaken him, making him acutely aware that Zhou Yuan and his companions were no ordinary individuals. As Zhou Yuan looked up, he could see plumes of thick smoke rising from certain directions within the city, a sign of buildings ablaze. This was not a mere trickle of smoke, but rather a multitude rising in clusters. The city was indeed in grave peril. Navigating the streets, Zhou Yuan suddenly reached into his breast pocket and retrieved a small copper box, which oddly began to tremble. This was the true sealed object that he had given him, left by Chief Preet, yet it remained damaged and unrefurbished. Why was it reacting? Opening the copper box, he discovered to his astonishment that the three hands of a shattered pocket watch all pointed in the same direction. He attempted to adjust the hands, but they stubbornly returned to their original position. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The direction indicated was precisely where Duke Street lay, home to the Iris Security Company, with its solid copper gates, where Jenny and Mudonger were. He pieced it together. He hesitated, contemplating whether to turn back and warn he and Grace. He understood why their movements had been anticipated. A traitor, a traitor, a traitor. There was a traitor among them. More belonged to the Koyanu faction. The Jonah they had just encountered was not the real one. The pocket watch from Chief Preet had once affected Jonah, and now the direction indicated by the three hands pointed to the true Jonah. He was near the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. Moore had lured them out with malicious intent, colluding with Christian to ambush them. Damn! Zhou Yuan cursed, though Moore had not struck him as that kind of person. The facts did not lie. Especially since he had not left, only these few individuals were privy to the truth, and given his actions, it could only mean that Moore was compromised. Giddy up! Zhou Yuan cracked the whip, but the horses were already. Suddenly, an idea struck him that he quickly retrieved the silver dagger gifted by Little Wilson from his sleeve, infusing it with energy as he declared, "Little Wilson, danger is upon us." Chapter 78. The Traitor in the Dock District. Near an outlet to the inland sea, all workers had been driven away, and two factions stood in a tense standoff. Cromwell. "We have warned you, if you dare to set foot in the Rhine again, this time, we shall not let you return," an elderly man with a white beard, adorned with the medal of the victorious radiance, bellowed, directly addressing the leader of the opposing group with formidable authority. "You old fool, there's no need for pretense. We are already aware that your last remaining fourth-tier Rain Master has fallen. Do you think I was captured by you because of your strength? Do you truly believe that 2 against 1 could ensnare me? And to have a mere 8th-tier listener attempt to probe my soul, not only did he find nothing, but he also lost his own kin in the process. If it weren't for our desire to ascertain the status of this Rainmaster, you would never have captured me. After all these years in officialdom, it is time for a change. It is your turn to live in poverty in the mountains. You!" Old Hagen glared fiercely, yet he found himself powerless. He was merely an ordinary man, the commander of the official operatives team, an absolute authority among them, yet ultimately devoid of any combat prowess. 1 7th tier, 5 8th tiers, and 11 9th tiers, this is a challenging predicament. When will reinforcements arrive from headquarters? Beside Old Hagen stood 4 individuals, members of the Dock District's operative team. The team leader, Monroe Hamilton, a 7th tier Radiant Apostle, was now experiencing a severe headache. He had never anticipated that the Koyanu faction would suddenly strike. Cromwell had led his entire force to launch a surprise attack on the Dock District without any prior warning. Just days earlier, he had been captured alongside the New Art District's Shuri, and it was only due to the intervention of the Koya conservatives that they had not torn their alliance apart. Little did they know that Cromwell's sole aim was to verify the state of the Rainmaster, and they were indeed declaring war on the official operatives. "Chief, our numbers are," a nearby 8th-tier monk also felt the gravity of their situation. They had only 1 7th tier and 3 8th tiers, a standard defensive lineup for the Rhine, utterly insufficient for repelling an assault. Delay them for as long as you can, and if we cannot hold out, we shall rotate. Losing one is still a gain. The fall of the Rainmaster cannot be concealed, it will inevitably be revealed sooner or later. This turmoil cannot be avoided, though I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Thus, my comrades, let us march forth to our demise. Monroe Hamilton declared, radiant light shimmering at his fingertips. As he stepped forward, his companions followed suit, forming an unyielding wall akin to an immortal fortress, determined to hold the enemies at bay and grant headquarters time to react, minimizing the destruction within the city.
Come. Let us see who can take down more.
The brilliance emanating from Monroe Hamilton's fingertips erupted, a beam of light piercing through a 9th-tier extraordinary being, his objective now crystal clear. Every kill matters, regardless of the disparity in strength.
Mr.
Hagen, you must inform headquarters. However, we lack the manpower to escort you. Be prepared for the possibility of dying on the way. If you can relay the information, that would be ideal. If not, there are ways to ensure headquarters learns of our predicament. Monroe Hamilton's words were chilling, yet Hagen understood the truth within them. He hurried towards the carriage, and as the unbalanced battle unfolded, someone pursued Hagen. But after a few steps, a massive beam of light struck, incinerating him to ashes.
Do you dare to act so recklessly? Cromwell roared in fury. Such instantaneous lethal capabilities were no trivial matter, even for a 7th tier.
Although Monroe Hamilton claimed there was no one to guard Hagen, he could not resist. He had already gained the upper hand in combat against his level, swiftly dispatching 2 foes. His 2 strikes were exceptionally effective, deterring anyone from pursuing the old man Hagen, for after all, life is precious, and they were not zealots willing to throw their lives away. Useless fools.
Cromwell scoffed, yet he did not chastise his subordinates for their cowardice.
Compelling them to intercept Hagen was of little importance, as he would not make it back to headquarters in time regardless.
Do you think I am here to seize territory and overthrow you?
Ha, in truth, we simply wish for you extraordinary beings to perish.
Outside the New Art District, Zhou Yuan drove a carriage into the city, having left the driver outside.
He commandeered the vehicle and, in a remarkably short time, learned to drive, maneuvering as adeptly as an experienced coachman. The driver had surprisingly cooperated when disembarking. Though reluctant to part with his beloved carriage, he ultimately understood, as the recent events had profoundly impacted him, making him realize that Zhou Yuan and his companions were no ordinary individuals. Zhou Yuan lifted his gaze, noticing thick plumes of smoke rising in several directions within the city, smoke from burning buildings, not just a wisp or two, but billowing in clusters, indicating that a grave situation was unfolding within. As Zhou Yuan's carriage traversed the streets, he suddenly reached into his bosom, extracting a small copper box that was vibrating. This was the genuine sealed object gifted to him by Shurhi, left by Captain Pritt, yet it was in a damaged state and had not been restored. Why was it reacting? Zhou Yuan opened the copper box, and to his astonishment, he found that the shattered pocket watch's 3 hands pointed in the same direction. He adjusted the hands, but they stubbornly returned to that same orientation. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. This direction was where Duke Street lay, home to the Iris Security Company. There was a solid copper door, and there were Jenny and Mudonger. He comprehended the implications. He even hesitated, contemplating whether to turn back and warn Shurhi and Grace. He understood why their movements had been anticipated. Traitor, traitor, traitor. There was a traitor among them. Moore was one of the Koya-Nu faction members. The Jonah they had encountered earlier was not the genuine article. Captain Pritt's pocket watch had once been effective against Jonah, and now the direction indicated the real Jonah's location, near the Iris Security Company on Duke Street. Moore had led them away with ill intent, colluding with Christian to ambush them.
Damn it! Zhou Yuan couldn't help but curse, despite his impression of Moore being contrary to such treachery. Facts do not deceive.
Especially since Shurhi had not left, the only individuals privy to the situation were these few, and his actions could only point to Moore being the problem.
Go!
Zhou Yuan cracked the whip, but alas, the horse was already quite fatigued, and the numerous obstacles in the streets hindered his speed, leaving him feeling helpless despite his urgency. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached into his sleeve and retrieved the silver dagger gifted by Little Wilson. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he declared, "Little Wilson, danger is upon us."
Chapter 79.
The failed guardian on the 2nd floor of the Iris Security Company, situated on Duke Street. Jenny furrowed her brow, troubled and restless.
What is wrong? Why do I always feel so anxious?
Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have meddled with Grace. Getting involved in extraordinary events is sure to bring trouble.
What is the matter, Miss Jenny? Are you unwell?
Mu Dahmer ascended the stairs with a fruit platter, just in time to witness Jenny's troubled expression, and inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing, just an unsettling feeling as if something ominous is about to occur. My heart feels so hollow. Come, have some fruit, you must be hungry." As the two conversed, within the isolation barrier, young Wilson suddenly opened his eyes wide. He took 2 steps toward the iron bars and struck them with his hand. The surveillance barrier was one-sided, it allowed visibility and sound from outside, and at that moment, both women were instantly drawn to young Wilson's actions. "Damn it, I'm already on edge. Young Wilson, what are you doing? Are you having a fit today?" Jenny exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of expletives, yet she understood that young Wilson couldn't hear her. Thus, she stepped outside the barrier, though she hesitated to dismantle it, remaining cautious. "Open it. Danger is approaching." Young Wilson's voice emerged, raspy like a saw cutting through wood, and Jenny strained to discern his words. "Not a chance, stop bothering me, who do you think you're fooling? You can't see anything from inside the barrier, how could you possibly know danger is coming before I do? Think of a better excuse next time." Seeing the barrier still intact, young Wilson furrowed his brow. Zhou Yuan, sensing the dagger's own spirit separating from him, actively activated the connection to aid him, resolutely avoiding meaningless words. There truly was danger, Jenny was such a fool. The enemy might be the death whisperer of Sequence 8, but he should have been wounded by grace. Hold him off, I'm on my way back. Zhou Yuan's voice echoed once more. Young Wilson no longer had. Invisible waves began to batter against the barrier like relentless tides, shaking it violently. "You've lost your mind, young Wilson." Concerned that young Wilson might actually breach the barrier, Jenny took the initiative to lower it. For the moment, young Wilson seemed relatively lucid, indicating he was not in a state of chaos. "What are you doing, young Wilson? Where's the danger? I can't see anything, and you can't see a thing inside." Young Wilson pressed his hand against the iron bars, and an invisible force tore and crushed the bars, creating a passageway for passage. "It's here," he rasped. Just as Jenny was about to explode with anger, she noticed gray mist spreading through the air. Through the window, the nearby streets had already succumbed to the gray haze. The mist twisted and coalesced into the semblance of enormous hands, slamming against the invisible barrier. This was the soundproofing barrier of the Iris Security Company's second floor, with limited defensive capabilities. Crack! The gray mist breached the barrier, flooding onto the second floor. Creak, creak, crack, crack, crack. When it finally enveloped them, they realized something was amiss and began to panic. However, at that moment, irregular fissures appeared on the ground, and pale skeletal arms emerged, surging toward every living being like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. "What is this?" "Skeletons." Skeletons. The screams and cries quickly faded, and within the span of a minute, the street fell utterly silent, save for the relentless sound of bones crunching against the hard pavement. No one survived. The skeletons devoured every living creature within the mist's reach. As the gray haze surged, the employees on the first floor of the Iris Security Company, realizing the abnormality and hearing the screams, understood this was beyond their capacity to resist. They promptly scrambled to the second floor, only to face young Wilson stepping out. Sir, we didn't mean to come up, but Mr. Schur told us that when strange, unusual situations arise, we can escape to the second floor." A female employee, summoning her courage, spoke, her face pale with terror, for she had just been closest to the through a certain density of the gray mist, she had witnessed a passing man ensnared by a skeletal hand emerging from the ground, his flesh and blood ruthlessly torn apart. Those skeletons were greedily smearing the remnants of flesh, brain matter, and blood upon themselves. The door was sealed without a crack. The gray mist required time to infiltrate, granting them a fleeting opportunity to ascend. "It's all right, I'll handle this. You all wait here quietly." Young Wilson's face was ashen, his words laborious. He was not a combatant, although he possessed certain abilities. With 70% of his spirit tied to Zhou Yuan's dagger, he understood his. Yet, this was not the time for weakness. He needed to reassure these ordinary people. "Ah, another battle has begun," he thought, enduring a torment that far surpassed mere physical fatigue and pain. "I am a failure, a failed guardian." Young Wilson descended the stairs, his hoarse voice resonating eerily in the stillness. Jenny sensed something was amiss. Young Wilson's emotions were not right. "Young Wilson!" she called out, intending to have him return. He was not a combat professional, and the extraordinary beings outside appeared perilous, yet upon glancing around, she realized young. With a creak, the door of the Iris Security Company swung open, and Jonas strode in, brimming with vitality, a surge of gray mist trailing behind him, rising to waist height. "Good afternoon, listener young Wilson. I've come to take you to see your mother." Surprisingly, young Wilson did not erupt in rage or exhibit resentment. Instead, he bore an indescribable calm. I am a failed guardian. I failed to protect my mother before, and now I cannot safeguard the ordinary people downstairs. I am cowardly, I am weak, even though I know the enemy is here, even though I know who my nemesis is. I lack the strength for revenge. Cranwell, I know it is him, but I am too feeble. In this world, strength is the foundation of everything. Alas, I have awakened to this truth too late. Young Wilson descended the steps, and as Jenny listened to his words, there was an endless sorrow hidden within his calm. She clenched her fists tightly and implored young Wilson, "Don't be reckless, don't be foolish, young Wilson, wait for Sure and the others to return, they will surely come soon, just hold on. The headquarters will send help once they detect the anomaly. Don T. Exert yourself." Young Wilson shook his head. It was too late. The only one who could return in time was Zhou Yuan of Sequence 9. He tilted his head, seemingly catching sight of the familiar elderly woman smiling at him. A failed guardian is still a guardian. I will steadfastly uphold the belief in guardianship. I'm sorry, but I love you, Mom.